Where am I? Yin-Yu blinked her large doll-like eyes, trying hard to take in the unfamiliar surroundings. How strange. Just a moment ago, she had clearly been dueling someone in the Naruto mobile game arena, happily fighting with Chao Young Minato and Susanoo Sasuke, and then without rhyme or reason, she ended up in this ghostly place. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Yin-Yu began by giving herself the classic 3 philosophical questions. At this moment, she was sitting on a soft bed, wearing a black short-sleeved shirt and cropped pants that reached mid-calf. On the back of the black t-shirt, the fan emblem stood out prominently, the proud symbol of the Uchiha clan. Spotting a mirror on the dressing table in front of her, Yin-Yu quickly walked over, eager to take a closer look at herself. In the mirror, there was a delicate little girl with features as if painted skin fair as porcelain. Wait, isn't the person in the mirror actually me? Yin-Yu's current appearance was that of a fresh, adorable young girl, a pair of bright gem-like eyes shining with light, a straight nose, and small cherry lips pursed in a naturally cute pout. How did I end up like this just from playing a game? Yin-Yu stared blankly at the mirror, feeling like life had lost all meaning. He shakily checked between his legs, then let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness nothing's missing. This body just happens to look unusually cute. Yin-Yu rubbed both temples with his fingers, trying hard to calm his panicked heart. Just then a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully activating this system. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Naruto mobile game system dedicated to creating happiness through hard work. If the host has any questions, you may ask me. Yin-Yu was so excited she could almost fly. As expected, transmigration comes with a golden cheat. Wait, what did I just hear? Naruto. Yes, host. You are now in the world of the Naruto anime. It is currently Konoha year 42, 4 years before the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War. Yin-Yu actually knew quite a lot about Naruto. After all, before transmigrating, he had been a seasoned Naruto enthusiast. His favorite ninja, like Wang Dongqing's, was the dark and brooding Kakashi. He also knew what the system meant by the Third War. In that conflict, Konoha fought simultaneously against the ninja of the cloud, rock, sand, and rain, besieged from all sides. For that very reason, everyone in Konoha became a soldier. Even students who had yet to graduate from the academy were forced to graduate early and sent to the front lines. Obito, Might Guy, and others were only 9 years old at the time. I have a question. What identity do I have right now? In answer to the host, your identity is Uchiha Yin-Yu, age 5. Your parents died 2 years ago, and you have been living off war compensation. Because you always followed your parents around, no one aside from them knew of your existence. After your parents' death, the previous Yin-Yu never spoke another word. Thus, when you were registered as an orphan, your gender was mistakenly recorded as female. However, according to the previous host's memories, you have a distant cousin named Uchiha Obito. Besides him, you have no friends. Unable to accept the loss of his parents, the former Yin-Yu passed away not long after. Good grief. Parents dead, the standard setup for a transmigrator. Wait, hold on, did you say Uchiha Obito is my cousin? Yes. And one more very important question, how do I use you system? I absolutely don't want to be wiped out in a few years by cousin Obito and Itachi working together. In answer to the host, this system functions similarly to the mobile game from your previous life, except that coins have been replaced with bond points. By forging bonds, you may earn rewards from the system. System, why did you choose such a body for me? Couldn't you have given me something handsome like Kakashi or Uchiha Sasuke instead? In answer to the host, based on scientific surveys, girls find it easier than boys to gain others' trust. Therefore, this body was selected for you. In addition, you receive a system buff, while cross-dressing your bond point accumulation speed will be greatly increased. Do you think Yin-Yu care about a few measly bond points? Actually, he did. In order to survive in this world where the weak are prey to the strong, Yin-Yu decided to go all in. Hands trembling, he picked up a set of women's clothing the system had handed him, gritted his teeth, and put it on. Congratulations to the host on completing your first cross-dressing. Rewards 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto. Nice, buddy, that's actually pretty generous. But when he saw the words Uzumaki Naruto Young Team 7 on the system panel, the praise he had been about to heap on the system stuck in his throat. So it was actually pretty cold-hearted. Would the host like to fuse the Uzumaki Naruto Young Team 7 panel now? All right, enough nonsense. Hurry up and do it. Ah, it hurts. That really hurts. Can't you be gentler? Yin-Yu felt a tearing sensation coursing through his entire body and cried out involuntarily. A minute later, Yin-Yu could feel the drastic changes in his body. His chakra reserves had multiplied several times over and were still steadily rising. Congratulations to the host on completing the fusion. Just then a knock sounded at the door. Yin-Yu, cousin, are you okay in there? At this time of day, it was probably Obito coming to take Yin-Yu to school. Crap, Obito must have heard those screams just now. This is all your fault, stupid system. Yin-Yu hurriedly replied, it's fine, I'll be right out. Saying that, he grabbed his ninja tool pouch and a slice of bread from the table and dashed out. As soon as he opened the door, a boy wearing goggles and a blue jacket eagerly greeted him. Hey, Yin-Yu, cousin. Seeing how Yin-Yu was dressed today, Obito's eyes lit up at once. Dressed in a rattan black kimono, hair pinned up to her waist with a butterfly hairpin and tiny wooden clogs peeking out beneath the hem. She was simply too adorable for words. Although Obito had always known his cousin was pretty, today set off by this outfit, she was just. He racked his meager vocabulary and still couldn't find a word to describe how she looked. Obito, thank you for taking care of me all these years. Yin-Yu showed him a pure, spotless smile. Did I hear that right? Yin-Yu actually spoke. Thank goodness. Obito was so happy his eyes almost filled with tears. His cousin had finally stepped out of the shadows. Thinking this, he reached up and wiped at the slight dampness beneath his goggles. It's not hard at all, not hard at all. Ding. Obito bond point 60. One normal recruitment available. Yes. As expected of single-celled Obito, he's incredibly easy to build bonds with. Of course, to Obito, this bond of kinship was something he cherished deeply, for his parents had also died, and only his grandmother was there to look after him. His grandmother had repeatedly urged him to take good care of Xiao Yue, and she often told him stories about Xiao Yu's mother. Obito understood Xiao Yu's loneliness. He too was an orphan, but he was luckier than Xiao Yue, for he had a grandmother who cared for him. He had tried many times to untie the knot in Xiao Yu's heart, but had never succeeded. He never expected that today Xiao Yu would truly step out of that darkness. Thinking this, Obito once again felt his eyes grow hot with unshed tears. Ding. Obito bond point 65. Yin Yu could barely keep the grin off his face. Ha ha ha, as expected of my Obito. From now on, you're my real big brother. In roughly 10 minutes, the two of them walked from the Uchiha compound to the academy. At this time, the Uchiha clan had not yet been relocated to the village outskirts, so everything was conveniently close. But after the Ninetales incident, the Uchiha, plagued by suspicion, were eventually moved en masse, with the tacit consent of the third Hokage, to the edge of the village. This led to deep resentment within the clan, and sowed the seeds of hatred that would later drive the Uchiha to contemplate rebellion. Once the seed of suspicion is planted, it is bound to sprout. Even if the other side has no intention of rebellion, you will still find countless reasons to believe they do, and in the end, tragedy becomes inevitable. Arriving at the academy gate, Yin Yu was immediately drawn to the massive redand white building before her. The second Hokage had indeed been lavish. This school was almost the size of 2 football fields. Yin Yu silently praised it in her heart. In her previous life, she had always wanted to visit Konoha. She never expected that this wish would actually come true. The two quickly made their way to the classroom door. Inside, they could already hear teacher Naoki beginning the lesson. Oh, it seemed they were late. Yin Yu's brows knit slightly as she hesitated over whether to go in. Obito, however, didn't care in the slightest about being late. He simply shoved the door open in his usual carefree way. On the side, Yin Yu was exposed to everyone's gaze as the door opened with Obito's force. Great, this was social death. Uchiha Obito reporting in. Obito's clear ringing voice echoed throughout the classroom. The entire class turned their gaze toward Daitu. Yin Yu clutched her own head, a faint blush spreading over her cheeks. How could I forget that Daitu's early personality is almost identical to Naruto's? How did I end up with such a goofy cousin? The piece of chalk in the teacher Naoki's hand suddenly snapped in two, one half dropping to the floor. The entire class fell utterly silent. The crisp sound of chalk striking the ground rang clearly in everyone's ears, and a predatory tension seemed to permeate the air. Daitu, get out and stand in the hallway. Teacher Naoki roared at him in a fury. At that moment, a child seated in the classroom noticed the dazed, adorable figure standing behind Daitu. The girl's delicate little face was soft and chubby, and the way she shrank back in fear, twisting shyly as she tried to hide, struck straight at the hearts of these children. The kids in this village's academy had always been precociously mature, that much was beyond doubt. Just look at Sakura and Ino, they had already taken a liking to Sasuke at the very start of term. Or take Daitu, the most devoted one of all. He had been secretly in love with Rin since he was very young. Hey Yamamoto, look at that little girl behind Daitu. Who is she? She's just too cute. She really is incredibly kawaii. In an instant, the quiet classroom boiled over like water, brought to a furious simmer. Some boys even started arguing over who got to be Yin Yu's boyfriend. Naoki slammed the chalk eraser hard against the lectern. All of you quiet. Only then did the uproar in the classroom begin to subside. When Naoki noticed the petite girl standing behind Daitu, he suddenly felt that making a girl stand outside as punishment might be a bit too harsh. He cleared his throat twice before speaking. The girl behind Daitu, go take a seat first. Daitu, get out to the hallway and stand there. In Daitu's heart, so you will be like them, abandon me. Only when they clearly saw the girl's face did the children in class finally react. Wasn't this the always silent Uchiha Yin Yu? Why did it feel as if she had suddenly become a completely different person? She was so adorable now. In their previous impression, Uchiha Yin Yu had always been a withdrawn orphan who scarcely cared about her appearance. Aside from Daitu, the class dunce, she had practically no friends. This abrupt 180-degree change left everyone momentarily stunned. The Ninja Academy's classroom was laid out like a tiered lecture hall from the podium backward. Each row rose higher than the one before with long desks aligned in neat ranks. The layout felt rather spacious, not cramped in the least. Yin Yu took a seat by the window in the very last row. He knew that in anime there was a famous line, the back row by the window is the king's hometown. Besides that, the window seat made it easier for him to slack off and nap, and he was less likely to be called on by the teacher. In short, the advantages were plentiful. As Yin Yu walked toward the back of the classroom, he saw many familiar faces from anime: the copy ninja Hitaki Kakashi, Daitu's White Moonlight Noera Rin, the currency unit Sarutobi Asuma, the famed Black Flash Ebisu, the Six Paths Gale, and the Springtime Youth Guy, and so on. So they had all been in the same year as Daitu. He had never really paid attention to that detail when watching the anime before. Of course, carrying a bond system as he did, Yin Yu fully intended to devise exclusive bond plans for each of them. After all, as key figures in the Hokage story, their drop rates were bound to be high. Who knew? Maybe he could get a Kimui Kakashi out of it, or an 8th Gate Kai. That would give him a few extra guarantees for the looming third great ninja war he was about to step into. Before long, the bell signaling the end of class rang, and several little Uchiha brats quietly edged their way toward Yunyu. One spiky-haired brat spoke up directly, "Hey, Yunyu, go out with me, Uchiha Yashiro. I'm the son of the Uchiha second elder. From now on within the Uchiha clan, I'll have your back." When Daidu saw this scene, he wanted to rush over and protect Yunyu, but Uchiha Tekka and Uchiha Iwaho standing beside Yashiro blocked his way. Yunyu turned his head and took a proper look at the three of them. Weren't these the classic Uchiha background trio? In the future, they would interrogate Itachi over Shirsue's matter only to be cowed by a single look from him. Still, it was worth noting that Uchiha Itachi would actually kneel and apologize to this trio. "Let go of me, let go of me." Daitu howled like a mad dog struggling. Tekka's fist crashed into Daitu's face with a thud. Daitu's goggles were knocked off, but he immediately sprang up and drove his fist into Tekka's stomach. Tekka clutched his gut, his face twisted in pain. Wow, Tekka really is impressive. No wonder he's the man who once forced the godlike Itachi to kneel. In the future, he could brag that he had once fought the man behind the white mask. Seeing his good brother struck, Iwaho rushed forward to grapple with Daitu. Just as Iwaho's fist was about to land on Daitu's face, a small hand suddenly intercepted it. "I'd like to see who dares bully my cousin." A childishly fierce voice rang out. Inwardly, Yunyu was thinking, now watch how I talk Daitu into contributing bond points for me. The boys stared in disbelief at the person who had caught Iwaho's fist. It was Yunyu. Wasn't she just standing over by Yashiro a moment ago? How had she suddenly vanished from there and appeared here? Shock filled Iwaho's constricting pupils. The faces of the onlookers around them were much the same. Yunyu tightened her grip on the captured fist. A crisp cracking of bones sounded from Iwaho's hand. Iwaho's expression grew exceedingly ugly, as if he had just swallowed a fly. When Yunyu finally heard him beg for mercy, she shoved him aside. Yashiro glared at Yunyu in fury. To think she had made his brothers look so disgraceful. Today he had to make the two of them pay. The three boys moved in on Yunyu with tacit coordination, instantly forming an encirclement. Yunyu thought, perfect, this is the ideal chance to increase Daitu's bond points. Should I let myself get hurt on purpose and then really fleece Daitu for a wave of bond points? Yunyu shielded Daitu tightly behind her, and that clear, resolute voice drifted back to his ears. "Cousin, don't worry, I'll protect you. You were the one who led me out of my darkest days and let me bask in the sunlight once more. You are the only ray of light in my world of darkness. Even if my body is covered in wounds, I will still guard the bond you have given me." After she finished, Yunyu herself was nearly moved to tears by her own words. These were actually Daitu's lines after his later fall into darkness. She had simply recited them back to him in reverse. She only hoped he would not hold it against her in the future. Daitu's heart was greatly shaken. He knew how fragile his cousin's psyche was, yet she was willing to go this far for him. No, he absolutely could not let his cousin be hurt because of him. At that moment, an unknown power seemed to wash over his eyes. When he opened them again, a single tomo was slowly spinning within each pupil. The Sharingan. Ding. Daitu's bond value has reached 90. Yashiro and the other two also noticed the change behind Yunyu. It's the Sharingan. The Sharingan's oppressive aura was overwhelming for the three of them, and they hurriedly spat out a parting threat. "Just you wait. One day we'll make sure you both regret this." Kakashi, who had originally planned to step in and help Daitu, and Yunyu also halted his movements. Ding. Kakashi's bond value has reached 30. Ding. Might Guy's bond value has reached 40. Ding. Sarutobi Hiruzen's bond value has reached 30. Up in the Hokage Tower, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the happenings at the Ninja Academy every day, searching for candidates who could inherit the will of fire. Today his scrying crystal happened to capture this very scene. He closed the crystal before him and murmured to himself, "Uchiha Yunyu, where is it? What a fine heart for protecting others. That is precisely the embodiment of the will of fire." Thinking of his old teammate Uchiha Kagami, the dimness in his gaze grew firm once more. Uchiha Kagami had truly carried forth the will of fire among the Uchiha. Hiruzen's eyes shone with deep approval. Come to think of it, Uchiha Kagami seemed to be related to Uchiha Yunyu's family. Yes, Yunyu was definitely a good child capable of inheriting the will of fire. At that thought, a radiant smile spread across Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. He slowly took out a small notebook and carefully wrote down the name Uchiha Yunyu inside. "Wait a second, system, I think I just heard something strange." Sarutobi Hiruzen's bond value. That damned old monkey was definitely peeping again. Back in the classroom, Uchiha Yunyu stamped her foot in anger while Daitu beside her took in the scene. He assumed his cousin must still be angry at those boys. Yunyu picked up the goggles from the floor and carefully set them back on Daitu's face, reminding him that he had to protect his face when fighting in the future. If it got ruined, he really wouldn't look good. Daitu scratched his head in embarrassment and silently made a vow in his heart, "Cousin, don't worry. As the one ray of sunlight in your world, I will protect you." Ding. Daitu's bond value has reached 92. A streak of evening glow appeared at the horizon, and the school bell rang on time. Today Obito was particularly happy. He activated his Sharingan to protect his cousin and put on a cool show in front of her. However, in Yunyu's eyes, Obito seemed foolish and simple-minded. Being cool is an art. Some had the audacity to speak boldly in front of the renowned Sannin Orochimaru, even when they were still genin. There were those who dared to challenge the well-known Jinchuriki Killer Bee with just a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. There were even some who dared to boast in front of Madara, claiming they could take his life on a whim. Compared to the wall, King Obito was far behind. Yinyu, why don't you come over for dinner at my place tonight? It will let your grandmother, who has always cared for you, know that you have recovered. Yinyu nodded gently. The two walked towards Obito's home. System: do the bond points only reward at 60 and 100. Yes, host, but you can also purchase a monthly lucky bag to gain extra lottery chances. The first recharge of 6 yuan also gives you Rock Lee and the one-tail Shikaku. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm recharging now. A grind emperor is far more comfortable than a spendthrift. By the way, didn't Obito's bond points reach 60 before? They'll start with a regular recruitment. Recruitment begins. Congratulations, host, for recruiting Ninja Uchiha Sasuke Class 7. Does the host want to fuse now? Here we go. A burning pain shot through her eyes, and Yinyu instinctively covered her eyes with her hand. Obito noticed her discomfort and asked, cousin, what's wrong? Is your eye uncomfortable? Yinyu remained silent. The two tomo of her left eye covered by her hand flickered away in an instant. I'm fine, Obito. It felt like some sand blew into my eye earlier, and it was a bit uncomfortable. Don't rub it and let me blow it out for you. After saying that, Obito removed Yinyu's left hand from her eye and made a blowing motion. Seeing this, Yinyu quickly interrupted him. I'm really fine. I already rubbed it out. Really, I swear. Yinyu raised her small hand beside her head to gesture an oath. Seeing the girl's twinkling dark eyes, Obito finally felt relieved. Yinyu silently complained, Obito, you really are a dense guy. If you treated other girls like this, they would definitely slap you. I should find a chance to match Rin and Obito. This pairing is something I've always wanted to ship. As for Kakashi, he can just live his life with Guy. By the way, Obito, do you have 2 liang of money? Yinyu turned to Obito, her eyes filled with anticipation. Yeah, why? Are you short on cash? Yes, I want to recharge. I want to buy something. Obito, knowing that girls often liked accessories and hairpins, didn't ask further. He took out 3 green bills from his cat-shaped deflated wallet. Here, take these 3 liang. This is what your cousin saved by being frugal. How's that for loyalty? Thanks, Obito. Yinyu said excitedly, letting her true feelings slip out. Hey, what do you mean by Obito? That sounds awful. From now on, call me cousin or Obito. The two of them playfully bickered as they disappeared into the glow of the evening. That night, Yinyu met Obito's grandmother, who was her maternal grandmother in this life. The elderly lady smiled kindly. Despite being over 50, she was still very healthy. She did not have gray hair, but instead sported a short brown hairstyle. During dinner, the grandmother brought out many dishes and personally served Yinyu a bowl of rice. After a hearty meal, Yinyu bid farewell to the two. Upon returning home, she immediately opened the system. System: I want to exchange money. Received 3 liang from the host. Successful exchange totals 30 yuan. I want to recharge all in gold coins. Yinyu knew that the world of Naruto was a survival of the fittest. Without strength, all peace was a delusion. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the summoning beast one-tail Shikaku, and for recruiting Ninja Rock Lee. Does the host want to fuse now? Let's be quick at this time, take it easy. That night, heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the Uchiha clan. The next morning, Yinyu felt much lighter all over and lifted her clothes to check her fair belly. Her fair belly bore no seals as she had imagined. Ding. This system achieves perfect fusion, so such seals are unnecessary. Let's check my own status panel. Name: Uchiha Yinyu, age 5, chakra level pseudo-beast level, recruited ninjas Uzumaki Naruto Class 7 Uchiha Sasuke, Class 7 Rock Lee, summoning beast Shikaku. The attributes on the panel looked good, but they were far from enough in front of a jonin. Shikaku is a trump card for self-defense. If it can be avoided, it should be. Without Shikaku, what else remains? It seems like nothing at all. Right now, I only have a crank ninja panel at best in elite chunin, and thinking about the impending war in 4 years is daunting. Thinking of the formidable 3rd Raikage, the 4th Raikage killer be the 7 ninja, swordsman Inoki, and others she might face, Yinyu felt a headache coming. Remembering Obito's foolish smile, it was impossible not to feel any affection for him and her other family members in this life. The original owner's memories were gradually returning. No, I must grow stronger. I will do my utmost to change the tide of this battle, even if it might alert the mastermind Uchiha Madara and Kurizetsu. Yinyu silently made her vow. The next day, Obito came to wake Yinyu up for school, as usual. On the way to school, Yinyu and Obito saw an elderly lady by the roadside. Without a second thought, Obito went to help her cross the street. As expected, Obito and Yinyu were late again. After a period of standing as punishment, the two returned to their original seats. How can I quickly establish bonds with others? Yinyu scratched her head in frustration. Sitting at the adjacent desk, Kakashi noticed the girl's troubled expression, and a hint of a smile appeared on his usually stern face. Ding. Kakashi's bond value reached 35. Sigh, it's a 50-50 chance. Suddenly an idea popped into Yinyu's head. If I collaborate with Kakashi to develop Chidori, wouldn't that establish a bond? With this thought, Yinyu stopped worrying, and a smile blossomed on her picturesque face. Kakashi was a godlike figure at school, and approaching him wasn't that easy. But Yinyu had a plan. While other girls approached Kakashi for romance, she would discuss academics, which she believed Kakashi wouldn't refuse. After class, Obito felt jealous as Rin kept staring at Kakashi. He thought that guy Kakashi must be a quiet pervert, and my sister definitely wouldn't approach him like other girls. Then he witnessed a jaw-dropping scene. Yunyu actually walked up to Kakashi and said something to him, after which the usually taciturn Kakashi began conversing animatedly with his cousin. The girls nearby glared at Yunyu with resentment, as if they wanted to pounce on her. Meanwhile, the boys collectively gritted their teeth, wishing to tear that white-haired guy apart. Obito rubbed his eyes beneath his goggles, unable to believe what he was seeing, and double-checked to make sure he wasn't imagining it. Kakashi watched as Yunyu approached him step by step, clad in a crimson and black kimono. Beneath his mask, his expression flickered with faint curiosity, though no one could see it. For reasons unknown, Kakashi's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably at the sight of the girl drawing nearer. His face remained stern and impassive. To onlookers, his gaze was icy, devoid of warmth or emotion. Yunyu stopped before Kakashi's desk. Because of her diminutive stature, she rose onto her toes, straining to lift her small head above the tabletop. "Hi, Kakashi-kun. Lately I've been studying a lightning release technique." Kakashi maintained his aloof composure, offering no reply, preserving his cool, detached image. Yet inwardly he longed for her to speak just a little longer. "I had an idea. What if we concentrate lightning release chakra into the hand and thrust it forward with piercing speed?" Kakashi's expression stiffened momentarily as his mind raced through the feasibility of the concept. Yes, it was possible, but it demanded precise chakra nature transformation and shape manipulation, the very foundation of such a technique. "How did you conceive this technique?" His gaze held genuine surprise and even admiration. Yunyu silently mused, "How else? From the anime I watched in my past life." This was, after all, Kakashi's own original jutsu, initially ranked a class, later elevated to class through his refinements. Truly, Kakashi was a prodigy, graduated from the academy at 5, promoted to Chunin at 6, and ascended to Jonin by 11. In Naruto's era, an 11-year-old would still be struggling through academy lectures. War indeed accelerates a child's growth. I discovered it while training in lightning release recently. When lightning chakra makes contact with the body, it stimulates neural pathways, dramatically enhancing speed and reflexes. So I wondered, could we harness that velocity by focusing lightning chakra into a single point, piercing straight through an opponent? Yunyu raised a delicate eyebrow, then continued. "Given my current mastery of lightning release, I'm not yet capable of developing this technique myself. That's why I'd like to consult you, the top student in our academy. I'm certain you'll bring it to fruition." She finished, gazing at Kakashi with open, earnest anticipation. Obito, watching his cousin regard Kakashi with such admiration, felt a complex swirl of emotions rise within him. Kakashi stroked his chin thoughtfully, even his famously lethargic eyes darted about with rare animation. "Very well, I'll give it a try." Kakashi's bond level reached 50. He truly is difficult to win over. With Obito, 3 sentences would have earned 60 points. Ah well, forging bonds is a long and winding road. I shall persevere without cease. After a day's lessons ended, Yunyu pondered whether she should dispatch a shadow clone to attend class instead. For someone bearing Sasuke's innate aptitude, these classes were effortless. She recalled how Itachi Uchiha once sent clones to lecture halls while secretly training with sure sway, intensely honing his skills beyond the curriculum. Tomorrow then she would send a clone to begin her own path of relentless self-improvement. Night fell, stars glittering across the velvet sky. On the Uchiha clan's secluded training ground beyond the village outskirts, a lone figure practiced in quiet intensity, Yunyu hurling kunai toward the trees behind her. For kunai sliced through the air. In the blink of an eye, her dark irises transformed, 2 crimson tomo swirling into being within her Sharingan. Bathed in moonlight, the fine white wires trailing each kunai became starkly visible. With a sharp tug of both hands, Yunyu reeled in the wires, threads converging from every angle, wrapping the massive trunk in an inescapable web. This was the power of the Tutomo Sharingan, a technique Sasuke once used during the Chunin exam's Forest of Death to ensnare a disguised Orochimaru. A clever ambush, startling, disorienting. Behind Yunyu, high in the branches of a distant tree, 3 masked figures stood motionless. Clad in gray armor, they bore the unmistakable insignia of the Umbu. The one wearing a bird-shaped mask turned to his comrades. "Shall we strike? Tonight fortune has delivered us a lone Uchiha, still at the Tutomo stage. Our orders specify targeting those with 3 tomo. Yet each time we prepare to act, some unseen hand thwarts us. At this rate, we'll never complete the mission. Let's take this girl's eyes now, deliver them as proof." The bare-masked man replied. Before the bare-masked man finished speaking, the silent cat-masked figure lunged toward Yunyu, several kunai arcing toward her back. "I adore torturing children, especially binding them tight with iron wire." Then Shrike. His voice trembled with manic delight. Suddenly Yunyu felt a chilling prickle along her spine, as though a venomous serpent had fixed its gaze upon her. She vanished, leaving only empty air behind. The cat-masked shinobi's pupils contracted sharply. Incredible speed. She reappeared directly before him. Kunai drawn, her rotating Sharingan scanning his surroundings with razor-sharp vigilance. "Who are you? How dare you attack within the Uchiha clan's sacred training grounds?" "Humph. You're fortunate. To die by my hand is your honor. I shall sculpt you into my most exquisite artwork." The cat-masked shinobi slammed his twin blades into the earth, then hurled a barrage of kunai, guiding each with uncanny precision via nearly invisible threads. Yunyu saw them clearly, white filaments crisscrossing the air. She leapt midair, deflecting several kunai with her kunai and subtly altering the tension and alignment of the threads through each impact. Every attack missed its mark. Your every motion is laid bare beneath my Sharingan. Her crimson Tutomo eyes locked onto the cat-masked foe. A sly triumphant smile curled her lips. Oh really? Then, swift as thought, she severed one thread beside her with her kunai. A soft resonant twang echoed as adjacent strands collided. Instantly the severed filament recoiled, lashing out like a living thing wrapping itself around the cat-masked shinobi's limbs, torso, and throat. Impossible. His eyes widened in disbelief and fury. I told you, beneath the Sharingan resistance is futile. Who sent them? The Umbu. No, that doesn't fit. Why would Hiruzen Sarutobi target the Uchiha? There was only one answer, Danzo Shimura. That old fox. If he pushes me too far, I'll join forces with Obito and burn Konoha to ash. Imagine it, Obito using Kamui to whisk me into the village, unleashing a few tailed beast bombs, and vanishing again before anyone can react. Pure unadulterated joy. From the treetop, the bare-masked shinobi sighed in exasperation. She defeated our comrade, a mere child of the Uchiha. No wonder they're famed as a clan of prodigies. Before you could catch her breath, two new figures materialized at her flanks. One hulking, bearing a massive sword across his back, his face concealed behind a bear-shaped mask. The other was leaner, dual short blades strapped to his arms, his head crowned with a bird-shaped mask. They meant harm. Both were Jonin level. Without invoking the Shikaku's power, victory was impossible. Yet revealing the one tail meant silencing all three, permanently. If they scattered, she couldn't possibly track them all down. Her temples throbbed. All my fault, for skipping sleep to grind harder. Now look where it's landed me. Water release, water shockwave. A torrent surged toward her. Fire release, great fireball technique. Her blazing sphere met the rushing water, steam billowing across the training ground in thick white clouds. A sharp metallic shriek split the air behind her. An ambush. But instead of pain came the ringing clang of steel striking steel. A shinobi in a dark green Jonin vest appeared behind her, his kunai intercepting the bird-masked attacker's blade. His voice calm, an unwavering cut through the silence like a blade through mist. Might I ask, what business brings you to the Uchiha clan's ancestral grounds? Under the moonlight, the man in the green vest had a pair of Freedomo Sharingan, shining with an eerie red light. Yin turned her head, and the person before her was none other than Uchiha Fugaku. Several root ninjas gasped in shock upon seeing the newcomer. Uchiha Fugaku, the current clan leader of the Uchiha family, was not someone they could provoke. The root ninja with the bear mask rescued his trapped comrade and signaled to his two teammates. Shortly after, they vanished, leaving only a faint wisp of smoke on the ground. At this moment, Yin regained her composure, gasping for breath. Fugaku's cold face turned towards her, but upon seeing the panic and fear in the girl's expression, Fugaku was somewhat at a loss, forcing an awkward smile on his face. After seeing Fugaku's smile, Yin began to tease him. Fugaku had an average appearance with a long face and small eyes, and most critically, he had two chins, one on each side. Fortunately, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke did not inherit Fugaku's traits. The thought of Itachi's double chin made Yin shake her head. Fugaku noticed the change in the girl's expression, thinking it was a normal reaction after her fright. Fugaku examined the girl and found that she was unharmed. At this moment, the eerie light of her Sharingan had faded, replaced by a pair of star-like black pupils. The previous opponents were all at least elite Chunin level. It was surprising that the little girl could engage one of them in battle and force them to retreat, showcasing her strong combat awareness. Her calm analysis of the enemy's abilities and the silent alteration of the enemy's attack trajectory was something many Uchiha, who had activated their Tutomo Sharingan, would find difficult to achieve. It seems that the Uchiha clan has a hidden genius, but unfortunately she is a girl. Ding. Uchiha Fugaku spawn value has reached 50. What is your name? Why are you here in the middle of the night? If I hadn't noticed that someone has been targeting Uchiha clan members these days, this child would be a corpse by now. Fugaku felt a sense of relief for having saved her in time. Yin looked at Fugaku, thinking that this might be a good opportunity to gain some bond value. Hello, Lord Clan Leader. My name is Uchiha Yin. I came out at midnight to practice my shuriken throwing technique. With that, Uchiha Yin pointed towards the large tree she had previously attacked. I don't know why, but those people suddenly attacked me. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have become a hedgehog full of shurikens. The more Yin spoke, the more her voice choked up. Fugaku thought to himself, who had the audacity to attack in the training grounds of the Uchiha clan. No, I cannot let my clan members suffer, especially not such a talented child. At this moment, Fugaku had just taken over as clan leader and was not the weak leader he would become later. As the saying goes, a new official should show vigor, especially as the leader of the fiery Uchiha clan. Seeing Yun's aggrieved expression, Fugaku felt a bit upset. After all, who could refuse a crying little girl? Yin, rest assured I will investigate this matter thoroughly. If you face any difficulties, feel free to come to the Konoha Guard Department to find me. I will not allow my clan members to be bullied by outsiders. After saying this, Fugaku glared fiercely in the direction where the root ninjas had vanished. Thank you, Lord Clan Leader. Yin looked at Fugaku with admiration. Fugaku felt a bit shy. He gently patted Yun's head to comfort her. Ding. Uchiha Fugaku spawn value has reached 60. Indeed, the Uchiha clan does not treat their members as outsiders. After bidding farewell to Uchiha Fugaku, Yin eagerly returned home to conduct a normal recruitment. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have recruited Haruno Sakura Team 7. It seems that I cannot escape the fate of Team 7. Yunyu looked at Haruno Sakura's disappointing face with despair. Ding. Host has activated the Team 7 title, rewarding the host with 1 rank ninja recruitment. Yunyu, who had been half-leaning down, straightened up in surprise, realizing it could be done this way. Quick, give me a rank ninja. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have recruited Uchiha Sasuke. Shippuden. Yunyu fell directly off the bed. Sasuke from Shippuden. Although he is a rank ninja, his strength is definitely close to a rank level. Take the Great Fireball technique, for example. It is in strength ninjutsu. The attack range of the Great Fireball technique is vast and nearly impossible to evade. How many people can move faster than lightning? Almost none. Does the host wish to merge now? Hurry up, it's late at night, though everyone else is asleep and shouldn't be disturbed. Merging in progress. Merging complete. Once again, it came with excruciating pain, but with the support of Naruto Uzumaki's physique, I quickly endured it. Yunyu opened her eyes, and in the mirror a pair of Freedomo Sharingan exuded a charming aura. Time to take a break. Tomorrow I'll prepare to exploit the ninja school. That night, Yunyu dreamt of herself on the Hokage building with Hinata in her left arm and Kagaya in her right, as countless ninjas below called out Lady Yunyu. Saliva slowly dripped onto the pillow. The next morning, she heard Obito's anxious voice coming from downstairs. Yunyu hurriedly wiped her drool and quickly changed her clothes before leaping down the stairs. This action surprised Obito. Upon arriving in the classroom, Yunyu received important news. Kakashi was preparing to apply for early graduation, just like in the original story. At the same time, this news quickly reached the third Hokage's ears. Oh, is it Kakashi, the son of White Fang? A true case of a tiger father not having a dog son. The third Hokage was not as aged as he would later become, but lines of wrinkles were already creeping across his face. At this moment, he bore a hint of guilt, seemingly feeling remorse over White Fang's death. The door to the Hokage office swung open, and a man with one eye covered by a bandage leaning on a cane slowly approached Sarutobi Hiruzen. The sound of the cane striking the ground was crisp and echoed in the quiet office. The newcomer was none other than Danzo Shimura. Hiruzen, I want to request a person. Danzo wasted no time diving straight into the subject. You know the root needs new strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his eyebrows, taking a deep puff from his pipe. Without a doubt, this old man had heard the news and was here to snatch Kakashi. Sure enough, Danzo's next words were, I want Kakashi to train en route. Sarutobi Hiruzen smirked inwardly. How could he not know what his old buddy was after? No way, I have other plans for Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed no signs of backing down. Danzo realized that continuing to demand was futile. Then let me have another child. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen became interested, his eyes fixed on Danzo. Is there any other student in the ninja school who could pique Danzo's interest besides Kakashi? Uchiha Yunyu, an orphan with no parents. Danzo had his own agenda. He believed Fugaku would never offend him over an orphan. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed, Uchiha Yunyu joining route would be a done deal. Hiruzen immediately recalled Yunyu, thinking he hadn't misremembered. He flipped through his notebook to confirm the name. Found it. It was written on this page. Minato Namikaze Uchiha Shirsue Uchiha Yunyu. No, this child is not suitable for route. Danzo glared furiously at Hiruzen. You're denying this, and you're denying that. Are you playing with me? Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo stood up, leaving the office. As he stepped out the door, he heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's resolute voice. Don't forget, I am the Hokage. Danzo gritted his teeth and slammed the door. The third Hokage closed his notebook, the cover prominently displaying list of good children to inherit the will of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe and spoke to the empty ceiling, charged the repair fee for the office door to Root's expenses. A member of the Umbu appeared kneeling on the ground to respond, yes, Hokage-sama. Inside the ninja school, Yunyu dozed off in class as usual. While dozing, he contemplated his next plans. It was the 42nd year of Konoha, and there were still 4 years until the Third Shinobi World War. The war would erupt in the 46th year. Right now, he was the same age as Obito and Kakashi, both 5 years old. Kakashi would successfully graduate early this year. Obito, on the other hand, would obediently attend classes until his graduation in the 46th year. The Battle of the Bridge would ignite at the tail end of the war, specifically in the 49th year of Konoha, the same year, when Danzo and Hanzo of the Salamander forced Yahiko to his death, leading to Nagato awakening the outer path and turning dark. Wait, Yahiko's current age seems to be just 4 years older than me. He is still a child under 10. To be honest, as a fan of the Hokage, Yunyu really wanted to mingle with the Akatsuki. Imagine wearing a red cloud black robe, being hailed as a social figure. How cool would that be? It seems that the system has heard the host's wishes and issued a new task. Ding. New task issued: join the developing Akatsuki and become one of the core leaders. Task: reward 1 rank ninja recruitment opportunity. During the task period, establishing a bond of 60 with a super shadow level powerhouse will reward 1 rank ninja recruitment opportunity. When the bond value reaches 100, it will reward 1 rank ninja recruitment opportunity. Establishing a bond of 60 with a shadow level powerhouse will reward 1 rank ninja recruitment opportunity. When the bond value reaches 100, it will reward 1 rank ninja recruitment opportunity. Yunyu stared in disbelief at the system. Are you sure I didn't hear that wrong? At this moment Yunyu began to calculate in his mind whether to leave a shadow clone in Konoha and then go to the Rain Village to find Yahiko and the others. The system had not issued any bond tasks related to Konoha, so the highest reward for a bond value of 100 would only be a break. This wouldn't greatly enhance me. If I take a gamble and visit the Rain Village, perhaps after mingling for a few years I could manage to get in Strength Ninja. Currently, even those high-level strength ninjas, such as Obito and the Edo Tensei Itachi or Sage Mode Kabuto, could protect themselves in the Third Shinobi World War. Even if they couldn't defeat the opponents, surviving and leaving should not be too difficult. Thinking of this, Yunyu's eyes sparkled with golden light. The path to wealth and prosperity lies within the Akatsuki. The construction plan of the Akatsuki would be accelerated. Over the past few days, the friendship between Yunyu and Kakashi had gradually increased due to their constant exchange regarding the Chidori technique. Meanwhile, Might Guy always followed Kakashi, so Yunyu conveniently included a guy in his strategy. Ding! Kakashi's bond value reached 60, and Might Guy's bond value reached 70. My efforts over the past few days were not in vain. Sob sob. Finally today after school Yunyu made a decision. He planned to hold a farewell party for Kakashi, which would also serve as his own farewell party. As the school bell rang, Yunyu approached Obito, grinning mischievously at the boy resting on his desk. Leaning close to Obito's ear, he whispered something only the two of them could hear. Obito's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? You want to hold a farewell party for Kakashi and make me invite him and that precious beast beside him? Obito shook his head vigorously, expressing his dissatisfaction with Yunyu's plan. There's no way I'm inviting that white-haired guy. Even if I have to jump off this, I'll never invite him, Obito said, seriously looking at Yunyu. Yunyu smirked. I also plan to ask my cousin to invite Kakashi before I invite Rinshin. It seems my cousin doesn't want Rinshin to attend this event. Alright, I'll go right now. Obito's face turned slightly red. I'll go now. Good, I'll wait for you at the Akimichi barbecue restaurant. Yunyu gave Obito a sweet smile and made a gesture of encouragement. In the past, for his cousin's happiness, Yunyu had also actively chatted with Rin, and they became good friends who could talk about anything. The only downside was that Rin's strength was insufficient to provide Yunyu with bond value. After telling Rin about the farewell party, he prepared for Kakashi. Rin readily agreed. After all, being able to have a meal with her cool male idol was a rare opportunity. Rin also gave Yunyu a big hug. No feeling at all, perhaps it's because I'm flat. He'll try again in a few years, who knows, it might be a different experience. Obito reluctantly approached Kakashi. I'm here to invite you to your farewell party. After saying this, Obito looked at Kakashi's expression. As expected, it was just as he thought. Kakashi said he wasn't interested and prepared to leave. Obito was filled with anger, wanting to beat that damned white-haired guy. Obito suppressed his anger and spoke again. It's hosted by my cousin Uchiha Yunyu. I'm just here to notify you. And Guy. Hearing this, Guy gave a thumbs up towards Yunyu and was instantly moved to tears, saying, Yunyu, you truly are a lifelong good friend of mine, Guy. Then he wiped his tears with that green jumpsuit. Kakashi beside him twitched his mouth, appearing as if he didn't know him. Everyone arrived at the Akimichi barbecue restaurant before sunset. Arriving at the entrance, Yunyu was captivated by the magnificent building, which was 3 stories high. People at the entrance were coming and going. The receptionist warmly opened the door for the group. After ordering 10 plates of sirloin and 10 plates of wagyu beef, everyone sat down. Kakashi and Rin sat on either side of Yunyu, while across from them were the sullen Obito and the excited Might Guy. Might Guy slapped Obito's shoulder hard enough to almost knock his soul out. Hey Obito, why the long face? Is the smell of barbecue not to your liking? Obito retracted his unwilling expression and forced a smile that looked worse than crying. No, I'm happy that Kakashi promoted to Genin. Really. In truth, Obito's real thoughts were similar. As long as Kakashi left, no one would compete with him for Rin, so he was of course happy. However, the thought of Kakashi sitting with Rin and Yunyu made him uneasy. This Kakashi not only flirted with Rin, but also dared to flirt with his own sister. He must find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Kakashi seemed to notice the hostility in Obito's eyes and showed a defiant expression towards him. Seeing this, Obito became even angrier and almost made a move. But considering it was his cousin's event, he held back to avoid causing trouble for her. However, he had already killed Kakashi in his mind countless times. This barbecue cost Yunyu 300 Ryo, although he received 0 Ryo in ninja compensation. One could say he wasn't short on money, but spending it still hurt. Finally, as everyone was getting ready to part ways, Yunyu took out a bottle of beer and poured a full cup for everyone. Yunyu raised his glass and said, cheers to friendship. A friendly reminder, minors, please do not drink. Rin looked a bit dazed. Wasn't it said that children couldn't drink? However, seeing Kakashi's empty glass, Rin gulped it down in one go. Ugh, so bitter, so bad, Rin silently complained. Might Guy directly grabbed the bottle and poured it into his mouth, shouting cheers to youth. The surrounding customers turned their gazes towards Guy, and upon realizing that a few kids were drinking, they couldn't help but laugh. A middle-aged man with white hair and a big oil character on his forehead laughed at the yellow-haired guy beside him. I didn't expect these little brats from Konoha to start drinking so early. They remind me of my own youthful days, haha. The yellow-haired guy smiled, radiating sunshine. Yejiri sensei. The yellow-haired guy thought that perhaps his teacher back in their day not only drank, but also learned to peep. The yellow-haired guy only dared to think about it in his heart, but he would never say it out loud. Yunyu arrived home casually tossing his wooden clogs beside the door. He then hurriedly pounced onto the soft bed, his face glowing with joy as he activated his system. System: both Kakashi and Might Guy's bond values have reached 60. Let me do 2 ordinary recruitments. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have recruited Ninja Tosu and Ninja Kintoki. Yin Yu's smiling face instantly froze. What is this? The failure from the Sound Ninja 4 and the Tosu who was beaten by Sasuke. This is a significant loss. I don't even have the desire to fuse their panels. Why, you ask? Because their abilities are utterly useless. If the host dislikes them, their panels can be used to enhance the bond value of the summoning beast. The higher the bond value, the stronger the summoning beast's abilities. For summoning beasts like tailed beasts, it will also unlock the tailed beast chakra mode, and even the perfect tailed beast chakra mode. After weighing his options for a moment, Yun Yu decided to convert the panels of Haruno, Sakura, Tosu, and Spider-Man into the bond value for Shikaku. After a flash of white light from the system, Yun Yu heard the system's voice. Ding. Congratulations, host, Shikaku's bond value has reached 60, unlocking one tail chakra mode. Yun Yu excitedly opened his attribute panel. Name: Uchiha Yun Yu. Age: 5 years. Chakra amount: tailed beast level. Recruited ninjas: Uzumaki Naruto Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke Team 7, Rock, Lee Uchiha Sasuke Shippuden. Summoning beast: Shikaku. Progress: 1 tail chakra mode. Not bad. With Sasuke Shippuden supporting him, he should have reached the level of an elite jonin. However, unfortunately, this body is too small to fully unleash Sasuke's original strength. Thinking of this, Yun Yu began to feel emo inside. With the third great ninja war approaching, there wasn't much happening in Konoha. Compared to harvesting crank ninjas in the comfortable environment of Konoha, Yun Yu decided to head to the Rain Village to complete the task issued by the system. After all, just moving a finger and speaking could earn him a rank ninja recruitment chance. Any rank ninja found in the market could easily beat the current version of himself. Before leaving, Yun Yu released a shadow clone at home, with the system indicating it would take over and supply chakra to maintain the clone. Yun Yu kept an eye on things. He took a ninja scroll from the cabinet and created several shadow clones to stuff into the scroll. Just in case only one shadow clone encountered unforeseen circumstances. The system has automatically taken over the shadow clone. The host can execute the task with peace of mind. Perfect. Let's set off at dawn. Oh, it's also convenient for escape. Yun Yu placed the clothing adorned with the Uchiha fan into the cabinet and selected a black shirt from it, pairing it with a black jacket. All black is best for doing mischief. After looking in the mirror, even such plain clothing could not hide Yun Yu's charm. His features were picturesque, his skin as smooth as jade, and his delicate face radiated cuteness. Who is this cute and powerful ninja in the mirror? That's right, it's me. Before leaving, Yun Yu had one important question to ask the dog system. System, I have a question. If there are sensory-type ninjas like the Hyuga clan with Byakugan, will they discover that I am male? Rest assured, host, apart from you, no one can visually detect your gender. The system will create a barrier for the host. Then I can relax. If I get discovered in another village, it would be social death. After changing clothes, Yun Yu activated the tailed beast chakra mode and set off. In an instant of activation, a white glow radiated from Yun Yu's body, his waist-length hair flowing behind him, with his jacket slightly billowing beneath. At this moment, Yun Yu's black pupils transformed into golden ones resembling the eyes of Shikaku. He raised his arm, trying to move his fingers. It felt as if everything around him had slowed down countless times. He could see even the dust in the air clearly, and the breaths of all living beings around him were laid bare to his perception. This is the first stage of the tailed beast chakra mode, somewhat resembling Kyuubi's appearance, yet in terms of strength it cannot compare to Naruto. There's no helping it. After all, Kurama is the son of the Sage of Six Paths. The Shikaku within him seemed to have understood Yun Yu's complaints, writhing its massive body in protest. Yun Yu shook his head helplessly. All right, you are also the son of the Sage of Six Paths. At this point, the Shikaku within him fell silent. Let's set off. Destination: Rain Village. After the flash of white light, Yun Yu vanished from his spot and appeared outside the gates of Konoha. After another flash of white light, Yun Yu had already crossed the barrier outside the gate, rushing towards the land of rain. At the entrance of Konoha village, 2 gatekeeping ninjas were on duty. Tion, didn't you hear anything just now? One ninja yawned beside him. No, I didn't. Oh, maybe I misheard. Strange, I clearly heard a swoosh sound just now. Thankfully, it wasn't Shin Yuzuki and Gongzi Tai on guard, otherwise Yun Yu would have been skewered back into the village by the two. The land of rain is located to the west of the land of fire, surrounded by the land of earth, land of fire, and land of wind. With the boost of the tailed beast mode, he arrived at the border between the land of fire and the land of rain in just half a day. Yun Yu looked towards the land of rain, which was entirely shrouded in dark clouds. Turning back to the land of fire, it was a bright and sunny day. How can this be explained scientifically? Clearly there is just an additional dividing line. And on either side of this line are 2 completely different worlds. Crossing the borderline, Yun Yu used a giant white hand formed from chakra behind him to block the raindrops that were about to fall on his head. He quickly headed towards the rain village of the land of rain, guided by the map. Fortunately, he arrived at the village before sunset. Upon reaching the outskirts of the village, Yun Yu retracted his chakra mode and concealed the chakra aura around him. With Shikaku's support, his aura was seamlessly hidden. Although the rain village was not as large as Konoha, it was far more magnificent. The entire village was devoid of wooden structures. All the buildings were made of steel. The beauty of technology and the atmosphere of cyberpunk were vividly reflected in this village. At the entrance, two ninjas wearing breathing masks blocked Yin Yu's path. Stop, who goes there? Only after seeing a little girl in front of them did the two relax their tense expressions slightly. Yin Yu drooped her mouth, making a pitiful expression. I'm looking for my dad and mom. They said they would be in the village on a mission and told me to wait at home, but it has been a year and they still haven't returned. Hearing this, both of them felt a twinge of compassion. What a poor child. Seeing that she was only a little over a meter tall, they let her in. As the girl entered, several men with a somewhat malicious gaze followed closely behind Yin Yu. Indeed, girls are more likely to evoke sympathy than boys. Once inside the village, Yin Yu began searching for his task target, but after circling half the village, he still hadn't found any trace of the Yahiko team. Smelling the aroma wafting from a lamb soup restaurant in front of him, he also heard his stomach protesting. First, he should have a hearty meal after all he had been on the road since dawn. It was almost dusk now, and he hadn't eaten anything yet. But then he remembered he had come lightly packed, so he hadn't brought a wallet, and Yin Yu began to feel frustrated. As Yin Yu scratched his head in frustration, a massive shadow blocked his line of sight. A burly man with grass in his mouth appeared before him, and behind him a few thuggish-looking men blocked his way. The burly man spoke first. Little sister, I heard you are looking for your dad and mom. Come with me, big brother will take you to find them. Seeing Yin Yu's delicate face, the man's mind instantly filled with a thought. Originally, he wanted to sell her to someone, but with a face so picturesque, selling her to the wealthy would surely earn him a fortune. Thinking of this, the man's gaze towards Yin Yu grew even greedier. The surrounding thugs also began to smile with ill intentions. Yin Yu was filled with pent-up anger. Just as she was about to teach them a lesson, she noticed several familiar figures running towards her. Racing towards Yin Yu through the pouring rain was Yin, who had a long knife strapped to his back, closely followed by a red-haired boy and a purple-haired girl. Raindrops streamed down the corners of Yin Yu's eyes, splattering on the damp ground. She held her hands in front of her, crying out to several men, "Don't come closer, I don't want to go with you." After all, the performance needed to be a bit more realistic, otherwise how could it ignite the heart of the passionate young Yin? A burly man furrowed his brows and swung his hand toward Yin Yu's face. Yin Yu blocked with her hands her whole body, leaning towards Yin and the others. Yin had just seen several men surrounding a little girl, so he rushed forward to protect her. Unexpectedly, these men were so malicious that they would lay hands on a child of just a few years old. Yin hurried to lift the fallen girl and handed her over to Nagato and Xiao Nan for protection. Nagato and Xiao Nan also looked at the group of thugs with discontent. They had witnessed the scene of the girl being struck. Yin shouted directly at them, "Is it amusing for you big men to bully a little girl?" The thugs glanced dismissively at Yin and the others. "I advise you not to meddle in our business. If you don't want to die, leave that girl behind." The thugs suddenly noticed Xiao Nan behind Yin. Xiao Nan and Yin wore similar clothing, both with fishnet-patterned undershirts and black robes on the outside. However, Xiao Nan's face was incredibly alluring, especially her large brown eyes paired with her exquisite features. One of the green-haired thugs gasped, "Truly a beauty," even though she only appeared to be around 10 years old. But it was clear that she would definitely grow into someone breathtakingly beautiful. The green-haired thug changed his mind, "Leave that purple-haired woman behind you as well, or it'll make you suffer." Yin and the others were already furious about them bullying the girl, and now they were also lewdly teasing Xiao Nan. Yin couldn't hold back any longer and grabbed his long knife, ready to strike. The thugs saw Yin as just a 10-year-old kid, so they started fighting him. Yin secretly laughed. This was simply too easy. Unexpectedly, Yin and the others had come right into their territory. In no time, a few bruised thugs were driven away by Yin. At that moment, Yin looked at Yin with a warm smile. "Little friend, what is your name?" Yin asked. "My name is Yin. Thank you, big brother." The girl's voice trembled a bit. Then Yin squinted at Yin and revealed a pure smile that belonged to a child. "Ah, how adorable." Both Xiao Nan and Yin were instantly captivated by the child's smile. Yin continued, "Can you tell me why you are here all alone?" At that moment, tears welled in the corners of Yin's eyes, but they were quickly washed away by the rain. "I ran away from home. My parents died because of the war. There are many bad people in my village who want to capture me, so I left my village and wandered here." Yin thought to herself that she wasn't lying. A Danzo would definitely target her in Konoha, especially since she had beaten his dog. So she was an orphan due to the war. Yin sighed inwardly. "Do you have any relatives here?" Yin asked again. He was actually worried about the little girl wandering alone outside, especially in this chaotic rain-hidden village. Yin's little mouth quivered before she said, "I have no relatives here. In my village there was only one cousin. I didn't want to burden him, so I distanced myself from the village." Upon hearing this, Xiao Nan's fragile heart was struck by the child, and she rushed over to hug Yin. So soft, so comforting. Nagato remained silent, quietly watching Yin in the rain, quietly holding up an umbrella for her. Perhaps the three of them were reminded of themselves, as they too were orphans of war. The three seemed to resonate with the girl in a shared sense of suffering. Xiao Nan then suggested, "Yin, why don't we take this child in?" Seeing Nagato silently holding up the umbrella and Xiao Nan comforting the child, Yin helplessly placed his hand on his head. "All right." Hearing Yin's words, Yin was ecstatic. "Haha, I'm one step closer to my class ninja." Xiao Nan took Yin's hand, introducing her to Yin and the others. "This big brother with orange hair is called Yin, the leader of our organization, and he is very great. This red-haired brother is called Nagato, the powerhouse of our organization. As for me, I'm Xiao Nan, and here this is for you. After saying that, Xiao Nan took a piece of white paper the size of her palm. After folding the white paper a few times, it transformed into a beautiful paper flower in Xiao Nan's hands. She placed the flower in Yun Yu's hands. Wow. Xiao Nan, you're amazing. In truth, Yun Yu was inwardly despising herself, feeling it was disgusting to pretend to be cute, especially hearing her own soft voice. Ugh, she almost felt like throwing up. However, on the surface, Yun Yu clapped her hands, looking at Xiao Nan with admiration. Ding. Xiao Nan's bond value reached 50, Mi Yan's bond value reached 50, Nagato's bond value reached 30. After hearing Yun Yu's stomach growl, Xiao Nan suddenly burst into laughter. Don't worry, we're almost home. Yun Yu and the others walked towards a field on the outskirts of the village where a small wooden house stood in the center of the field, its roof painted a brick red color and covered with semi-circular iron sheets. Mi Yan opened the door. We've arrived. This is our Akatsuki organization's secret base. How shabby. Yun Yu thought to herself. This house was even smaller than the apartment she used to live in. Once inside, Yun Yu's thoughts changed. The room was small, but very cozy. On the left side of the door, there were 4 small wooden plaques, each with a name inscribed above. Jiraiya Mi Yan Xiao and Nagato. The plaque under Jiraiya's name was turned over, showing its red side, while the rest of the plaques had patterns of frogs. A round table was placed in the center of the room, directly facing the door. Upon seeing the crooked drawings on the wall, Yun Yu's mouth twitched slightly. From the drawing, one could vaguely make out a large standing frog with 3 small frogs surrounding it. So how do you like our Akatsuki secret base, Yun Yu? Xiao Nan looked at the child with anticipation. Although the house is small, it is filled with warmth, the kind of feeling that belongs to a home. Yun Yu expressed her thoughts. Upon hearing this, Xiao Nan and the others smiled and quietly gazed at her. Xiao Nan, can I really live here? Of course you can stay as long as you want. After saying that, Xiao Nan pinched Yun Yu's nose playfully and then patted her head. Yun Yu felt a black line appear on her forehead. Does everyone in the Naruto world really love to pat heads? In her previous life, if someone dared to touch her head, she would definitely retaliate. Yun Yu asked Xiao Nan's sister Xiao Nan, what do the plaques at the entrance mean? Xiao Nan looked at the 4 plaques at the door and gently explained. They represent the people who live in the house. If someone leaves, the plaque will flip over to show the red side. If someone returns, it will flip back to the side with the frog pattern. Yun Yu blinked her big eyes, watching Xiao Nan explain earnestly. Xiao Nan turned towards the kitchen, and soon dinner was served. At this moment, Yun Yu was sitting on a stool, obediently playing with her little hands, while Mi Yan was making her a personalized wooden plaque and Nagato was drying the clothes that had gotten wet. Dinner is ready. Xiao Nan called out to everyone. After that, the two came to sit at the table. On the round wooden table were several plates containing vegetables, radishes, and a few buns. Seeing this lavish dinner, Yun Yu actually had no appetite. However, upon seeing Mi Yan eating with great enthusiasm, she chose to pick up her chopsticks. There's no choice, the organization just got established and needs a lot of funding. So we have to save costs from all sides. Mi Yan seemed to notice Yun Yu's little expression and comforted her. Yun Yu looked at Mi Yan and said seriously, brother, Mi Yan's organization must be very powerful, right? Mi Yan rubbed his nose and laughed. Of course. Our organization aims to bring peace to the 5 great nations. Yun Yu clapped her hands excitedly as expected of brother Mi Yan. So how many members does our organization have now? Upon saying this, Mi Yan awkwardly coughed twice. Well, the organization was just established, so there are only 3 of us. That is me, Xiao Nan, and Nagato. Mi Yan and the others initially thought Yun Yu would laugh at them, but to their surprise, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Did this child not laugh at their plans like others? Mi Yan looked at Yun Yu in disbelief. Can we really bring peace to the 5 great nations? Then I want to contribute to the organization too. Brother Mi Yan, can I join you? Yun Yu looked at Mi Yan with a clear pleading in her eyes. Mi Yan ultimately couldn't bear to reject the child. He patted Yun Yu's head. Alright, I declare that Yun Yu is the first official member recruited since the establishment of Akatsuki. To Yun Yu's joining cheers. The others raised their cups. Although they contained only plain water, it held a unique significance for Mi Yan and the others. Their dreams were recognized, even if the person recognizing them was just a child. It's alright. The organization will develop step by step, and one day it will change this world. Mi Yan, Nagato, and the others firmly believed this. After over a month of interaction with Xiao Nan and the others, Yun Yu has raised the bond value with Xiao Nan and Mi Yan to 80. However, the bond value with Nagato remained stuck at 59, and Nagato seemed to harbor a sense of wariness towards Yun Yu for some unknown reason. Fortunately, Xiao Nan provided Yun Yu with an opportunity to recruit a brank ninja, while Mi Yan offered a chance to recruit a crank ninja. A few days ago during the recruitment, he managed to recruit a brank ninja named Mizuki Bai and a crank ninja named Yueguang Jifeng. Mizuki Bai was quite useful as he possessed a bloodline limit, while in contrast Yueguang Jifeng seemed rather ordinary. However, Yun Yu was surprised to see the words bloodline limit in the introduction of Yueguang Jifeng. The ability to become transparent, allowing for stealth. This little brat actually has a bloodline. If memory serves, he was defeated by the Sand Ninja Maki during the Chunin exams. His role was not significant, so Yun Yu did not pay much attention, but he recalled that his swordsmanship was quite good. After much consideration, Yun Yu decided to merge the panels of the two into his own. Yun Yu lay on the small bed in the room, staring at the flickering yellow ceiling lamp in a daze. His eyes reflected a hint of confusion. The entire room was empty except for Yun Yu. Mi Yin and the others were outside on a mission gathering funds for the organization's expansion. Because Xiao Nan was uneasy about taking a 5-year-old child around, she locked Yunyu at home. How could he raise Nagato's bond value to 60? Nagato was bound to become a powerful figure, and reaching 60 would grant him an opportunity to recruit in a rank ninja. Acting cute. No, this tactic might work on Xiao Nan and Mi Yin, but it would be useless against Nagato. He was the type of person who was rigid in his thinking, always following Mi Yin. Even after Mi Yan's death, he did not take up the position of Akatsuki's leader, instead handing the leader's role to Nagato, who was essentially Mi Yan's corpse. How did Nagato end up following Mi Yin? It seemed that after Nagato's parents died, he wandered around and encountered Xiao Nan, who fed him bread when he was about to starve. Later, Xiao Nan brought Nagato back to the cave where Mi Yin was, and thus they became acquainted. Under Mi Yan's grand ideals, Nagato chose to follow him and became his close friend. It seems that Nagato's breakthrough point lies with Mi Yin. As long as he makes Mi Yin comfortable, Nagato's bond value should increase. Outside, the heavy rain continued with lightning occasionally flashing across the sky. In the evening, Xiao Nan and Nagato returned one after the other. Nagato was drying his soaked outer robe, and upon seeing Xiao Nan playing with Yunyu, he felt a hint of doubt. At that moment, Xiao Nan also set Yunyu down and looked towards Nagato. Isn't Mi Yin with you? Nagato, puzzled, replied, Mi Yin told me earlier that he went on a cat search mission and would be back soon. Xiao Nan was surprised to hear this. It was already evening, and Mi Yin had not returned yet. Normally, he would be the first to come back. The more Xiao Nan thought about it, the more uneasy she felt, and a bad premonition arose in her heart. I need to go find Mi Yin. Xiao Nan spoke. He'll go with you. Nagato picked up his outer robe that he had just put down, preparing to go out and search for Mi Yin. At this moment, Yunyu keenly sensed an opportunity to prove himself. Detective Yun is on the case. Sister Xiao Nan, brother Nagato, Yunyu wants to join you. Yunyu grabbed Xiao Nan's hand, anxiously looking at her. Seeing Yunyu like this, Xiao Nan felt a touch of emotion, but ultimately let go of his hand. Yunyu, stay at home obediently. Your brother and sister will be back soon. Upon hearing this, Yunyu quickly shook his head and pleaded, Sister Xiao Nan, Yunyu has his own secret, which I can only share with you and brother Nagato. Yunyu was born with the ability to sense chakra, and he was already familiar with Mi Yan's chakra. Trust me, I will find Mi Yin quickly. You take Yunyu with you. Upon hearing this, both Xiao Nan and Nagato were astonished, as they did not expect Yunyu to possess such a talent. Without further consideration of Yunyu's background, the two followed him outside the village. Outside the village, in a pitch-black plain, a person with green pupils and a dark mask was talking to a fully white figure with green hair beside him. You said 2 young boys and a child would come here shortly. As long as I kill that child, I can get paid, right? The masked man had multiple stitching scars on his body, and next to him was the unconscious Mi Yin tied up. Yes, Lord Kakuzu, may our collaboration be pleasant. After speaking, the fully white figure slowly vanished underground, leaving nothing behind. Yunyu used the sensing ability of Shikaku to locate Mi Yin. Right in front. Strange, there were 5 unusual chakra responses around Mi Yin. Xiao Nan and Nagato landed just in time to make eye contact with Kakuzu. Yunyu was protected behind the two. Upon seeing the unconscious Mi Yin, Nagato's face filled with rage, his eyes wide, with a seemingly tearing glare aimed at Kakuzu. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. As long as I kill the little brat at the back, I can collect my mission reward. Kakuzu calculated in his mind. The thought of large sums of money made Kakuzu's smile grow even brighter, and then he exuded a murderous intent. Such a powerful killing intent, Nagato and Xiao Nan were stunned by the sudden pressure. Before they could speak, Kakuzu unleashed a ninjutsu. Fire release, head hardening. A small fireball flew towards Nagato, transforming into a sea of flames that engulfed the 3 upon landing. Nagato reacted instantly. Water release, water wave. A wave of water covered the flames, barely extinguishing the fire that was aiming to engulf them. Given the intense killing intent, this person before them was not someone they could handle. Nagato decisively said, Xiao Nan, I will hold him off. You take Mi Yin and Yunyu and escape from here. Nagato. Xiao Nan's voice carried a hint of worry. Kakuzu sneered, you think you can? As soon as he said this, Kakuzu suddenly swung his fist towards Nagato, and the fist actually separated from his arm, flying out under the pull of a black line. Wind release, gale palm. Nagato originally aimed to deflect the fist with gale palm, but the fist remained unmoved under Kakuzu's earth release reinforcement. The Rinnegan in Nagato's eyes stirred, and at that moment the fist stopped before him. Having turned danger into safety, Nagato retreated to put distance between himself and Kakuzu, gasping heavily. Yunyu felt some worry. Kakuzu was at least an elite jonin, and with 5 lives supporting him, he might even reach the level of a Kage. Yet Nagato was merely a boy just over 10 years old. How could he possibly contend with such an old monster? Some pieces of paper appeared near Kakuzu's body. These were Xiao Nan's secret technique. The pieces of paper transformed into shuriken, attacking Kakuzu while also wrapping around Mi Yin, taking him toward Xiao Nan. Kakuzu's forehead bulged with veins, and no one leaves without my permission. Very well, you've successfully provoked me. Suddenly 5 masks appeared behind Kakuzu, one of which spewed a large amount of flames, instantly obliterating the paper shuriken. At the same time, another mask shot out a bolt of lightning towards Xiao Nan. That lightning contained a terrifying power that instilled fear in the surroundings. Lightning release, false darkness. Xiao Nan could not evade from Mi Yin was behind her. She created a thick wall of paper in front of herself to block the attack. You dare to touch a woman I have my eyes on. Seeking death. Yunyu's 3-mo Sharingan activated instantly. While dashing forward, he gathered crackling lightning in his left hand, forming Chidori. Chidori. Yunyu shouted as the Chidori in his left hand struck Kakuzu's lightning release false darkness, creating a dazzling spark that blinded those nearby. Yunyu. Both Xiao Nan and Nagato shouted in unison. As the lightning dispersed, a petite figure emerged from the flames. Yunyu successfully shattered Kakuzu's ninjutsu. However, Yunyu's left hand was also injured by the residual force with jagged scars marring his arm. Congratulations, host. Xiao Nan's bond value has reached 90. Nagato's bond value has reached 70. Yes, Maya rank ninja is here now. I have a strong card to play. No one can bully Sister Xiao Nan, not even me Yin or Brother Nagato. The Crimson Sharingan emitted a strange red light as Yunyu glared at Kakuzu with anger. Outwardly furious, he was inwardly overjoyed. Kakuzu had done him a great favor. Kakuzu looked at Yunyu in disbelief. The Sharingan. It's the child from the Uchiha clan, but his expression quickly shifted from surprise to excitement. Her heart must be quite useful. Kakuzu thought silently. Yunyu called upon the system, urging, give me a lottery draw. If I don't get in a rank today, I'm going to die here. Ding. Nagato's bond value has reached 70, completing the system task, beginning a rank ninja recruitment. Congratulations, host, you have recruited Uchiha Sasuke Mangekyo Sharingan. System begin the fusion. Uchiha Sasuke Kaleidoscope Sharingan fusion complete. Name Uchiha Yunyu. Age 5 years. Chakra level tailed beast grade. Recruited ninjas Naruto Uzumaki Team 7 Uchiha Sasuke Team 7 Tsukuyami Kazakage Mizuki by Rock Lee Uchiha Sasuke Shippuden Uchiha Sasuke Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Summoning Beast Shikaku. Progress 1-tailed chakra mode. Is this the brat from the Uchiha clan? I never expected to encounter you in the Rain Village. But it's just right, I will dig out your heart along with those of your friends. The chilling and terrifying voice of Kakuzu echoed. Nagato, Konan, take Yahiko and leave. I apologize for hiding my identity before I hope you can forgive me. Yunyu slowly spoke, her voice soft, yet clear to Konan and Nagato. You are the first good people I have encountered since arriving in this village. The feelings you have given me during this time are akin to that of family, which has been a luxury for my past self. Yunyu brandished a kunai in front of her, her eyes filled with determination. I'm sorry, but my name is Uchiha Yunyu. Konan, please take Yahiko away. For the sake of our organization and Yahiko's dream of peace in the ninja world, you cannot stay here. With that, Yunyu hurled the kunai towards Kakuzu. Konan's eyes brimmed with unshed tears. What are you saying, foolish girl? No matter who you are the first official member of our Akatsuki. You are one of the few who truly recognizes our path aside from Jiraiya Sensei. We will not abandon you. Nagato appeared beside Yunyu, his previous cold demeanor replaced. He spoke softly. Fool, we are Akatsuki, we will not abandon our comrades. We will not leave. Nagato added. At this moment, determination filled Konan and Nagato's eyes. Konan's bond value reached 95, Nagato's bond value reached 90, Yahiko's bond value reached 95. Just as Yahiko regained consciousness, he saw Yunyu shielding him and Konan from the attack. You are right. If we cannot save our comrades, how can we talk about saving the ninja world? Yahiko stepped forward. Seeing the renewed fighting spirit of the group, Kakuzu felt even more infuriated. If you are so eager, then let's die together here. Earth Grudge Fear Phantom Flame. Kakuzu unleashed a powerful wind from the mask on his left shoulder combined with fierce flames from the mask on his right, engulfing the four in a sea of fire. Konan, Nagato. Yahiko shouted. Understood, Konan and Nagato replied in unison. Yahiko set up a water barrier in front of the three to block the incoming flames. He used wind release Great Breakthrough to push the steam generated by the evaporating flames toward Kakuzu. Nagato attacked Kakuzu using Phoenix Fire technique, taking advantage of the visual obscurity created by the steam, while Konan used explosive tags to seal off Kakuzu's escape route. Faced with attacks from both sides, Kakuzu blocked Nagato's assault with Earth-style wall and leaped into the air. A great opportunity arose. Yunyu infused Chidori into 4 shuriken and hurled them at Kakuzu in the air. Kakuzu, seeing the flying shuriken, looked down upon them, easily dodging them. But as the shuriken passed by, he noticed a glimmer where they had flown. Oh no, it's wire. She's planning to control the shuriken to counterattack. Kakuzu hurriedly retracted the exposed masks, but it was too late and 2 of them were shattered by the shuriken. I will kill you. Kakuzu bared his teeth at Yunyu. He had already lost 2 lives and 3 remained. He only needed to break the last 3 masks to win. Realizing this, Yunyu reminded Yahiko and the others, Yahiko, his weakness is the masks. As long as we break the hidden masks, he will lose. Hearing this, Kakuzu became even angrier. Who comes in and reveals someone's secrets so openly? Not a single one of you will escape today, or my secret will be exposed, and earning money will be difficult in the future. A fist came flying in from below Yunyu's feet, as she did not expect Kakuzu to play dirty. She sidestepped to avoid a fatal hit, but the fist still struck her right arm. The pain directly relayed to her brain, then spread throughout her body. Although she had the physique of the Uzumaki clan and the protection of Shikaku, it still hurt a lot to be hit by this earth-release encased fist. A quick resolution was needed. It would be best to end Kakuzu in one go. Seeing the continuous dark clouds around, an idea surged in Yu's mind. It seems I can try using Kirin. Konan stepped back behind me. I'm about to use a forbidden technique which may affect you. After seeing the confidence in Yu's eyes, Konan and the others unconditionally trusted her. Raindrops fell on Yu's face, her three-tomo Sharingan appearing eerily beautiful. At that moment, Yu raised her left hand high and spoke in a voice that looked down upon all. I give you one last chance to leave. If you refuse, the consequences will be yours to bear. Yu gathered straight lightning in her left hand, shooting it into the sky as the clouds rumbled with lightning resembling a giant beast. Experienced Kakazu immediately noticed something was off. The child was gathering lightning power in her hand, connecting it to the overhead thunderclouds. Is she planning to use the lightning in the air as a medium for an attack? However, out of pride, Kakazu remained stubborn in his words. Stop pretending to be mysterious. My opponent back in the day was the first Hokage. Kakazu mocked Yunyu. TCH, did you throw a shuriken from 800 miles away? Yunyu actually looked down on him for showing off just because he fought with the first Hokage. Lightning release Kirin. The four words slowly escaped her lips. The Kirin in the dark clouds heard Yunyu's call and leaped down from the sky, aiming to bite Kakazu. The massive lightning Kirin created a pit nearly 100 meters in diameter upon impact. Surprisingly, after the thunder, there was no one left in the pit. Did they escape? Yunyu thought. Finally, it's over. Yahiko's excited voice echoed. It's over, Nagato echoed. After the tension, the pain in her arm surged again. Yunyu pretended to faint from exhaustion as she would not miss any opportunity to gain bond points. Seeing Yunyu about to fall, Konan quickly supported her and lifted her up. We three owe you a great favor, Yunyu. Konan thought to herself. Then she looked at Yahiko with a slightly reproachful gaze. It's all your fault for being careless. Look at Yunyu, she paid such a heavy price to save you. After saying this, Konan walked in the direction of their home. Yahiko felt embarrassed as he watched Yunyu and Konan gradually fade into the distance. How strange, I was clearly looking for a cat, yet suddenly I got knocked out. Yahiko pondered the events of the day in confusion. Yunyu was also puzzled. Why would Kakuzu kidnap Yahiko? According to the plot, Yahiko would not have any dealings with Kakuzu while he was alive. Could it be because of me, the butterfly? Seeing Nagato follow closely behind Konan, Yahiko began to panic. Nagato, Konan, wait for me. The four of them disappeared into the moonlight. At the side of the pit, a white Zetsu appeared. Oh, what a powerful little Uchiha. I must quickly inform Lord Madara of this news. After saying this, the figure once again burrowed into the ground. Deep within a secret chamber in the land of grass, an elderly man with white hair and cracked lips sat on a huge stone bench. Behind the stone bench was a strange and terrifying statue of 100 meters. A pitch-black root tube was inserted into the old man's back, connecting to the outer path of the magic statue behind. At this moment, he gradually opened his tightly shut eyes. Listening to the report from the white Zetsu in front of him, Madara squinted his eyes. Is this the little one from Uchiha Yunyu? Creating Shrank, Ninjutsu, Kirin, Three-tomo Sharingan. You truly bring me some surprises. Madara thought it was time to find an heir in these years. Perhaps Yunyu would be a good choice. But unfortunately, as a girl, she was not suitable to play the role of Uchiha Madara. Better to choose from the remaining few. The intel provided by White Zetsu indicated that Yunyu came from Konoha, but her heart seemed not to be with Konoha. Even more interesting was that when White Zetsu monitored Yunyu's shadow clone in Konoha, he often found some root members following her. With no sense of belonging to the village, this point may be useful, or perhaps I can have her work with Obito to complete my Eye of the Moon plan in the future. In the small house, Yunyu sneezed several times in a row, and then cursed, wondering who was speaking ill of her. For years had passed imperceptibly under Xiao's roof. During this time, Yunyu's strength had surged dramatically under Xiao Nan's rigorous training. Though initially lacking in combat experience, he had since endured numerous battles while raising funds for the organization in the village hidden in the rain. Yunyu could now proudly declare himself a blood-tested warrior. No longer the fragile sheltered blossom he once was. Warm sunlight bathed a small obsidian-black building. There Yunyu lay sprawled on the grass before it. Clad in his auspicious cloud-black robe, his delicate face now bore the quiet maturity of hard-won growth. His arms stretched wide in a big character, pressing fully against the soft earth. Under Nagato's leadership, Xiao had expanded from its original 4 members to 30. Through his profound bonds with Nagato, Yahiko, and Xiao and Yunyu had ascended smoothly into the organization's inner circle. Yunyu consulted his bond system. Xiao Nan and Yahiko both stood at 98, while Nagato reached 95. Yet the quest to become a core member of Xiao remained incomplete. How strange. It felt as though victory hovered just beyond reach, blocked by some unseen threshold. Where precisely did the path falter? Yunyu furrowed his finely drawn brows, gazing wordlessly at the rising sun, his expression clouded with quiet bewilderment. What is it, Yunyu? Missing home. Xiao Nan emerged slowly from the black building's entrance. Yunyu rose, letting the haze of uncertainty fade from his eyes. This is my home. How could I possibly miss it? Senior sister Xiao Nan. A faint flush warmed his refined cheeks. Xiao Nan saw through his words at once. Last year, the Third Shinobi World War had begun in earnest. Sand Village's reasoning remained baffling. With their third Kazekage vanished, they chose not to search discreetly, but instead broadcast the crisis far and wide, mobilizing the entire village in broad daylight. Could they not have searched quietly? Why stir such commotion? as if determined to alert every nation. Word reached the land of lightning upon hearing it. The third Raikage, far away in the village hidden in the clouds, broke into delighted laughter. He mused, their Kage has gone missing. Excellent. I shall step in and serve as theirs. Within a month the Raikage marched in overwhelming force to the border of the Land of Wind. The Land of Wind naturally refused to yield. Armies clashed fiercely, and in that brutal defense a young shinobi named Raza rose with startling brilliance, inflicting heavy losses upon the Cloud forces. Ultimately the Cloud village withdrew. Did the Land of Lightning then rest? No. As they retreated from Wind, they veered directly into the Land of Earth. The third Raikage reasoned, having come so far, how could we neglect paying our respects to the host? In a flash of impulsive brilliance he struck his palm and declared, we shall fight. Thus within a single year, Konoha year 45, the Cloud village found itself at war with both the sand and stone villages. Now in Konoha year 46, the Raikage surveyed his neighboring great nations, all locked in conflict with him. Yet Konoha remained aloof. Why should Konoha stand apart? He demanded inwardly. He resolved, mobilize the army, turn our blades toward Konoha. At that very moment Hiruzen Sarutobi, peering through his crystal ball technique from the Hokage's office, found himself seized by the Raikage's thunderous grip around the throat. Hiruzen bristled with fury. If you seek battle, this old man accepts your challenge without hesitation. Such then was the state of the world. Xiaonan knew well that Yunyu had a cousin in Konoha, a cousin who during Yunyu's loneliest hours had stood steadfast beside him and guided him out of darkness. Hearing of the war's outbreak, she guessed instantly this child must be worrying over his foolish cousin in Konoha. Gently, she placed her hand atop Yunyu's head and stroked his hair. Go Yunyu. Yahiko brother and Nagato brother share my thoughts completely. You possess the strength to protect yourself now, and if your heart calls you home, we will not hold you back. Yunyu paused, startled. How had senior sister Xiaonan known of his recent resolve to depart? Senior sister Xiaonan. She lifted a slender finger, gently pressing it to his lips. We understand. And yes, we shall miss you dearly. But you have family in Konoha. Is not protecting one's comrades the very creed of Xiao? Sunlight gilded Xiaonan's striking features and illuminated the depths of Yunyu's heart. In silence, he swore an unbreakable vow this trio would never suffer the same fate twice. Foreknowledge of the future served Yunyu well. Yet if its price were the deaths of those closest to him, he would cast it aside without hesitation. I shall bid farewell to brother Yahiko and brother Nagato first, Yunyu said, taking Xiaonan's hand in his own. Hand in hand they walked toward the base. An hour later Yunyu, his chakra blazing with the power of the tailed beast, raced toward Konoha. The return journey bore no resemblance to his departure. Utter stillness reigned. Occasionally he crossed paths with shinobi hurrying anxiously along the road. Above, stars blazed across the velvet night sky, beneath them moonlight silvered the silhouette of Konoha. There it was. It was nearly dawn. Konoha's towering gates stood tightly shut, guarded by the subtle, vigilant presence of multiple patrolling shinobi. With war ignited, every village stood on high alert, Konoha most of all. Would he be detected entering like this? Yunyu pondered the risk, then chided himself. What a fool I am. I possess the transparent release technique. Why not simply slip in unseen? His form shimmered, growing translucent, then vanished entirely. At the gate 2 guards stood watch. One suddenly cocked his head. Tian, did you hear that whoosh? You're jumping at shadows again, the other retorted, then froze, realizing too late. Why did I say again? Yunyu resided in a modest 2-story house on the outer edge of the Uchiha compound. Cloaked in night, he slipped silently through the window and into his room, only to find his shadow clone sprawled grotesquely across the bed, snoring loudly. A dark vein throbbed at his temple. Do I sleep like that too? To spare his eyes further trauma, Yunyu dispelled the clone without delay. These past 4 years, you've borne the weight well. As the words left his lips, the clone dissolved into wisps of white smoke. Memories of Konoha, 4 years of living, learning, and enduring, flooded Yunyu's mind. So much had transpired, so many quiet wonders unfolded in his absence. In the first year after Yunyu's departure, Kakashi had earned his Chunin forehead protector, swiftly mastered the Chidori, and shared the technique with Yunyu, asking him to name it. Yunyu replied, its sound echoes the chorus of 1,000 birds. Let us call it Chidori. Kakashi cherished the name, deeply sensing an uncanny resonance between it and his own soul. The shadow clone often trained with Kakashi after graduation, and patiently, persistently tried to draw him from the shadow of his father's death. Outwardly, Kakashi remained stoic and distant, yet his bond score rising to 80 betrayed his guarded heart. In the years that followed, little stirred, until the Third Shinobi World War erupted in full force. Obito's bond score soared to 100, Might Guy's reached 95. Not bad, Yunyu mused. Obito's bond unlocks one rank recruit. Let us hope for someone formidable. A 4-tails Jinchuriki, a 6-paths Jinchuriki. All were elite choices. Yunyu clasped his hands together, knelt upon the floor, and prayed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a limited rarity shinobi. Who? One of the Jinchuriki exclusives? Instantly the system's reply delivered a crushing blow. Swimsuit, Chio? A torrent of blood spurted from Yunyu's mouth. When he glimpsed the ultimate technique's illustration. This summer allow this old woman to lavish you with affection. He collapsed unconscious. Fine, fusion it is. After all, Chiyo remained aside from Mangekyo Sharingan Sasuke, his strongest card thus far. That night, he slept dreamlessly. The next morning, Obito's familiar voice drifted up the stairs. Cousin, time for the academy. Today's the graduation exam. His tone vibrated with barely contained excitement. Obito thought graduation brings me one step closer to the Hokage's seat. Once I ascend, I'll make Kakashi my personal errand boy. Let that silver-haired brat work himself to exhaustion. Coming right away. Just need to change. Yu folded his Shao uniform with meticulous care and stowed it deep within a hidden compartment of his closet. Then in one fluid motion, he leapt down the staircase. Obito barely blinked, already accustomed to such leaps, and seized Yu's hand, dashing toward the academy. With graduation complete, the true arc of the Third Shinobi World War finally commenced. The Cloud Village's Duck Neck brothers, the Valley of the End, the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist, and Rin's tragic death. On the second floor of the Ninja Academy in Class B, the teacher Naoki stood at the podium, tears streaming down his face, creating a stark contrast with his rugged, bearded appearance. At this moment, Naoki's heart was heavy with sorrow. Just the thought that these children he had watched grow would soon leave for a perilous battlefield filled him with deep anxiety. Receiving the latest news from the frontline, IWA Ninja Village suddenly launched an attack on Konoha, forcing Konoha to open a second battlefield. The ninjas of Konoha were in a tight spot and urgently needed new forces to fill the gaps. Thus, the third Hokage decided to allow this year's students, including Yun Yue, to graduate early and perform logistical work at the rear of the battlefield to relieve pressure on the personnel behind. This would also allow the seniors at the rear to support the battlefield. The classroom was silent. The children understood that they were about to bid farewell to Konoha and head to battle. Perhaps it was the battlefield of Yunin or Iwanin. Everything depended on fate. Each person held different sentiments, but for civilian ninjas, going to battle was akin to becoming cannon fodder. Currently, most of them only knew the body flicker technique and how to throw shurikens. The ninjas from the prestigious clans had secretly received additional training. Even Uchiha Obito had benefited from being part of the Uchiha clan. He successfully learned the great fireball technique within the clan. One by one, children came before Naoki to demonstrate the body flicker technique. After each child performed, Naoki would personally take one of the headbands from a stack on the desk and tie it around the child's head. Naoki gently wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, forcing a smile. Now I will announce the class assignments. Class 1, Yun Chiyuanri Inoue Yuta Nadeshimaki. Class 2, Class 6, Might Gai Ebisu Noera Kurinai. Class 7, Uchiha Obito Noera Rin Hataki Kakashi. Class 8, Shimura Ryo Uchiha Yun Sarutobi Kanaharu. Upon hearing this, Yun began to suspect whether the third Hokage and Danzo had plotted this with Ryo on the left and Sarutobi on the right. This was clearly an attempt to exclude him. When Obito first heard he was in the same class as Rin, he jumped up in excitement. But upon hearing Kakashi's name, his face immediately darkened. Obito looked at the teacher with displeasure. Why is Kakashi back? Didn't he already become a Chunin? Naoki had anticipated this question and coughed before speaking. Because of Kakashi's age, there was no one to team him up with, so he returned to school to carry out missions with you all. Obito pouted, his brows furrowed in discontent. All right, next your team leader will come to find you. After saying that, Naoki quietly left the classroom, having gone through this several times before. However, every time his eyes would betray him, with tears silently streaming down. Soon each child was taken away by their respective teachers. Fortunately, Yun had the chance to see a handsome young man with golden hair, Minato Namikaze. Minato greeted everyone with a warm smile. The surrounding children seemed to be captivated by Minato's charisma and politely greeted him. Yun, however, couldn't bring herself to smile, though she knew how detestable he could be. In the midst of the battlefield, he would use the Flying Thunder God technique to ambush you. Then, using the technique to counterattack, he would pin you down and roughly pet your head. As most people began to leave, a robust man appeared before the three. The man had red hair and 2 purple stripes on his face. Yun felt that the person in front of her looked familiar, but after thinking for a while, she couldn't recall. Hello, I am your team leader, Akimichi Choza, he introduced cheerfully. This was when Yun realized he was Minato's comrade, Choji's father, Akimichi Choza. Choza led the group to a spacious training ground and began with his self-introduction. The teacher's name has already been told to you. Now let me share my likes and dreams. I enjoy grilled meat and spicy food. I dislike sour-tasting foods. As for my dream, it is to try all the delicious foods in the world. After Choza finished, Yun began to applaud. As expected of a teacher, I also love grilled meat, especially that marinated with secret sauce from the Akimichi barbecue restaurant, Yun said with a playful smile towards Choza. Ding. Akimichi Choza's bond value reached 60. If you like it, you can come to my barbecue restaurant anytime. It'll give you the best discount. With that said, Choza burst into laughter. Wow, are all Akimichi people this straightforward? Yun suppressed her excitement and began her self-introduction. Hello everyone, my name is Uchiha Yun. I enjoy spending time with my family, dislike being apart from them, and my dream is to protect those I love and who love me. Yun replied earnestly. Choza gave her an approving look. He rather liked this little Uchiha. The Uchiha clan was known for their pride. However, there were 2 peculiar individuals in the ninja school. One was Yun and the other was Obito. Sarutobi Kanaharu also began his self-introduction. My name is Sarutobi Kanahara. The person I like is. He glanced sneakily at Yunyu before continuing. The person I dislike is Shimura Ryo, and my dream is to become a Hokage like my uncle Sarutobi Hizashi. Upon hearing this, Shimura Ryo coldly glanced at Sarutobi Kanaharu. I am Shimura Ryo. I have nothing I like. I dislike childish brats, and my dream is to dedicate everything to the village. After listening to the self-introductions of the two Yun, you couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't this just the younger versions of Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo? This team would certainly be entertaining in the future. The three also held a traditional bell-snatching activity. Yunyu pretended to work hard, while the other two desperately tried to grab the bell. As a result, Sarutobi Kanaharu fell into a trap and was left hanging in midair. As a punishment, Choza instructed the others not to let Sarutobi Kanaharu down from the rope. However, seeing Sarutobi Kanaharu's pitiful state, Yunyu decided to rescue her classmate Kanaharu. And as Kanaharu's good friend Ryo couldn't possibly let Yunyu go alone. Thus, the two joined forces to cut the rope holding him and freed Sarutobi Kanaharu. Kanaharu's eyes instantly became moist. How could there be such a gentle, beautiful, and understanding girl? Originally, I thought I liked her appearance, but it seems that I liked her appearance because I saw the qualities of her heart. This is what Sarutobi Kanaharu thought to himself. Yunyu, of course, was unaware of his thoughts and simply offered Sarutobi Kanaharu a gentle smile, just like she did with everyone else. Finally, Choza slowly emerged from behind a large tree and smiled at the two, giving them a pat on the head. In terms of teamwork, you all qualify, and you are all people who understand how to care for one another. Therefore, you are all my excellent disciples, Akimichi Choza said kindly to the three. Ding. Akimichi Choza's bond value reached 80, Sarutobi Kanaharu's bond value reached 82, Shimura Ryo's bond value reached 60. I never expected that Sarutobi Kanaharu and Shimura Ryo could also provide me with bond value, which indicates that they will definitely not be lacking in the future. Today I received 3 opportunities for normal recruitment, which was simply delightful. But when I returned home, reality quickly slapped Yunyu in the face. Congratulations to the host for recruiting Ninja Akimichi Choji. Congratulations to the host for recruiting Ninja Kamizuki Izumi. Congratulations to the host for recruiting Ninja Sakan and Yukon. System helped me fuse into Shikaku. Name Uchiha Yunyu at age 9 years. Chakra level Biju level recruited ninjas Uzumaki Naruto Team 7 Uchiha Sasuke Team 7 Suki no Kaze Mizuki Shiro Rock Lee Uchiha Sasuke Shippuden Uchiha Sasuke Manjikyu Sharingan Chio Swimsuit Summon Beast Shikaku Progress One-Tail Chakra Mode. It seems I need to fuse a few more weaker panels to achieve the perfect one-tail chakra mode. As time passed, in the blink of an eye, Yunyu and her teammates had completed a week of drank missions. Yunyu's team had successfully bonded and was officially debuting. In front of the Hokage Tower in Konoha, Choza approached Yunyu and the others holding a scroll. Choza looked at the few who were waiting silently and slowly began. The Yunin battlefield is in crisis. Lord Orochimaru has been dispatched by the 3rd Hokage to oversee the situation. However, because of the 8 Tails Jinchuriki involved in the Yunin battlefield, Orochimaru didn't gain significant advantages. The 3rd Hokage just issued a mission for me to assist Orochimaru. You will accompany me for training. Yunyu pondered. In the early stages of the 3rd Ninja World War, Minato hadn't yet revealed his prowess. Although Konoha had the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, they dared not use him easily. At this time, Uzumaki Kushina could not completely control the power of the 9 Tails, so it would be troublesome if the enemy made use of the tailed beasts. The most effective methods to counter tailed beasts were wood release and the Sharingan. Authentic wood release became extinct after Hashirama's death, and Yamato was even less worth mentioning. At least a Manjikyu Sharingan was needed to control the 9 Tails, but at this point the Uchiha clan couldn't even muster a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan. Besides, the Akimichi clan's expansion technique could also effectively subdue tailed beasts. Several individuals dashed through the jungle at the border of the Land of Fire, the crisp sound of branches snapping underfoot resonating in their ears. Leading the group was Akimichi Dingzwa, with Shimizu Ryo and Sarutobi Takafu following closely on either side, while Yunyu brought up the rear. The trees around them shifted like shadows, moving in sync with Yunyu. We're almost there. Ahead lies the command center of the Konoha Ninja Yun Ninja battlefield. Dingzwa said to the others behind him. They had been traversing this vast forest for 2.5 days, and now it was already noon on the 3rd day since their departure. Gradually, the forest began to fade away, replaced by an expansive plain dotted with numerous white tents. Surrounding the tents were many vigilant Konoha ninjas. As the group approached the towering tents, a Byakugan ninja clad in a green vest blocked their path. Alongside the Byakugan ninja appeared about 10 other ninjas. The Byakugan ninja eyed the 4 of them with caution, his gaze filled with alertness. Who are you? Why have you come to the Konoha Command Center? Dingzwa slowly handed over a scroll he held, speaking in a deep voice. I am Akimichi Dingzwa, dispatched by the 3rd Hokage to assist Lord Orochimaru at the Yun Ninja battlefield. The Byakugan ninja promptly opened the scroll, and after confirming its authenticity, nodded to several nearby ninjas. The surrounding ninjas instinctively cleared a path. The leading Byakugan ninja spoke. Lord Dingzwa, this is for the sake of wartime vigilance. Please understand our previous actions. Dingzwa waved his hand. Not at all, it's all for the safety of the command center. The Byakugan ninja led Dingzwa and his 3 disciples to a striking blue tent. Lord Dingzwa, the overall commander of the Yun Ninja battlefield, Lord Orochimaru, is inside. Seeing Dingzwa nod, the Byakugan ninja returned to resume his reconnaissance duties. Dingzwa pulled aside the tent flap, revealing a pale-skinned man before Yunyu. The man had golden snake-like eyes, and purple eyeshadow accentuated his gaze, making him appear exceedingly enchanting. At this moment the man furrowed his brow, his snake-like eyes fixated on the map on the table before him, his dark and profound pupils emanating an abyss-like fear. Dingzwa spoke first. Lord Orochimaru, I have come to assist you as ordered by the third Hokage. Orochimaru did not respond, but merely nodded slightly. At this moment a blonde youth beside Orochimaru caught Yunyu's attention. It was Minato Namikaze. Why was he here with Orochimaru at the Yun Ninja battlefield? If he was here, it meant Kakashi and Obito were also around. The thought of Obito, Kakashi, and Rin made Yunyu feel ecstatic. Indeed, there were familiar classmates. Yunyu felt secretly delighted. Minato noticed several children beside Dingzwa and greeted them with a bright smile. Minato said to Yunyu and the others, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin are in the tent next door. You can go find them. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin had all mentioned Yunyu to Minato, and from their evaluations he could distill a few words: genius, gentle, and understanding. Minato also had a very favorable impression of Yunyu. Thank you, Senior Minato, Yunyu said, unable to contain his excitement as he headed towards the adjacent tent. Ding. Minato's bond value reached 50 behind Yun. Uetsukufu followed closely, saying, I'm coming too. Shimizu Ryo, seeing the two leave, silently chose to follow them. Inside the adjacent tent, Obito had sustained a scratch on his arm while on a previous mission. Rin, sitting beside Obito, gently bandaged his wound. Noticing Obito's flushed face, Rin asked with concern, Obito, do you have a fever? Obito turned his head, scratching his neck with his other hand, and shyly replied, No, I just feel a little warm around here. Standing at the entrance, Kakashi's pupils widened in disbelief as he looked at the group walking in from outside the tent. Yunyu, how did she arrive at the command center? He did not wish for the girl to come to the command center. After all, logistics work was much safer than being on the front lines. As Yunyu stepped into the tent, she greeted everyone. Hello everyone, Team 8's Yun Uetsukufu here to report for duty. Obito, who had been lowering his head, suddenly lifted it sharply. This voice belonged to Yunyu, his cousin. Rin waved excitedly at Yunyu while Obito stepped forward and embraced her. Yunyu did not notice that Kakashi had a strange expression at that moment. Alright, it's only been a few weeks, is it really that exciting? Yunyu smiled at Obito. Kakashi was also very excited to see Yunyu, but he did not express it openly, merely nodding in acknowledgement. The group began to reminisce about the past. As dusk approached, Minato arrived at the tent where Yunyu was, his voice filled with guilt as he spoke. I'm very sorry, there's a task that requires your assistance. A convoy of supplies that was supposed to arrive this morning has yet to show up. We suspect there may have been an issue on the road, so we need you to investigate. Minato took out 2 maps and handed them to Kakashi and Yunyu respectively, continuing. Transporting supplies usually has 2 routes, a normal route and an alternate route. However, the convoy has been out of contact since the 4th day after leaving Konoha. Given the normal speed of the carts, both routes are possibilities. Therefore, you need to split into 2 teams. Team 7 will search along the correct route of the cart, while Team 8 will look along the alternate route. Is that understood? Minato's expression was very serious at this moment, as there could be any number of situations occurring during wartime. Everyone nodded, and then Minato produced 2 specially made kunai, handing one to Yunyu and the other to Kakashi. If there's danger, inject chakra into the kunai, I will sense it, and rush over immediately. Thus Team 8 and Team 7 commenced their operations. Be careful, Kakashi said to Yunyu as she was about to leave. What did you say? Yunyu replied, confused. Kakashi was taken aback for a moment, then saw Yunyu suppressing a laugh. He instantly realized he had been played by Yunyu and snorted before vanishing. Ding. Kakashi's bond value reached 85. Oh, so Kakashi is a taciturn tease. No wonder in the future he becomes obsessed with the little yellow books written by Jiraiya. Let's head out too, Yunyu said with a smile, looking at Takufu and Ryo. The 3 of them disappeared into the night, like Kakashi. On the alternate path, a muscular man wearing sunglasses was rapping, accompanied by a man with small eyes and a nose painted with green dye. These 2 were the 8 Tails, Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, and his good friend Motoi. Motoi anxiously glanced at Killer Bee, saying, I say, Bee-sama, is it really okay for you to sneak out like this? Killer Bee casually made a hand gesture while rapping. Yo, when things get tough, don't panic, I'm here to earn some merit for my big brother. It was indeed Killer Bee who inadvertently disrupted Konoha's supply convoy today. Motoi thought to himself that sneaking out this time might count as a meritorious deed, at least it would lessen the beatings. Bee-sama, let's go back, otherwise your brother will worry about you. To be safe, Motoi urged him again. Okay, I'll head back soon, but before I do, let me take care of a few little mice from Konoha, yo. Killer Bee continued to rap as he spoke. Motoi sensed that several ninjas were approaching, so he took out a kunai from his bag. Yunyu and the others were detected by Killer Bee from a kilometer away, thanks to the perception of the 8 Tails, while Yunyu also happened to sense a massive chakra ahead belonging to Killer Bee. There was no doubt that it was a tailed beast Jinchuriki. The opponent was approaching at an alarming speed. Yunyu's heart raced. He immediately warned the 2 behind him. Be careful, a strong enemy is coming. Shimizu Ryo and Sarutobi Takufu immediately became alert upon hearing this. Without hesitation, Yunyu infused chakra into Minato's kunai. However, after receiving the chakra, the kunai showed no sign of Minato's presence. Yunyu felt even more puzzled. Oh, what was going on? It seemed they would have to confront Killer Bee soon. In the dimly lit jungle, the occasional roar of wild beasts echoed, and an eerie, silent wind brushed past Yunyu. The trees swayed with the wind, revealing Kurabi and Motoi to Yunyu and the others. Indeed, it was the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Kurabi. A look of vigilance filled Yunyu's handsome face, and his picturesque brows furrowed slightly. Sarutobi, Tobikase, and Shimizu Rin also recognized the person before them. Their expressions froze, and their throats involuntarily quivered. At this time, Kurabi had not yet learned the eight-sword style, and carried only a long sword on his back. His gaze was unexpectedly drawn to the lively beauty of the girl before him, unable to look away for a moment. Upon noticing Kirabi's strange gaze, Yunyu's dark eyes instantly transformed from black to an eerie and charming deep red, with a pair of Freedomo Sharingan reflecting in Kirabi's pupils. Yunyu's anger flared within him, thinking to himself how despicable Kurabi was to dare gaze at him in such a manner. Kurabi seemed unconcerned about Yunyu and the others, instead starting to perform a rap in front of the three. Yo, today, I see a beautiful lady, may I offer you a song, hey? Motoi, seeing Kurabi immersed in his rap, was filled with black lines on his forehead, then spoke to remind him, Lord Kurabi, the three before you are Konoha ninjas. Kurabi continued his rap as if he hadn't heard. Only after finishing did he say, Yo Motoi, don't worry, dealing with these ninjas is as easy as squashing ants, yo hey? Yunyu turned his head, his expression heavy as he spoke to Tobikase and Rin. The opponent is the Eight Tails Jinchuriki from the Cloud Ninja Village. He is the one who disrupted our logistics, and you must relay this information back. Shimizu Rin and Tobikase understood the meaning behind Yunyu's words. She was planning to sacrifice herself to buy the two a precious opportunity to relay the information. Tobikase placed a hand on Yunyu's shoulder. No, I absolutely refuse. His tone held a hint of anger. Shimizu Rin first remained silent, then, after seeing Yunyu's determined and persistent gaze, he spoke. Tobikase, among the three of us, your taijutsu is the best. You are the only one who might escape from Kurabi. This time, don't let us down, who our lives are entrusted to you. Although Shimizu Rin was not usually talkative, he was also a capable ninja willing to sacrifice for the village. Tobikase's eyes glistened with tears. He certainly understood the importance of the information. And this was likely a trap from the Cloud Ninja. If they failed to relay the information about the Eight Tails, Jinchuriki, Konoha's rear would definitely suffer severe losses. Recalling the past few weeks spent with the three, Tobikase held back his tears and spoke. I understand, you must hold on. I will bring reinforcements back. Sarutobi. Tobikase gritted his teeth and resolutely dashed towards the Konoha camp. He knew full well that no two lower ninjas could survive in the hands of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. What Shimizu and Yunyu said was merely comforting themselves. Ding. Sarutobi. Tobikase's bond value reached 100, and Shimizu Rin's bond value reached 90. At this moment, Yunyu also had no time to mind the system. She drew out her kunai and assumed a fighting stance against Kurabi. Shimizu Rin also drew the short blade from his back, gazing at Kurabi with a fearless determination. Kurabi finally stopped rapping, waved at Yunyu, and said loudly, Hey girl from the Uchiha clan, are you interested in coming to our cloud hidden village? We cloud ninjas will treat you well. Kurabi was not foolish. He knew that such a young girl with 3 Tomo Sharingan was undoubtedly gifted. Such exceptional talent combined with the powerful bloodline of the Uchiha clan could bring great benefits to the Cloud Ninja. Upon hearing this, Yunyu felt disgusted. Why do the Cloud Ninjas have such a penchant for collecting powerful bloodlines? In the anime, the Cloud Ninjas kidnapped Hinata for her Byakugan, which directly led to the death of Niji's father. Niji lived his childhood filled with hatred, and ultimately his death became a regret for many Naruto fans. It's all your fault, Cloud Ninjas. If you hadn't stirred up trouble, so many tragedies wouldn't have occurred. Yunyu disdainfully looked at Kurabi. Sorry, but I have no interest in your cloud hidden village. Upon hearing this, Kurabi laughed a couple of times, and then charged at Yunyu, his arm crackling with lightning. Be careful. Shimizu Rin wanted to help Yunyu, but was held back by Motoi in front of him. Motoi raised his long sword towards Shimizu Rin, saying, Sorry, your opponent is me, Cloud Ninja Motoi. Damn it, Shimizu Rin cursed inwardly, then began to fight fiercely with Motoi using his short blade. How fast? Yunyu's pupils were filled with astonishment. At this moment, Yunyu's body was beginning to struggle to keep up with the speed of his eyes. Thunderbird flow. With Yunyu at the center, arcs of crackling electricity spread outwards. Kurabi immediately retracted his right arm that was about to strike Yunyu, a cold sweat trickling down his cheek. What kind of technique is this? If I hadn't dodged in time, I would have been struck by the lightning surrounding that girl. Yunyu also felt a lingering fear. Her greatest trump card at the moment was Shikaku and the Manjikyu. Once they learned of it, defeat was inevitable. I need to think of a way to win unexpectedly. Kurabi drew out the long sword from his back and launched a fierce attack on Yunyu. Supersonic Thunderblade. The blade of Kirabi's sword crackled with the sound of lightning chakra being infused. Yunyu also infused her kunai with lightning chakra Thunderbird blade. The two blue figures clashed with each other. Kurabi gradually noticed something unusual about Yunyu. Her pupils no longer bore the 3 Tomo Sharingan, but instead a 6-pointed star pattern had appeared in her eyes at some point. Not good, it's an illusion. Kirabi's speed of swinging his blade gradually slowed, and his gaze began to dull. Gotcha! Yunyu suddenly turned to Shimizu Rin behind her and said, Run. I've temporarily controlled Karabi with an illusion. Upon hearing this, Shimizu Run did not linger, and together with Yunyue they sped toward the direction of the Konoha camp. Motoi immediately returned to Kiribis' side, and seeing Kiribis' dazed expression his face, turned anxious. Lord Karabi has actually fallen for a child's illusion. His jaw dropped slightly, and his face was filled with shock and worry. In Kiribis' inner world, he was complaining to the Eight Tails about why he fell for the illusion cast by that girl. The massive octopus tail of the Eight Tails slapped Karabi on the head, scolding him, "Fool, that's the Manjikyu Sharingan." Karabi looked confused, wondering what the Manjikyu Sharingan was. The Eight Tails patiently explained what the Manjikyu was, mentioning the Uchiha Shura of the ninja world, who had eyes like Madara. After hearing this, Karabi became even more curious about the girl. "Alright, let me help you break the illusion, but be careful." Karabi gave a thumbs-up gesture to the Eight Tails. "Yo, thanks." Slowly, Karabi was enveloped in red-tailed beast chakra, having borrowed the chakra of the Eight Tails. Yunyue and Shimizu Run, who had not run far, were instantly struck by this terrifying power. Not good. Karabi has activated the power of the Eight Tails. Yunyue's running form suddenly halted as she turned to Shimizu Run beside her, saying, "You go find reinforcements for me first. Karabi is no longer something you can handle." Shimizu Rin wanted to argue, but having witnessed Yunyue's true strength earlier, he realized that staying would only be a burden to her. Alright. Without hesitation, Shimizu Rin turned and left. Damn, he really left decisively. Ding. Shimizu Rin's bond value reached 100. Alright, he actually wasn't as heartless as he seemed, Yunyue thought to herself. Wrapped in the crimson-tailed beast cloak, Karabi spotted Yunyue standing on a tree ahead, halting his steps beneath the tree where Yunyue stood. "Yo, did you see my powerful strength and decide to stop struggling and come with me?" Karabi said with a smile, feeling unafraid now that he had the support of the Eight Tails. Yunyue slightly curled her lips. "I'm not going with you, you big idiot Amaterasu." A trickle of blood mixed with tears flowed from her left eye, pain and numbness enveloping her left eye. At the same time, an unknown black flame appeared on Kiribis' right arm, rapidly igniting. "You will absolutely not escape this ninjutsu." Yunyue mimicked Sasuke's killing technique. Karabi initially thought it was a normal fire style, but after multiple attempts with water style, he found it ineffective. Kiribis' smile instantly vanished. Attempting to activate his half-tailed beast transformation, the black flames still did not extinguish. Enraged, he charged at Yunyue. Yunyue did not expect that Karabi would not give up even in such a state, so she dodged quickly, but was still swept by Kiribis' tail crashing into a tree. The immense impact spread through Yunyue's insides, and she tasted blood in her throat. Gradually, Karabi transformed back into human form and collapsed to the ground as Yunyue extinguished the flames of Amaterasu. Karabi actually bore no killing intent towards her, and Yunyue did not intend to kill him either. She approached the fallen Karabi and spoke slowly. "What happened? Weren't you just so tough? Didn't you say you could squash us like ants? Come on, I'm right here, try squashing me." Feeling unsatisfied after saying this, Yunyue kicked Karabi a few times. Suddenly she noticed that the downed Karabi was mumbling some words. Not good, he was still conscious. Then a large amount of octopus ink appeared at Yunyue's position. Eight-tailed swastika seal. Yunyue's figure was gradually enveloped by the ink, and her unwilling voice emerged from within. "Damn it, are you playing tricks?" The fallen Karabi transformed into an octopus tail, while the real Karabi was hiding beneath the ground where the octopus tail was. What a terrifying ninjutsu. Ew, I almost fell into this little girl's hands. Yo, whether you play tricks or not, the one who wins in the end is still me. Hey. Behind Karabi appeared a beautiful girl with light yellow hair. The girl scratched Kiribis' face, leaving 3 lines on his right cheek. "Karabi, you idiot, how did you end up behind Konoha? Big brother has already led the army into battle with Konoha to find you." The newcomer was the Two Tails Jinchuriki Yuru. Karabi sheepishly shook his head. "Sorry for worrying you all. Let's go back." 100 meters away, a white Zetsu captured the earlier scene. "Oh, I didn't expect the candidate that Lord Madara valued has awakened the Manjikyu and almost defeated the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. I must tell Lord Madara about this." The white Zetsu melded into the tree, disappearing without a trace. In the Konoha Command Center, AI had already led a group of cloud shinobi to this location. A muscular man with dark skin and light yellow hair was glaring intensely at Orochimaru. That man was the son of the third Raikage, and at this moment AI was fully covered in lightning armor, swinging his heavily armored arm towards Orochimaru. Earth-style earth flow wall. Orochimaru clapped his hands to the ground, and a hoarse voice followed. A towering earthen wall stood in front of AI, but Ace attack did not cease. The heavy armor shattered the earthen wall and struck Orochimaru squarely in the abdomen. The ensuing sound was deafening. Orochimaru was sent flying into a massive pit 100 meters away. However, he quickly stood up, twisting and writhing like an earthworm. As expected of AI from the AB combo of the cloud shinobi, you sent me flying 100 meters with sheer brute force. After saying this, Orochimaru licked the bloody kunai in his hand with his long tongue. At this moment, Minato could not break free to assist, as he was confronted by someone who countered his flying thunder god technique. The opponent was a man with short purple hair, a scroll in his mouth. This man was Troy, a magnet-release ninja from the cloud shinobi whose ability was to attach magnetic power to anything he touched, controlling its trajectory. The kunai that Minato had previously thrown was now completely under Troy's control, leaving Minato to rely solely on his combat skills and ninjutsu to maneuver around his opponent. This is indeed a troublesome guy, Minato thought to himself. Troy's mouth, still holding the scroll, slowly moved. Are you Konoha still unwilling to hand over Lord Killer Bee? Minato looked puzzled. What Killer Bee? We in Konoha haven't done anything yet, you attacked us. Seeing Minato's confused expression, Troy's anger flared even more. According to prior intel from the wooden ninja, Killer Bee was right behind Konoha. If Konoha hadn't kidnapped Killer Bee, then what else could it be? Minato sensed a reaction from the kunai he had given to Yunyue during his struggle with Troy. Not good, Yunyue and the others are in danger. Minato felt a sense of urgency, but he couldn't break free. Before him lay a dilemma. Should he save the group of shinobi from Konoha or the 3 ninjas from Yunyue's team? After careful consideration, Minato made a judgment. He chose the lesser of 2 evils. Although he felt sorry for Yunyue and the others, everything was for the sake of Konoha. On the battlefield, just as the fight was intensifying, a white-haired female secretary suddenly appeared next to the Raikage, whispering something in his ear. At that moment, the Raikage's anger dissipated somewhat, and he coldly snorted at Orochimaru and the others. They'll let you go this time. He then commanded the surrounding cloud shinobi to retreat. Minato and Orochimaru were both stunned. They had just started fighting, and now they were retreating. Before Minato could regain his composure, hurried footsteps approached. Minato-sensei, I please you, and Lord Orochimaru must save Yunyue. Seeing Sarutobi Konoharu, who was gasping for breath, and pale, his expression suddenly tensed. Supporting Konoharu, Minato asked, Konoharu, what exactly happened? Konoharu recounted the events in detail, and Minato's expression grew even darker. Ace retreat had already proven that Killer Bee had returned to the Cloud Shinobi, and for Yunyue and Shimizu it was highly likely that they had perished at Killer Bee's hands. Not far away, Shimizu, dragging his weary body, arrived at the campsite. He saw Minato and Konoharu standing at the entrance. Like a drowning man grasping at straws, he sprinted towards Minato. Minato caught the collapsing Shimizu in an instant. Shimizu's consciousness was fading, and Minato only heard him mumble before fainting, Save Yunyue, she's still alive. As soon as Shimizu finished his last word, he fell into complete unconsciousness. Minato sensed the kunai's location once more, indeed in the direction of the Cloud Shinobi's base. Minato handed Shimizu over to Konoharu, his gentle voice exuding warmth. Don't worry, I will handle Yunyue's situation. You all go rest for now. Konoharu wanted to say something, but Minato's figure had already vanished. On the route of Konoha's transportation, Kakashi was searching for clues with his summoning beast Pakken, while Obito was joking and laughing with Rin beside him. Minato suddenly appeared in front of the 3, startling Obito, who stepped back several paces. Kakashi noticed Minato's serious expression and immediately knew that something bad had happened. According to the intel provided by Yunyue's team, Yunyue found the lost supplies and encountered the Cloud's Jinchuriki Killer Bee during this process. Yunyue chose to delay the Jinchuriki while her teammates transmitted this information out. Minato paused, observing the reactions of the people before him. At this moment, Kakashi's nails were deeply embedded in his flesh. Rin's eyes were filled with terror, while Obito fell unusually silent. Minato continued. She fought desperately to hold off Killer Bee, buying time for her companions. However, according to Shimizu, Yunyue did not die in battle. She was merely taken away by the Cloud Shinobi. Obito's long-suppressed emotions finally erupted. His eyes reddened. What a fool, Yunyue, you big idiot. Obito clenched his fists tightly as he spoke. He looked at the silent Minato and Kakashi, feeling as if 1,000 needles were stabbing into his heart. I must go save Yunyue. Yes, I will go save Yunyue. Wait for me, cousin, I will never abandon you. Obito muttered to himself. Seeing Obito about to do something reckless, Kakashi stepped in to block him. You must follow orders. A simple phrase struck Obito like a bolt from the blue. Obito scoffed, dismissively shoving Kakashi aside. Do you think the village will send people to rescue Yunyue? Kakashi's throat moved as he understood that the overall commander Orochimaru would not take such a huge risk for one person. So you plan to just go and die? Kakashi retorted to Obito. Obito slowly replied. If I don't go, Yunyue will undoubtedly die. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, Uchiha Obito will never give up. Upon hearing this, Kakashi smiled helplessly. You madman, then let me join you in this madness. Rin, seeing their behavior, was somewhat dazed, yet it was within her expectations. She pushed her way between the 2. Count me in. Minato scratched his head awkwardly. What you all are doing is a violation of village rules. As your teacher, I have the right to join you. The 4 of them joined hands and shouted in unison. Team 7, the rescue operation begins. In the distance at the Cloud Shinobi base, a large ink ball was placed in front of Killer Bee. Yunyue, who was sealed inside, heard the system's repeated notification sounds. Ding. The bond value with Minato reached 90, Kakashi's bond value reached 95, Rin's bond value reached 97. Why did I receive so many bond points when I haven't done anything? Yunyue's small face was filled with confusion. Previously, Sarutobi Konoharu and Shimizu's bond values had brought her 2 opportunities to recruit rank ninjas. The system said she could use these 2 chances to fuse into Shikaku and directly enter the perfect tailed beast mode. Yunyue scratched her small hands, thinking it was better to steadily increase her strength. After all, rank ninjas could be of any caliber, and if she was lucky she might get a Jinchuriki, But if she was unlucky, she might end up with something like Maki, leaving her with nowhere to cry. In the original work, Naruto's speed in the first stage of chakra mode had already caught up with the Raikage, so Shikaku certainly could not surpass Kurama. However, Shikaku's perfect tailed beast chakra mode should still be comparable to Naruto's standard tailed beast chakra mode. System fused these two chances into Shikaku now. Fusing congratulations to the host. Shikaku's progress has reached 100, unlocking the perfect tailed beast chakra mode. Name Uchiha Yunyu at age 9 years. Chakra amount tailed beast level recruitable ninjas Uzumaki Naruto Team 7 Uchiha Sasuke Team 7 Moonlight Wind Mizuki by Lee Rock Uchiha Sasuke Shippuden Uchiha Sasuke Mangekyo Sharingan Shio Swimsuit Summoning Beast Shikaku Progress Perfect Tailed Beast Chakra Mode. Next I need to think of a way to escape, but this 8-tail seal is too strong. If I use Tailed Beast Bomb I might just blow myself up inside. Damn, Killer Bee's rapping voice hasn't stopped since. Because Yunyu had been bothered by Killer Bee's rapping earlier, she retaliated by singing Big Bowl Wide Noodles. It turned out that singing made Killer Bee instantly enchanted by this rap, as he constantly urged her to compete with him. Yo little girl Yunyu, why don't you leave Konoha and join the Cloud Shinobi? We could form a rap duo that would definitely surpass Teacher Gold. It seemed Killer Bee had forgotten about being beaten up by Yunyu earlier, sincerely requesting her. Ding. Killer Bee's bond value reached 50. Enough, shut up. Just as she was about to retort, Yunyu was caught off guard by the sudden bond increase. It was already daytime, yet Kurabi persistently asked Yunyu for guidance on rap. At this moment, Yunyu changed from his previous sarcastic attitude towards Kurabi, adopting the demeanor of a teacher instructing a student. He patiently engaged Kurabi in conversation about rap, teaching him some techniques. Kurabi was completely captivated, even contemplating releasing Yunyu from his seal to have a heart-to-heart talk. Matoi, watching from the side, was stunned. He never expected that the little brat named Yunyu could intrigue Lord Kurabi so much. The two seemed like long-lost friends. As for why Yunyu's attitude had shifted so dramatically, it was because he received a mission from the system. To initiate a side quest, the Tailed Beast Collection planned to establish a bond with the Jinchuriki. When the bond value reaches 60, a portion of the corresponding Tailed Beast chakra will be rewarded. At 100, the complete Tailed Beast will be awarded. Mission progress. Currently, Kirabi's bond value with the 8 Tails Jinchuriki is 55. After completing the collection plan for 9 Tailed Beasts, the system will reward a complete 10 Tails form. Just the thought of unlocking the 6-path Sage mode in the future and becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuriki made Yunyu incredibly excited. The day he becomes the 10 Tails Jinchuriki will be the day he sheds his skirt. Humph, you bastard, bye. From within the seal, Yunyu heard a rugged man's roar followed by Kirabi's scream. Big brother, I promise to tell you next time I go out to play. Although Kurabi verbally conceded, he absolutely would not yield to this big brother in his heart. I, Kurabi, am not foolish. If I truly told big brother, I wouldn't have to go out. The man's voice came again. I heard from the wooden man that you not only destroyed Konoha's supplies, but even brought back a member of the Uchiha clan. Ace's voice was somewhat relieved. Yes, big brother, that Uchiha brat is right there. Kurabi pointed directly at the sealed Yunyu. Yunyu's body trembled. Damn, Kurabi was quick to expose him. AI slapped Kurabi on the back, and the loud sound of Kurabi being knocked away echoed throughout the room. You did well, bye, he said. Release the seal. With me around, she definitely won't escape. As the ink around them dissipated, Yunyu saw the long-lost light again. In front of Yunyu's petite frame stood the muscular AI and the eager Matoi. Yunyu realized he must have been brought back to the main base. His mind raced. He was surrounded by enemies and surely couldn't win. However, now that the seal was lifted, he could instantly enter the perfect 1 Tails chakra mode and escape. The only downside was that he couldn't obtain the 8 Tails chakra. Depending on the situation, if they showed any intent to kill him, he would simply leave and conveniently bring a few tailed beast balls to the Yun Ninja base. That's what he'll do. Hey, little brat from Konoha, what's your name? AI looked down at Yunyu, his eyes filled with disdain. Yunyu maintained a stern expression, glaring at Kurabi beside AI, without saying a word. Kurabi stood up and walked over to AI, saying, Yo, big brother, her name is Uchiha Yunyu. Kirabi's voice was very soft, fearing that this big brother might slap Yunyu to death. Yunyu was one of the few rap masters he had ever seen. He certainly didn't want to see her die so easily. Didn't you hear me speaking? Ace's voice was filled with anger, and then he swung a fist towards Yunyu's face. In an instant, Yunyu activated his 3-mo Sharingan and dodged to the side at the moment the fist was about to hit his face. AI was shocked this kid, who looked to be under 10 years old, had actually activated the 3-mo. Why did such a genius not emerge in the Yun Ninja clan, but instead benefit Konoha? AI was holding back. He merely wanted to see the little brat's strength. Kurabi, for the sake of saving face, didn't tell AI that Yunyu had almost defeated him. Instead, he said to AI that although this little brat from Konoha was impressive, he had still easily captured her. At this moment, Yunyu despised this smelly octopus for a second, but fortunately, he kept his promise and did not reveal the secret of his Mangekyo. How about joining us in the Yun Ninja clan? Our Yun Ninja will not be as stingy with resources as Konoha. In the Yun Ninja, we will provide you with the best resources for your training, which is far better than in Konoha. Ace's gaze remained fixed on the handsome face of Yunyu and her Sharingan. Yunyu noticed AI staring at his Sharingan and decided to retract it. You don't look at the high value of my appearance, but keep staring at my Sharingan. Sai, the fourth Raikage in my past life was not this kind of character. No, I think Konoha is pretty good. Upon hearing this, AI smashed a wooden table beside him into pieces, his face full of rage. Don't toast to the wine and eat the punishment wine. Kurabi patted his big brother's back, trying to calm him down. AI knew that only when the Sharingan was activated could they seize it effectively. If they directly snatched ordinary eyes, they couldn't activate them freely without the Uchiha bloodline. Outside Raikage Secretary Mabu, he hurried towards Raikage, leaning close to his ear and whispering a few words. Immediately Raikage's face turned as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. Kurabi asked, "Big brother, what happened?" Kyo's old hag poisoned at the Suna battlefield and Darui accidentally got poisoned. Ace's fists tightened more and more and his tone became increasingly agitated. Kiraba's expression also felt Darui was not only his big brother's bodyguard, but also his most loyal subordinate. Darui at a young age had inherited the Black Lightning release of the third Raikage and had even developed his own wind release. Could such a genius really perish like this? AI continued, "There are no medical ninjas in the Yun Ninja who can cure this poison. This poison has only been successfully countered by Tsunade, and that was during the Second Shinobi World War." Yunyu suddenly felt happy. After all, he had Kyo's panel, and concocting the antidote would be incredibly easy. However, how could he maximize his benefits? Yunyu thought of proposing conditions to AI, believing that AI would definitely agree for Daru's life. He could also raise his bond value with AI and Kurabi. Suddenly Yunyu, who had been silent, opened his cherry-like lips. "I know how to cure Kyo's poison." AI was first overjoyed, but upon realizing it was Yunyu speaking, his smile instantly vanished. A gigantic hand gripped Yunyu's fair neck. "Are you trying to play me?" After all, a sensible person wouldn't believe that a little child with no hair could truly cure the poison of that old hag Kyo. Choked Yunyu's throat struggled to produce sound, but he maintained his smile. "Believe it or not, if Kyo's poison exceeds 5 days, it will be certain death, even if there is an antidote." Yunyu's eyes were filled with provocation, as if to say, "Come on, punch me to death, and take Darui with you." Ace's hand slowly loosened. This little brat was actually right. The poison Yun Ninja would not survive beyond 5 days. However, seeing Yunyu's provoking face was infuriating. The psychological conflict of wanting to hit, yet not daring to hit, was enough to make him feel unwell. He held back for the sake of Darui. He couldn't let this little brat provoke him. Raikage thought to himself that he should try not to provoke Yunyu. "Then how do you know how to cure this poison?" Out of distrust towards Konoha ninjas, AI still asked for clarification. Yunyu's lips curled into a smile. "I previously studied medical ninjutsu, and when consulting Tsunade, she explained similar cases to me. Let me try, there might still be hope. If we don't try, just wait for that guy to lie on the board." Yunyu believed that directly mentioning Tsunade would greatly enhance his credibility compared to his vague explanations. "Then you go and cure the poison for me." AI lifted Yunyu entirely. "Sure, but I have conditions," Yunyu said with a grin. Seeing the other party's arrogance made AI want to slap her to death, but for Darusake, he couldn't do that. "You speak, what do you want?" AI ultimately chose to compromise. "After I cure him, you must let me return to Konoha. Alright, I promise you." Daru's importance to AI far exceeded that of the Sharingan. "If anything happens to Darui, I will cut you in half." Ace's voice was gruff, sending chills down the spine. AI brought Yunyu into an empty tent. Inside was a stretcher, and lying on it was the unconscious Darui. Yunyu approached and felt his pulse, roughly assessing the extent of the toxin's invasion in his body. "Bring all the medicinal herbs from your Yun Ninja medical department. I need to concoct an antidote." AI said nothing but silently obeyed. Soon various herbs filled the entire tent. Ace's gaze was fixed on Yunyu as he mixed the antidote, the veins on his arms bulging. Yunyu did not look at AI, but continued to focus on his work. "If I wanted to harm him, you could kill me with one blow. There's no need to be so tense." After concocting the antidote, Yunyu handed it to AI. "Let him take it. I can't say how effective it will be, it depends on him." AI handed Yunyu to Matoi behind him and moved forward to slowly pour the medicine into Daru's mouth. About half a day later, Darui slowly woke up, and the first person he saw was AI. "Lord AI, have you also come to heaven?" "I'm really sorry." At this moment, Daru's brain had not fully cleared. AI embraced the sitting Darui. "You bastard, you almost really died." Cough, cough. Yunyu playfully coughed a few times. "So, Mr. AI, can I leave now?" Ding. Ace bond value reaches 40. Kiraba's bond value reaches 65. Reward partial chakra of the 8 tails. After a long while, AI slowly spoke. "You can go." Matoi stepped forward to advise AI. "Lord AI, she possesses the Freedomo Sharingan." "Enough." AI interrupted Matoi. "Then thank you, Mr. AI, I won't disturb you any longer." Yunyu prepared to leave. "Wait, Yunyu, if you ever decide you don't want to stay in Konoha, you can come to our Yun Ninja clan. At any time, our doors will always be open for you." Yunyu lightly acknowledged, and then left. Kurabi, watching Yunyu's fading figure, felt a sense of loss in his heart. Outside the Yun Ninja base, Minato and the others were discussing rescue plans. Suddenly a hand slapped Obito's forehead. "Who?" Obito exclaimed. Turning around, crystalline tears suddenly slipped from the corners of his eyes. "Yunyu." Obito was momentarily speechless, as if something was lodged in his throat. Kakashi directly embraced Yunyu's body, and Yunyu's eyes widened in surprise. "Isn't this plot a bit off? Why has Kakashi become so arrogant?" Yunyu helplessly patted Kakashi on the back. "Kakashi, I'm about to suffocate from your embrace." Yunyu deliberately pretended to struggle for breath. Seeing Yunyu in this state, Kakashi hurriedly released his hold on her. Sorry, I got a bit too excited just now, he said, slowly lowering his head. Yunyu said nothing, merely raising the corners of her mouth as she looked at Kakashi. Kakashi suddenly felt that his previous actions were indeed out of character, and he could not help but feel a flush creeping up his usually aloof face and ears. Could it be that Kakashi was bent by my shadow clone before? Yunyu hurriedly shook her head in her mind. No, I must correct Kakashi. Hiss. Yunyu gasped coldly due to the fantasies in her mind. If my identity gets exposed one day, Kakashi will definitely hunt me down throughout the ninja world. Ding. Kakashi's bond level reached 99, and Wave Wind Watergate's bond level reached 98. Obito and Rin were left agape, their jaws almost dropping. In an instant, the two of them seemed to be frozen, unable to move. Wait, did Kakashi just hug his cousin? And his face turned red afterwards. Obito looked at Kakashi with a gaze as if he had discovered some unspeakable secret. Damn, Kakashi, I absolutely cannot let you deceive my innocent cousin Yunyu. Watergate stepped forward to ease the awkwardness for Kakashi, saying, Alright, it's good that Yunyu is back. He felt puzzled. It was indeed a bit unbelievable that Yunyu had come out of the Yun ninja's territory unscathed. From Watergate's perspective, he still chose to support Yunyu. After all, she had once been willing to sacrifice herself for her comrades and Konoha. In Watergate's eyes, Yunyu was like a shining meteor among the new generation of Konoha, and he vowed to protect her and the other youths of Konoha with his life. Watergate knew she had just experienced such a major upheaval and must be feeling terrible, so he decided not to touch on Yunyu's scars. Yunyu, you did very well. Watergate's smile always brought warmth like the sun. Hold my hand tightly, we are going back to the camp now. Hearing this, everyone eagerly grabbed Watergate's hand. In an instant, golden light blossomed around them, and in the blink of an eye they arrived at the tent where Kakashi's team had temporarily stayed. Yunyu. Sarutobi Konohamaru saw Watergate and the others appear in the tent, and upon seeing Yunyu's petite figure, his throat suddenly choked up. He hurried towards Yunyu, and in that moment feelings of gratitude, joy, and guilt surged in his heart. He began to complain inwardly, blaming himself for not being strong enough, which made Yunyu choose to stay. If only he had been stronger, the one left behind would not have been Yunyu. Kakashi stood in front of Yunyu and said to the excited Sarutobi Konohamaru, Yunyu was rescued from the Yun ninja, she needs rest, so please don't disturb her. Kakashi's dead fish eyes stared fixedly at Konohamaru, and the hostile gaze made Konohamaru instinctively shrink back. Even Watergate, no matter how foolish he was, could sense that Kakashi's feelings for Yunyu had changed somewhat. No wonder he is my disciple. I saved your master from enemy ninja when I was 7 years old. But Kakashi, your method seems a bit off. Watergate thought to himself that he could try to match Kakashi and Yunyu. He smiled at Kakashi and Yunyu. Yunyu noticed Watergate's smile, but didn't find anything wrong. After all, Watergate always maintained a smile all day long. It felt like the Trigger Kid from the adjacent special effects area, Sima Lu. Dingswa wanted to confront the Yun ninja after hearing about Yunyu's disappearance, but was stopped by Watergate, who said he would handle everything. Now seeing Yunyu's return, Dingswa was also extremely happy. Yunyu, it's good that you're fine. Dingswa laughed heartily. Watergate, I will forever remember this favor you have done for me, Akimichi Dingswa. In the following months, the Yun ninja did not launch a large-scale attack on Konoha, and the situation between both sides reached a stalemate. Soon, two important pieces of news reached Yunyu's ears. The first was that the third Raikage of the Yun ninja and his subordinates were ambushed by the Rock ninja. The third Raikage single-handedly held off the Rock ninja's army of 10,000, ultimately exhausting himself and dying after 3 days and nights of fierce battle. The main force of the Yun ninja retreated from the Konoha battlefield, and Konoha also recalled Watergate and Dingswa back to the village. The second piece of news was that after returning to Konoha, Yunyu received a new mission. That was the third Hokage's new mission. Intelligence indicated that a minister of the Lulan Kingdom intended to control the Dragon Vein, which could threaten the safety of Konoha. Therefore, he dispatched Wave Wind Watergate at Kimichi Ding, Yamanaka Shimi, and Kakashi, and Yunyu to form a team to stop it. Ding. Main mission: release Tower of Despair. Successfully stopping Lushan from controlling the Dragon Vein and creating a puppet army. Mission: reward a chance to recruit and a rank ninja. Yunyu thought for a moment as she remembered this plot, which seemed to be from a movie in Naruto. Tsunade would later accept a request from her ally the Sand Ninja to help them track down the rogue ninja 100 Feet, who was a particularly lewd puppet master. Naruto, Sakurasai, and Yamato pursued 100 Feet to the Dragon Vein. However, cornered 100 Feet frantically absorbed the Dragon Vein's sealing technique from the 4th Hokage, attempting to control the infinite chakra within the Dragon Vein. This led to Naruto 100 Feet and Yamato arriving at the time period where Yunyu currently resided. 100 Feet arrived 6 years earlier than Naruto, so after he came to Lulan, he changed his name to Lushan and successfully deceived the trust of the previous Lulan queen. He secretly killed the previous queen and attempted to control the current queen, who was Sarah. The ending of the anime was that Naruto and Wave Wind Watergate teamed up to rescue Sarah and successfully defeat Lushan. In the swirling yellow sands of the vast desert, Watergate and the others were heading towards the Lulan of the Wind Country. Because it was a secret mission, all 5 of them wore masks similar to those of Konoha Zumbu. After walking for an unknown amount of time in the yellow sand, a tall building suddenly appeared before them. These buildings resembled modern skyscrapers, and Yun-Yu could hardly believe her eyes as her pupils reflected the towering structures. Watergate suddenly stopped and instructed Yun-Yu and the others, according to the mission intelligence provided by the third Hokage. This in Lushan is supposedly a minister of the ancient Lulan kingdom, but he is very likely a rogue ninja from the Sand Village. This person is exceptionally skilled in puppet techniques, so I have decided that Kakashi and Yun-Yu will find his puppet's hiding place and cover it with explosive tags. Dings Washimi, and I will investigate the Dragon Vein issue. After saying this, Watergate took Ding Zhua and the others away. Before leaving, he gave Kakashi a look that said, "I have confidence in you." Kakashi wore a speechless expression, utterly confused by the meaning of his teacher's glance. "Let's go, Kakashi. We should complete our mission now." Yun-Yu's clear and melodious voice rang out, and Kakashi nodded slightly. The two figures leaped among the clusters of skyscrapers, sunlight pouring down on them, casting their tall shadows on the pristine stone-paved ground. Multiple shadow clones. A blonde boy jumped around on the ground, chased by a group of puppets. The blonde exclaimed as he ran, "How many of these damn things are there?" Seeing this from the rooftop, Yun-Yu couldn't help but feel a headache. Truly, this was Naruto. Kakashi also spotted this blonde boy, but his gaze was fixated on the leaf headband worn on the ninja's head. They were from Konoha, but this time only the 5 of us were on the mission, so where did this blonde come from? Naruto was being beaten without any means of defense. Suddenly, it seemed like he thought of something and pulled out a chakra blade from behind, cutting the chakra strings of the puppets. Several puppets whose chakra strings were severed by Naruto fell from the air like lifeless marionettes. Suddenly, a triangular-headed puppet appeared behind Naruto and kicked him from the air. Boom. Naruto fell from the air and crashed hard onto the solid stone pavement. He struggled to get up, but his left leg was injured and difficult to move. At that moment, the puppets gathered above Naruto, their arms suddenly spreading towards him, gathering a massive amount of purple chakra from their arms, preparing to shoot at him. Naruto cursed inwardly, "Damn it, there are too many of them, and the chakra blade is simply not enough to cope." Just as Naruto was about to be hit, a petite figure swooped in and gave Naruto a princess carry, taking him out of the line of fire from the puppets. After escaping the attack, Naruto turned to see his rescuer, who wore a mask that obscured her face, but she appeared to be no more than 10 years old. Her appearance was reminiscent of the golden-haired big brother who had saved him before. Kakashi also landed next to Yun-Yu, watching the blonde boy with a wary expression. "You are a ninja working with the golden-haired big brother, right?" Naruto was the first to break the surrounding silence. At this moment, Yun-Yu had a hunch. It seemed that Naruto had already encountered Watergate and the others. Yun-Yu gently nodded. "We are ninjas from Konoha, sent by the third Hokage to stop in Lushan." Naruto's eyes momentarily lit up at the mention of the third Hokage. It seemed that in this world, he was still alive. Kakashi looked at Naruto's Konoha headband, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "You are also from Konoha?" Naruto quickly nodded and recounted how he ended up here to Yun-Yu and Kakashi. Kakashi's wariness gradually dissipated. The third Hokage was indeed right. There were future people who had come to this time. "So that means after we eliminate 100 feet, everything will return to normal, right?" Yun-Yu placed one hand on her mask, appearing thoughtful. Kakashi couldn't help but laugh at Yun-Yu's demeanor. He knew that Yun-Yu's presence was mostly Watergate's arrangement. The mission scroll initially stated 4 people, but in the end Watergate persuaded Ding Zhua to include Yun-Yu in this mission. As the puppets closed in again, the three-tomo Sharingan in Yun-Yu's beautiful eyes slowly turned while Kakashi drew the short sword from his back. "Watch our performance, Junior," he said, clearly directed at the Naruto behind them. Naruto's face revealed a hint of displeasure. "Ah, how unfair. Clearly they were both under 10 years old, yet they spoke as if I were the child." In the next moment, Naruto's eyes widened as he saw Yun-Yu forming a Rasengan in her hand, while Kakashi held a Chidori, which was used by Sasuke. With the enhancement of the Sharingan, the puppets in front of them were quickly smashed into a pile of scrap parts by the Rasengan, while the puppets on Kakashi's side fared even worse, reduced to nothing but remnants. Is this truly the level that a 10-year-old child can reach? Naruto questioned his life in his mind. But that girl had definitely just used the Rasengan, and thinking of this, Naruto felt even more excited. Only the fourth Hokage, the perverted sage Yun-Yu-Sensei, and himself could perform this technique. The fourth Hokage could be ruled out, and this girl was clearly a girl, so the perverted sage was even less likely. There was only one answer. This girl before him was his childhood Yun-Yu-Sensei. Naruto was shocked by his own deduction, and he froze in place. Inside the highest tower of Lolan, a beautiful girl with red hair and purple eyes kneels in the empty hall, softly singing a ballad. Before her stands an empty throne, and the hall is devoid of any presence save for the solitary figure of the girl. The light rising from the heights of Lolan, the resplendent sun in its glory, flowers fluttering in a contest of beauty. The girl's voice is both melodious and melancholic. As she sings, it seems as though she sees her mother sitting on the throne, embracing her and singing along. "Sarah, one day you will bring happiness and peace to the people of this town." Sarah listens attentively to her mother's words, though she does not understand why her mother says this. "Yes, my dear mother. Come, let us sing together, Sarah." A hint of pearlescent tears begins to shimmer in Sarah's purple eyes. With a creak, the doors of the hall are swung open by a man clad in a white robe sporting a full beard. He gradually walks towards Sarah, Lady Sarah, what are you doing? The citizens are eagerly anticipating your praise for your great deeds. The man approaches Sarah. Please stand before your people and show them your smile. Sarah gently wipes away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Yes, Minister and Lushan. The scene shifts to outside the highest tower of Lolon, where countless people are cheering for the arrival of their queen. At that moment, Sarah is adorned in a pink long gown, wearing a sparkling crown with her long hair cascading down her back, appearing like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Yunyu and Kakashi cling to the midsection of another tall tower, watching Sarah wave continuously to her citizens from the height of the tower. Hey, is this the princess? Yunyu's gaze is fixed on the princess' ethereal and exquisite face. Kakashi remains silent, merely surveying the crowd below from his elevated position. Naruto has just parted ways with Yunyu, and Kakashi insisting on tracking down the whereabouts of the centipede. Notably, upon seeing Yunyu finish his battle, his bond value instantaneously reached 100. Yunyu is somewhat perplexed what happened to Naruto, who had just met him and instantly filled up the bond value. In just a moment, Naruto provided Yunyu with 1 brank and 1 crank ninja recruitment opportunity. Thinking of this, Yunyu couldn't help but grin widely. Coupled with the bond value from Minato Namake's exceeding 60, together the father and son provided him with 2 crank and 1 brank recruitment opportunity. System, please help me utilize the recruitment opportunities. Congratulations to the host for recruiting Crank Ninja, Might Guy Crank Ninja, Uzumaki Kushina Young, and Brank Ninja, Uzumaki Naruto Shippuden. Wow, this time I really hit the jackpot. Although Might Guy and Uzumaki Kushina are rated as Crank Ninjas, their 8 gates and pure Uzumaki clan physique are extraordinarily powerful. Take Might Guy for example. The 7 ninja swordsmen had a hard time forming a team, yet they encountered Might Guy, a perennial genin. 4 of them were kicked to death, with the remaining 3 lucky treasures fleeing in disarray. System, please help me fuse them. Congratulations to the host for successfully fusing Might Guy Uzumaki Kushina Young and Uzumaki Naruto Shippuden. Name Uchiha Yunue, age 10 years, chakra level, tailed beast class, recruited ninjas, Uzumaki Naruto team, 7 Uchiha Sasuke team, 7 Moonlight Gale Mizuki, by Uchiha Sasuke, Shippuden Uchiha Sasuke, Mangekyo Sharingan Shio, in swimsuit Uzumaki, Kushina Young, Might Guy Uzumaki Naruto Shippuden, summon beast Shikaku progress perfect, tailed beast chakra mode, 8 tails, QB partial chakra. Suddenly Sarah, standing at the top of the tower, is violently pushed forward by a hand, and the protective railing of the high platform shatters upon her contact. Yunyu and Kakashi's eyes widen in shock at the sudden turn of events. Yunyu flashes forward ready to save the girl, but at the moment he moves, Naruto appears in midair and securely catches the falling Sarah. Their figures flicker between several tall towers before finally landing at a secluded tower below. Yunyu and Kakashi follow suit, knowing that asking Miss Queen is undoubtedly the best choice to inquire about the whereabouts of the puppets. As soon as Yunyu lands, he sees the 2 red swollen handprints on Naruto's cheek. You rude person, Sarah's delicate voice rings out. Naruto covers his cheek, looking at Sarah in confusion. What are you doing? I just saved you. Sarah frowns, pouting adorably. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Yunyu's booming laughter interrupts Naruto's thoughts. Seeing both Naruto and Sarah turn their gazes toward him, Yunyu suppresses his laughter and pretends to cough solemnly. I hope I didn't disturb you. Please continue. I'll talk to you later. Sarah covers her blushing face. It's not what you think. Naruto looks at Yunyu with slight annoyance and then asks, by the way, weren't you 2 supposed to be on a mission? How come you're both here? It's hard not to be noticed with such a commotion you 2 are causing, Kakashi explains impatiently. Naruto scratches his head, awkwardly chuckling. Oh really? He occasionally glances over at Yunyu, but Yunyu pays no mind. Suddenly Naruto's eyes light up, and he turns to Sarah, who is sitting on the ground, saying, by the way, why did you fall from the high platform? I feel like someone gave me a push. Sarah contemplates for a moment. Then that means someone wants to take your life, Naruto replies, scratching his head. Sarah's expression turns serious in an instant, her arms crossed over her chest, as she retorts directly, no way. It's impossible for anyone to want to take my life. You saw it too, the citizens are all cheering for me. Didn't you say you felt someone push you? At this moment Sarah seems a little shaken. Maybe I misjudged the feeling. While the group is talking, several shadows appear before Naruto. It seems you haven't followed our previous agreement to leave here. The masked Minato Namikaze speaks to Naruto. Naruto is immediately frightened and retreats, pressing his back against a pillar, panic-stricken, as he exclaims, I had no choice, this guy fell from the tower right in front of me. Seeing Naruto surrounded, Sarah rushes to his side, shielding him, and scolds Minato and the others. Who are you people? Naruto's clever brain seems to grasp something as he immediately picks up a kunai and charges at Minato. Are you here to take her life? Yunue, amused by the impending conflict between father and son, trips Naruto with a sweep of his leg. Instantly, the fallen Naruto feels something cold pressed against his neck. Be quiet, you fool. Yunyu leans close to the fallen Naruto and whispers in his ear. At that moment, Naruto is even more certain that the person before him is indeed his teacher Yunue, and that these people are truly with him. I hope you don't misunderstand, we are also here to protect Her Majesty the Queen, Minato explains to Naruto. Naruto lowers the kunai in his hand, and Yunyu releases the kunai he had on Naruto's neck. The group escorts Sarah to the high tower where her palace is located. Sarah quietly listens to the conversation among the group. Minato and the others remove their masks, revealing their handsome faces. Seeing this, Yunyu and Kakashi also take off their masks. Naruto looks at Minato, his eyes fixated on him as he falls into deep thought. By the way, big brother, your face looks so familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere. Then it struck me, you're the fourth Hokage from Hokage Rock. Dingswa bursts into laughter upon hearing this. What kind of joke are you telling? It's only the third Hokage now. Teacher, you forgot, right? The intelligence on the third Hokage said that the centipede came from 6 years in the future. Yunyu quietly pats Dingswa's wide waist. If I'm not mistaken, this person before us also came from the future. Minato nods at Yunyu. Enough. Let's not discuss matters related to the future any further, or it may change the future as a result. As Naruto catches a glimpse of Yunyu's face, a tear rolls down the corner of his eye. It's Teacher Yunyu, and next to her is my teacher Kakashi. I've never seen Teacher Yunyu and Teacher Kakashi look so adorable. Why is Naruto crying when he sees me? Did I bully him in the future? Enough. The person who came 6 years ago was not the centipede, but Minister in Lushan who inherited my mother's will. I think the problem lies with you. With that, Sarah angrily runs toward the palace. Naruto immediately chases after her. I will ensure Sarah's safety. Big brother, I'll leave the matter of Lushan to you. Minato looks helplessly in the direction Naruto disappeared. Yunyu, take this and protect them well. With that, Minato hands Yunyu the flying thunder god kunai. Okay. Yunyu replies, and in an instant his figure vanishes. Then the task of placing the explosive tags is up to you, Kakashi. Yes, teacher Minato. Kakashi replies, a hint of complaint in his tone. Yunyu searches for Naruto and the others, finally finding them outside the tower. At this moment, it is already night. Naruto and Sarah are surrounded by some elderly and weak women and children of unknown origin. The streets are filled with people and fireworks illuminate the dark night. The crowd seems tireless, continuously cheering and waving toward the high tower. Queen Sarah is truly pitiful. She has always been treated as a puppet princess. One of the children remarks. Sarah, don't say such things, a woman next to the child admonishes. Sarah's face fills with anger. What are you all saying? Suddenly Yunyu appears beside Sarah. Just take a look for yourself. With that, Yunyu throws a kunai into the air and a sound of numerous strings snapping is heard. The people who were just cheering now all fall to the ground. There are no people, only puppets, and the densely packed pipes atop the tower are the conduits for transporting chakra strings. Sarah covers her mouth with both hands, unable to believe the scene before her. Just moments ago, she encountered that group in the palace who were shouting for Queen Sarah to return their husbands and children, claiming it was the queen's order to capture the men. It seems all of this is true. I was used by Lushan. At this moment, Sarah realizes her mistakes. She stands up again. Please rest assured, I will rescue your families. After reassuring the crowd, Sarah leads Naruto and Yunyu to infiltrate in Lushan's factory. They enter the factory through the pipes. As they emerge from the pipeline, they see a massive boiler slowly turning with puppets continuously being produced on the assembly line. The captured men are pushing the enormous boiler surrounding it. That scoundrel in Lushan is actually manufacturing war machines while using my orders to capture the citizens of Lulan. Sarah stares intently at the puppets coming off the assembly line. Suddenly, Sarah spots a black sphere engraved with seals on the ground at the center of the factory. She grabs Naruto's clothing. Take me there too, I have a way to shut down this factory. Without hesitation, Naruto picks up Sarah and jumps to where the black sphere is located. Yunyu stands guard beside them, vigilant of their surroundings. Sarah places her hands on the switch and a beautiful and melodious ballad begins to play, causing the seal on the black sphere to gradually close. The tributaries supplying this factory also begin to shut down along with the closing black sphere. Quick, get out of here, Sarah shouts to the villagers near the boiler. Upon hearing this, they all express their gratitude to Sarah and quickly leave. Your Majesty, what are you doing here? At the top of the factory, a towering figure is reflected in the eyes of the group. It is in Lushan. Sarah's pupils dilate in disbelief, her eyes filled with incredulity. In Lushan, I command you to stop the production of puppets and release all the puppets you have taken. Oh, it seems Her Majesty the Queen knows quite a bit, so it's even less likely that you will leave here alive. With that, the previously motionless puppets begin to transform and assemble under Lushan's control, with brand new puppets emerging. At this moment, Sarah is so shocked that she can't find her voice. Sarah, run. Leave this bastard to me, Naruto shouts to the bewildered Sarah. Multiple shadow clones Rasengan. A bright blue Rasengan disperses the puppets approaching Sarah, clearing a path for her. In pursuit of the A-rank ninja reward opportunity, here we go. The 3-Tomo Sharingan suddenly appears, and Yunyu's left hand gathers the Chidori sharp spear, sweeping toward the surrounding puppets like lightning. However, there are too many puppets. Even if they are scattered, they will be restored by the power of the dragon vein. Without thoroughly shattering them, there's no chance to defeat in Lushan. Next, an astonishing scene unfolds before Naruto's young eyes. Yunyu's teacher is also summoning shadow clones and forming a ball with his right hand. Know this one emanating a wind blade-like aura is the Rasen Shuriken. Teacher Yunyu can actually use his own original ninjutsu. Naruto is taken aback, his gaze becoming vacant. Die. Wind release Rasen Shuriken. Yunyu's petite figure hurls the shuriken, which is twice his size, directly toward Lushan. Damn it. And Lushan realizes the immense lethality contained in the incoming jutsu. Are you playing a game you can't handle, kid? The spiral shuriken blossomed before the hundred-legged creature, the immense gust wrapping its body, drowning out its furious roar with the deafening sound of the explosion. Before the eyes of the crowd, a colossal puppet spider gradually emerged from the center of the explosion. Ha ha ha, this is my ultimate form. In Lolon, my power is limitless. The arrogant voice of the hundred-legged creature came from the spider's mouth. Naruto was pushed back 2 steps by the aura emitted by the hundred-legged creature. What kind of monster is this guy? The damaged puppets around began to rise again under the control of the hundred-legged spider puppet, slowly advancing towards Naruto. Yin saw Naruto and Sarah being surrounded, and she instantly appeared in front of Naruto. A gentle and reassuring voice reached Naruto's ears. Naruto, go protect Sarah's safety and shut down the dragon vein with her. Only then can we deal with the immortality of the hundred-legged creature. Yin Yu's upright figure began to overlap with the image of her in Naruto's mind. Naruto instinctively touched his forehead protector and firmly replied, "In," before turning to escort Sarah away. "I'll take you down." The hundred-legged creature swung its massive spider claws at Yunyu. Yunyu leaped gracefully, quickly forming seals in midair. Fire release, great fireball technique. The spider's claws were hit by the fireball, but in an instant they regenerated. Useless, I told you I am invincible in Mulan. The spider's mouth began to accumulate chakra. A massive chakra beam was about to shoot towards Yunyu. Explosion. Kakashi's voice echoed above the puppet factory. In the next moment, the entire factory was filled with the sounds of explosions as Kakashi successfully plastered explosive tags all over the factory. Flying Thunder God. A warm, large hand grabbed Yunyu's slender waist, and in the next moment Yunyu was taken away from the range of the hundred-legged creature by Minato. Minato let go of Yunyu. Did I arrive in time? With a wry smile, Minato's tone carried a hint of embarrassment. Partial expansion technique. Yunyu was slightly stunned. It was Teacher Ding's voice. A hand larger than the entire body of the hundred-legged creature slammed it against the wall, causing the hundred-legged creature to grit its teeth in anger. You bunch of insects. Jiwei. Minato turned to look at the oil girl, Jiwei, behind him. Everything is ready, ninja art insect ball. As Jiwei spoke, swarms of parasitic insects flew towards the hundred-legged creature, wrapping it completely. What? The hundred-legged creature looked in disbelief at the insects surrounding its body. It screamed as it fell from the wall. Did we succeed? Dingswa asked urgently. Yunyu shook her head. It was indeed not over as all the puppets in the factory surged towards the hundred-legged creature. The spider body of the hundred-legged creature was ensnared by the puppets, and finally a humanoid puppet the size of a tailed beast appeared. The humanoid puppet gradually opened its eyes, and because it was too large it broke through the factory's roof and came outside. In the night of Lolon, the tall towers were brightly lit, creating an illusion reminiscent of a neon city from a past life. At this moment, the hundred-legged creature saw Sarah's figure and recklessly rushed towards her. As long as Sarah dies, the dragon vein cannot be shut down, and the hundred-legged creature would truly achieve immortality. Naruto, in front of Sarah, entangled the hundred-legged creature with shadow clones, turning back to shout, "Sarah, pull yourself together, you're the queen. Only you can successfully stop all of this." Watching as Naruto was knocked away time and again by the hundred-legged creature only to stand up again, Sarah clenched her fists firmly and ran towards the high tower of the Lulon dragon vein. Naruto's shout reached Sarah, "Be careful." In Sarah's pupils, a giant spike shot from the hundred-legged creature's hand was hurtling towards her. A figure shining with white chakra appeared in front of Sarah. A gigantic chakra arm formed on the figure's robe, directly swatting the giant spike away. Cloud Moon, in her perfect tailed beast chakra mode, rushed to the rescue. "Sarah, go quickly. We will hold the fort here." Cloud Moon smiled gently at Sarah. "Naruto, you and Sarah go to the high tower to shut down the dragon vein." Minato, who came beside Cloud Moon, also spoke. "I understand." Naruto and Sarah quickly ran into the high tower. The massive body of the hundred-legged creature gradually approached Cloud Moon and Minato. "You damned pests, today is your death day." Minato threw a shuriken towards the hundred-legged creature, shouting, "Shuriken shadow clone technique." The shuriken instantly transformed into a rain of shuriken, completely engulfing the massive body of the hundred-legged creature. At the top of the dragon vein tower, a purple lightning bolt struck down at the hundred-legged creature, and in an instant its damaged body was restored. Yunyu frowned. "Minato Sensei, did you see that?" Yes, indeed, that high tower is the key to Lushan's continuous restoration. No wonder Lushan desperately pursued Sarah. A purple beam shot towards Yunyu and Minato, and Yunyu instantly teleported using the tailed beast chakra mode, while Minato easily dodged with the flying thunder god. In Yunyu's pupils, the three-tomo Sharingan gradually formed a six-pointed star pattern. "Since you possess immortality, let me use this technique against you, Amaterasu." As blood tears streamed from Yunyu's left eye, black flames instantly spread over the hundred-legged creature's head and gradually covered its entire body. No matter how the hundred-legged creature flailed, it could not extinguish the flames. "You damned brat, I will not let you go." The hundred-legged creature glared at Yunyu in fury. Minato raised an eyebrow. Aside from the white chakra cloak from earlier, Yunyu also possessed such a technique. Indeed, the Uchiha clan is extraordinary. Under the flames of Amaterasu, the hundred-legged creature's true body appeared at the chest of the gigantic puppet, but in an instant, it was restored to its original state. At this moment, the 100-legged creature abandoned the puppet's exterior, and Amaterasu fell off with the puppet's outer layer. Naruto rushed out from the tower. Sarah has successfully shut down the dragon vein. Now we can deal with this guy. The 100-legged creature shouted unwillingly at the group. I want you all to accompany the dragon vein to the grave. Minato suddenly turned to Yunyu beside him. Can I ask you for a favor? Yunyu looked at Minato and nodded slightly. Of course, Minato-sensei. Next you will attack the chest of the puppet to expose the 100-legged creature's position, and then I and Naruto will take him down. Upon hearing this, Yunyu charged her left hand, with Chidori rushing straight towards the 100-legged creature's chest. Minato had already guessed when he saw Naruto use the Rasengan in the puppet factory. He smiled at Naruto. Naruto, we will use a combination technique. I recently developed the strongest Tai Chi Rasengan. When Naruto heard the word Rasengan, he looked astonished. But only the 4th Hokage, the pervy sage teacher Yunyu, and I can use the Rasengan. Could it be that you are? Naruto's eyes shone with excitement, even his throat began to choke. Minato said nothing, merely smiled at Naruto as he brought his palm close to Naruto's hand, and immediately Minato's green chakra fused with Naruto's blue chakra. A small ball resembling a mini Rasengan appeared in Naruto's hand. The armor on the 100-legged creature's exterior was cut open by Yunyu's Chidori, exposing its true body once more to everyone's eyes. Now's the time, Naruto. Naruto raised the Tai Chi Rasengan in his hand, green chakra swirling around him. You will not succeed, super regeneration technique. While the 100-legged creature desperately tried to restore its body, countless shuriken and hidden weapons shot towards Naruto from the puppet's body. Naruto charged directly toward the 100-legged creature's true body, and all the shuriken and kunai were scattered by the green chakra surrounding him. Impossible. The 100-legged creature struck at Naruto with its giant hand, but ultimately the giant hand turned to dust before the Tai Chi Rasengan. The 100-legged creature's true body was also annihilated beneath this attack. Ding. Mission complete. Reward: a grade ninja recruitment opportunity. Yay, besides Eagleswa, I have another trump card. Let's start the lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host, for recruiting a rank ninja, Hatake Kakashi Mangekyo Sharingan. Not bad. Hatake Kakashi has always been criticized for lacking chakra, but that won't be a problem for me. Besides, Kamui is a powerful weapon. Kakashi almost used Kamui to twist off the head of the Ten Tails during the 4th Great Ninja War. It's all over. Naruto sighed, but his body fell from the sky due to fatigue. Would release great tree technique. A wooden branch appeared to catch the falling Naruto. After being offline for the entire game, Yamato finally remembered his password and logged back in. Sorry, Naruto. Yamato said to the Naruto in his hands. Naruto slowly opened his eyes. Captain Yamato. Yamato nodded gently. Kakashi looked disdainfully at Yamato. This leaf ninja is quite useless. He passed out outside the desert, and I was the one who saved him. Yamato gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, punching Kakashi in the head. That hurt. Kakashi covered his head, looking at Yamato in confusion. Yamato smiled at Kakashi. It's nothing, you've always bullied me, and I couldn't hold back, so. After speaking, Yamato approached Minato and bowed. It's an honor to meet you. Naruto looked at Minato. Captain Yamato, do you know this big brother? Minato abruptly interrupted Naruto. Unfortunately, it's time to say goodbye. Sarah looked sadly at Naruto, because at this moment both Naruto and Yamato were beginning to gradually dissipate due to the death of the 100-legged creature. How can it be? Are we parting so soon? Sarah grasped Naruto's gradually disappearing left hand. Naruto turned to Sarah with a smile. Sarah, haven't you already succeeded? You are already an outstanding queen. I will definitely not forget Naruto. Minato spoke awkwardly. To avoid changing history, it's best to erase the memories of our meeting. I have already set up a technique to make us forget each other, okay? Naruto interrupted, unwillingly looking at Minato. No, wait a moment, didn't you promise to let me finish talking before that? Minato formed seals to activate the technique, a bright smile on his face. Yes, but not now. Oh, we will definitely have another chance to meet. What do you think? Naruto remained persistent. I have many things I want to say to you. If I don't say them now, I won't have the chance again. One day, I will definitely listen to you. As Minato's words fell, Naruto felt something wet in the corners of his eyes. The technique completed its activation and Naruto's figure vanished. The last thing he heard before disappearing was, if I have a son, I want to raise him to be a ninja like you. The last two words could no longer be heard clearly. Naruto could only see Minato's slightly parted lips, recognizing that Minato was saying his name. Yunyu also said to Naruto, good luck, before he disappeared. Kakashi, seeing Naruto and Yamato vanish, felt a sense of relief. Let's go back and report Minato-sensei. Minato nodded. After seeing Naruto disappear, Sarah clenched her small fist, silently vowing, Naruto, I will definitely be a good queen if this is what you taught me. The power of the dragon vein surged again. Before dying, the 100-legged creature had set up a curse. If it died, the hidden bombs beneath the dragon vein would explode. Even in death, you all must accompany the dragon vein to the grave. This was the 100-legged creature's intent when it set the curse. The tower where the dragon vein was located began to radiate purple energy, and the earth began to tremble. This is bad. There's no time to seal it now. Quick, take the queen away from Lulan. Minato shouted to the group. Minato-sensei, the power of the explosion from the dragon vein cannot be escaped by the queen and her subjects. Minato hesitated as well. He could take Kakashi and the others away, but the citizens of Lulan could definitely not escape the explosion. Yunyu looked at Minato and Kakashi behind her. I have a method, but I don't know if it will work. Kakashi immediately felt something was off, his heart feeling like it was being squeezed by a giant hand. He reached out and grabbed Yunyu. Yunyu, what are you planning to do? Minato sensei, if I fail, please take Kakashi and the others and escape. Kakashi, don't stop me if you still regard me as a friend. Minato's expression was grave. Understood, Yunyu, do what you have to do. Minato sensei. Kakashi glared angrily at Minato. Minato stopped Kakashi's outburst. Enough. Yunyu's figure vanished, and in the next moment Minato saw the tower, and the dragon vein within it seemed to twist and disappear into thin air. Kakashi broke free from Minato's hold and ran towards the tower. Finally, he saw Yunyu. At this moment Yunyu was also gradually dissipating like Naruto and the others. Yunyu. Kakashi reached out to grab her. Yunyu turned to Kakashi. Is that you, Kakashi? I might disappear from this time period. Yunyu had just used Kamui to transfer the dragon vein into her Kamui space, but the overwhelming power of the dragon vein caused her to suffer backlash, resulting in the current scene. Kakashi, why are you crying? Kakashi's dark eyes were filled with tears, his nails digging painfully into his flesh. It's my inability to protect you. Clearly I had a deal with Obito before setting off, but in the end. Ding. Kakashi's bond value reached 100. Minato's bond value reached 100. Ding. His bond value reached 100. In the distance, Minato and the others also witnessed this scene. He knew Yunyu was about to leave them. In the end, Kakashi wanted to say something to Yunyu, but before Yunyu could hear it, she completely vanished. Why? Kakashi's hoarse and sorrowful voice echoed. Minato stepped forward to comfort him. Yunyu is a hero of Konoha. As he spoke, he placed a hand on Kakashi's shoulder. In a realm of darkness, Yunyu groggily opened her eyes. Where am I? Ding. Congratulations, host, for absorbing the power of the dragon vein. You can now consume all lottery opportunities to fully assimilate the power of the dragon vein. Once assimilated, you will gain 1 rank ninja lottery opportunity. Wow. I will exchange the 3 rank lottery opportunities given by Minato, Ding Zhuo, and Kakashi for 1 rank ninja. That's generous, this Hokage mobile game system. Let's begin my first ninja in life. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully recruited rank Shinobi Uchiha Akatsuki 4th Shinobi World War. Your current status panel has been updated. Name Uchiha Yunyu, age 10, out chakra capacity, tail beast level. Recruited Shinobi Uzumaki Naruto team 7, Uchiha Sasuke team 7, Tsunade's student Might Guy Yamanaka Ino Hyuganiji Rock, Lee Uchiha Sasuke, Shippuden Uchiha Sasuke Mangekyo Sharingan, Hataki Kakashi Mangekyo, Sharingan Chio swimsuit, Uzumaki, Kushina youthful form, Might Dai Uzumaki Naruto Shippuden Uchiha Akatsuki 4th Shinobi World War Summit. Beast Shikaku Progress Perfect Tail Beast Chakra Mode Gyuki Progress Partial 8 Tails Chakra. With the Rinnegan and Wood release combined, who in this shinobi world could possibly stand against me now? By the way, system, how do I exit this place? The host may utilize Akatsuki's Kamui to teleport himself out. A reminder, based on temporal flow analysis of the dragon vein, the host is currently situated in Konoha year 48. Yunyu scratched his head. Konoha year 48. A full year had passed since my disappearance. Suddenly his skull felt as though struck by a sledgehammer. He reeled backward, collapsing entirely. Year 48 marks the time of the Kanobi Bridge battle, the very moment Akatsuki would fall and Hataki Kakashi would awaken his Sharingan. It is also the year of Rin's death. Shortly after the Kanobi Bridge, she would be abducted by Mist Ninja and implanted with the 3 tails. Kakashi risked his life to rescue her, but Mist Umbu and Jonin swiftly pursued them. Rin knew that if she returned to Konoha, the 3 tails would erupt uncontrollably. So seizing the precise instant Kakashi activated Chidori, she chose to die beneath its lightning blade. That act shattered Akatsuki's heart and ignited his descent into darkness. That same year, Akatsuki and Zetsu slaughtered the Akatsuki's original members. Danzo, conspiring with Sanshuo, lured Minato, Konan, and Nagato into a fatal trap. Minato took his own life, impaling himself upon Nagato's kunai, thereby shattering Nagato's soul and compelling him to bear the weight of the world. Countless pivotal events unfold within this single year. Even Uzumaki Naruto, the one destined to reshape the shinobi world, was born in year 48. The more Yunyu pondered, the heavier his head grew. First, I must escape this temporal maelstrom. Yunyu resolved inwardly. Instantly, a spiraling spatial distortion coalesced around his right eye. Meanwhile, deep within the forest beyond Kirigakure, Mist Umbu and Jonin encircled Kakashi and Rin. Kakashi kept his right eye tightly shut, his left bore a pair of Tomo, his newly awakened Sharingan. Rin, run. I will protect you with my life. Before, neither I nor Akatsuki could shield her. This time, I will not let history repeat itself, not even at the cost of my life. Kakashi clenched Chidori in his fist. Before him stood over a dozen Mist Umbu. His body was already crisscrossed with deep gashes, crimson droplets oozed steadily from each wound as he gasped raggedly for breath. Kakashi. Rin's heart constricted at the sight of his bloodied form. As if reaching a silent decision, she charged toward him. Chidori. Just as Kakashi lunged to pierce an Umbu, Rin threw herself before him. Azure lightning pierced her chest. She smiled at him, serene and unburdened, as though finally set free. Yunyu. Akatsuki. I've come to find. Rin's voice faded mid-sentence, her breath dissolving into silence. Kakashi stared blankly at her, a single tear tracing down his cheek from his unwavering Sharingan. Simultaneously, Akatsuki, alerted by White Zetsu, arrived upon the battlefield. He beheld the scene before him. No, I refuse to accept it. Akatsuki screamed inwardly, his pupils dilating, wide blood vessels bursting across his Sharingan. At that moment, both Kakashi's and Akatsuki's eyes surged with eerie resonance. The two Tomo fused, spinning into a windmill-shaped pattern. Overwhelmed by the Mangekyo Sharingan's power, Kakashi collapsed forward, falling beside Rin's still form. White Zetsu swelled across Akatsuki's body, coalescing into a swirling spiral-patterned mask that concealed his contorted face, leaving only one crimson grotesque Mangekyo Sharingan exposed. Nearby masked Mist Umbu witnessed Rin's grisly end. Damn it, he succeeded. This was our hard-won prize. Unbeknownst to them, every word reached Akatsuki, hidden among the trees. This is hell. His scream tore through the air, raw and unbearable. One ninja drew a kunai and barked at the masked figure. Who are you? Reinforcements? Another mist ninja asked, puzzled. You fool, he's alone. The Umbu captain finally spoke. Never mind. Deal with that boy. I'll retrieve the girl's corpse. It must not fall into outsiders' hands. He sprang toward Rin, just as several mist ninja hurled countless shuriken at Akatsuki. Yet the blades passed straight through his body, embedding harmlessly into the trunk behind him. What just happened? Did he dodge? All were stunned, faces frozen in disbelief. The Umbu captain reached Rin's side, just as an uncanny spatial ripple emanated from all around him. From the vortex emerged a petite girl clad in black haori, her features delicate and refined. Where am I? Yunue surveyed her surroundings. Mist ninja scattered in tight formation encircling her. Rin lay motionless beside her, chest pierced, blood still dripping. Kakashi remained unconscious before her. Strangely, Yunue's heart ached faintly. Why? Returning with newfound power, she'd imagined proudly showing off to her old classmates. Does gaining strength inevitably demand sacrifice? Yunue remained unaware that bonds forged with others subtly wove threads of attachment into her own spirit. Brat, die! The Umbu captain lunged kunai, aimed at Yunue's throat. Akatsuki, watching her emerge from the vortex, recognized her instantly. The girl declared dead a year ago. Yunue. Fury blazed in Akatsuki's gaze as he glared at the captain. Instantly, wooden spikes erupted from his left arm. He wrenched one free and hurled it like a spear toward the Umbu leader. Don't bother me. Yunue materialized a black rod in her left hand and thrust it forward. The man moved faster, his lips curling upward in triumph. But the next instant his expression twisted, as if confronting a specter. His kunai passed cleanly through her throat, leaving no wound. Yet her black rod had already pierced his torso. Then, space warped again, and the captain vanished without a trace. Into the trash you go, Yunue spoke softly. A spatial vortex bloomed before their eyes, and from it tumbled a flattened, mangled corpse. That's our captain. Several mist ninja froze, paralyzed by terror, fearing they'd be next. Hey, what are you trembling for? Show them what bloody mist truly means. One recovering Umbu snapped. Today, you all shall die alongside Rin. Yunue's voice was gentle, melodious, yet to the Umbu it echoed like death's own summons. Akatsuki charged into the crowd, each footfall detonating like thunder, cracking the earth beneath him. Using Kimui, he evaded every technique, then impaled Umbu after Umbu with wood release. Yunue gazed upon the despairing faces, and tears of blood traced down her cheeks as a six-pointed star, her Rinnegan, ignited. Burned to ash. Black flames engulfed the clustered Umbu. Use water release to extinguish them. Help, we can't douse these flames. Save me, please. Wails filled the forest beyond Kirigakure, while above crimson rain blossomed like petals. Yunue cupped a falling drop in her palm. How rare, a rain of blood-red blossoms. Rin, do you see this? Yunue lifted her gaze to the scarlet moon hanging low in the sky. Upon the battlefield, only two slender figures remained. Come home, brother Akatsuki. I know it's you. Yunue spoke those words to the masked figure before her. The spiral mask remained silent, then gently embraced her. A hoarse voice finally broke the silence. Akatsuki is but a relic of the past. From this day forth, I bear no name. He stroked her hair tenderly, removed the mask, then wiped away the blood tears glistening on her cheeks. After cleansing her face, he donned the mask once more, and slowly released his embrace. Let me sever all karmic ties binding this world. His final words dissolved into silence as he vanished into the vortex. Sever all karmic ties. Even with overwhelming power, I failed to change any of this. Yunue closed her eyes and slammed her fist violently into the earth. Again and again, until blood welled from her knuckles. Still she did not stop. Gradually clarity returned. No, it is not over. There is still something I can do. Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu. I remember you both. In Konoha Hospital, Kakashi jolted upright on his bed, clutching his left eye in agony. Are you alright, Kakashi? A familiar, gentle voice reached his ears. He stared incredulous at the person before him, trembling as he whispered, Yunue. Yes. Yunue rescued you from the battlefield, and immediately summoned me using a flying thunder god kunai. Minato spoke, his expression grim. After all, two of his students, Uchiha Akatsuki and Rin Nohara, had just been lost to him. Seeing Yunyue's tear-streaked face, Kakashi lowered his head, his eyes hollow and empty. I'm sorry, I failed to protect Akatsuki, and I killed Rin myself. He clawed desperately at his own hair, consumed by madness. Slap. Yunyue struck him across the face, her voice edged with disdain. Did my cousin truly perish hoping to see Kakashi waste away like this? Do you think Rin wishes to watch you like this, from heaven? Kakashi froze, throat constricting, as if choked by invisible hands. He tried to speak, but found no words to offer. In the end, silence held sway. You are not the Kakashi I knew. She turned and walked out, without looking back. Outside the hospital, Yunyue gazed up at the vast, empty sky, her starlit eyes impossibly deep. Akatsuki's sorrow cannot be undone. But according to the timeline, he has yet to begin manipulating Nagato, or has only just begun. Then there remains a chance. I must return to the Akatsuki, immediately. After all, I was its first official member. To move against the Akatsuki without my consent. A fantasy. On matters of comrades, Yunyue yield not an inch. Not even if it means standing against the entire shinobi world. In the next instant, she stood before the home she hadn't seen in years. Along the way, she passed Akatsuki's small cottage. How nostalgic that Akatsuki who used to rouse her each morning. She opened the hidden compartment in her cabinet and withdrew the Akatsuki cloak she hadn't worn in ages, running her fingers lightly over its imperfect hand-stitched red clouds. Minato-san, the earnest fool, had stitched these clouds himself. You're our first official member, he'd said. You deserve a uniform with meaning. Danzo and Hanzo, those slimy skulking rats. If you dare lift a finger against Minato and his friends, I won't hesitate to send you to your graves ahead of schedule. I wonder, whose power proves greater, your three-headed serpent, or my outer path giant statue? In a cave outside Amegakure, rain fell softly upon Minato, Konan, and Nagato, sheltering from the storm. Heavy footsteps approached the cave mouth. Nagato frowned, his purple-lit Rinnegan fixed intently upon the white-swirled masked figure drawing near. Who are you? One eerie crimson Sharingan gleamed from behind the mask. Uchiha Madara. Bandai. Nagato simply gazed at the masked man before him. Yahiko frowned, a drop of cold sweat trickling down his face. Daring to claim to be Uchiha Obito, are you a criminal or a fool? Yahiko warily stared at the masked man. Konan stood beside Yahiko, paper butterflies swirling around her. What is your purpose in approaching us? Yahiko spoke again. Obito's Sharingan turned towards Nagato's eyes, slowly stating Rinnegan. At this, Nagato's eyes widened slightly. To guide the wielder of the Rinnegan correctly is a mission my organization has carried since ancient times. Nagato stepped closer to the masked man, speaking urgently. Do you understand my eyes? Obito pointed at Nagato. You are the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths who desires a stable world. Only the great nation's ninja villages bask in the sunlight, while your small nation's ninja village is left in the shadows, barely surviving. Obito observed Nagato's expression, noting that he had clenched his jaw. A hint of a smile crept onto Obito's lips beneath his mask. It is precisely because of this that you awakened the Rinnegan. Your will for peace will only allow for the outbreak of war. It is only by making the perpetrators feel the same pain that war will cease. But what we can create is only victory, only peace, only love, a world where all these exist. With our assistance, we can find a way to create it. Come on, you with the Rinnegan will lead us to the path of peace. Yahiko stepped in front of Nagato. Are you trying to use us? What you say is overly idealistic. Only by understanding the pain of others and making the perpetrators shed the same tears can we truly approach the real world. Obito scoffed. Shedding the same tears, is that revenge? Yahiko replied firmly. No, it is mutual understanding. Upon hearing this, Obito's eyes widened at Yahiko, his words laced with sarcasm. You don't dream too much. Yahiko ignored Obito's reply. Let's go, Nagato. Konan. We can't trust him. Yahiko turned back to Obito, his tone cold. Don't come near us again. After saying that, the three headed towards the cave's exit. As Nagato passed by Obito, he heard Obito whisper, one day you will understand. I will wait for you here every day. Nagato did not pause his steps, continuing to follow Yahiko and Konan away. Far away in Konoha, Yunyue was currently observing the Akatsuki uniform. It seems a bit small, I've grown too fast in these 3 years. Yunyue regretted not listening to Nagato's advice to bring a larger size uniform. Outside Konoha at the root base, a cat-faced mask was reporting Yunyue's information to Danzo. Danzo's half-closed eyes slowly widened, especially when he heard that 19 members of the Mist's Umbu had been killed on sight. He could no longer contain his excitement. It seems that this time the Uchiha genius emerging from the Third Shinobi World War is not just Shisui, but also Uchiha Yunyue. Danzo's eyes turned to the unburned candle beside him. Send the order for Uchiha Yunyue to meet me. Tell her that her mysterious disappearance and reappearance is indeed strange and requires a root investigation. The cat-faced mask bowed its head respectfully and responded affirmatively before leaving. At Yunyue's home, a kindly old man wearing a hat knocked on his door. Wait a moment, he'll be right there. Yunyue hurriedly hid his Akatsuki uniform and opened the door. Yunyue's eyes widened as he rubbed his eyes, repeatedly astonished by the person before him. Monkey. I know it's Lord Third. Yunyue quickly realized he had called the wrong name and began to explain. The third Hokage was momentarily stunned by Yunyue's remark. Even he felt that a monkey had just run past Yunyue's door. However, the third's visit was to check on Yunyu's situation as he had received a report from the Umbu that members of Root were approaching Yunyue. So he dispatched the Umbu to intercept those Root members, coming himself to instill the will of fire into Yunyue. Thinking of how he had successfully brainwashed Shirsei, the third's aged face broke into a wide grin. Yunyue, my dear, I came to congratulate you on your triumphant return. I have heard from Minato that you single-handedly sealed the dragon vein, saving the lives of over 100 Lulan citizens. Understanding the importance of protecting your comrades and sacrificing yourself, you truly are a good child who has inherited the will of fire. In the third's eyes, although Yunyue belonged to the Uchiha clan, she has roots as solid as any descendant of his old teammate Uchiha Kagami. Moreover, she does not exhibit the arrogance typical of the Uchiha clan at school and behaves just like an ordinary ninja. As long as the ideological work is done well, cultivating Yunyue into the next Shursui is merely a matter of time. The third patted Yunyue's adorable little head. Can you tell Grandpa where you've been during your disappearance? The third knew about the dragon vein issue. After all, he was the one who discovered the problem with the 100 feet and dispatched Minato and others to stop it. Yunyue pouted, pretending to be puzzled. I remember being affected by the power of the dragon vein and arriving in a pitch-black environment. A few seconds later, I found myself on the battlefield of the mist where I saw the injured Kakashi and the late Rin. As she spoke, an indescribable sadness filled Yunyue's eyes. The third furrowed his brow, noting that it was the 48th year of Konoha. By my estimation, Yunyue, like the 100 feet, has traversed time and space. However, while the 100 feet returned to the past, Yunyue arrived in the future. The third smiled at Yunyue. Yunyue, whether you are in the past or the future, you will always be a hero of Konoha. It is getting late, so I'll take my leave for now. Goodbye, Grandpa Third. Yunyue waved his small hand at the third. After the third left Yunyue's home, he turned to an Umbu beside him. Aren't we about to sign a ceasefire agreement with the Rock Village? Let Danzo handle it, we don't want him to harm my flowers in Konoha. Yes, Lord Third. Yunyue returned home and changed into a red and black kimono, his long black hair casually draped behind him with bangs falling evenly over his forehead and eyes. Looking in the mirror, he was surprised to see that he had grown out of the youthful appearance he had 6 years ago, his face now bearing a more mature quality. I should go find Mihiko and the others. He took out his white mask, no need to think it was the same model as Obito's white mask, and put it on his face. He looked in the mirror and lowered his voice to imitate Obito. I have no identity, nor do I wish to exist as anyone. Wearing a kimono with a white mask feels a bit strange. After leaving a shadow clone behind, a vortex of spatial fluctuations appeared in Yunyue's right eye, while his left eye, hidden beneath the mask, was filled with a sinister aura of the Rinnegan. Akatsuki, I have returned. At the border of the Rock Village in Konoha, Mihiko and his companions headed towards the Rock Village's stationed area. They had just received news from their companion Jutsu that the Rain Village had been attacked by the Rock Ninja. At this moment, the Rock Ninja and various parties, including Konoha, were signing a ceasefire agreement, so they should not continue to attack other countries. Mihiko sensed that there must be a misunderstanding, and he hurried towards the Rock-hidden village. In any case, I must get to the bottom of this. Akatsuki will definitely bring peace to the surrounding villages, Mihiko thought to himself. At the border of the Earth country, Mihiko and his companions pressed on through the pouring rain. Mihiko anxiously stated, if this continues, the peace between Konoha and the Rock-hidden village will turn to dust. Nagato's expression turned serious as he quietly said, perhaps there is a division within the Rock-hidden village. The leaders want to cease hostilities, but the lower-ranked ninjas do not wish for that. It is also possible that it was the work of rogue ninjas, Konan added as she jumped beside Nagato. In any case, they needed to find the Rock-hidden village quickly to clarify the situation. As they arrived at a canyon, suddenly the rocks above the canyon exploded and came crashing down towards them. Scatter! Mihiko shouted. The group dispersed from the area where the falling rocks were. Just as they separated, a group of ninjas wearing Rock Village headbands appeared and surrounded the three. What? Mihiko looked incredulously at the surrounding ambushing ninjas. Without a word, the group of ninjas launched an attack on the three. Mihiko defended against the incoming fists and shuriken. Stop. We are Akatsuki ninjas from the Rain-hidden village. We came to negotiate with you. The surrounding rock ninjas seemed to ignore his words and continued to attack the three. Mihiko jumped to a higher ground, cursing, damn, are they not going to respond? Mihiko cursed inwardly. What should we do, Mihiko? Konan asked as she surrounded herself with paper shurikens, making it difficult for the others to handle her for the moment. Mihiko kicked away a tall rock ninja that charged at him. Our goal is dialogue, don't kill anyone. Just then a rock ninja appeared behind Mihiko. In an instant, a shuriken aimed at him. Mihiko. Nagato's eyes widened as he looked at Mihiko. Konan was about to step forward to block the blow for Mihiko when an astonishing scene unfolded. Just as the shuriken was about to stab into Mihiko's body, the rock ninja inexplicably vanished from thin air, leaving only a hand behind. A bloody hand. There is no pain, it will end soon. A girl's melodious voice rang in the ears of the surrounding rock ninjas. This voice, there's no mistake, it's Yunyue's voice. For a moment, Mihiko was so excited that he forgot they were on a battlefield, almost dropping the weapon in his hand. A vortex of spatial fluctuations caught everyone's attention as a girl dressed in a red and black kimono, wearing a white Magatama mask, stepped out. Just as Konan was about to call out Yunyu's name, Yunyue, who had appeared before her in an instant, covered her mouth with her hand. Sorry, Sister Konan, I cannot reveal my identity, yet as there is a rat watching us. Danzo, who was hiding above the canyon, sneezed. Mihiko, you don't have to hold back. They are all disguises from Konoha's route aiming to sabotage the ceasefire agreement between Konoha and the Rock. Danzo's expression was twisted with rage as he shouted from above the canyon. Leave no survivors, eliminate them all. Upon hearing this, Mihiko's expression changed dramatically. Damn, we've been played, Nagato, Konan, and quickly retreat, do not engage with them. At this moment, Mihiko stood in front of the others. You all go first, or I will catch up with you shortly. The root ninjas at this time all shed their transformation techniques, revealing their Konoha headbands. People from Konoha. Nagato's face stiffened. In an instant, the memories of Konoha ninjas killing his parents flooded back, causing Nagato to cover his head in agony. The root sealing team's ninjas activated a barrier enclosing the canyon. This time they won't escape, even if they have wings. Go kill these Akatsuki members. Mihiko's face darkened. This group consisted of Jonin, or elite Jonin. There were nearly 30 of them, and both he and Nagato were not confident they could take them all down. Suddenly Yunyue, silent until now, spoke up. Mihiko, with this barrier they cannot escape, right? Yes, Mihiko replied. Yunyu's smile was so wide it seemed ready to burst, but the mask concealed his expression. Then I can finally unleash my jutsu without worry. Yunyu's tone carried a hint of excitement. Mihiko was puzzled. What did she mean by unleashing jutsu? Why was Yunyue so optimistic? There was no tension at all in this situation. The next moment Mihiko understood what Yunyue meant by unleashing jutsu. Wood release cutting technique. A gentle voice echoed, accompanied by numerous wooden spikes shooting forward from in front of Yunyue. The ninjas from Root, caught off guard, were instantly pierced by the wooden spikes, which rapidly grew within their bodies. One by one, the Root ninjas were burst open by the growing wooden spikes, inside them blood splattering across the battlefield. In the distance, Obito's pupils dilated sharply. This was the wood release cutting technique. Earth release, earth flow wall. The surrounding Root ninja, noticing the strange wooden spikes, hurriedly cast an earthen wall to block the incoming attack. Quickly take down that white mask. Danzo's forehead bulged with numerous veins as he glared menacingly at Yunyue, who was rampaging through the crowd. It turned out that there was such a powerful individual in Akatsuki, not only mastering strange space ninjutsu, but also possessing a wood release stronger than even Yamato. What struck Danzo the most was that the wielder of all these jutsu was merely a girl in her teens. She could not be allowed to grow, otherwise she would undoubtedly become a threat to Konoha in the future. Capture her at all costs, Danzo shouted to the surrounding Root ninjas. Upon hearing this, the ninjas surged towards Yunyue like they had received a shot of adrenaline, recklessly charging in. Yahiko, worried that Yunyue was outnumbered, rushed forward to help. Fire release, exploding wind dance. A massive swirling fire serpent erupted from Yunyue's lips, darting through the crowd, as if alive, harvesting the lives of the Root ninjas. We can't get close. No, even if we get close, our attacks can't hit her. All attacks will miss. This is the first time I've encountered such a troublesome enemy. The Root ninjas were like ants on a hot pan, frantically losing their composure. Konan stood beside Nagato, gripping his shoulders tightly and shaking his body. Pull yourself together, Nagato. Nagato's pain still hadn't eased. His pupils were dilated and his facial muscles tensed. Sexy son, brother. Danzo launched a sneak attack on Konan and Nagato from behind Yunyue, a massive air cannon speeding towards Konan. This was bad. Yunyue's attention was focused on the Root ninjas in front of her. She had not noticed Danzo's sneak attack from above. Yahiko ran towards Konan, but his speed could not match Danzo's jutsu. At this moment, Nagato's dilated pupils suddenly contracted, a powerful killing intent instantly enveloping the entire valley. The circles on his Rinnegan began to emit a strange glow. Bang! The sound of air colliding echoed as a grotesque fang-toothed outer path creature blocked the air cannon aimed at Nagato and Konan. Danzo widened his eyes, staring at the monster before him, a strong sense of fear welling up within him. In the next moment, Nagato roared angrily at the ninjas in front of him, while the outer path creature before him relentlessly swiped at the group of Root ninjas. Yunyue furrowed her brows, realizing that Nagato had successfully summoned the outer path creature. Yahiko rushed towards Nagato, throwing himself on top of him. Stop it, Nagato. Upon seeing Yahiko, Nagato's rationality returned somewhat. Yahiko. After saying this, Nagato fainted, and the outer path creature before him dissipated into a cloud of smoke. At this point, the Root ninjas on the battlefield suffered heavy casualties. Most had been cleared out by Yunyue and Nagato. Many Root ninjas were left with gruesome deaths, bleeding from all orifices due to the outer path creature's sound wave attack, while the remaining few mostly perished in flames or wooden spikes. Even the sturdy barrier was completely destroyed by the outer path creature. Let's go, Yahiko said, carrying the unconscious Nagato, addressing Konan and Yunyue. After saying this, the group's figures disappeared along the canyon. Danzo jumped down from above the canyon, arriving at the spot where Nagato summoned the outer path creature, mumbling to himself. Was that the power of the Rinnegan? Such terrifying power. A surviving Root ninja gradually rose to his knees in front of Danzo, asking, "What should we do, Lord Danzo? They in Akatsuki have already discovered that we are impersonating ninjas from other countries. Danzo looked at the valley filled with wooden spikes and corpses, slowly speaking. For the future of Konoha, we must not cease hostilities with the Rock Village. Unexpectedly, we have caught a Rinnegan this time. Their power may be of use to us. We need to have a good talk with Hanzo of the Salamander. On a tree far from the battlefield, Obito, wearing a white whirlpool mask and a carnivorous plant, had been watching the scene without taking their eyes off it. Obito slowly removed his hat from his black cloak. Is that Yunyu? It seems her Mangekyo Sharingan ability resembles my Kamui. The carnivorous plant detected a hint of emotional fluctuation in Obito's tone. Should I find a way to deal with this girl? Obito's red Sharingan beneath his mask glared at the speaker. Just do your job, or I will personally eliminate any unstable factors. In that moment, the carnivorous plant felt a million grass mud horses galloping across its mind. Obito wouldn't change because of Yunyu, would he? I really don't want to wait another few thousand years. In the Akatsuki base, Yahiko, Konan, and Yunyu, who had taken off her mask, were guarding the unconscious Nagato on the bed. All of them had expressions of uncontainable worry. Brother Yahiko, that monster from earlier. Yahiko stared unblinkingly at the unconscious Nagato. Yeah, being able to use that technique must be due to the Rinnegan. I felt it just like when Nagato encountered the Leaf Village ninja at our front door when we were kids. That killing intent was chilling. That power does not belong to this world. Saying this, Yahiko frowned as he looked at Nagato. We cannot allow Nagato to continue using this power. I have a premonition that this power will take Nagato's life. Yunyu and Konan nodded in agreement. As night approached, Nagato heard the chirping of cicadas around him and gradually opened his eyes. Brother Nagato. Yunyu looked at the waking Nagato. The faint candlelight illuminated Yunyu's face, giving Nagato the feeling of warmth and comfort. Nagato's brows hung low as if weighed down by stones, and it was clear he was concealing something troubling. Brother Nagato, can I talk to you? Nagato looked at Yunyu's crescent eyes and gently nodded. The two pushed open the door and sat cross-legged by a small pond not far from the organization. Are you worried about something, Brother Nagato? Yunyu smiled at Nagato. Nagato lowered his head, his voice slightly hoarse. I am afraid of my own power. Before, when Jiraiya Sensei was here, he could suppress my power, but now he is gone. A hint of sadness crept into the corners of Nagato's eyes. Yunyu placed her hands on either side of Nagato's face, straining to lift his head. The two locked eyes, Yunyu's brilliant black pupils reflecting in Nagato's Rinnegan. You still have us now. My sister Konan and brother Yahiko will help you control your power forever. The corners of Nagato's drooped mouth gradually disappeared. He had already cast away his previous worries, and at this moment, there was even a hint of blush on his face. Yeah, Yunyu. One of Nagato's hands rested on Yunyu's hand. Ding. Nagato's bond value reached 100, reward 1st level ninja recruitment opportunity. Suddenly, Yunyu began to giggle foolishly at Nagato. Nagato, somewhat bewildered, waved his hand in front of her. Yunyu. Oh, sorry, Brother Nagato, I just spaced out for a moment. I'll head back to the organization now. Yunyu's figure suddenly said as she ran away. Inside the organization building, Yunyu eagerly summoned the system. The system began. Let's start my 2nd level ninja recruitment. Recruiting. Congratulations to the host for recruiting level ninja Uchiha Itachi Ito Tensei. Damn, it's Brother Itachi. Finally, a powerful ninja has been opened. For an entire night, Yunyu was so excited that she couldn't sleep. The next day, it continued to rain lightly in the rain village. On the rooftop of the organization, Yahiko tilted his head up into the light rain, looking at the endless dark clouds in the sky. Take care, Yahiko. Yahiko turned to see Konan slowly approaching from the stairs. You don't need to see me off. Go tend to Nagato's injuries. From now on, pour all your care into him. He is the center of Akatsuki. In the future, he will change this country and the world. You are the same in this regard. People gather because they admire you. I, Nagato, and Yunyu are all like this. Yahiko did not look at Konan again, but turned his head back. Nagato. He will become a bridge to peace. And my duty is to be the pillar of that bridge. Yahiko. Konan furrowed her brows, watching Yahiko's departing figure. I promise. Just as Konan finished speaking, numerous members dressed in Akatsuki uniforms appeared behind her. Yunyu and Nagato walked at the forefront, Yunyu revealing her white teeth. The bridge to peace should be him. Yunyu spoke. Nagato looked towards the direction Yahiko had vanished. That's right, it is his will. All the members behind them shouted Yahiko's name in unison. Seeing this, Konan's eyes unconsciously became moist. What is everyone? Let's go, everyone. With Nagato's command, all the members rushed towards Yahiko. Their figures vanished in the heavy rain. The Akatsuki organization continued their mission, never ceasing, as they always had. Meanwhile, in the Rain Village's ninja building, Hanzo frowned as he looked at the corpses of the Rain ninjas on the ground. How could this happen? Danzo, standing before the corpses, fixed his gaze on Hanzo's face and spoke in a cold tone. By the time we discovered it, it was already irreversible. Although we have yet to reach peace with the land of Earth, it was only because they were Lord Hanzo's clansmen that they were brought here. Hanzo raised the sickle in his hand, his expression filled with malice. Lord Danzo, have you seen the culprit? Seeing Hanzo take the bait, Danzo feigned a hesitant tone. It is likely. Akatsuki. Hanzo's pupils contracted, but Akatsuki advocates for peace, and in recent years they have been building their power in the Rain Village. Their leader shares a similar vision with me. Seeing this, Danzo began his next step of persuasion. Lord Hanzo, you have been too lenient with them. Pursuing your ideals is commendable, but that is also your weakness. Finally, after an hour of Danzo's persuasion, Hanzo believed his words and decided to join forces with him against Akatsuki. Hanzo suddenly ordered one of his subordinates beside him, "Hanzo, go deliver a letter to Akatsuki, saying I agree with their philosophy. Arrange to meet with them in a few days." Yes, Lord Hanzo. But what they did not know was that Akatsuki now possessed half a Rinnegan, and Yunyu alone held 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. Their actions were about to bring upon themselves catastrophic consequences. Big brother, something big has happened. A member of Akatsuki Gyouju rushed towards Yahiko in a flurry. Yahiko put down the needle and thread in his hands and handed the mended Akatsuki uniform to Yunyu beside him. Yahiko raised his head to look at Gyouju. What happened? Gyouju bent down, placing his hands on his knees, panting as he spoke. The envoy from Hanzo has arrived. His tone was filled with excitement, and a long-lost smile spread across his face. Finally, the efforts of Akatsuki over the years had finally borne fruit. A man with an eye patch over his right eye appeared before Yahiko. He noticed the members of Akatsuki present, a flicker of disdain, crossing his gaze before he spoke to Yahiko. "Are you the leader of Akatsuki, Lord Yahiko?" Yahiko replied with a serious expression, "Yes. I am Kanzo, the aide to Hanzo of the Salamander." Then he noticed Nagato beside Yahiko, his tone slightly surprised, but he continued speaking. "I have heard of your Akatsuki's deeds, so I understand that you do not advocate the use of force and insist on resolving issues peacefully." Yahiko nodded. "That is indeed the philosophy of Akatsuki. Hanzo entrusted me to bring you a letter. Please accept it." With that, Kanzo took a small scroll from his sleeve and extended it towards Yahiko. Yunyu stepped forward at this moment, casually taking the scroll. Then he released a killing intent reminiscent of Uchiha Obito, causing Kanzo to stumble backward. "Yunyu." Yahiko saw Yunyu's small action and called out to him. Yunyu snorted coldly at the fallen Kanzo and then handed the scroll to Yahiko. At this point, Kanzo realized he had been frightened by the child's killing intent, and he hurriedly got up. "I apologize, Lord Kanzo, my companion is a bit reckless." Yahiko apologized while opening the scroll in his hand. After reading the text, he exclaimed in surprise. He looked at Kanzo in disbelief. "Is the content above true?" Kanzo smirked with a hint of a scheming smile. "Of course, Hanzo has acknowledged Akatsuki." Upon hearing this, Yahiko and the surrounding members laughed genuinely. Kanzo continued, "Lord Hanzo also wishes to entrust you with the task of peacefully negotiating with the 3 nations surrounding the Rain Village." Gyouju grasped Yahiko's hand. "Big brother, did you hear that? The task of peaceful negotiation with the 3 nations. That's fantastic." Another Akatsuki member exclaimed excitedly, "We can finally help others in a righteous manner." Yahiko reached out to shake Kanzo's hand, offering him a smile. "Please convey to Lord Hanzo that we understand." Yahiko couldn't help but reflect on how many people had made sacrifices for this moment. Finally, they had not let anyone down. Nagato placed a hand on Yahiko's shoulder. "Yahiko, your determination to understand others' suffering has moved Hanzo." At that moment, all the members of Akatsuki cheered, some even shedding tears of joy. Yahiko looked at everyone and clapped his hands to signal for silence. "Tomorrow, I and Nagato will meet with Lord Hanzo." Gyouju suddenly spoke up. "Is it okay, big brother? Shouldn't we all go?" Yahiko confidently looked at the members of Akatsuki. "Don't worry, if we all go we might scare Lord Hanzo." Hearing this, Gyouju did not argue but scratched his head awkwardly. However, Yunyu felt uneasy at this moment. This could become troublesome. Even if he told Yahiko that this was a trap, he would not be willing to listen. Or rather, even if he did listen, he would still go. This was Yahiko's effort over more than a decade. He would definitely stick to his path. "It's fine as long as I arrive in time during the negotiations. Hanzo and Danzo won't be able to touch a hair on Yahiko." Yunyu began to plan for tomorrow's agenda. "By the way, where is Konan?" Yahiko suddenly looked at Nagato beside him, asking with some confusion. Nagato simply replied, "She went to patrol the border where the last ninja attack occurred. She won't return until tomorrow morning." "Oh, good, she hasn't gone missing." Yunyu breathed a sigh of relief. Wait, wasn't the last ninja attack in the 7th district? In the story, it was here that Konan was captured by Hanzo's subordinates. "Yahiko, brother, I'll step out for a moment and be right back." With that, a vortex of spatial waves appeared, and Yunyu vanished into it. Yahiko looked helplessly at the spot where Yunyu had disappeared. This child, why isn't he celebrating on such a good day with the organization? The 7th district was filled with the ruins of destroyed villages. Konan ran towards several fallen refugees. She gently lifted a refugee's wrist, testing for a pulse. Suddenly, the refugee's body dissolved into purple smoke, which quickly surrounded Konan. "Not good, it's poison." Konan hurriedly dodged from her position. However, the scene before her blurred at this moment, and moments later Konan fell to the ground. Several Rain Shinobi wearing breathing masks appeared beside her, saying, "We finally caught her." "Yes, I caught her too." A melodious female voice echoed in their ears. Instantly, the Rain Shinobi were drenched in cold sweat. "Who are you?" One Rain Shinobi turned around suddenly. In the instant he turned, a black rod pierced directly through his body. The man instantly lost his breath. The remaining Rain Shinobi, frightened, didn't dare turn around and could only tremble as they spoke Misai. Before he could finish, a black rod pierced through his heart from behind. "You got the title wrong." A demonic whisper surrounded the last 2 Rain Shinobi. "Annie, die." With Yunyu's voice, another Rain Shinobi fell to the ground. "Master." The last Rain Shinobi, terrified, knelt on the ground and shouted, "Die." "Wait, there's a way." Yin, put away the black rod. Speak, what are you doing here? If you dare to lie to me, I'll send you to meet Yin Wang immediately. The Rain Shinobi quickly nodded and recounted the mission Hanzo had given them word for word to Yunyu. It was indeed Hanzo's plan. Yunyu's tolerance for Hanzo had reached its limit. He could not alarm the snake. As long as Hanzo was not eliminated, Akatsuki would not have peace. Yunyu's kaleidoscope pattern transformed into a triangular windmill shape as he looked directly into the eyes of the Rain Shinobi. You go back and report. Just say that this woman has died at your hands. If Hanzo inquires about the body, just say her corpse was destroyed by an explosive tag, and you found no traces. Yunyu still felt uneasy, so he took the paper flower from Konan's head and handed it to the Rain Shinobi. This item is the only relic you can find. After applying the illusion technique, the Rain Shinobi was unaware that he had fallen under a jinjutsu. He only nodded and departed. Having completed all this, Yunyu couldn't help but marvel at Itachi's powerful techniques. This jinjutsu and the kaleidoscope were simply worlds apart compared to Sasuke. He truly wondered how Sasuke had broken through Itachi's jinjutsu with the 3-mo. Yunyu held Konan in his arms, suppressing his excitement as he brought her back to the Akatsuki organization. On the rooftop of the organization, Nagato held up a wooden umbrella, observing the evening rain. Tomorrow would be the day Yahiko's dream came true. Thinking of this, Nagato felt genuinely happy. Along the way, he met Konan, Yahiko, Yunyu, and the other members of Akatsuki, clenching his fists tightly. If there really is a road to peace, I will definitely implement it together with Yahiko and the others. Nagato. A deep voice sounded. Nagato turned around abruptly and saw Obito wearing a white spiral mask walking slowly towards him. Nagato took a few steps back. You are. A drastic change in reality is about to happen. You must part ways with Yahiko and the others immediately and act with me. Otherwise you. Nagato interrupted Obito directly. What do we do? Obito's Sharingan slowly rotated. What Yahiko speaks of is just an ideal. Understanding others' suffering, how does that matter when others do not care about your suffering? Nagato was thoroughly enraged. He reprimanded Obito. No matter what you say, I firmly believe in Yahiko's ideal. Obito walked directly towards Nagato, his body passing right through him. As he was leaving, Obito warned Nagato, very well, let you see reality for yourself. A vortex similar to Yunyu's appeared and Obito completely disappeared behind Nagato. Yunyu sensed Obito's aura and leaped onto the rooftop. You're here, Nagato. Did someone talk to you? Yunyu pretended to be oblivious. Nagato quickly shook his head no. At that moment, Yahiko's voice came. It's time to set off, Nagato. Nagato shifted his gaze away from Yunyu, his eyes filled with determination. Come on, let's go. Yunyu knew this was Hanzo's scheme, but he did not stop Yahiko. Be careful. Yunyu grasped the hands of the two as they were about to leave. Thinking in his heart, don't worry, if danger arises, I will definitely appear in time. Nagato and Yahiko smiled at Yunyu. Don't worry, this is a decisive step for our Akatsuki's development. Yahiko adjusted Yunyu's wrinkled collar. Nagato and I will go ahead. Oh, wait for our good news. The two jumped down from the rooftop, heading towards the location agreed upon with Hanzo. As the two departed, 7 unexpected guests were approaching Akatsuki's base. A man with short black hair, his ears and neck wrapped in bandages, disdainfully complained to several teammates around him. Is Lord Shikuro out of his mind? Sending all 7 of us to eliminate an unknown organization. The nearby chubby man with orange long hair ignored him, while the black-haired, green-haired man, Kurozai, couldn't hold back and retorted directly. Jizu, where do you get so much to say? Just do what Mizukagesama tells you to do. The tall, thin man, Kurosawa, felt his ears were about to explode from these two clowns. Shut up, or do you want me to stitch your mouths with my long knife? Finally, the team leader for this mission, Sujetsu, spoke up. That tall iron building ahead is our target for extermination. Just as Yunyu was about to leave using Shunshin, he sensed several powerful auras approaching, instantly feeling something was amiss. Among these auras there were even a few approaching Jonin level. Yunyu halted his departing steps. He donned his white mask. A spiral appeared in Yunyu's right eye, and the next moment his figure appeared before the 7 men outside the door. The bizarre-looking ninja swords behind these individuals were quite conspicuous. It turned out to be the 7 ninja swordsmen. Why would they appear here? Yunyu's mind couldn't comprehend this. Shouldn't they be delivering heads to the youth father at this time? Upon seeing Yunyu's black Akatsuki robe, the several men immediately recognized him as one of their targets. Before Yunyu could react, a man with a beard on his chin swung his large blade towards Yunyu's neck. The sound ninja is always so eager to achieve merit. A blue-haired man raised his flatfish, a powerful chakra sphere gathering on the flatfish. They had to resolve this quickly, otherwise Yahiko would be in danger. Yunyu had no time to waste here. His black hair began to rise behind him as a white chakra cloak enveloped his Akatsuki robe. At the same time, the pupils beneath Yunyu's mask transformed into a triangular windmill shape. A massive red Susanoo several meters tall enveloped Yunyu. The surface of that Susanoo was covered with hard armor, wielding a giant red sword and shield. Yunyu had no intention of holding back. It would be best to resolve the 4 happiness meatballs quickly, and if the remaining 3 lucky treasures didn't flee you wouldn't mind gathering them for a 7-god statue. The blade of the sound ninja fell upon the Susanoo, while he himself was unexpectedly struck away by the Susanoo's sword. His dull blade slipped from his hand due to the impact against Susanoo. This technique is too bizarre. Spread out, Sujetsu turned and reminded the surrounding members. The mastermind Obito was observing everything from the rooftop of Akatsuki, his three-to-mo Sharingan, fixated on Yunyu's Susanoo. Not knowing how long you can maintain such a burdensome technique, perhaps you should experience the reality, instead of being immersed in so-called mutual understanding. Obito's eyes were filled with disdain, thinking of how Yahiko and the others had corrupted Yunyu made him furious. Yahiko, you must die. For Nagato, for the Moon Eye plan, and especially for Yunyu. Obito thought to himself. Inside the Akatsuki building, everyone had stopped their work. They were celebrating with drinks, reveling in the organization's march towards dominating the entire ninja world. Just as they were drinking to their heart's content, a loud explosion echoed from outside the building. Juzo suddenly woke up looking at the dazed giant beside him. Hey giant, what's happening outside? The giant had his eyes tightly shut, clearly numbed by alcohol, unable to comprehend anything. Suddenly a small mouse carrying an information scroll ran to Juzo's feet. Son, why are you back? Juzo asked in confusion. He quickly unwrapped the information scroll from the mouse. The moment he opened it, it slipped from his fingers. The roots of Konoha are gathering at the meeting place with Yahiko. Juzo pondered over the information on the scroll. Suddenly he realized the timing of Hanzo's invitation to Yahiko was too coincidental. Moreover, what Kanzan said seemed overly idealistic. Cold sweat trickled down his cheeks. Damn it, this meeting was a trap. Juzo shouted to his comrades. We need to save our leader, Hanzo, and Konoha planned to kill him. His words instantly awakened the Akatsuki members. The group quickly donned their uniforms, grabbed their weapons, and rushed towards the front door. As they reached downstairs, they saw a gigantic figure at the entrance. Yunyu was using Susanoo to shield the Akatsuki building behind her. Yunyu. Juzo's gaze was drawn to Yunyu within the Susanoo, and he shouted anxiously. The explosive tags wrapped around the blade had encased Susanoo. As Wooly Shimbachi retracted his sword, thousands of explosive tags detonated around Susanoo. After the dust settled, Susanoo stood unharmed in its place. What on earth is this monster? Wooly Shimbachi gritted his teeth looking at the massive red figure in front of him. Yunyue, who had been silent, suddenly focused her gaze on Wooly Shimbachi. Then in front of everyone, black flames ignited around Wooly Shimbachi's body. Water release, water surge. Pipa Shizo conjured a waterfall towards Wooly Shimbachi. However, the water had no effect on him. Moments later, Wooly Shimbachi fell silent. At this moment, Suka Hill noticed Yunyu's eyes, which were a bright crimson Sharingan. The opponent is a Uchiha, do not look directly into her eyes. After saying this, Suka Hill formed hand signs to use the hidden mist technique, attempting to obscure Yunyu's vision. The collaboration between Haya and the user of Hiramiki quickly followed. Hiramiki release. Thunder Requiem, Thunder Banquet. The massive chakra sphere accurately struck Susanoo, while the descending lightning sealed Yunyu's escape route. Found it. Yunyu deduced the location of the caster based on the trajectory of the Hiramiki attack. Yasakani no Magatama. The giant Magatama in Susanoo's hand flew precisely towards the user of Hiramiki. Wherever the Magatama passed, the air was filled with a burning sensation. The blue-haired figure instantly spotted the enormous Magatama hurtling towards him. He gripped the Hiramiki tightly and shouted, Hiramiki release. The chakra sphere on the Hiramiki collided head-on with the Yasakani no Magatama. The blue-haired wielder of Hiramiki was sent flying, spitting blood. Pipa Shizo and Haya, witnessing their comrades' brutal fates, felt their resolve falter. Meanwhile, Juzo and the others were stunned by the sight of Yunyu. They slapped their faces repeatedly to confirm they weren't dreaming. Yunyu's power was astonishing. Had she been hiding it all along? Juzo began to question his life. Yunyue, Yahiko is in danger. Juzo suppressed his shock and spoke seriously to Yunyu. She didn't turn around, but replied calmly, yes, I know. But right now we are also being plotted against. Yunyu then glared at the group of troublemakers approaching. Juzo understood that these individuals were clearly here to cause trouble for the Akatsuki, but what about Yahiko? Damn it. Why are all these events happening at once? Juzo pounded his chest in frustration. Wind release, great breakthrough. A member of Akatsuki behind Juzo used wind release to disperse the dense fog. We are the Akatsuki, Yunyu, you can leave this to us. The rotund giant beside him smiled at Yunyu. Right, let them see the power of the Akatsuki. We the Akatsuki are not to be trifled with. The Akatsuki members echoed. Yunyu turned her head, her cold eyes showing a hint of gratitude. Everyone, Yunyu summoned the system. System, can I share my tailed beast chakra cloak with these people, just like Naruto did in the 4th Great Ninja War? Yes, host. You are now in perfect tailed beast mode, and Shikaku's chakra cloak can be shared. Yunyu's massive Susanoo vanished as she reached out to Juzo's shoulder. Then the tailed beast chakra cloak appeared on Juzo, while other members also received white chakra cloaks. Hold on until I bring back Yahiko and the others. Yunyu looked seriously at their faces. They all placed their right hands on their chests. Of course, the Akatsuki never abandons its comrades. Yunyu, you need to hurry. Yunyu bit her finger and slammed her palm on the ground. Summoning technique. A massive fat raccoon appeared in front of the Akatsuki members. Yunyu looked at Shikaku. Protect them until I return. Shikaku, who had been sitting on the ground, slowly stood up facing the ninjas. Don't worry, I'm a true-tailed beast. Dealing with them is child's play. Before Suka Hill could react, the sand on the ground wrapped around the group. Take care. Yunyu's figure disappeared into the vortex. Far away at the rendezvous point with Hanzo, raindrops fell on Yahiko's hair. They were surrounded by hundreds of range shinobi and root ninjas, and Yahiko looked incredulously at Hanzo looming over him. Danzo was beside Hanzo, fixated on Nagato's Rinnegan. Hanzo raised his kunai, throwing it at Nagato's feet. Hanzo's cold voice carried anger. Yahiko, the leader of your Akatsuki organization, I will see you perish here today. The 7 ninja swordsmen have already gone into your organization to capture people. If you resist, everyone in the base will die. Yahiko clenched his fists, his face filled with fury. Then Hanzo spoke again. That red-haired one, kill Yahiko with a kunai. As long as you act, I will spare your organization. Nagato seemed to see the faces of Konan Yunyue Juzo, and the giant, their smiles flashing before him, followed by icy blades slicing their faces. At this moment, Yahiko lowered his head. When he looked up again, he fixed a determined gaze on Nagato. Nagato, go ahead and kill me. Nagato's Rinnegan locked onto Yahiko's profile, breathing heavily. It was as if a boulder pressed down on Nagato, making it hard for him to breathe. Yahiko shouted at Nagato, Nagato. Hanzo snorted coldly, are you not going to act? If you don't make a decision soon, everyone in the organization will die. Nagato picked up the kunai at his feet, fear etched on his face. At this moment, Yahiko charged at Nagato, ready to impale himself on the kunai. Yinyu had just arrived at the meeting site and witnessed this scene. Yinyu's pupils constricted. This is bad. A vortex-like temporal distortion appeared in front of Nagato while Yahiko had already closed his eyes. To his surprise, there was no pain as he collided. It felt like he had bumped into a person instead of a kunai. I made it just in time. Yinyu felt a slight pain in her back and numbness gradually creeping up her body. Yahiko opened his eyes to see Yinyu standing between him and Nagato. Yinyu. Nagato's kunai stained with blood fell from his hand. I. Nagato seemed to lose his soul. Why are you so foolish? Yahiko embraced the injured Yinyu. At this moment, Yinyu's figure began to overlap with that from 6 years ago when she had protected him and Konan from Kage's attack. Hanzo snorted, another masked person has arrived. Attack. Instantly, countless kunai, embedded with explosive tags, shot toward the group. Nagato suddenly regained his senses, a murderous intent filling his face. He reached out a hand towards the flying explosive tags, and in an instant they froze in midair. The range shinobi looked on in disbelief. The attack is actually suspended in midair. Then something even more bizarre occurred. The explosive tags flew back towards the surrounding range shinobi, causing devastating injuries. Danzo, seeing this, commanded several root ninjas beside him, capture that white-masked one. The powerful wood release and enigmatic eye techniques had a huge allure for Danzo. A root ninja directly attacked Yahiko beside Yinyu. In the next moment, the root ninja's body flew towards Nagato. Nagato instantly grabbed him by the throat. Then Nagato effortlessly pulled out his soul with one hand. The root ninja lost all signs of life instantly. The cells of Hashirama within Yinyu gradually healed her body. He cursed Hanzo fiercely in his heart. Damn you, Hanzo, you poisoned the kunai. Hanzo and Danzo, today is your day to die? In an instant, Yinyu vanished from Yahiko's embrace. Yahiko heard her say, brother Yahiko, protect yourself. I will deal with Hanzo. Yahiko was too shocked to speak. He looked at Nagato. Nagato, Yinyu wants to avenge Hanzo. But at that moment, countless root ninjas charged towards Nagato and Yahiko. Seeing these troublesome enemies, Nagato frowned. Summoning technique, Outer Path Golem. A massive hand instantly slammed down on the approaching root ninjas, while the Outer Path Golem roared at the surrounding root shinobi. Obito arrived on the battlefield at this moment. What a nuisance, making me waste so much time. However, the sight of the Outer Path Golem in front of him filled Obito with immense excitement. The carnivorous plant beside Obito slowly spoke. Finally, it has appeared. Obito quietly gazed at the rampaging Outer Path Golem. He summoned the shell of the 10 tails. Yahiko interrupted, Nagato, you can't use that. At this moment, Nagato no longer listened to Yahiko's advice. His Rinnegan widened in anger, and a roar echoed in everyone's ears. He could not afford to lose Yinyu again. He didn't want to experience that feeling a second time. In front of Hanzo, a petite figure stepped out of the spatial vortex. Hanzo looked at the person before him in disbelief. How could she appear here unscathed after being poisoned? Summoning technique, Sanjuro. A massive, blood-dripping mouth appeared beneath Yinyu, swallowing her whole. Hanzo disdainfully glanced at Yinyu being devoured by Sanjuro. What a pity, as she's still too inexperienced. Wait. At this moment, a red glow appeared on Sanjuro's belly. Immediately, Susanoo burst through Sanjuro's belly. Hanzo's pupils constricted. Oh, what kind of monster was this? A beautiful and gentle voice came from Susanoo. I'm sorry, but today is the day you Hanzo will perish. Damn it. Hanzo's face was contorted with anger. I am a demigod. Yinyu raised her painterly brows, slightly smiling as she said, all right, today, I will make you half paralyzed. Hanzo's veins bulged and he hurled his scythe at Susanoo. Clang. The scythe clashed against Susanoo's shield, sparks flying around its surface. This turtle shell is exceptionally hard, Hanzo muttered. Good opportunity. Danzo swiftly grabbed a kunai and aimed it at Yinyu from behind. This kunai belongs to the first Hokage. I borrowed it from the second Hokage with great difficulty. According to the second Hokage, this kunai almost killed his brother. I refuse to believe that you, this monster, can surpass the first Hokage. The next moment, Danzo's jaw dropped to the ground as the kunai shattered before even touching Susanoo. You heard right, the first Hokage's kunai actually broke. Annoying. Yunyu manipulated Susanoo and struck Danzo down into a bloody pulp. Hanzo silently lamented nearby. As expected of Danzo, he easily accomplished what I could not. You will be next, Hanzo. Cold sweat dripped down Hanzo's face. Kid, today I will show you the true power of my Sanjuro. Yunyu was affected by Hanzo's sudden, overwhelming aura, as she was already prepared to use Shinra Tensei to block the upcoming attack. Hanzo finished forming hand signs and looked at Yunyu with a cold smile. Is it coming in? Yunyu steeled herself. Body flicker technique. A swirl of white mist flashed by. Before Yunyu could react, Hanzo vanished without a trace. As expected of you, Akatsuki, you better not let me catch you. If I catch you, I'll pull your breathing mask off. Yunyu. Nagato saw that Yunyu was unharmed and breathed a sigh of relief. He released the outer path golem behind him and tightly embraced Yunyu. I will not let you leave again. Nagato's Rinnegan glinted with coldness. If Yahiko and Yunyu truly died here today, he would seek revenge on Hanzo and this world at any cost. Let the entire world feel the pain of loss. However, fortunately nothing truly happened. Yunyu looked somewhat flustered. Nagato. Changmin gradually released his arms from around Yunyu. Are you injured? Yunyu quickly shook her head. No, I have a robust constitution. As long as the wounds aren't fatal, I'll be fine. She then raised her hand and flexed it twice for Changmin's reassurance. Good, then all is well. Changmin's Rinnegan softened, its earlier sharpness receding. Hey, wait for me. Yahiko sprinted toward Yunyu and Changmin. Under the torrential rain, the three stood facing one another in silence. Yahiko suddenly turned his gaze to Yunyu, his voice laced with quiet bewilderment. By the way, Yunyu, why are you here? Yunyu regarded Yahiko, who was scratching his head, with the look one reserves for utter fools. Seen your brother Yahiko yesterday. I went searching for Sister Konan during her patrol and discovered this was a trap. She then recounted the entire sequence of events from the previous day. What? Why didn't you tell me? Yahiko's brows furrowed as he studied Yunyu, who yawned indifferently. A few dark lines flickered across Yunyu's forehead. If I told you beforehand, would you have listened? At that, Yahiko chuckled, sheepishly rubbing the back of his neck. Indeed. Just then Yunyu sensed an anomaly within her Kamui dimension. Her right eye swirled with spiraling chakra, and Konan emerged slowly from the vortex. Where am I? Konan's expression remained blank, disoriented by the sudden transition. Changmin stepped forward and calmly explained the current situation. Then what of our base? Yunyu replied offhandedly. One of the 7 swordsmen of the mist fell to my flames. Jiuzhu and the others subdued another, already crippled by me. 2 more were eliminated by my summoned beast. The remaining 3 fled. Yunyu reestablished her mental link with Shikaku. The one-tail, now wearing a smug, merit-claiming mask, proudly boasted of his decisive contribution moments earlier. Yunyu cut him off. That's enough. You've earned great merit this time. Satisfied, Shikaku severed the connection and dispelled the summoning. Humph, this wretched raccoon dog dares hang up on me. Furious, Yunyu stamped her foot hard against the soaked earth. Yahiko gazed toward the Akatsuki's direction. Let's return. A vortex enveloped all 4, and in an instant they materialized before the organization's gates. Jiuzhu and Defo cried out upon seeing Yunyu bring them back. Long live Lady Yunyu. Startled by the sudden acclaim, Yunyu flushed faintly. In the shinobi world, strength commands reverence, and Yunyu had through sheer power won the unwavering loyalty of every Akatsuki member. Hearing the unified cry for Yunyu, Yahiko's face tightened with mild embarrassment. He cleared his throat twice. I'm sorry, I've worried everyone. He approached the assembled members and bowed deeply before them. Jiuzhu and the others flustered rushed forward to gently lift him upright. Now strike. A Reinin concealed high in the canopy whispered to his subordinates. Around Yahiko and his companions, the crackling hiss of exploding tags erupted. Shuriken streaked from all directions, trailing ignited explosive tags. Yahiko's eyes widened. Then in a flash, he shielded Jiuzhu and the others behind his own body. Kamui. Yunyu instantly warped away the tags, hurtling toward Yahiko, then darted to his side. Yet countless others detonated uncontrollably around them. Dozens of members were engulfed in the blast, lifeless or gravely wounded. Crimson Susanoo rose, its colossal form encircling the survivors. Yunyu's fury burned white-hot. The Tatsuka blade plunged unerringly toward the Reinin's position. Blood slicked the blade's edge as screams echoed across the rain-licked ground. The grievously wounded Reinin commander stared at Yunyu's feet and sneered. So, you truly chose this path. His Sharingan flared once, then vanished. Yunyu seized control of Susanoo's Yasaka Magatama, hurling it like a meteor into the enemy's midst, vaporizing him utterly. Only then did the muffled sizzle of explosive tags beneath Yunyu's feet become audible. Yes, Susanoo offered absolute defense, yet even its incomplete form bore one fatal weakness, its foundation. Yahiko. Yunyu materialized midair, arm outstretched, but it was too late. In their final moments, Jiuzhu and the others formed a living shield around Yahiko, willing his survival above their own. Firelight blazed across the sky as Yunyu herself was thrown backward by the blast. Yahiko. Changmin charged into the Inferno's heart, ignoring the shrapnel and stone fragments tearing into his flesh, refusing to slow. Konan's body dissolved into thousands of white paper fragments, catching Yunyue as she tumbled from the explosion. Why? Her body felt no pain, yet her heart shattered. Cradled in Konan's arms, Yunyue's eyes were hollow, unfocused. Slowly she turned her gaze upward, to meet Konan's. Moments ago, her own carelessness had cost Yahiko and the others their lives. Sister Konan, am I truly so useless? Once again, watching those I hold dear vanish before my eyes, powerless to change a single thing. She repeated the words over and over. A tear traced Konan's cheek, falling softly onto Yunyue's pale face. She held her tighter. No, you've done magnificently, Yunyue. The smoke thinned, revealing lifeless bodies strewn across the field. Only Yahiko remained lying at the center, shielded, yet already slipping beyond reach. Shrapnel from the tags had pierced his heart. He coughed blood violently, his pupils dilating. Hearing footsteps, he knew Changmin had arrived. Lying supine beneath the storm-darkened sky, he lacked the strength even to turn his head toward his friend. You? Konan? Yunyue? His voice weakened with each breath. Live, no matter what. Because you are the world's savior. You must. His voice ceased. His eyes dimmed, light extinguished forever. Changmin stood silent, then gently closed Yahiko's eyelids with trembling fingers. He surveyed the carnage, grief, rage, despair, and futility coiling like smoke inside his chest. Rain soaked their bodies, mingling with crimson blood. Days later, a row of weathered tombstones appeared before the Akatsuki's gate. Each bore clusters of white paper blossoms. Obito and Zetsu pushed open the Akatsuki's doors. Inside stood Yahiko, Konan, and Yunyue. Yahiko's eyes now gleamed with concentric Rinnegan patterns. Black rods pierced his limbs and torso. Obito's voice rasped. I was right, wasn't I? Yahiko spoke slowly, facing the two intruders. Yes, I finally understand. The self-serving ideal of peace inevitably breeds war. To protect love, hatred must arise. He tilted his face skyward, voice serene, unburdened. In this accursed world, true peace cannot exist. Obito's Sharingan contracted sharply behind his mask. Exactly. Before departing, he glanced at Yunyue, silent, unmoving, and whispered inwardly, forgive me, Yunyue. This world offers no mutual understanding, none at all. I will deliver you, Changmin, and all who follow, to that perfect world. Together, we swear it. Obito consoled himself with these thoughts. Then Changmin emerged from a hidden passage, eyes locked on Yahiko. The leader of Akatsuki will always be you. Rest assured, Sanzo the giant snake will die soon, and your dream will be realized by your own hands. At last, Yunyue's long-dormant main quest chimed within her mind. Beep. Main quest ascend to core member of Akatsuki. Completed. Congratulations, host. You have earned 1 S-rank Shinobi summoning lottery. So, that is how it begins. True Akatsuki starts now. System. Activate reward acquisition. Congratulations, host. You have summoned S-rank Shinobi Minato Namikaze Ito Tensei. Fusion completed automatically. New main quest issued, forge bonds with Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Quest reward Indra's and Azura's chakra. Host profile updated. Name Uchiha Yunyue. Age 11. Chakra capacity, tailed beast level. Recruited Shinobi Naruto Uzumaki team, 7 Sasuke, Uchiha team, 7 Might Guy Haku Rock, Lee Sasuke, Uchiha Shippuden Sasuke, Uchiha Mangekyo, Sharingan Shio Swimsuit Kushina Uzumaki Youth Form, Might Dway Naruto Uzumaki Shippuden Kakashi, Hataki Mangekyo, Sharingan Obito Uchiha 4th Shinobi World War Itachi Uchiha Ito Tensei, Minato Namikaze Ito Tensei. Summon Beast Shikaku Perfect Tailed Beast Chakra Mode Gyuki Partial 8 Tails Chakra. Yunyue looked toward the Deva path. Don't worry, I'll eliminate Sanzo myself. Changmin's gaze shifted to Yunyue. Yunyue, that man named Danzo, is he a Konoha shinobi? Without hesitation, Yunyue answered yes. After Sanzo falls, I'll return to Konoha and erase him. No need. For now, we remain low profile. Our priority is securing funds to prepare for the future tailed beast collection plan. Changmin hesitated, lost in thought. Suddenly, Yunyue's delicate face appeared before him. She spoke softly. Senior brother Changmin, you're pondering how to expand our influence, aren't you? She blinked up at him with wide, earnest eyes. Konan too contemplated the same dilemma. If they acted too openly, discovery was inevitable. Yet if they remained overly cautious, how many years would pass before their vision could bear fruit? Seeing Changmin remain silent, Yunyue continued. What if we founded our own hidden village, right beneath their very noses? Changmin and Konan exchanged glances, then turned expectantly to Yunyue. Actually, the hidden rain village suits us perfectly. Though small, it's isolated, its borders sealed by perpetual rain. Our intelligence cannot leak outward. Excellent. Changmin nodded in agreement. His Rinnegan reflected infinite darkness. We begin with Sanzo. Take this ring. He opened Yunyue's palm and placed upon it a crimson ring inscribed with the kanji Shu vermilion. Was this the ring destined for Itachi Uchiha? Far away in the Hokage's office in Konoha, a scroll titled Treaty between Awagakure and Konoha rested on the desk. The third Hokage sat at the head of the table. Opposite him sat Hamura Midokado Kohoryudatane and Danzo Shimura. Hamura adjusted his spectacles. At last, we may breathe easy. Danzo, arms crossed tightly, spoke again, his voice edged with disdain. Are you truly satisfied with such a treaty? You've legitimized Awagakure's operations and forfeited reparations, like a defeated nation. Hiruzen Sarutobi gripped the arms of his chair, meeting Danzo's glare. Continuing war would cripple Konoha. This concession was necessary for unity. Danzo slammed his fist onto the table. Allies died in this conflict. For nothing. Their sacrifices mean nothing now. Hiruzen clenched his jaw and spoke each word with deliberate weight. The responsibility rests solely on me, the third Hokage. Therefore I resign, handing leadership to the fourth. Danzo stared stunned. Is the monkey truly stepping down? I shall be fourth Hokage at last. Then came Hiruzen's chilling reply, dousing Danzo's fantasy like ice water. Minato Namikaze assumes the title of fourth Hokage shortly. I've already informed the daimyo. Danzo's voice cracked with resentment. Why Namikaze? I recommended Orochimaru. For the first time he yielded, even slightly. I said, Namikaze is the fourth Hokage. Hiruzen's palm crashed onto the table. Danzo snorted, then stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Hiruzen suppressed his seething anger and instructed his ANBU, deliver this news to Namikaze immediately. Understood. The shadow vanished. Deep in the night within Sanzo's estate in Amegakure, corpses lay twisted and grotesque, scattered across every corridor and chamber. A masked figure tossed the corpse of Sanzo's deputy into the sleeping warlord's bedroom. Behind the white mask stood the Devapath, his forehead marked with a deep scar. Sanzo jolted awake, startled by the intruders. Do you remember this face? The Devapath advanced step by step. Sanzo scrambled backward, half-dressed terror contorting his features. You're Yahiko? The Devapath's expression curled with contempt. Ah, Lord Sanzo remembers us after all, mere nameless insects. Candlelight flickered across his face, illuminating the black rods embedded in his skin, cold and cruel. Sanzo activated his body flicker, vanishing instantly. But the Devapath's gaze hardened, icy, merciless. Shinra Tensei. From dozens of meters away, Sanzo was wrenched backward, hurtling helplessly toward his foe. His face twisted in disbelief. What has happened to Yahiko? Why does he possess the same Rinnegan as that red-haired stranger? And why? Why does he wield such a terrifying technique? Sanzo's gaze darted to the white-masked figure beside him. Beneath that eerie visage glowed one Rinnegan and one unsettling Sharingan. You, Wure wa pain kami no. A black rod pierced Sanzo's throat, silencing him forever. A legendary tyrant, fallen. Yunyue, from today your codename is Tenyu. Konan's is Tenshi, and I shall be known as Pain. From this moment onward, let the world feel pain. On the rooftop of the tallest building in rain-hidden village Tiandao sat atop the tongue of a statue of the king of hell, looking down upon the iron architecture of the village. Yunyu approached Tiandao and sat down beside him. Tiandao slightly turned his head, his eerie and silent reincarnation eyes gazing at Yunyu. Tiandao asked, what's wrong? Do you have something on your mind? Yunyu remained silent, quietly sitting and admiring the transforming rain-hidden village. After a long while, Yunyu's gentle voice came, I want to go back to Konoha for a visit. Tiando's expression remained unchanged. The atmosphere in the village had indeed felt a bit oppressive lately. Perhaps it would be a good choice to let Yunyu go out and relax, Tiandao thought to himself. Go ahead. Tiandao cast his gaze back to rain-hidden village. There's not much happening in the village right now, so go do what you want. Nagato did not want Yunyu to get involved in the tailed beast plan, for once exposed, Yunyu would face the wrath of the entire ninja world. Nagato had long treated Yunyu like family. He thought that even if he failed in the future, it would not implicate Yunyu. He resolutely could not let Yunyu tread the same path as him. Raindrops fell on the spot where Yunyu had just sat, now empty and devoid of any presence. A spatial vortex appeared in the park of Konoha, and a beautiful girl stepped out from the vortex. I have returned to Konoha once again. On a bench in the park sat a white-haired figure reading a book, and as Yunyu focused, she realized, hey, isn't that Kakashi? Yunyu quickly approached to greet him. Kakashi. Kakashi, who had been fixated on his book, was suddenly drawn to the unexpected voice. This is Yunyu. Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise. He hurriedly hid the book behind him and weakly greeted Yunyu. Yunyu noticed Kakashi's furtive action and with a playful smile, snatched the book from behind him. How to Die? Yunyu read the title softly, and with each word her expression grew more unsettling. She looked at Kakashi. Kakashi, what do you think of this kind of thing? No what? Kakashi's gaze darted away, a hint of panic in his reply. At that moment he was still immersed in the shadow of Rin's death. Every time he used Chidori, it was as if he could see Rin's figure. Kakashi. Yunyu was about to offer comfort when a boy in a green jumpsuit appeared, interrupting her. He anxiously ran up to Kakashi. By the way, Kakashi, the candidate for the fourth Hokage has just been announced. Then Might Guy crossed his arms and winked at Kakashi. Don't be scared. It's Minato Sensei. Kakashi looked at Guy in disbelief. Then he sprinted towards the outskirts of the park. Hey, where are you going, Kakashi? Might Guy shouted after him. Kakashi. Yunyu was puzzled, but followed in Kakashi's direction. Finally, Kakashi's footsteps stopped at the Konoha hero's tomb on the outskirts of the park. He approached a tombstone and lowered his head. Rin Minato Sensei is going to be Hokage. He will definitely become the successor to the third Hokage, changing Konoha, changing the ninja world. Kakashi's voice choked. I will never allow sacrifices like yours to happen again. Yunyu also arrived beside Kakashi, placing a hand on his shoulder. Neither of them spoke. The Hokage succession ceremony was grandly held the next day. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, took off his Hokage hat and handed it to Minato Namikaze, who was dressed in ceremonial robes. Minato received it with one hand and placed it on his own head. Sunlight bathed Minato, making him appear incredibly warm. I entrust this to you, fourth Hokage. Hiruzen looked at Minato under the hat. Minato's firm voice rang out, I am willing to give my life. The entire Hokage building erupted in cheers, and Yunyu also cheered for Minato. In the afternoon, there was a knock on the door of the Hokage's office. Come in. Yunyu and Kakashi arrived at Minato's desk. Minato smiled at the two and slowly began to speak. I need you to fetch the relevant materials for the peace treaty. There are factions among the ninjas who wish to maintain the state of war. I've received news that they intend to take the materials and incite discord. Be careful while executing the mission with Yunyu. Kakashi and Yunyu nodded and then vanished from sight. In the death forest of Konoha, Yunyu, who had obtained the materials from an informant, was hurrying back to Konoha with Kakashi to report. Along the way, Yunyu noticed something was off with Kakashi. He hadn't spoken a word and merely completed the task silently like a machine. A sharp wind swept through Yunyu's hair, and she instantly sensed enemies approaching. 3 ninjas surrounded Yunyu, while another 3 surrounded Kakashi. Fire release, great fireball technique. A winding, spiraling fire dragon lunged at the 3. Damn, her fire release is so powerful. The group hurriedly jumped to the ground using earth barrier for defense. The fire dragon broke through the earth barrier and continued to pounce on the 3. In an instant, 3 corpses lay in the forest. As for Kakashi, he prepared to use Chidori to take them all out in one go. However, just as he finished forming the seals and Chidori appeared in his hand, Rin's phantom reappeared before him. The Chidori in his hand vanished, and he hurriedly dove to the ground to dodge the shuriken flying towards him. Die! One of the ninjas shouted at Kakashi. A spiraling sphere over a meter in height charged towards the group. Rasengan. Yunyu sent the group flying with her Rasengan. What are you dawdling for, Kakashi? Yunyu questioned somewhat angrily. Kakashi's head began to sway. I'm sorry. Tiny beads of sweat slid down Kakashi's cheeks, and he collapsed to the ground. Yunyu sighed lightly and carried Kakashi back to Konoha Hospital. In the hospital room of Konoha, Yunyu sat at Kakashi's bedside eating the fruit that Kakashi's companions had sent him. Kakashi continued to read the book on how to die. Suddenly, the figure of Minato Namikaze appeared before them. Startled, Yunyu and Kakashi immediately stood up. Minato-sensei. Minato-senpai. The two exclaimed in unison, but quickly realized something was off and changed their words. Fourth Hokage. Minato smiled slightly. Let's stick with the previous title. The reason I am here today is to order you both to join the Hokage Sambu. Kakashi looked puzzled. Why would someone like me be included? Minato said solemnly. Kakashi, Yunyu, I hope you both can become my right and left arms. One more thing, Kushina is pregnant. Minato beamed with a radiant smile. Congratulations. Yunyu and Kakashi looked at Minato in confusion. I have a task for you. I hope you both can protect Kushina, one openly and one in the shadows. The seal on the Jinchuriki will weaken during childbirth, and I don't want anyone to take advantage of that. Minato's tone was more serious than ever. I will not let down my teacher's mission, Kakashi replied. However, Yunyu suddenly spoke up. Minato-senpai should know I am from the Uchiha clan. Aren't you worried about me? In recent years, the village has been marginalizing the Uchiha clan, and now they have already distanced themselves from the village's higher-ups. Minato placed a hand on Yunyu's shoulder. Yunyu, I believe in you. It's settled. Then Kakashi will go pick up the Umbu uniform tonight, while Yunyu will return with me. Understood. Yunyu and Kakashi answered in unison. Has Minato's bond value reached 100, allowing him to trust me to protect Kushina? That night, Kakashi arrived at the rooftop of Minato's house wearing his mask and observing the crowds passing by. A series of knocks sounded at the door, and Kushina opened it for the two while wearing an apron. She held a spoon in her hand, and upon seeing the girl beside Minato, her face darkened as she began questioning Minato. Minato, who is this? Kushina, this is Uchiha Yunyu. She will protect you during your 10 months of pregnancy. Oh, and there's Kakashi too. Kushina directly swung a metal spoon at the top of Minato's head. Why didn't you say we had guests? Minato covered his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. No need to trouble yourself, Minato-senpai. I'll just guard the entrance. Minato understood Yunyu's feelings. After all, she was a girl. How could she sleep rough like Kakashi? Yunyu, no need to be formal. Due to being a Jinchuriki, Kushina doesn't have many friends around. Just think of it as a task I entrusted to you to protect Kushina with Kakashi during this time. Understood, Yunyu replied. The more Kushina looked at Yunyu, the more she felt she was lovely, just like little Mikoto. By the way, Minato, didn't you say Kakashi and her? Minato pretended to cough to interrupt Kushina. Kushina, it's getting late. I should go cook. Then Minato swiftly ran into the kitchen. Minato was indeed an all-around dad. Was there really someone who could be a jack of all trades? Yunyu looked at Minato's figure, beginning to ponder. Yunyu, I come inside. Stopped standing dumbly at the door. Understood. Yunyu took off her shoes and entered Minato's home. During dinner, Minato prepared a sumptuous feast. Chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cows, and sheep could all be found on the dining table. While Yunyu was enjoying her meal, Kakashi hid on the roof, secretly nibbling on soldier pills. Yunyu sensed Kakashi's presence on the roof. Aminato's intention was to let Kakashi observe the process of life being born to help him resolve his inner turmoil. But now it felt somewhat counterproductive. Yunyu pouted, contemplating the impending changes. Why did Naruto, whom she met in the Dragon Vein, not recognize Minato? Would the future really unfold like the original plot? By the way, why did Naruto call me Yun-Sensei? A whirlwind of confusion spun through Yun-Yu's mind. Exhausted from her thoughts, she quickly fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Yun-Yu accompanied Kushina to buy groceries and shop. While shopping, Kushina spotted a familiar figure and rushed over. Makoto, you're here too. Kushina's face was filled with excitement as she leaned close to Makoto's ear, whispering a few words that only the two could hear. Makoto's eyes instantly filled with surprise. Really? Congratulations, congratulations. Then the two women engaged in a lengthy chat lasting 2 hours. At this moment, a small figure walked up to Yun-Yu's side. Sister, are you also from the Uchiha clan? Yun-Yu looked down to see a little boy with beautiful big eyes. He blinked his large eyes at Yun-Yu. Yes, I am Uchiha Yun-Yu. Yun-Yu smiled warmly at the little boy. This little boy was none other than the 6-year-old Itachi. I am Uchiha Itachi, please take care of me. So cute. Yun-Yu immediately reached out her hand and playfully rubbed Itachi's chubby cheeks. What are you doing? Itachi frowned, his lips curling down. Yun-Yu just smiled at Itachi. You are so adorable. 2 Uchiha guards appeared around, blocking Yun-Yu's way. Let go of the young clan head. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The guards looked arrogant, their tone dripping with disdain. Yun-Yu ignored them, ceasing her playful rubbing, and a wave of murderous intent surged towards the 2 guards. The 2 guards turned pale, as if an invisible hand was gripping their throats. After a long while, Yun-Yu contentedly bid farewell to Itachi, gently patting his head as she left. The guards only regained their breath after Yun-Yu departed. The pressure she exuded was even stronger than that of the clan leader. In the Uchiha clan, aside from the clan leader and Shisui, no one had ever heard of such a figure. The guards exchanged glances and then vanished. At this moment, Itachi also sensed Yun-Yu's strength. That sister seemed to be a few years older than Shisui, and her oppressive aura was even stronger than Shisui's. Perhaps he could seek her advice in the future. Yun-Yu's departing figure gradually stopped. Does Itachi like being patted on the head? Perfect, every time I see him, I will pat his head once. Actually, I also enjoy patting other people's heads. Time flies and the day of Kushina's delivery is approaching. According to the information Kushina inadvertently revealed to Yun-Yu, she is due on October 10th. Yun-Yu also felt a chill for Kushina. Sister Kushina, you should be more careful. Who casually reveals such important news? Of course, this also indirectly shows that Kushina indeed does not treat Yun-Yu as an outsider. Thus, Yun-Yu resolved to assist the Minato couple during the Nine Tails incident. It can be seen as compensating for a regret in the Hokage. In the Hokage office, Kakashi and Yun-Yu stood in front of Minato's desk. Minato, with his hands crossed on the table, looked at the two with a smile. Thank you for taking care of Kushina. Yun-Yu felt uneasy and directly spoke, but now the time hasn't come yet. Minato simply explained during her delivery the Umbu directly under the 3rd Hokage will act as her bodyguards. Please, those Umbu are basically all bark and no bite. It's like killing chickens for Obito. Yun-Yu wanted to say something to dissuade him, but Minato gestured for them to stop. You two don't have to return to the Umbu during this time, you just go back and rest well. After saying this, he showed an apologetic smile to Yun-Yu and Kakashi. Understood, Senior Minato. The two stood up and took their leave. In front of the park monument, Kakashi pulled out the withered flowers in front of Rin and Obito's graves, replacing them with fresh bouquets. I'm sorry I haven't been able to visit you for a long time. Kakashi knelt in front of Obito's grave, his hand resting on his raised knee. His gaze remained fixed on the smiling photo of Obito on the stone, and he began to speak to the grave. I swear it's not that I want to forget you. There's something I want to tell you, but it's still classified. Minato Sensei's child is about to be born, and this child will grow up in an era of peace. At this point, Kakashi's eyes were filled with sadness. If only we could have been born a little later. Yun-Yu said nothing and quietly watched him from behind. I'm sorry, Obito. This time I will definitely stop you, Yun-Yu thought to herself. That night, Hiruzen Sarutobi and his wife Buwako arrived at Minato's home. Meanwhile, Yun-Yu, wearing a white mask, arrived on the rooftop opposite Minato's house. She carefully gathered information about Kushina's delivery location. Yun-Yu was using the Edo Tensei version of Minato's QB mode for the first time, and the enhanced hearing and perception allowed her to capture all the conversations inside the house. Hiruzen's aged voice echoed. Kushina, as your delivery approaches, there are some things I must clarify with you. He then took a puff from his pipe and breathed a sigh of relief. Yun-Yu sensed the third's movements. Can't he finish his smoke before talking? The previous Lord Mito was the same. During delivery, she nearly broke the seal of the Nine Tails. To be safe, I'm terribly sorry, but you will have to deliver a little further away from the village. Kushina nodded, and at that moment Minato held her hand. Don't worry, I will always be by your side. The third cleared his throat to interrupt when he saw the two about to show affection. Kushina and Minato looked at the third awkwardly. The third spoke again. Minato, the Umbu will also be with you, and my wife Buwako will accompany you too. Buwako looked at Kushina seriously. I will take you there in advance tomorrow. After emphasizing the situation, the third and Buwako left Minato's house. The next day, Kushina with her big belly followed Buwako out of her home. On the way, she coincidentally met Yun-Yu. Kushina waved at Yun-Yu, signaling her to come over. Sister Kushina. Kushina smiled at Yun-Yu, pinched her cheek, and then covered her mouth, giggling. Yun-Yu internally complained, she's been pinching me for 10 months, isn't that enough? Alright, I won't tease you anymore, I'm going to give birth now. Wait for me to come back with little Naruto to play with you. Yunyu looked at Kushina. Don't worry, I will wait for you and Naruto to return. At that moment, Biwako pulled Kushina over and directly took her away. Biwako had a hint of dissatisfaction on her face. Your delivery is a secret. Even if you encounter acquaintances on the way, try to avoid them. Then she continued to lead the way in front of Kushina. Kushina shyly scratched her head full of red hair. Okay, sorry. Then Biwako continued to emphasize the precautions. Also, although we are far from the village, because it's a secret, if you feel any contractions, don't scream too loudly. Yes. Kushina felt like her head was about to explode from all the instructions. The two left the village as the evening glow faded. Yunyu's mouth twitched slightly. Why does Biwako seem like a nagging monk? That night, Yunyu hurried towards the location where Kushina would give birth. At this moment, a group of white Zetsu lay in ambush along this road. Kushina's cries echoed in the cave while outside the Umbu were on high alert. It hurt so much. Kushina was lying on the bed while Biwako and a doctor were assisting her in childbirth. Minato stood aside, his face pale with fear as he looked at Biwako, who was assisting in the delivery. This is the first time I've seen Kushina yelling in pain like this. Is everything really okay? Biwako was sweating profusely but still replied, It's fine, your primary task is to keep an eye on the Nine-Tails seal. Minato kept his hand on Kushina's abdomen to reinforce the Nine-Tails seal, but he was still very worried. But this... Baiwen interrupted him. As the fourth Hokage, don't be so flustered. A man would have probably died from the pain by now. At this moment, the Nine-Tails was bound tightly by iron chains, its limbs and nine tails struggling helplessly. So powerful, the Nine-Tails is desperately trying to break free. Minato thought to himself about the Nine-Tails' tenacity. In the blink of an eye, the Umbu outside the barrier were all eliminated by Obito. He activated his intangibility and walked through the barrier. Finally, Kushina successfully gave birth to Naruto. Biwako took Naruto and cleaned him with warm water. He's a very lively little boy. Minato wanted to touch him, but Biwako stopped him. No, let his mother see him first. Biwako brought Naruto to Kushina's side, allowing her to take a good look at this little blonde boy. Alright, you two should rest well. I'll go calm Naruto down first. Then Biwako left with Naruto. Minato's eyes were filled with tears as he held Kushina's hand. Thank you. Kushina looked at Minato with a face full of happiness. Suddenly, a scream from Biwako was heard as a man wearing a tiger mask grabbed Naruto. His hand was on Naruto's face and his ominous voice reached Minato's ears. Fourth Hokage, Minato, step away from the Jinchuriki, or this child's life will only last a minute. Minato's expression turned grave as he looked at the man in the tiger mask. How did he get through this barrier? Who is this guy? His brain raced to think of a countermeasure. Did you not hear me tell you to leave? The tiger-masked man spoke again. Wait, you calm down. Obito sneered and threw Naruto into the air. Minato instantly caught Naruto, but Naruto's blanket was covered with warm packs. In the next moment, Minato discarded the blanket and appeared in a small wooden house with a flying thunder god kunai. The explosion was redirected into the house while Minato leapt out. He transferred Naruto back to his bed at home and put on his ceremonial robe, preparing to rescue Kushina. Yunyu was delayed by the white Zetsu blocking her way. As she arrived at the cave, she saw Obito controlling the Nine-Tails about to strike down Kushina. This time I'm here, I will utterly crush you, Obito. Susanoo. A gigantic red skeletal frame instantly enveloped Yunyu and the kneeling Kushina beside her. The Nine-Tails' claws were blocked by Susanoo's frame. The strange skeleton rapidly grew muscles visible to the naked eye, followed by armor covering Susanoo's muscles. Susanoo used its shield to deflect the Nine-Tails and then smashed down with the Tenketsuzen. The Nine-Tails coiled its tail around Susanoo's arm, using its sharp claws to relentlessly attack Susanoo's body. Sister Kushina, hold on. Yunyu supported Kushina on her shoulder. Kushina weakly said, Yunyu, listen to me. That masked man and the Nine-Tails are preparing to flatten Konoha. Minato also rushed over at this time, his pupils focused on the two colossal entities in front of him. This is the Nine-Tails and an unknown red-armored person. In the next moment, Minato saw Yunyu and Kushina within Susanoo. Kushina. Minato shouted towards Yunyu's direction. Yunyu turned her head. Senior Minato, the Nine-Tails inside Sister Kushina has already been released by that masked man. Oh, we need to quickly seal it back inside her. This is the third stage of Susanoo. Obito recognized the owner of this Susanoo. Let's go, Nine-Tails. Obito, expressionless, led the Nine-Tails towards Konoha. As Susanoo gradually dissipated, Yunyu handed Kushina over to Minato. Minato looked at Yunyu's eyes, which bore an eerie windmill pattern. Thank you, Yunyu. Don't worry, Senior. I will deal with the Nine-Tails and the masked man. Yunyu replied softly. Minato vanished, carrying the weakened Kushina back home. He gently placed Kushina next to Naruto. Don't worry about the rest, stay by Naruto's side. Kushina leaned her face close to Naruto, tears streaming down her cheeks. Minato, protect Konoha, protect Yunyu. And be careful on the way. Minato turned his back to the mother and child. I'll be back soon. On the streets of Konoha, Guy was insisting on playing a rock-paper-scissors game with Kakashi. Kakashi replied nonchalantly, We need to get up early tomorrow, it's fine if we don't play today. Suddenly, Kakashi's Sharingan detected an anomaly in the air. He looked at the angry Guy. By the way, did you feel anything unusual? The air seemed to get colder just now. Guy replied unhappily, What's cold is your attitude. Youth is only now. In the Uchiha clan grounds, Itachi frowned at the blood moon in the sky. Suddenly Sasuke in his arms began to cry loudly. Itachi quickly tightened his hold on Sasuke. Don't worry, no matter what happens I will protect you. This is not good, Mom, and Dad happened to leave at this time. Obito's figure appeared in the center of Konoha's streets, and he slammed his right hand hard on the ground. Summoning technique. Countless runes instantly covered the entire street. A huge cloud of smoke spread throughout Konoha, and when the smoke cleared, the gigantic figure of the Ninetales appeared before everyone. Ninetales attack. The madness was evident in Obito's voice beneath the mask. He then walked toward the Hokage rock. He had another purpose for coming this time, which was to kill the man standing on Hokage rock, the one who had ignored Rin's death. Surrounding buildings were destroyed by the Ninetales' claws and panicked crowds trampled everywhere. Enough. Yunyu arrived in front of the Ninetales, and at this moment its eyes had distinctly turned into Three-Tomo Sharingan. It was clear that the Ninetales had been controlled. The Umbu ninjas began to evacuate the surrounding crowds, and Kakashi and others were also asked to leave. Why? Guy asked, confused. He was about to discuss youth with the Ninetales when he was blocked by a Kimichi Choji in front of him. That figure. Kakashi's gaze was fixed on the figure beneath the Ninetales. Yunyu, it's dangerous. Kakashi ran towards Yunyu. Upon hearing Yunyu's name, Choji also looked towards the Ninetales. Choji was shocked, his eyes nearly popping out. Not good. What on earth is my silly apprentice trying to do? The Ninetales' claws lunged at Yunyu. Shinra Tensei. The Ninetales' body was suddenly repelled outside Konoha. I can't let you destroy this place. Yunyu's tone was icy, her killing intent surrounding her like frost. Kakashi was actually paralyzed by Yunyu's aura. Yunyu. Kakashi shouted again towards the girl. Yunyu merely turned her head slightly. Sorry, Kakashi, I can't let you get involved. Kakashi saw the look in Yunyu's eyes, which bore a Sharingan completely different from his own. What happened to her Sharingan? Kakashi was left speechless, shocked by Yunyu's current demeanor. In the blink of an eye, Yunyu appeared outside the village. Alongside her were the third Hokage and a group of Umbu. Yunyu had activated Susanoo, and the massive Yata mirror smashed towards the Ninetales' head. The Ninetales dodged skillfully and began to charge a tailed beast bomb to shoot at Yunyu. The third saw Yunyu within Susanoo and nodded slightly at her. Saw her transform into the Rui Jingu Bang. Then the third Hokage, dressed in black armor, swung the massive Rui Jingu Bang toward the Ninetales, which was charging at him. The Ninetales was stunned by this sudden strike, and the tailed beast bomb exploded right in its mouth. Covered in dust, the Ninetales got back up, its eyes back to normal. It seems Minato has successfully defeated the masked man. Now all that's left is to control the Ninetales. Third Hokage, please restrain the Ninetales. I will cast a Genjutsu to quiet this guy down. The third Hokage hesitated for a moment, but thought of Yunyu's previous actions, so he complied. Sealing team, bind the Ninetales' limbs. Several Umbu appeared at the Ninetales' feet, and black seals quickly crawled up its limbs. Hurry, Yunyu. The seal can only last about a minute. The third spoke to Yunyu beside him. Don't worry, third Hokage. Yunyu instantly appeared in front of the Ninetales, locking eyes with it. The Ninetales calmed down after struggling a couple of times, and its pupils once again turned into Three-Tomo Sharingan. I'm sorry I'm late. Minato arrived beside Yunyu holding Kushina and Naruto. His eyes were filled with gratitude. Next I will seal the Ninetales. 4 symbols seal. Black patterns crawled over the Ninetales' massive body, turning it into chakra. Minato divided it in half, sealing one half in Kushina and the other half into Naruto. At this moment Kushina was too weak. If the entire Ninetales were sealed inside her, it would surely break free from the bindings once again. Minato wiped the sweat from his forehead and bowed solemnly to Yunyu the third and the others behind him. Thank you, everyone. Wait. An angry voice rang out. Danzo had surrounded Yunyu with a group of root ninjas. Danzo's eyes were locked onto Yunyu's double Manjikyu Sharingan. You are the culprit behind the Ninetales incident, the evil Uchiha brat. His serpent-like gaze scrutinized Yunyu, who was surrounded by root. Danzo, you. The third glared angrily at Danzo. All the ninjas involved in the battle seemed to have strong objections against Danzo. I ordered every member of the Uchiha clan to protect the civilians. Why were you the only one who disobeyed? Danzo's provocative gaze fixed on Yunyu. You have already expended so much ocular power, I believe you cannot hold out much longer. If the third turns a blind eye, whether Minato agrees or not, Kushina will fall into my hands. Yunyu did not flare up, she only cast a mocking look at Danzo. Then I have a question, why did you order the Uchiha to stay away from the fight? When the Uchiha's ocular power could have subdued the Ninetales, you abandoned the most effective method. Danzo clenched his cane, his face full of anger as he glared at Yunyu. Why? Because the moment an Uchiha drew near the Ninetales, if they seized the chance to control it, there could be a second Uchiha Madara in the making. But Danzo dared not speak those words aloud. If he did, the rift between Konoha and the Uchiha would widen into an irreparable chasm. Do you think I need you to lecture me? Yunyu snapped. Come back with us for questioning. If you are truly innocent, we will release you. Danzo cast a look at the third Hokage, giving him a subtle sign. Sarutobi remained silent. After all, Yunyu had already displayed such formidable power. When the Uchiha and the village clashed, the third could not be certain Yunyu would side with the village. Perhaps it was wiser to let Danzo handle this. After all, opportunity favored him now. Minato was spent of strength. He supported the weakened Kushina with one arm. Danzo, in the name of the Hokage, I order you to stop. Minato's once radiant face was now shadowed. Danzo acted as if he had not heard, and with a wave of his hand a cluster of root operatives surged toward Yunyu. Doton Earthflow Wall, Konoha Strong Whirlwind, Futon Great Breakthrough, Kakashi K Sarutobi Toka, and Jcun Rang appeared, placing Yunyu behind them as a shield. Yunyu, are you alright? Kakashi's Sharingan stared unblinkingly at the approaching root operatives. Chidori crackled ominously in his hand. Toka glanced at the silent Sarutobi. Uncle Yun, you saved my life, but she has always been loyal to Konoha. What you are doing will wound her deeply. Jcun Rang returned a colder stare than Danzo's, his gaze slicing through the air like a blade. Yunyu, do not forget you are a member of our 8th squad, Jcun Rang said, now his tone soft with a tenderness that surprised everyone. For a moment Yunyu was at a loss for words. She had not expected the bonds she had forged to matter at this hour. Danzo bared his teeth and stared at those before him. If he harmed a new generation of Konoha, he would be blamed without mercy. We will leave. Danzo stomped away, leaning heavily on his cane. Each strike of cane on the ground rang with a harsh grating sound. Minato walked slowly to Yunyu's side. He looked gratefully at Kakashi and the others, then turned to Yunyu. Yunyu, return home first. Leave the rest to me. I will give you an account of this. Minato's voice was laced with guilt. Yunyu had risked her life to restrain the Nine Tails for Kushina and for him. Meanwhile, Danzo and his associates treated Yunyu like an ingrate, scheming to claim what they wanted. I have failed as Hokage. Perhaps it is time to reshuffle Konoha's high ranks. Minato's resolve hardened at that thought. Farewell, Senior Minato. Yunyu said, then vanished. Kakashi watched her departure with a pang of inexplicable loss. On the second day after the Nine Tails incident, Minato convened a Hokage assembly to steady the villagers' hearts. The Nine Tails rampage had claimed hundreds of civilians and countless shinobi. At the Uchiha clan estate, Fugaku sat before 5 elders. The men said nothing, only staring at the steaming teacups on the table. Elders, I have summoned you because of the Nine Tails, Fugaku began. Our Uchiha did not take part in the assault on the Nine Tails, and the villagers now harbored deep prejudice against us. The elders' brows knitted at that displeasure plain on their faces. After a long silence, Fugaku spoke again. Yet a child named Uchiha Yunyu used Susanoo in this battle to restrain the Nine Tails, preventing even greater devastation to the village. The foremost elder's eyes widened. Susanoo, the fabled ocular technique rumored to be used by Uchiha Madara. Fugaku nodded in confirmation. According to eyewitnesses, yes. The elders' stern faces broke into smiles. Excellent. Another prodigy has arisen from the Uchiha. Those old men in Konoha will surely be furious. At the root base outside Konoha, Danzo struck a stack of documents with his cane. That blasted Minato. He is merely the third's puppet trying to push me into retirement and hand the post to the next generation. He slammed down again. And that Uchiha Yunyu, do you think you can defy me? I will have those eyes of hers. A knock sounded. Danzo returned to his seat. A pale-skinned man with a slender snake coiled around his arm glided into the room. It was Orochimaru. Why has he come to me? Danzo's mind brimmed with suspicion. A hoarse voice asked, Lord Danzo, are you angry? Danzo did not answer, staring at Orochimaru with a sullen face. What do you want? Orochimaru smiled. I sense I have been watched lately. Danzo glowered. We had best keep our meetings to a minimum. The snake at Orochimaru's hand flicked its tongue out. Are you frightened, Lord Danzo? Orochimaru purred. Do not worry. When I leave, I will burn everything that pertains to you. Danzo examined Orochimaru closely. Are you preparing to defect from Konoha? Orochimaru was silent for a long moment, then answered slowly, it is wise to prepare for every eventuality, is it not? Inside the Hokage building, Sarutobi, Minato, and Yunyu discussed the Nine Tails incident. Sarutobi looked to the quiet Minato. This case is riddled with mystery. I thought Kushina's seal had failed. But the deaths at Bawako, and among ANBU, proven outsider was involved. Minato turned to Yunyu. Yunyu, did you see anyone suspicious? Yunyu nodded. Yes. Outside the village, I heard the Nine Tails, and I saw a man wearing a tiger skin mask standing beside it. Kushina told me the same, that a masked man freed the Nine Tails and threatened to raise Konoha, Minato added. The third frowned. Did the masked man have any distinguishing features? Sharingan. Minato and Yunyu answered in unison. The third set down his pipe and sighed deeply. Yunyu, do you think this was an Uchiha act? The third wondered whether the Uchiha sought to recover power in Konoha by manipulating the Nine Tails. Of all present, Minato and Yunyu were the ones who had faced the masked man. No one had more right to speak. Minato spoke first. The masked man who fought me claimed to be Uchiha Madara. At the name, the third's hand trembled and his pipe fell to the floor. Uchiha Madara, he whispered incredulously. Uchiha Madara, the battlefield demon who toyed with the Nine Tails like a pet, a man whose strength matched that of the first. Minato cleared his throat. I do not think it was truly Madara. From our encounter, he did not show the strength Madara would possess. Yunyu suppressed a smile. Of course. If Madara had truly appeared, he would have been able to choke you and ask whether you wished to dance. Really, Master Minato, your attack felt like a mere bath scrub against Madara. Only a vegetable could hope to contain him now. Yet Yunyu maintained a worried expression. The third turned to Minato gravely. Classify information on Madara as top secret. And I do not want a fourth person to overhear our discussion today. Understood, Yunyu, and Minato replied. Yin Yu understood the third's implied dismissal, and she rose to leave the office. Before departing, she handed Minato a document. He smiled as he accepted it. Yin Yu, come visit my home more often. Kushina wanted to make you Naruto's honorary godmother. Yin Yu choked on the compliment. Ah, godmother. Let's not. He's only 11. Then I will take my leave. After Yin Yu left the Hokage building, the third questioned Minato. Minato, what is in that bag? He watched Minato warily. Minato scratched his head and opened the bag. A Jounin application. He read aloud. The third laughed heartily. Yin Yu truly is extraordinary. I had misjudged her. Yin Yu was indeed different from other Uchiha, and the third regretted his prior arrogance. But it was not too late to guide her thoughts. Then let Yin Yu's ANBU team carry out the exchange mission with the Land of Lightning. They are short a member, I hear. Shursui has returned from the front. Send him with them. The third outlined his plan. Minato agreed and handed a mission scroll to a purple-haired ANBU operative beside him. Deliver this news to Yin Yu, Shursui, and Kakashi. At that moment, Yin Yu was in the clan grounds stroking Itachi's head. An ANBU shadow appeared, and Itachi reflexively drew a kunai. Yin Yu's eyes focused on the purple hair of the ANBU. She recognized the presence. It was the ANBU operative Shiyen. Senior Yin Yu, Lord Minato has issued a mission for your review. Itachi relaxed when he heard it was ANBU. Okay, Itachi, don't be so nervous. The mission go to the Land of Lightning to exchange a peace treaty. The mission would take place next month. Wonderful. Finally a legitimate chance to get out and travel. Shiyen caught the wild gleam in Yin Yu's eyes and broke out in a cold sweat. Sometimes Senior Yin Yu is scarier than Senior Kakashi, she thought, and then she vanished. Yin Yu reflected, it seemed the Eight Tails chakra was not yet fully collected. To reach a bond level of 100 with Killer Bee would require a great sacrifice. By then, even her eardrums might not survive. A system notification chimed ding. Host confusion detected. The host may absorb Eight Tails chakra with the Rinnegan. When the Jinchuriki bond reaches 60, only a trace is needed, and the system will replicate the complete tailed beast for you. Noted. Why did you not tell me this earlier? This function unlocked after absorbing the Dragon Vein's power. Moreover, because the Dragon Vein carries space-time energies, the host now possesses the ability to influence shinobi world history. Please consider every decision carefully. No wonder I had worried over Minato and his wife, fearing they would follow the tragedy described within the Dragon Vein. It was my intervention that altered the tragedy. Itachi, I'm leaving for now. Here, take these. Yin Yu tossed 2 ninjutsu scrolls to Itachi. Itachi read them puzzled. On using Amaterasu, how to perfect Susanoo like a Gundam. Yin Yu snatched them away, clearing her throat. Sorry, wrong scrolls. These are the ones. She handed Itachi a Crow Clone scroll and a Crow Clone Great Explosion scroll. Practice hard. ANBU has a mission. Oh, I must go. Yin Yu dissolved into a flock of crows and departed. Itachi's face shone with astonishment. These crow clones were far more useful than mere duplication or body flicker. Is Yin Yu really an ANBU member? Itachi resolved to join ANBU someday. Ding. Uchiha Itachi bond reached 50. In the long corridor of Route, Danzo walked slowly, cane tapping step by step. Bandages covered his right eye, and his left swam with simmering fury. Sarutobi leading personally. Orochimaru has pushed things too far. He ordered Ida assist Orochimaru in leaving. The masked child nodded and vanished into the shadow. In Orochimaru's laboratory, Sarutobi's face was grave as Orochimaru grinned impishly. The surrounding Yinbyu backed away, cowed by Orochimaru's aura. Do you intend to kill me? Orochimaru asked, amusement curling his features. Sarutobi did not answer. He formed hand seals and summoned the Monkey King. Orochimaru's snake eyes fixed on Sarutobi. Can you truly strike, teacher Sarutobi? As Sarutobi hesitated, Orochimaru completed his seals in an instant. A fierce gale pressed down, pinning Sarutobi and the ANBU in place, and in the next heartbeat, Orochimaru's figure vanished. The Monkey King scolded Sarutobi. Sarutobi, you. Sarutobi closed his eyes. He had no face to meet the Monkey King's or the ANBU's gaze. At the laboratory door, Orochimaru encountered a figure brandishing Chidori. Kakashi's Sharingan fixed on Orochimaru, and the Chidori lunged. Orochimaru leaned back and evaded Kakashi's strike. His kunai slashed toward Kakashi's mask, cleaving it in two. Shock widened Kakashi's eyes, cold sweat trickled down his temple. Orochimaru did not turn to look at him, speaking with his back turned. Your eyes are admirable, but I do not require a counterfeit. Orochimaru sneered. As he prepared to leave, a melodious girl's voice rang out. Scoundrel snake. So you were here. Suddenly, Orochimaru found himself frozen. A paralysis technique. What a powerful ocular force. How exquisite. It was as though he had been nailed to a cross. His gaze turned maddened as he found Yinyu before him. This body was too perfect for him to ignore. Orochimaru struggled to form seals, but in the next instant Yinyu's blade severed his right hand. Yinyu assumed an air of mock humility, her face radiating invincibility. Orochimaru, no technique of yours will work before my eyes. Orochimaru clasped his injured hand, scowling at Yinyu. You wait, Yinyu. One day, I will possess your body. With those words, he evaporated into a plume of white smoke. ANBU swarmed the area. Yinyu reported Orochimaru's wounds and condition. In an instant, the ANBU dispersed to pursue Orochimaru. The third looked at Yinyu with a troubled expression. Was he relieved that Orochimaru had escaped, or saddened by the turn of events? In front of the Hokage building, Kakashi and Shursui were waiting for Yun Yu's arrival. According to the mission scroll, their task was to secretly protect Team Kai as they traveled to the Land of Thunder to exchange a peace treaty. However, it was already 8 o'clock, well past the appointed time. Yet there was still no sign of Yun Yu, which left Kakashi feeling somewhat puzzled. Hey, sorry to keep you waiting. Yun Yu was dressed in the standard uniform of the Umbu with a white fox mask covering her face. I must say Yun Yu's figure was simply perfect. The Umbu outfit accentuated her slender physique even more. Kakashi sighed inwardly. Shursui gazed at the person before him, especially when she took off her mask to introduce herself. Her handsome face caused Shursui to momentarily lose his composure. He quickly adjusted his demeanor and smiled as he spoke. I am Uchiha Shursui, and I will also be joining you in this mission. Yun Yu looked Shursui up and down, her big eyes scanning him with 2 delicate tear troughs at the corners. The most notable features were his slightly curly hair and the small sword on his back. I must admit Shursui was quite handsome. Although he was only around 10 years old, the contours of his face already bore the hallmark of an Uchiha handsome man. After chatting for a bit, they arrived at the entrance of Konoha village following Team Kai. At the village entrance, Kai was showing off his big white teeth, giving a thumbs up to his teammates. All right, everyone, let's ignite the blazing flames of youth and set off. His eyes were filled with passion, and after he finished speaking, he quickly ran towards the village exit. Behind him, Mizuki and Hibi looked bewildered. Wait up for us, Kai. Behind them was an old man carrying a large pot on his back strapped with all sorts of cooking utensils. A black line crossed the old man's face. At my age, I can't be youthful anymore. After saying this, he slowly walked in the direction where Kai had disappeared. Yun Yu's gaze fell on the old man Maruhoshi Koji. Kakashi and the masked Shursui looked at the people they were going to protect, and he said to Yun Yu, "Is Master Minato really reliable? Sending 3 Chunin and 1 Genin to the Land of Thunder to exchange a peace treaty. Of course Lord Fourth must have his own plans. After all, we have a few of us, right?" Yun Yu looked at Kakashi with a serious expression. Right, cold-hearted Kakashi and instant Shursui. After Yun Yu finished speaking, she smiled at the two. The two felt a bit embarrassed and quickly followed Team Kai. Ding! Uchiha Shizui's bond value reached 40. Just as noon arrived, a delicious aroma wafted from the forest where Team Kai was located, and a wisp of smoke spread out from within. Hiding behind a distant tree, the 3 of them watched enviously as Koji prepared hot pot for the others with the large pot on his back. Suddenly Yun Yu felt that the military rations in her hand lost their appeal. She cast a resentful glance at Kakashi and Shursui. The 2 of them were chewing the military rations with great enjoyment. Kakashi handed Yun Yu a beef-flavored military ration from his bag. "Yun Yu, I have some beef-flavored military rations here. If you find the original flavor unappetizing, you can try this one." Yun Yu's mouth twitched as she simply replied with an Shursui then comforted Yun Yu. "Yun Yu, this is the Umbu. They are leisurely enjoying hot pot under the sun while we are hiding in the shadows eating military rations." Yun Yu did not feel comforted by Shizui's words. Instead, she became even more resentful. "I definitely want to quit the Umbu job in the future," Yun Yu whispered. Kakashi and Shursui looked at each other helplessly. Just as she was complaining, Yun Yu sensed that someone was watching her. "Shursui, did you feel that? We are being watched." "I do have that feeling," Shursui replied. "Shursui, Kakashi, you stay here to protect Kai, and the others I will go check the situation." Kakashi disagreed with Yun Yu's approach. But in the next moment, a golden chakra cloak appeared around Yun Yu. This was Yun Yu's Kurama mode from the Edo Tensei of Minato. Feeling this powerful chakra, Kakashi swallowed the words that were just about to come out. "Be careful." "Okay." In the next moment, a flash of golden light appeared, and Yun Yu was suddenly several kilometers away. Kakashi and Shursui, who remained in place, looked in disbelief at the gust of wind left by Yun Yu. "Shursui, do you know what ninjutsu that was?" "I don't know." A person with a black eye mask on his right eye suddenly broke out in cold sweat because the target he was observing had disappeared. "Damn, where did she go?" Aoi used his Byakugan to search for Yun Yu everywhere. "Are you looking for me?" Yun Yu's cheerful voice came from behind Aoi. Aoi was so startled by the person behind him that he couldn't move at all. So fast. Aoi marveled at Yun Yu's speed. "Is it the instant Shursui?" "No, this golden chakra is obviously different from Shizui's green chakra." He slowly turned around and saw the masked girl in front of him. "You are from the Konoha Umbu." Aoi struggled to keep his mind clear. "That's right, you are from the Land of Water, right? Why did you sneak into Konoha?" Yun Yu's Sharingan was filled with killing intent. I came to take your life." Aoi's tone suddenly changed, and the next moment Yun Yu's kunai cut through his throat. Water droplets slid down Aoi's neck. It turned out to be a water clone. Kunai from all directions flew toward Yun Yu's position, and she quickly dodged the incoming kunai. One by one, the figures of the mist ninjas finally revealed themselves. Aoi looked at Yun Yu with pride. "How about it, kid? Just surrender quietly. We from the Mist Village need your Sharingan." Yun Yu's lips curled into a faint smile, and she said calmly, "I thought I had caught a little thief who I didn't expect to have stumbled upon a den." Aoi still did not realize that he and his group had already been surrounded by Yun Yu. He was still forming seals to deal with Yun Yu. Water-style Azure Dragon's hand. Aoi used his Byakugan to detect Yun Yu's vital points, then thrust his index finger toward her acupoint. Hyperdimensional flashing swallow continuous strike. Damn, how does Minato name his ninjutsu? After reciting the name, Yun felt like she was about to die of embarrassment. Just as Aoi's index finger was about to hit Yun, her figure vanished. In the next moment, the screams of the mist ninjas reached Aoi's ears. Aoi glared angrily at the golden figure moving freely among the mist ninjas. Who the hell are you? His voice sounded hoarse from anger. Are you stupid? I'm from the Umbu. How can I tell you my identity? Aoi was furious, unable to fight back or argue. Yun, be careful. Konoha's gale kick. Kai kicked toward Aoi, who was preparing to perform a sneak attack on Yun. Instantly, Yun froze in place, unable to regain her senses for a long time. It's not that I'm afraid of a godlike opponent, I'm afraid of a teammate like Kai. Mizuki and Hibi also joined the battle against the mist ninjas. Hibi jumped around the crowd wielding kunai and exploding tags. Watch me perform the explosive meteor. Feel my dash attack. The mist ninja tried to grab him, but couldn't even touch his shadow. Mizuki formed hand seals and spat out 1,000 books into the air. Ninjutsu 1,000 books rain. A rain of 1,000 books fell from the sky. Don't underestimate the Konoha ninjas, Mizuki said to the few in front of him. The mist ninjas were overwhelmed, hurriedly using water barrier to fend off wave after wave of attacks. Shisui, perched on a tree, suddenly asked, Captain Kakashi, should we move forward to help? Forget it, having Yun is enough, Kakashi replied, recalling how Yun had single-handedly repelled the Ninetales during the Ninetales incident. Kakashi's cheeks broke out in a cold sweat. Speaking of which, if one day he angered her, would she throw him out of the fire country just like she did with the Ninetales? Water-style explosive water wave. A voice came from between the mist ninjas and the Konoha ninjas. A torrent of water separated them. You guys leave, I'll handle this here, a man with a shark-like face said to Aoi behind him. Aoi nodded and turned to lead the injured mist ninjas away. This man was at least 8 meters tall, holding a long, narrow sword. Hey, you guys are my opponents. Kisame spoke to the group in front of him. Kai was enjoying his kicks when suddenly interrupted by the man in front of him. His pent-up anger had nowhere to go. Kai thought to himself, how dare you interrupt my passionate spirit? Today let you witness what youth is all about. Then Kai charged towards the man, delivering a powerful prelude kick. Kisame's gaze froze. Is he a ninja who only uses taijutsu? I can't let him get close. Water style. Rain for sharks. For sharks circled around Kisame, forcing Kai to retreat repeatedly. Kakashi's Sharingan was filled with seriousness. This man's chakra level was astonishing. Kisame formed seals again, water-style great shark bomb technique. A massive water shark leaped towards them, towering over 10 meters high. Be careful. Fire-style great fire dragon technique. Shizui's figure appeared in front of them, and a fire dragon of comparable size charged toward the shark. However, the shark actually swallowed the fire dragon in front of it. Does this technique absorb chakra? Shisui looked astonished at the giant shark before him. Get away from here. He shouted to the people behind him, but the shark was already closing in on their faces. Yun, exclaimed Kimui. Her pupils transformed into the shape of shurikens, and blood gradually stained the corners of her eyes. Just as the shark was about to reach Shisui, its body suddenly twisted. In an instant, the shark was sucked into a sudden spatial vortex. What is this? Suddenly Shisui turned around and saw the strange Sharingan in Yun's eyes. Blood dripped from the corners of his eyes, and for some reason Shisui felt a pang of pain in his heart. Did she awaken those eyes too? Ding. Uchiha Shizui's bond value reached 60. Kakashi and Kai saw the injured Yun and immediately felt a deep sense of guilt. Die. Kakashi's Raikiri plunged towards Kisame while Shisui used instant body technique to block Kisame's escape route. Kisame smirked, raising his sword to look at himself. Blood erupted from his body, and the next moment the blood on the ground transformed into droplets of water. Kisame's body turned into a puddle of water. When did he leave? Kakashi frowned. Yun dashed forward, delivering a punch to Kakashi's head. Kakashi covered his head, looking at Yun in confusion. Yun finally spoke. From the very beginning, his real body never came. Kakashi immediately recalled the chakra he sensed earlier from his Sharingan. If a mere clone possessed chakra nearly equivalent to his real body, what would his actual body be like? It must be close to Bijou level. Thinking of this, cold sweat trickled down Kakashi's forehead. At this moment, Yun began to calculate this issue. A normal Naruto's chakra is about 4 cards, while Kisame's is around 7 cards, and Hashirama's 1 card equals 1 Kakashi. The first Hokage is terrifying. One day, I will recruit you under my command. Yun looked at a fatigued Kai and asked, how did you know I was here? Her big, beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. At this moment, Hibi stepped forward. Dear Yun, it was I who sensed your aura, which is why I had Kai and the others come here. As expected of the black flash, that perception. The murderous aura from Kakashi dissipated toward Hibi, causing him to sneeze instantly. Huh, where did this killing intent come from? Hibi turned to see Kakashi, who looked like the Grim Reaper. He instantly distanced himself from Yun. Although Hibi was a lecher, clearly his life was worth more. Let's go, Yun. Kakashi's cold voice came. Yun nodded, okay. Then the figures of Kakashi and the others disappeared into the jungle. Suddenly Shisui blocked Yun, while Kakashi warily gazed at Shisui. Yun, when did your Sharingan awaken? Shizui's expression was grave. He himself had awakened the Mangekyo, so he naturally understood the dangers of the Mangekyo. Upon hearing this, Kakashi also noticed the eyes Shisui was referring to. Thinking of the blood at the corner of Yunyu's eyes, Kakashi felt a wave of fear. Although strange Sharingan, Yunyu feigned ignorance, looking at Shursui with innocent eyes. It should have awakened during a previous mission, or I can't recall the specifics, but it just suddenly activated with a duong. After hearing this, Shursui was somewhat at a loss for words. Did you feel any discomfort after awakening? Not really, I just found that I became stronger and my eyes gained some strange abilities. Yunyu, you must remember what I'm about to say. Those eyes will gradually lead to blindness the more they are used. Kakashi's pupils constricted as he looked at Yunyu. Yunyu, are you really okay? Kakashi did not want Yunyu to go blind because of those eyes. I'm fine. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate another one. Upon hearing this, Kakashi and Shursui rushed forward to stop her. They thought this child Yunyu really is bold. In the Mizukage's office of the Mist Village, Aoi was reporting the mission to the Mizukage Yagura. Yagura looked at Aoi coldly. Yunyu, comparable to the speed of the Golden Flash. Alright, this time we won't count this as a mission failure since the opponents are instant Shursui and Sharingan Kakashi. After Aoi left, Yagura's pupils suddenly changed to a pair of three-to-mo Sharingan. A man wearing a mask slowly emerged from the shadows behind Yagura. The masked man Obito muttered to himself, Yunyu, it seems you have grown quite a bit. Soon I will find an opportunity to have you fully join the Moon's Eye plan. With that, Obito's figure vanished again into the darkness. Ahead is the gate of Yunin Village, Kai said, leading the way at the front of the group. Behind him, Shirinui, Gunma, and Ebisu seemed utterly exhausted, their bodies moving forward while their souls lagged behind. Being young is wonderful, Murakami Koji sighed as he looked at Kai and the others. Yunyu and the others were continuously darting back and forth on the large tree behind Kai. At that moment, Kai suddenly turned around saying, speaking of which, aside from encountering a few mist ninjas, it seems we haven't run into any other enemies along the way. Kai was quite puzzled. They had traveled such a long distance without even spotting a small thief. Hearing this, Shirinui Gunma also appeared somewhat bewildered. It really seems to be that way. Yunyu didn't know what to say. All along the journey, Kakashi and Shursui had already dealt with the enemies in secret. For Kai and the others, this mission felt easy, collecting a rank mission rewards while doing work even easier than a crank task. Yunin Village was situated in a very advantageous geographical location, nestled among the mountains. The houses and buildings were constructed around the mountains, with the Raikage Tower located at the very center of this mountainous region. Speaking of which, Yunin's technology was considerably more advanced than that of Konoha. As they approached Yunin Village, Yunyu and the others were detected by the sensing ninjas of Yunin. A few brown-skinned Yun ninjas stopped them. Who goes there? They asked, eyeing Kai and the others with caution. Just as Kai was about to respond, Kakashi, dressed in umbu attire, appeared in front of the Yun ninja. On behalf of the 4th Hokage, I am here to exchange the treaty. Please inform Lord Raikage. After saying this, Kakashi handed the scroll he was holding to the Yun ninja. After receiving the scroll, the Yun ninja carefully examined it. Once confirmed, he led the group to the Raikage Tower. At this time, the 4th Raikage AI was in his office fuming. Damn Karabi, instead of training properly at the Yunlei Gorge, he actually came to the village to hold a concert. He slammed one hand down on the table. With a loud bang, the table instantly split in half. The secretary beside him was used to this and beckoned to several umbu behind him. Seeing this, the umbu immediately carried away the damaged table and fetched a new one from the adjacent room to replace it. One Yun ninja stepped forward to notify AI about the arrival of the Konoha group. AI took a deep breath and then allowed Kakashi and the other two to enter. AI scrutinized the group. The white-haired one with the Sharingan was undoubtedly Kakashi, while he was not yet sure about the other person, but he recognized the girl at the back. Uchiha Yunyu, how could it be her? AI looked at Yunyu with some surprise. Danzo had mentioned that 2 members of the Uchiha clan would come to Yunin Village to exchange the treaty. It must be Yunyu and the umbu in front of her. AI analyzed in his mind. Lord Raikage, this is the treaty that Konoha and Yunin are to exchange. As he spoke, Kakashi handed the treaty over to AI. AI took out a scroll from his sleeve and handed it to Kakashi. This is our Yun ninja's treaty. After exchanging the scrolls, both checked them, finding no issues. Kakashi's voice echoed, then Lord Raikage, we shall take our leave. AI then spoke, Kakashi, you and the others should return to Konoha. Let these 2 stay in Yunin for a couple of days before heading back. Kakashi, who was about to turn around, froze instantly. What does the Raikage want to do? Shursui, hearing this, was equally perplexed as to why they were being asked to stay with Yunyu. Lord Raikage, we came to carry out a mission and need to report back on time. This might not be advisable, Kakashi said, his gaze fixed on the Raikage. Suddenly, the lightning armor surged around AI, and he frowned, his face filled with anger. Do you intend to sabotage the treaty between our 2 countries? Yunyu also sensed the killing intent surrounding them, quietly placing her hand on the short blade behind her. If it comes to a fight, we won't back down. Previously, Shursui had already revealed that he had activated his Mangekyo, along with Mikai outside and the exceptionally strong Murakami Koji. That's equivalent to directly throwing 4 trump cards at you ninjas. At this moment, Yunyu was not afraid, or in fact, she felt a bit excited. Suddenly, a bold idea struck Yunyu's mind, and she smirked at the Raikage. Shursui didn't want to make a move, but it was clear to anyone with eyes that the Raikage was targeting both her and Yunyu. I wonder why Lord Raikage is going back on his word. We are simply here to carry out a mission. Oh, why make it difficult for us? Shursui said, speaking up. The Raikage thought that even if he detained 2 Uchiha clan members, the 4th Hokage would not instigate a war over just 2 people. Clearly the Raikage underestimated Yun Yu's influence in Minato's heart. That bond combined with the life-saving grace would make it difficult for him to act against her. Who knows, as soon as he received the news a flying thunder god might come in, and a Rasengan could smash right into your face. Ace's straightforward personality led him to lay out his intentions directly. We Yunin need the powerful bloodline of the Sharingan. Consider these two as conditions of the treaty. You and the others should leave, or I will not make things difficult for you. The Raikage brought up conditions with Kakashi again. Kakashi's pupils were filled with rage. He could not understand how the Raikage knew about Yun Yu and Shirzue. Yun Yu spoke, urging Kakashi, you all should go. It's fine, I trust that the Raikage will keep his word. Kakashi wanted to say something, but he saw the fleeting Mangekyo in Yun Yu's eyes. Don't worry, you must get as far away as possible. In reality, Yun Yu thought, if you don't leave far, how can I safely destroy Yunin village? For some reason, Kakashi began to loathe his own powerlessness at this moment. Although Yun Yu and Shirzue were powerful, they were still up against an entire ninja village. If only I were as strong as Teacher Minato, this situation wouldn't have arisen. Unbeknownst to Kakashi, just moments ago his left eye had momentarily transformed into a Mangekyo. Kakashi took the scroll and left. Outside, Kai noticed Kakashi was alone and puzzled spoke up. Kakashi, what about Yun Yu and that Umbu? Kakashi replied with a grim face, they have other tasks. Alright. The figures of the group quickly vanished within Yun Ninja Village. Inside the Yun Ninja office, AI looked at the two Uchiha in front of him, his tone gradually calming down. Although it's somewhat despicable, I hope you can understand. I hope you can integrate into Yun Ninja Village. Yun Yu looked at AI with some disdain, while Shirzue remained unusually silent. AI instructed two Umbu to place Yun Yu and Shirzue under house arrest in a house not far from the Raikage Tower. Around the house there were about 6 or 7 Umbu guarding. Inside the room, Shirzue asked Yun Yu with some concern, Yun Yu, what should we do? Yun Yu merely smiled at Shirzue, saying, don't worry, tonight Yunin village will experience a disaster, and we will take the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. Shirzue looked at Yun Yu in confusion as Yun Yu directly pushed Shirzue's head away with her hand. Just wait and see, tonight Yunin will surely be lively. As time gradually approached midnight, a person wearing a white mask appeared on the roof of the Raikage Tower. Indeed, this was the ninja war outfit and Uchiha fan he had just purchased from the system. This had cost him all of Kushina's maximum bond value. Yun Yu walked slowly toward the building. Suddenly, a few Yun Ninja Umbu appeared and blocked her path. Who goes there? Dare to approach the Raikage Tower. Yun Yu did not answer their question. Fire release great fireball. Yun Yu gathered chakra and exhaled flames, then used the fan in her hand to unleash 3 fire tornadoes. The fire tornadoes illuminated the night sky above Yunin village, and several Umbu who failed to evade in time were burned to death. AI in the office was drawn to the light outside, knowing it could only mean an enemy attack. His lightning armor suddenly appeared, and he smashed through the ceiling, arriving in front of Yun Yu. Seeing the fallen Umbu around him, AI glared at Yun Yu with murderous intent. What are you doing causing trouble in my Yunin? Ace's voice was gritted as if he could tear the person in front of him apart. Yun Yu placed the fan behind her and rested her left hand on her mask, speaking. I have no identity and do not wish to survive as anyone. In an instant, Yun Yu's presence was amplified. The Sharingan and Rinnegan beneath her mask struck fear into all present. AI sensed from the aura that the person before him was anything but ordinary. If a battle broke out here, the village would definitely be affected. Ace's chest heaved as he struggled to control his rage and spoke again. I wonder why you have attacked our Yun Ninja Umbu. AI fixed his gaze on the masked person. Yun Yu scoffed, there is neither hope nor light, only despair. This false world has no reason to exist. AI finally understood the person before him was simply insane. At this moment, he could no longer hold back and launched a palm strike at the masked figure. To Ace's astonishment, he saw his hand pass right through the masked person. Meanwhile, the masked person successfully struck him with the fan. AI quickly adjusted his state, rapidly analyzing the current situation. Our attacks are ineffective against him, yet he can still hit us. What an odd ability. AI, not ready to give up, continued to launch fierce strikes at Yun Yu. Lightning release, lightning bolt. Isn't this just AI's embrace? In an instant, he grabbed you and slammed you to the ground. AI began attempting to grab various parts of Yun Yu's body, but every attack passed straight through her. Feeling that the commotion had gone on long enough, Yun Yu raised her fan to defend herself. AI's fist came crashing down heavily onto the fan. At that moment, Yun Yu smiled slowly, saying, Uchiha rebound. Instantly, AI was sent flying, crashing hard against the wall of the rooftop. Bastard, I will kill you. At this point, Ace's brain had lost its reason. His violent chakra surged above the entire village. The ninjas in the village noticed the anomaly at the Raikage Tower and rushed to provide support. Meanwhile, inside the room, Yun Yu's shadow clone spoke to Shirzue, saying, isn't this the opportunity? Let's go, someone is attacking Yunin village. Now they don't have the mood to care about us. Shirzue's face was filled with astonishment. My goodness, Yun Yu was truly amazing. Did she even foresee tonight's events? Shirzue admired Yun Yu in her heart. Ding. Uchiha Shizuo's bond value reached 70, then Shirzue used Jinjutsu to control the guards at the door, allowing the two to escape. AI, still on the rooftop of the Raikage Tower, had yet to realize the true purpose of the white-masked figure still leading a group of Yunin in an attempt to corner Yun Yu. His ability as a ninja war Obito had not yet been exposed in Konoha, so Yunyu began planning how to use her abilities. She would only use Obito during external operations and refrain from using it otherwise. This way the opponent would not know I am a Konoha ninja. Even if they wanted revenge, they would have no means. It was simply delightful. While pondering, Yunyu played with the Yunin in front of her. Calculating the time, the clone should have left Yunin village by now. I should also be wrapping things up with this group of Yunin. Yunyu gradually floated into the air and spoke in an emo tone. This false world no longer has any reason to exist. Shinra Tensei. The immense repulsion shattered the Raikage Tower into countless pieces, and AI and the other Yunin were also sent flying by the force. AI glared darkly at the floating Yunyu. Bastard. You dared to destroy the Raikage Tower? I will kill you. Yunyu spoke in a provocative tone. Don't make big talk when you can't even touch my body. You. Ace's head was buzzing with rage. Then farewell. With that, Yunyu's figure vanished into the vortex in the air. Inside the Hokage's office, Kakashi stood solemnly before Minato, reporting the details of the mission. As Minato, busily organizing documents, heard that Yunyu and Shursui had been detained, his palm tightened instinctively. You may withdraw for now, Kakashi. The rest is under my command. Kakashi said nothing, merely bowed and departed in silence. How audacious of the Cloud Village to reach their hands toward our Uchiha clan. Minato retrieved a scroll from his desk and swiftly drafted a covert lightning strike operation to rescue the captives from Amegakure. Just then Danzo pushed open the door and strode in, his lips curling into a sly shadowed smile as he approached Minato's desk. I hear 2 shinobi dispatched to the Land of Lightning for treaty negotiations have yet to return. Yes, that is indeed the current situation. Seeing Minato offer no evasion, Danzo pressed further, seizing the moment like a vulture descending upon wounded prey. As Hokage, you bear primary responsibility for this incident. Minato's gaze hardened, fixed on the smug, triumphant curve of Danzo's mouth. There is no need for concern, Elder Danzo. I shall resolve this matter entirely on my own. Danzo responded only with a chilling laugh. Do you intend to demand their release by force? His voice sharpened. The fragile peace among the 5 great shinobi countries was hard won. I will not permit you to shatter it, Minato. He emphasized the final 2 words with deliberate weight. At that moment, an ANBU agent materialized beside Minato and whispered something close to his ear. Minato's taut expression instantly softened into a warm, almost mischievous smile as he turned to Danzo. Elder Danzo, do you have anything else to report? If not, please excuse yourself. You. Danzo froze, stunned, never expecting such swift, unceremonious dismissal. If there is nothing further, do not linger in the Hokage's office. Remember who holds the title of Hokage. Recalling 3rd Hokage Hiruzen's 100 tactical admonitions on handling Danzo, Minato deployed the most effective one without hesitation. Danzo let out a sharp, disdainful snort. Fine, Sarutobi. You may bully me as you please, but to teach your own grandson to do the same. Clenching his jaw, he gripped his cane and strode out, stiff-backed and seething. Just as Danzo reached the doorway, he halted, stunned by the sight of 2 figures who ought not to be there stepping calmly into the Hokage's office. Senior Minato, do you have any idea how much I suffered on this mission? Yunyu declared, plopping herself unceremoniously onto the Hokage's desk, then grinning broadly at Minato's exasperated expression. Shursui, watching in quiet awe, felt his admiration for Yunyu deepen once more. One must not assume that absolute loyalty and saving someone's life grants license to flout protocol before the Hokage himself. Yunyu thought inwardly, apologies, but absolute loyalty plus life-saving. That truly does grant carte blanche. At last Minato scratched his head sheepishly and spoke up. Yunyu, this is the Hokage's office. A modicum of decorum would be appreciated. Moreover, portraits of every past Hokage hang right behind me. I refuse. Well then, welcome home safe and sound. Intelligence reports say someone infiltrated Amegakure recently and demolished the Raikage Tower. As he spoke, Minato tossed the freshly written scroll into the wastebasket. Any leads you might have? Yunyu rested her chin on her palm. It had to be the masked man from the Nine Tails rampage. Minato nodded. Intelligence confirms it was a masked figure, and his abilities match those of the opponent I faced. Yunyu leaned forward. Exactly as I said. Hokage-sama, this man must be investigated thoroughly. He's clearly a sociopath. Recommend immediate blacklisting, and perhaps. Yunyu rambled on, enumerating the masked man's imagined transgressions with mounting fervor. Not me. Let Itachi take the fall. He'll surely shoulder this burden willingly, Yunyu reassured herself inwardly. Minato blinked, momentarily bewildered. Why did Yunyu seem to harbor such visceral enmity toward this masked figure? All right, for now rest well. Leave ANBU duties to your squad leader Kakashi. Yunyu and Shursui bowed and withdrew. Later, outside Minato's residence, Yunyu had arrived to cultivate Naruto's bond. Her strategy was methodical. Naruto and Sasuke must be guided from infancy, shaped long before they entered the academy. She planned to resign from ANBU and become an instructor at the Ninja Academy. Naruto would be easy to approach, but Sasuke posed a greater challenge. Truth be told, she wasn't even acquainted with Fugaka's family. The front gate swung open. Kushina saw Yunyu and immediately swept her into a tight, affectionate embrace. You ungrateful little thing. You finally remembered to visit me. She boomed cheerfully. Yunyu winced. Sister Kushina, my neck, it's about to snap. Kushina hastily loosened her grip, then ushered Yunue inside. By the way, Sister Kushina, where's little Naruto? Only then did Kushina recall Yunue had never formally met Naruto. Without hesitation, she seized Yunue's hand and led her straight to the cradle where Naruto lay. Naruto slept peacefully, his cheeks rosy, 6 whisker-like marks adorning his face, utterly endearing. As if sensing presence, he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze fell upon Yunue standing beside the cradle. Instinctively, he stretched his tiny hands toward her. With Kushina's encouraging nod, Yunue gently extended her fingers. Naruto's fingers tapped playfully against hers. Ding. Naruto Uzumaki spawn value has reached 30. Watching her son delight in Yunue's presence, Kushina's lips curved into a tender, knowing smile. Isn't he adorable? Kushina teased. Adorable. Then when will you have one of your own? Yunue choked on air. Kushina wrapped her arms around Yunue and began earnestly advising her. Yunue, it's time you considered your own future. Look at your brother Minato. He proposed to me when I was just 7. Yunue wrenched free. Ah, Sister Kushina. I just remembered. I left my laundry out. Must dash. And with that she bolted from Minato's house, vanishing like smoke down Konoha's bustling streets. Kushina stared after her, a giant question mark hovering above her head. Why had Yunue fled so abruptly? Back at the Uchiha compound, Yunue forced herself to steady her breathing. Kushina's personality is far too effervescent, Yunue murmured under her breath. A small figure appeared silently behind her. Sister Yunue. Yunue turned, and there stood Itachi Uchiha. Itachi, she said. Yes, I've come to express my gratitude. I've mastered all the techniques you taught me. Yunue looked surprised. She hadn't expected him to learn them so quickly. A question arose in her mind. While mastering the technique itself was feasible, it required cooperation with a summoned crow. Had Itachi already acquired one? Itachi seemed to read her thoughts. The technique requires crows. I noticed Shursui keeps several, so I borrowed a few the other day. Yunue's lip twitched. Indeed, Shursui did keep crows. Perhaps she'd pay Shursui a visit soon and borrow a few herself, for leisure. During recent missions, crows had trailed Shursui constantly. Good work, Itachi. Next I'll teach you advanced variations. Itachi's eyes lit with eager anticipation, then carefully veiled it. I also came with another purpose. Father learned you've been instructing me, and wishes to thank you personally. He invites you to dinner tonight. Itachi flushed slightly. He knew full well his father sought to draw Yunue closer through him. Yunue thought, what fortuitous timing. Privately, Itachi braced himself for refusal, only to hear Yunue's voice bright with enthusiasm. Absolutely. I'd love to meet your younger brother. Her eyes sparkled as she said Sasuke's name. Itachi felt an unsettling chill crawl down his spine. Wasn't this opportunity handed to her on a silver platter? Not only could she strengthen Sasuke's bond, but enjoy a complimentary meal. Why was she so delighted? Because freeloading brought her joy. Lately the village had grown increasingly hostile toward the Uchiha clan. First, following the Ninetales attack, territorial reassignments were made. As in canon, the Uchiha were marginalized to the outskirts. Despite Minato's repeated appeals, the elders remained unmoved. Second route, and the third Hokage's direct ANBU units had begun covert surveillance of the Uchiha compound. At dusk, Yunue followed Itachi to the clan head's new residence. Fugaku sat calmly on the sofa awaiting their arrival. Yunue greeted him and Mikoto with formal courtesy, then seated herself beside Itachi. Fugaku exchanged a glance with Mikoto, who promptly led Itachi from the room. Fugaku poured tea for Yunue. Its delicate fragrance filled the chamber. Relax, you're here simply to speak with me about matters concerning our clan. Yunue furrowed her brow inwardly. Just say it already. I still need to cultivate Sasuke's bond. As you know, our clan has endured increasing ostracism since the Ninetales attack. Given your perceptiveness, you've surely sensed the recent influx of unknown individuals into our compound. He took a slow sip of tea, then continued. Yunue, you are Uchiha by blood, yet closely aligned with the Hokage's lineage. So I hope. Yunue interjected, you wish me to supply intelligence from within the village. No, not that. The village has clearly turned against us. Should it enact measures harmful to the Uchiha? I ask only that you intervene, or warn me. As clan head, I bear this duty. His head bowed low, his voice lost all its public authority, reduced to quiet, raw entreaty. Yunue offered Fugaku a serene, reassuring smile. Rest assured, clan head. If the village truly threatens the Uchiha, I will not stand aside. Her Sharingan shimmered into view, the Mangekyo pattern swirling within her pupils. She felt sorrow for the Fugaku of canon. If only his resolve had matched his insight. With 3 active Mangekyo Sharingan already in Uchiha hands, even Danzo would hesitate before moving against them. So, Yunue had awakened hers long ago. Fugaku nodded and instructed Mikoto to prepare dinner. Yunue rose and joined Itachi, just in time to see him cradling baby Sasuke in his arms. Honestly, Sasuke as an infant wasn't particularly charming. Compared to Naruto, he lacked that instant appeal. As if hearing her thought, Sasuke suddenly burst into tears in Itachi's arms. Itachi held him tighter, swaying gently as he murmured comfort. Don't cry, Sasuke. Your big brother is here. Yunue frowned. Itachi, is Sasuke often this fussy? No, he's usually very calm. Yunue suppressed her rising frustration and reached out to touch Sasuke's tiny hand. Sasuke clutched Itachi's collar tightly, refusing her touch entirely. Enough. Let someone else handle this. Suddenly a chime rang in her mind. Ding. Sasuke Uchiha spawn value has reached 1. Ding. Sasuke Uchiha spawn value has dropped to 0. Unbelievable. Was the universe punishing her twice? Don't hold me back. I'm going to strangle him. Itachi noticed her agitation and glanced toward Mikoto. Dinner is ready. Come Itachi Yunue, take your seats. Yunue drew a deep breath, steadying her turbulent emotions. After dinner, Yunue walked alone through Konoha's vibrant night streets. Passing a bathhouse, she sensed a pair of unseen eyes upon her. Root. Had Danzo come seeking retribution? No, the chakra signature belonged to a single individual, and it resonated with cage-level intensity. High in a nearby tree, Jiraiya peered through his telescope into the bathhouse. Whoa, the one near the entrance looks promising. I think the one at the far end is even better. Agreed, I think so too. Jiraiya replied, then paused, realizing he'd answered aloud. He whirled, and found himself staring at a stranger standing inches away. Startled, he plummeted from the branch. Come with me, perverted elder. Yunue revealed the Uchiha fan insignia on her back. Jiraiya, recognizing her clan, immediately sensed trouble brewing. Then he noticed her exquisite features, waist-length hair, and perfectly proportioned figure. This is the ideal muse. Yunue felt his lecherous gaze like a physical chill crawling up her spine. Hey, pervert, have you stared enough? Jiraiya set down his scroll and slicked back his hair with theatrical flair. Don't you know who I am? I don't care who you are. Even the Monkey King himself would spend tonight in the Uchiha Police Force headquarters. Allow me to introduce myself. Listen carefully. He struck a pose, 1 foot planted, arms outstretched, forming a bold, unmistakable L. I am Jiraiya, the legendary Sand and Toad Sage white-haired gambler. Yunue asked, flatly finished. Jiraiya blinked. Yes. Then surrender yourself. Jiraiya. Aren't you afraid of me? Jiraiya looked at the girl in front of him with curiosity. Why should I be afraid? Do you dare to attack me in the bustling streets of Konohagakure? Jiraiya found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, he pulled out a novel from his sleeve and forcefully handed it to Yunyu. This is the hottest novel right now, and it's a signed copy by me. How about we just forget about this? With that, he looked at Yunyu with a mischievous grin. Yunyu merely glanced at the book shoved into her hands, and the unappealing cover nearly blinded her. She frowned slightly. Promoting adult books to minors is a serious offense. Jiraiya replied, what adult books? It's clearly a masterpiece I painstakingly wrote. All right, let's discuss this at the security office. Jiraiya suddenly glanced behind Yunyu and said, look, what's that? Huh. In that brief moment, when Yunyu turned her head, Jiraiya took the opportunity to escape with his scroll. Damn, Jiraiya. Yunyu cursed in place. At that moment, Kakashi, who had just walked out of the bookstore, noticed Yunyu throwing a tantrum. He hurriedly approached and asked, what's wrong, Yunyu? Did someone upset you? Kakashi had just received news of Yunyu's return and originally intended to let her rest for a few days before seeking her out. Coincidentally, he ran into her tonight. Just as he was about to comfort Yunyu, he noticed the shiny book in her hands. If he wasn't mistaken, that was the Yedo Bear-released Intimate Paradise. He didn't expect Yunyu to have a taste for this. Upon sensing Kakashi's peculiar gaze, Yunyu froze in place. No, Kakashi, let me explain. However, Kakashi's expression only grew more bewildered. Is Yunyu really trying to explain the content and knowledge of that book? Is this still the Yunyu I knew? Yunyu spoke up. Just now I caught an old pervert peeping at the bathhouse from a tree, and he was the one who shoved this book into my hands. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's expression stiffened. Where did that pervert come from to corrupt Yunyu? Kakashi thought if I catch him, he won't have a good ending. He didn't do anything to you, did he? Of course not. I was going to send him to the security office and let them talk some sense into him. But he tricked me and ran away. With that, Yunyu tossed the book into a nearby public trash can. For some reason, Kakashi felt a pang of heartache as he watched the book land in the trash. Then I'll head back first. All right, make sure to rest well. I'll take care of work matters for the next few days. After Yunyu left, Kakashi remained near the trash can. Finally, when the area was clear of people, he quickly retrieved Intimate Paradise from the trash can and put it into his ninja tool pouch, then whistled as he left. After a few days of resting, Yunyu chose to return to work in the Umbu. She donned her Umbu armor strapped on her short blade and made her way to the Konohagakure Umbu base. Here, Yunyu. Kakashi's voice reached her ears. Beside him was Shursue, who was organizing ninja tools. Yunyu quickly walked to Kakashi's side. Is there a mission? Yes. There is intel indicating that Orochimaru's presence has been detected in the neighboring country of the Land of Rice. So this time we're going to investigate the situation. Just the 3 of us. No, Jiraiya will be joining us as well. Just as Kakashi finished speaking, Jiraiya's boisterous laughter reached their ears. Haha, the legendary Sannin Jiraiya is here. A few black lines appeared on Yunyu's forehead. It truly was a case of hearing the voice before seeing the person. Jiraiya, I am the team leader for this mission, Kakashi. These 2 are the participants, Uchiha Yunyu and Uchiha Shursue. Yunyu and Jiraiya locked eyes for a few seconds. It's you. They both exclaimed in unison, while Kakashi and Shursue looked on in confusion. Do you know, Jiraiya? You are the old pervert who was peeping that night. Jiraiya quickly waved his hands. Adult matters can't be called peeping. I was gathering material for my new work. Kakashi said it was the book he gave me. In an instant, Kakashi connected the dots. No wonder the cover of that book had Jiraiya's signature. Jiraiya turned his gaze to the group and began to scrutinize them. The first was his disciple Kakashi, whom Minato had assigned to him. He also requested my help in guiding Kakashi's darker side. The second is Uchiha Yuen whom Minato described as reliable in strength and someone willing to protect the family of Konoha. The last one is Uchiha Shursui. Both the old man and Minato have given him unanimous praise. Well, I might as well help Minato and take a few people out for training. Alright, next we will head to the land of rice for the mission. The target of this mission is the Shrank rogue ninja Orochimaru. As he said, this Jiraiya's expression turned serious. Be careful, or you might lose your life. After discussing the battle plan, they headed towards the land of rice. On the plains of the land of rice. Nice to meet you, let me introduce myself. Facing Orochimaru were the expressionless Pain and Scorpion, who was controlling from within the body of the red-haired Ryuko. Ryuko impatiently interjected, there's no need for the small talk, we've already gathered quite a bit of intel on you. Orochimaru smirked, oh really? Even your recent investigations into the Akatsuki are crystal clear. Orochimaru licked his lips, I see, so you're here to silence me. I know your true identity, Akasuna no Sasori, though you are currently hidden within that puppet. However, your real weapon is the third Kazekage. Orochimaru looked at the two in front of him with amusement. The poison needles behind Ryuko quietly aimed at Orochimaru. I didn't expect your investigation to be quite accurate, but I should not have revealed that the third Kazekage is my weapon. Orochimaru's smile grew wider. After all, I have already summoned the third Kazekage with impure world reincarnation. Suddenly, Orochimaru noticed Pain's eyes. Those eyes are. I didn't expect them to be hidden within the Akatsuki. Orochimaru's eyes were filled with greed. Perhaps these eyes are stronger than the Sharingan. Suddenly, Orochimaru's body shot forward, heading straight for Pain. He reached out, aiming for Pain's Rinnegan. Hand it over. Just as he was about to touch Pain's eyes, he was enveloped by a powerful repulsive force, unable to advance even an inch. Challenging the divine itself is foolish. Super Brother calmly extended his right hand before Orochimaru. Shinra Tensei. Orochimaru's pupils suddenly constricted. What? He was blasted 100 meters away, and the surrounding forest was devastated. Orochimaru barely stabilized his body, reflecting on the terrifying prowess of Super Brother as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Jiraiya and the others who had just arrived in the land of rice were drawn in by the tremendous commotion. Orochimaru is just ahead. Jiraiya was certain he would never forget the stench of that snake. Yunyu was completely stunned. This commotion was definitely the divine technique of Pain. Yunyu, stopped daydreaming. We need to catch Orochimaru with Jiraiya. Yunyu slapped her forehead, and after responding, she hurried to catch up with the others. Pain approached Orochimaru again and asked, so have you made your decision? Orochimaru's face was filled with excitement. Of course. As long as I join the Akatsuki, I will have the opportunity to obtain the Rinnegan. Naturally, Super Brother didn't take Orochimaru's little schemes seriously, provided that Orochimaru truly works for the Akatsuki. Then Pain tossed a ring with the character Ku to Orochimaru. This ring will inform you of the Akatsuki's location. At that moment, Pain's brows furrowed slightly as he sensed the approaching presence of the owner of the red ring. Is it Yunyu? Pain looked towards the rapidly approaching figures. There are also a few Konoha ninjas. The priority is to hide and develop without exposing the Akatsuki to the 5 great nations. Sasori, let's go. Sasori seemed somewhat displeased, having sensed that several targets were approaching. Fine, since the boss said to retreat, then we'll retreat. The two vanished before Orochimaru. Just as they disappeared, Jiraiya and the others surrounded Orochimaru. Upon seeing Jiraiya, Orochimaru felt a headache coming on. Not this idiot again. The next moment, Orochimaru's gaze locked onto Yunyu. Orochimaru, you won't be able to escape this time. Even if I have to break your legs, I will bring you back. However, Orochimaru ignored Jiraiya and dusted off his clothes before addressing Yunyu. My dear Yunyu, would you like to come with me? I can grant you great power. Yunyu cast a disdainful glance at Orochimaru. No, I won't be taken down by someone who could be killed with just a glance. Orochimaru's face turned dark. Just after being humiliated by Super Brother, he was humiliated again by this little brat. You're seeking death. Orochimaru elongated his neck, his fangs aimed at Yunyu's throat. Suddenly, Orochimaru's neck froze in midair. Why does this scene feel so familiar? Orochimaru thought to himself. You can't possibly think you can defeat me, right? How ridiculous. Yunyu, with an invincible expression, extended her right hand before Orochimaru. Shinra Tensei. X2 Orochimaru was sent flying several meters away. However, unlike Super Brother Shinra Tensei, Yunyu's was a lesser version, so Orochimaru wasn't as embarrassed. Orochimaru's hoarse, furious voice echoed, you all enjoy playing with me, don't you? Jiraiya, Kakashi, and the others stood frozen in place. Regardless, we need to capture this stinking snake and report back. Toad oil bullet. Jiraiya spat out toad oil and instantly ignited it with fire release. Orochimaru transformed into a snake form, dodging Jiraiya's attack with frantic movements. Shursui appeared directly above Orochimaru and performed Phoenix Fire technique. Kunai and Phoenix Fire instantly enveloped Orochimaru's escape route. Earth-style Earth Wall. Kakashi performed the Earth Wall technique, trapping Orochimaru within 4 walls. Yunyu burst into laughter upon seeing the wall. Kakashi's Earth Wall was quite amusing with a dog head hanging on it. Yunyu. Kakashi shouted at her. Got it. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. A fire dragon surged down from above Orochimaru. Orochimaru felt the scorching heat on his head. Damn, I didn't expect these little brats to be this troublesome when working together. Thick smoke gradually filled the four walls, and Orochimaru lay peacefully on the ground. Is he dead? Kakashi and Shisui were a bit dazed. The legendary Sannin was killed by a combination technique, just like that. However, Jiraiya and Yunyu knew it wasn't that simple. Be careful, Shisui shouted at Yunyu. The ground beneath Yunyu cracked, and Orochimaru's true form, the white phosphorus snake, suddenly wrapped around her. Yunyu, your body will eventually belong to me. As he spoke, Orochimaru's long tongue flicked across Yunyu's delicate face. After Orochimaru's lick, he suddenly realized that there was a gunpowder scent on Yunyu's face. You should see yourself first. Yunyu's voice came from behind Orochimaru. Orochimaru widened his eyes in shock, suddenly realizing that what was wrapped around him wasn't Yunyu, but a tree covered in explosive tags. Orochimaru directly exploded in surprise. Jiraiya was utterly stunned by this Uchiha girl before him. An unusual defensive ninjutsu powerful enough that even Orochimaru couldn't escape from the jinjutsu. Can this still be considered not using cheats? Orochimaru's laughter echoed amidst the explosion. Didn't expect it, huh, Jiraiya? This is my escape route. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya instantly realized he had been outsmarted by Orochimaru once again. Damn you, Orochimaru. If you have the guts, come back and face me unknown. Orochimaru ignored him, and after the white phosphorus snake burrowed underground, it completely vanished. Kakashi rushed up. Yunyu, are you alright? Yunyu immediately shook her head. That crafty snake couldn't even touch the hem of my clothes before I fooled him with my jinjutsu. After saying this, Yunyu flashed a radiant smile at the others. Just moments ago, when Orochimaru had wrapped around Yunyu, Kakashi's heart had leaped to his throat. Ding. Jiraiya's bond value reached 60. Ding. Mission issued: defeat Orochimaru 10 times. Let Orochimaru experience the feeling of invincibility. Mission rewards: rank ninja Orochimaru's outfit of invincibility. Ding. Become Jiraiya's disciple and successfully prevent Jiraiya from dying in battle. Mission rewards: rank ninja Jiraiya hero of dance outfit of Shumen hero. The task of dealing with Orochimaru isn't difficult. It seems he has already joined Akatsuki. Then I can use my white mask identity to discuss philosophy with him every now and then. The only trouble is how to get him to take me as his disciple. Unknown to Yunyu, a great sage was waking up in Mayaboku Mountain 10,000, 8,000 miles away from the land of rice. The toad sage who had been sleeping suddenly opened his eyes. A meteor drifting and unsteady has appeared in the ninja world. The future of this meteor is constantly shifting between light and dark. The deep sage beside the great toad sage was momentarily stunned by these words. Great toad sage, what are the characteristics of that meteor? The deep sage spoke anxiously. A towering blood-colored giant. After saying this, the great toad sage once again fell asleep. The deep sage hurriedly said to the little toad outside the hall, hurry, go call Jiraiya back. At the entrance of my village, just as Jiraiya and Yunyu arrived, a half-meter tall toad appeared in front of Jiraiya. Is this a communication frog? Upon realizing this, Jiraiya's brows furrowed. Jiraiya's sage Shinzaku has summoned you back, saying there is an important matter. Could it be the prophesied child? Yunyu burst into laughter at Jiraiya's troubled expression. Ha ha, could it be that the lecherous uncle was caught peeping on the mother toad while she was bathing? Hearing Yunyu's words, Jiraiya's face flushed with anger. He shouted, what do you know, you child? If Sage Shinzaku is looking for me, it must concern a major issue in the ninja world. How could it be something you can fathom? If you don't want to say it, then fine, why get so angry? I won't pay attention to you anymore. Yunyu was just joking, but it made Jiraiya furious. As if this sage would care to bother with you. Jiraiya calmed himself and handed the mission scroll to Kakashi. Kakashi, I've detailed this mission on the scroll, take it back to Minato. Lord Jiraiya, are you going to? Jiraiya nodded. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't be going back with you. Please tell Minato for me. Before Kakashi could respond, Jiraiya used the reverse summoning technique and disappeared before them. The remaining 3 went to the Hokage's office to report. Minato was busy at his desk. Only after hearing a knock did he put down the task at hand and said, come in. Kakashi handed the scroll to Minato. After receiving it, Minato nodded in satisfaction at them. Well done, you all can go back and rest now. Just as Yunyu was about to turn to leave, Minato called out to him. Yunyu, I have something to give you. Yunyu paused, then stepped forward to take the document from Minato. What is this? Yunyu tilted his head in confusion. Minato smiled at him. Open it, and see it's nothing. Yunyu opened the document, and inside was his ninja profile. However, next to Yunyu's photo were the words, Jonin. Speaking of which, Yunyu, you've been in my Ambu for over a year now, right? Yunyu counted the time and replied. It's been exactly a year and a half of practice. I've been thinking that maybe I've relied too much on you and Kakashi during this time. You know, my initial purpose for bringing you and Kakashi into Ambu was to hope that you and Kushina could help alleviate Kakashi's darker side. But I feel like the results aren't very significant. There was a hint of sadness in Minato's tone. Perhaps it's time for you to leave Ambu. Yunyu's pupils contracted, or wasn't he also planning to leave Ambu? He had to seize this opportunity. Yunyu nodded in agreement. What you said, Minato-senpai, makes sense. Minato's eyes suddenly brightened. Did Yunyu come up with a good idea? Well, I think it would be better for Kakashi to take on some students, or perhaps it could help alleviate the darkness in his heart. You think so too? Minato had considered this possibility earlier, but Kakashi was still quite young, only in his teens. So what about you, Yunyu? What are your plans after leaving Ambu? Yunyu cheerfully replied to Minato. I want to become a teacher at the ninja school. Ooh, I've loved being with children since I was little. Yunyu thought to himself, truly, I like children even more than Furus. Minato hesitated. With Yunyu's nearly cage-level strength, would it be a waste to have her teach children who hadn't graduated yet? Forget it, if Yunyu likes it, then let her have it. In the end, Minato acquiesced to Yunyu's decision. He took out a teacher application form from the drawer and handed it to Yunyu. Fill it out and submit it. As for whether you can pass the teacher's exam, that depends on yourself. Yunyu quickly took the form and thanked him before leaving. The next day at noon, Yunyu followed the process on the form and arrived at the written examination site for the ninja school. He sat down at his seat and caught sight of a familiar figure. Is that Teacher Naoki? He actually became the principal. Yunyu was so shocked he couldn't speak. Well, this time the teacher's exam was assured. Naoki also saw the figure sitting at the back and smiled at Yunyu. As the bell rang, Yunyu picked up his pen to start answering the questions. The first question: if the ninja school suddenly faced an enemy attack, how would you as a teacher resolve it? Yunyu answered: eliminate all enemies. The second question: if you discover a student misbehaving at school and your repeated attempts to persuade them have failed, how would you handle it as a teacher? Yunyu answered: use Jinjutsu to make the students obedient. The third question: what special skills do you have as a teacher? This is an open-ended question. Yunyu answered: lightning release, Kirin spiral shuriken. Finally, Yunyu completed the entire paper before the bell rang. I'm so tired of, by the way, should I have added a few forbidden techniques just now? That last open-ended question is worth 50 points. I see other teachers have written a lot. Outside the ninja school, Jiraiya was cursing while searching for Yunyu. Sage Shinzaku had made things very clear just a while ago. Just a few hours earlier, Jiraiya had arrived at Mayaboka Mountain. Upon seeing Sage Shinzaku's expression, he instantly sensed something was off. Sage Shinzaku had never shown such a serious expression before. Jiraiya approached. Did Sage Shinzaku mention the Great Toad Sage and the prophesied child? Sage Shinzaku slowly began to speak. No, it's something even more terrifying. Jiraiya instantly retracted his previous playful smile. The Great Toad Sage said there is a new variable in the ninja world, one that even he cannot see through. In the prophecy, the blood-colored giant will lead the ninja world to peace or raise a sword to slaughter it all. Blood-colored giant. Wait, Minato previously mentioned Yun Yusai techniques during the Nine Tails incident. Isn't that just a red giant? Jiraiya was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped. Sage Shinzaku noticed Jiraiya's unusual reaction. Little Jiraiya, do you know some clues? Well, Sage Shinzaku, I know a person who might be the one the Great Toad Sage is speaking of. Oh, who? A child named Uchiha Yunyu from Konoha village. Sage Shinzaku tightened his grip on the cane. Perhaps you can take him as a disciple and guide him towards the good side of the prophecy. Suddenly Jiraiya thought of his recent conflict with that guy Yunyu. For some reason he felt a chill run down his spine. Little Jiraiya, did you even listen to what I said? Saying that, Sage Shinzaku jumped up and struck Jiraiya on the head with his cane. Yes, I'll do it right away. At that moment Jiraiya saw Yunyu walking out of the ninja school dejected. What the heck? If you think I'm too young, just say so. Don't say I'm not suitable for this job, and then send me to apply for Umbu saying I could utilize my strengths there. Yunyu was getting angrier. Minato was right, as she indeed came to apply at the ninja school. Jiraiya pretended to approach Yunyu casually and cleared his throat. I say, Yunyu, are you interested in becoming my disciple? Yunyu thought happiness comes too suddenly. Oh, let me take a moment. But Yunyu still pretended to ignore Jiraiya. Who are you? Do I know you? Jiraiya was stunned. Oh, was this girl still mad at him? It seemed necessary to demonstrate his strength in front of her. Suddenly, a brilliant blue sphere appeared in Jiraiya's palm, and he waved it in front of Yunyu. Wow, this rank ninjutsu Rasengan is so cool. No need for hand seals, just say it. Yunyu helplessly shook her head, then conjured a sphere that was dozens of times larger than Jiraiya's. Rasengan. That's boring. This is the Great Ball Rasengan. Saying that, Yunyu raised her hand above her head, and the sphere grew even larger. This is the Super Great Ball Rasengan. And I recently developed the Spiral Shuriken, which is the result of combining Rasengan with wind releases properties and form changes. Do you want me to demonstrate it again? Jiraiya thought, what? This kid has some serious issues. I suggest a thorough investigation into her identity. Jiraiya hurriedly concealed his surprise and spoke again. What about the summoning technique? I have the summoning contract from Mayaboka Mountain, one of the 3 great holy lands, as long as you call me master. Yunyu still feigned disinterest, then spoke. A summoning beast. Is it stronger than the Nine Tails? Jiraiya was hit hard again. After all, this girl seemed to have been dominating the Nine Tails during that incident. Forget it, I'm going to reveal my trump card. What about Sage Mode? Do you know anything about it? Jiraiya's eyes were fixed on Yunyu's pretty face, as this was his ace in the hole. Yunyu pretended to be puzzled, and asked Sage Mode. Jiraiya felt that the face he had lost earlier was instantly regained. Then he burst into laughter. Haha, Mayaboka Mountain's Sage Mode, a technique that significantly enhances physical vitality, attack, and defense by harnessing natural energy. Currently, only I and my disciple, the 4th Hokage, can perform this technique. As long as you call me master. Before Jiraiya could finish, Yunyu's sweet voice interrupted him. Master, Jiraiya. Just that easy. It feels like this kid has been playing me all along. Ding. Task released. Learn Sage Mode at Mayaboka Mountain by the host. Task reward strength ninja Jiraiya Sage Mode. Yunyu grabbed Jiraiya's sleeve, her eyes shining with excitement. So master, when are we going to Mayaboka Mountain to train? Jiraiya scratched his head. Let's go tomorrow. You should bid farewell to your friends, you'll likely be away for a long time. He needed to quickly take her to meet Sage Shinzaku and the great Toad Sage. Perhaps she could indeed bring peace to the ninja world like the prophesied child. Jiraiya thought to himself, alright master, I'll take my leave for now. Watching Yunyu's disappearing figure, Jiraiya felt that Yunyu calling him master was rather nice. The next day, Yunyu bid farewell to her companions in the village and arrived at the village gate. Meanwhile, far away in the rain village, Nagato and Konan also received a letter from Yunyu. The letter read, Nagato-senpai, Konan-senpai, I will be addressing you this way from now on. Jiraiya-senpai has accepted me as his disciple today, and he said he will take me to Mayaboka Mountain for training. So I may not be able to contact you for a while, oh I hope you won't worry about me. Your Yunyu. Konan felt a bit at a loss after reading it. She quietly tucked the letter away into her belongings. Nagato had a nostalgic and comforting expression. Jiraiya-sensei has taken Yunyu as his disciple. It seems we really are fated to be together. At that moment, Nagato's expression was no longer as gloomy as before, and a smile crept to his lips. Nagato, I think we should keep Yunyu out of our plans. I think the same. As a mercenary group, we're fine. But once we start collecting tailed beasts, we will inevitably come into conflict with the 5 great countries. At that time, Yunyu probably wouldn't want to be against her former teammates. Let's conduct our plans in secret without Yunyu knowing. Nagato replied. The village gates opened slowly. Yunyu and Jiraiya stepped out of the village. Yunyu looked at Jiraiya with some confusion. By the way, master, which direction does Mayaboka Mountain come from? Jiraiya laughed heartily as he ruffled Yunyu's hair. Yunyu thought, no head patting. Ha ha, if we were to walk directly it would take over a month. However, there's a shortcut here. Saying this, Jiraiya unfastened the large scroll he had been carrying on his back. The enormous scroll was opened in front of Yunyu. Come Yunyu, press your handprint here. You will contract with the toads of Mayaboka Mountain. By the way, why does this scene feel a bit familiar? But Yunyu obediently followed Jiraiya's instructions. Alright, you have successfully signed the summoning contract with Mayaboka Mountain. Watch your master's operation closely. Jiraiya formed hand signs and shouted, reverse summoning technique. With the words, Jiraiya and Yunyu transformed into a puff of white smoke and disappeared from their location. The next moment, Yunyu and Jiraiya appeared at Mayaboka Mountain. Yunyu slowly opened her eyes. What greeted her was a vast expanse of tall-leaved plants and numerous small toads lying in the shade. Jiraiya shook his white ponytail. Welcome to the land of toads, Mayaboka Mountain. Jiraiya, did you bring back the one foretold by the great toad sage? Sage Shinzaku hammered the ground with his cane. Jiraiya replied, this is my new disciple Yunyu, perhaps she's the one you mentioned. Yunyu's face was filled with question marks. Did Jiraiya take me for the prophesied child? No way, I can't steal Naruto's job. Oh, I must find an opportunity to clarify this with these toads. Sage Shinzaku relaxed a bit upon seeing that the newcomer was a girl. He had expected someone like Uchiha Madara, a ruthless figure, and now surveyed Yunyu. By the way, little Jiraiya, you haven't eaten yet, right? Come with me to fill your bellies before finding the great toad sage. Saying that, Sage Shinzaku began to lead the way. Upon hearing the word food, both Yunyu and Jiraiya's faces turned awkward. If memory serves, Toad's meals are all bugs and leaves. A scene that was hard to bear flashed in Yunyu's mind. Come on, eat more. The immortal Jima continued to place the plump insects from the table into the bowls of Jiraiya and Yunyu. This is my special dish. Yunyu's face turned black on one side. Can this thing even be eaten? Jiraiya's hand holding the bowl and chopsticks trembled. He picked up some vegetables from the table, hoping to escape this calamity. What a naive thought. Yunyu directly snatched the vegetables from the plate. Jiraiya looked at his disciple with a face full of grievance. Why does it feel like he's not as obedient as before? Jiraiya had some doubts in his heart. That afternoon, Yunyu and Jiraiya arrived at the hall where the great toad sage resided. The great toad sage was currently dozing off. Shinzawa jumped to the side of the great toad sage, coughed twice, and said, Great toad sage, the person you mentioned has arrived. Suddenly, the great toad sage sneezed and slowly opened his eyes. Little Jiraiya, Shinzawa, you can go out for a bit. I want to talk to him alone. Upon hearing the great toad sage's words, Jiraiya and Shinzawa left the hall and waited outside with Yunyu. Come closer. The great toad sage's lazy voice came through. Oh. Yunyu stood up and approached the great toad sage. Your name is Yunyu, right? Not Uchiha Yunyu. Yunyu's pupils constricted suddenly. How did he know? You do not belong to this world, just like her. That's right. Yunyu blinked his big eyes at the great toad sage in front of him. You are a shooting star that has come to this ninja world, but I cannot see your future clearly. Yunyu was not concerned about those chaotic words, but what he really wanted to know was when he could return to his own earth. So, great toad sage, do you know when I can go back? Great toad sage. The great toad sage had already closed his eyes and returned to slumber. Hey, wake up. I hate riddlers the most. Ultimately, Yunyu chose to leave the hall. What happened? Jiraiya asked curiously. Shinzawa also leaned in close to Yunyu. Yunyu pouted. What? The great toad sage just called my name and then fell asleep again. Upon hearing this, Shinzawa looked at Yunyu seriously. It seems you indeed are the prophesied one. At this moment, Jiraiya made up his mind to teach Yunyu earnestly, not letting him go astray as prophesied. Starting today, we shall formally study the Senjutsu of Mount Mayaboku. Jiraiya and the immortal Shinzawa took Yunyu to a waterfall. However, the waterfall flowing down was a bit strange. It wasn't flowing water, but toad oil. Shinzua jumped in front of Yunyu. Let me clarify, what I am going to teach you is not ninjutsu, but senjutsu. Yunyu perked up his ears and listened carefully to the theoretical knowledge that Shinzua was explaining. Ordinary humans have two types of power: mental power and physical power. The sage mode is achieved by adding natural energy to these two powers, creating a balance among the three. As he spoke, Jiraiya demonstrated the sage mode in conjunction with Shinzua. Jiraiya sat down, and soon his face had several red lines, and his nose became large and ugly. By the way, how did Jiraiya Sensei suddenly become so ugly? Yunyu muttered softly. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's face turned red. You little rascal, can't you be polite? I did this to demonstrate the sage mode for you. Saying this, Jiraiya walked up to a stone that was several meters high. He took a deep breath and then lifted the giant rock with both hands. So strong. Yunyu couldn't help but exclaim. With his current strength, he couldn't achieve this. Jiraiya, covered in sweat, proudly said. So Yunyu, this is the power of senjutsu that combines natural energy. After saying this, Jiraiya quickly threw down the giant rock. Let me teach you the sage mode. At this moment, Jiraiya's face was full of pride as he had mastered the sage mode in just 1 year. Although it required assistance from 2 sages. Yunyu nodded. He listened to Jiraiya's words and slowly felt the natural energy in Mount Myaboku. During his training in Mount Myaboku, Yunyu did not rely on the system's power. He relied entirely on himself. Finally, one day, he received a notification. Congratulations, the host has successfully mastered the perfect sage mode, and the rewards rank Ninja Jiraiya Sage Mode has been automatically integrated for you. Name: Uchiha Yunyu, age 16 years, chakra level, tailed beast level, recruited ninjas, Uzumaki Naruto team, 7 Uchiha Sasuke team, 7 Kagayasuki Mizuki, by Rock, Lee Uchiha Sasuke, Shippuden Uchiha Sasuke, Mangekyo Sharingan Shio swimsuit, Uzumaki, Kushina Young, Might Guy, Uzumaki Naruto Shippuden, Hataki, Kakashi Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Obito Ninja, World War, Uchiha, Itachi Ito Tensei Minato. Namikaze Ito Tensei Jiraiya Sage Mode, Summoning Beast, Shizuru Progress. Perfect Tailed Beast Chakra Mode, Nyoguei Progress 8, Tails Partial Chakra. Has it already been 4 years since I left Konoha? It is now the 54th year of Konoha. Yunyu saw the system's standard time and sighed in his heart. The way he activated Sage Mode resembled Naruto. However, when Yunyu activated it, his eyeshadow was purple. Shinzua sensed the movement from Yunyu's side. Had that kid finally mastered it? This aura is the perfect Sage Mode, and Yunyu did not choose to use toad oil to take shortcuts. 4 years is quite fast for someone who has never been in contact with senjutsu. Shinzua, I think it's time to go back. Yunyu bowed to Shinzua. For 4 years, Jiraiya Sensei would occasionally go out to gather information. Most of the senjutsu he learned was guided by Shinzua. Seeing Yunyu's obedient demeanor, Shinzua nodded in appreciation. Yunyu, a little Jiraiya, also has to return to Mount Myaboku for lunch. How about you go back with him? Sure, I'll follow Shinzua's arrangements. At lunchtime, a person carrying a scroll sat down beside Yunyu, cursing. Little Jiraiya, didn't you successfully bring Orochimaru back? Shinzua was already used to Jiraiya's attitude. Jiraiya slowly unwrapped the large scroll on his back and spoke. No, Shinzua, I successfully gathered information on Orochimaru this time. As he said this, Jiraiya's expression turned even darker. That stinky snake has joined an organization called Akatsuki, and everyone in that organization is shrank rogue ninjas like Orochimaru. Jiraiya discovered this organization while investigating Orochimaru a few days ago. My next plan is to capture the leader of that organization. Upon hearing this, the water Yunyu had just drunk instantly spewed out. Jiraiya looked over in confusion. Yunyu, what's wrong? Yunyu wiped his mouth. It's nothing, I just choked on some water. I can't let Jiraiya Sensei know that I am one of the 3 main leaders of the organization. At this moment, Jiraiya began to check Yunyu's homework. Yunyu, how is your training in Sage Mode going? Jiraiya Sensei, I have mastered it already. A hint of surprise flashed in Jiraiya's eyes. Shinzua had once said that Jiraiya's talent for training in Sage Mode was several times that of an ordinary person. It was already impressive for Yunyu to master Senjutsu in 4 years. A cough from Shinzua interrupted. Little Jiraiya, Yunyu is practicing the perfect Sage Mode, and he doesn't need my assistance. Jiraiya Nanny. Although Jiraiya could quickly master ordinary Sage Mode, he had never succeeded in perfect Sage Mode. Shinzua spoke again. Alright, little Jiraiya. It is time for Yunyu to return to Konoha. Over these 4 years, Shinzua had watched Yunyu grow. It believed that Yunyu would not develop towards the dark side in the future, so it decided to let Yunyu go back. After finishing his last meal in Mount Myaboku, Konoha's summoning frog used the summoning technique to call back Jiraiya and Yunyu to Konoha. The towering gates of Konoha still felt so familiar. Well, Yunyu, I need to go gather materials. You go ahead and notify Minato for me, okay? Alright, Jiraiya Sensei, be careful on your way to gather materials, and don't let anyone find out. Jiraiya waved his hand. Don't worry. You still don't trust your teacher's scouting skills. With that, he walked away with a lecherous grin towards the hot springs. Yunyu covered his head with one hand. This old pervert hadn't changed at all. As he walked towards the Hokage building, he reflected on the significant changes in Konoha. At the entrance of the Hokage office, Yunyu saw Itachi coming out of the office. Itachi had already joined the Umbu. Although he was only 12, he had perfectly inherited the excellent genes of the Uchiha clan. When Itachi stepped out, he saw a girl in a dark robe at the entrance. He was momentarily stunned. Sister Yunyu. Yunyu was already 16, and he had long shed the youthful innocence from his face. With a delicate and unconventional beauty and pearly white teeth, she attracted the attention of those around her at all times. You've grown up, Itachi. Saying this, she mischievously placed her hand on Itachi's head and ruffled his hair. Ding. Uchiha Itachi's bond value reached 60. Alright, I know you're definitely busy in the Umbu, so go ahead and take care of your business. Just as Itachi was about to leave, he heard Yunyu's voice. Wait, do you know a ninjutsu called reversal? Uchiha Itachi, yep. Practice it more. It works great combined with the shadow clone explosion technique and fire-style fireball jutsu. Itachi nodded and then left. Inside the Hokage office, Yunyu sat at Minato's desk as he had done 4 years ago, reporting to him. Yunyu, you're not a child anymore. Shouldn't you observe some etiquette? Dame. Minato looked helpless. After all, Yunyu had saved his whole family. By the way, our 5-year peace treaty with the Cloud Village is about to expire. Today is the day the Cloud Ninjas come to Konoha. Remembering how Yunyu had been trapped in the hidden Cloud Village due to his negligence last time, Minato felt exceptionally guilty. Is it that Minato-senpai suspects that the Cloud Ninja might have ulterior motives this time, just like back then? As expected of Yunyu, you can sense this too. Minato revealed a brilliant smile. It seems the lesson I gave them last time wasn't enough. I should find an opportunity to. Just as he spoke, Yunyu sensed Minato's strange gaze upon him. It was when I escaped with sure sway that I plastered the area with explosive tags to teach them a lesson. Yunyu hurriedly began to cover up. Minato finally breathed a sigh of relief. I thought Yunyu had some love-hate relationship with the masked man. After all, in Minato's eyes, Yunyu was the #1 hater of the masked man in Konoha. Well then, Minato-senpai, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave. Before Minato could respond, Yunyu disappeared from sight. That Yunyu kid seems to have changed little during the years he trained with Jiri-sensei, Minato murmured. At the entrance of the Ninja Academy, Yunyu said, "Hi, I'm back." This time, Yunyu successfully obtained the qualification of a substitute teacher at the Ninja Academy with his thick-skin tactics. As night fell, Yunyu stretched and walked out of the ninja school. Just when he was about to head home, he sensed several unusual auras. This is the aura of ninjas. Yunyu immediately chased after the black shadows in front of him. A cloud ninja bandaged all over his head was leading a fainted Hinata. The other 2 cloud ninjas closely followed behind the bandaged man. Wait, ninjas have appeared right in front of him. The cloud ninja sensed something was off. Who goes there? The bandaged man shouted at Yunyu. Just a passing substitute teacher from the Ninja Academy. Yunyu replied blandly. Don't block the way. Otherwise there will be another corpse at the entrance of Konoha tomorrow. Oh wow. Not even the strongest ninjas dare to speak like that to me, yet you few lackeys are quite bold. Captain, look, this female ninja has a fan insignia on her clothes. She should be from the Uchiha clan. Should we take her with us? The bandaged man carefully examined Yunyu's handsome face, and a sinister smile crept across his lips. Catching a Uchiha and a Hyuga in one night, the position of the Umbu vice captain will definitely be mine. Suddenly, one of the cloud ninjas threw a shuriken at Yunyu. The next moment, as Yunyu was struck by the shuriken, he emitted a scream akin to that of his companion. Another pitiful guy who hasn't realized his own limits. Upon seeing this, the bandaged man realized that his companion had been killed by his own shuriken. Oh no, it's an illusion from the Uchiha clan. The bandaged man knew he had kicked the steel plate this time. Is every ninja in Konoha a monster? A mere Ninja Academy teacher had managed to toy with their Cloud Ninja elite. Do you want to let that girl go, or do you prefer to keep your life? Yunyu's voice echoed like a demon in their ears. The bandaged man, clearly a bit flustered, said, I warn you, don't come any closer, or I will kill this girl. Do you have the courage to do it? The bandaged man trembled, not daring to make a move. His fallen companion had demonstrated with his life that they were trapped in Yunyu's illusion, yet they couldn't perceive it. Hinata gradually began to wake up, but she couldn't comprehend the actions of the people in front of her. This bandaged man actually pressed a kunai against his neck, threatening the beautiful older sister. Meanwhile, another Cloud Ninja had aimed a shuriken at her own head, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. She quickly ran to Yunyu's side and grabbed his clothes with her small soft hands. AWSL Hinata is too cute. How dare these guys kidnap her? Yunyu picked up Hinata and quietly watched the Cloud Ninjas perform. 1 minute later, the bandaged man slashed his own throat, while another Cloud Ninja achieved the feat of committing suicide with a shuriken. You saw it, they caused their own internal strife. It has nothing to do with me, an ordinary teacher, Yunyu said with a nonchalant expression to Hinata. He gently placed Hinata on the ground. Hello, my name is Uchiha Yunyu, a substitute teacher at the Ninja Academy. I am Hyuga Hinata. Hinata's face turned slightly red, feeling a bit shy. Several crows flew towards Yunyu and Hinata. They are here to renew the treaty, Yun Ninja. It made Itachi frown slightly, as Yunyu had killed them, which might provoke retaliation from the village of Yunin. Yunyu casually replied, It's nothing. They came to Konoha to kidnap the daughter of the Hyuga clan, and they even planned to abduct me, a young woman of the Uchiha clan. As she said this, Yunyu feigned a tearful expression. Itachi's mouth twitched. If it weren't for the kind guidance he received from Yunyu in the past, he would probably have believed her nonsense. Itachi thought to himself, Sister Yunyu, you should go back first. Leave this to me. Itachi, don't forget that I used to be the vice captain of the Umbu. Yunyu proudly lifted her little head. Itachi thought to himself, I really want to say that I am the Umbu captain now. While the few of them were talking, a man dressed in a white robe with snow-white eyes rushed towards them. He carefully checked Hinata's injuries and relaxed after confirming there was no harm. He scanned the surroundings with his snow-white eyes and spoke. What exactly is going on? Itachi recounted the events to Nichi. Thank you. Nichi looked at Yunyu. Yunyu felt a bit shy and quickly waved her hand to explain. It's just a small matter. After all, I am a trainee teacher at the ninja school. Uncle Nichi. Hinata's soft voice sounded. What's wrong? Nichi looked at Hinata gently. Hinata ran to Yunyu and blushed as she bowed to her. Thank you, teacher Yunyu. Ding. Hinata, Hyuga's bond value reached 60. Hinata, you should go home early. 30 minutes later in the Hokage's office. Minato listened to Itachi's report looking troubled. Meanwhile, Yunyu was at Minato's desk pinching the leaves of his plants. Yunyu was also aware of Minato's concerns. In times of war between two nations, one does not harm the envoy. Even if the Yun ninja acted recklessly, they should not die in Konoha. If that were the case, the reckless Jinchuriki from Yunin would definitely make a big deal out of it. Minato felt a headache at the thought of that reckless temper. Actually, according to Yunyu's thought process, she planned to head to Yunin tonight to bestow a few tailed beast balls. Yunyu, what do you think we should do? Yunyu cheerfully replied, since it is indeed a conspiracy from the Yun ninja, why not directly expose it in front of them? If they dare to start a war, we will fight back. At least we cannot lose face. Minato pondered for a moment. But once a war breaks out, there will be sacrifices which would be detrimental to both nations. Yunyu rolled her eyes. But if you back down, they will find ways to divide Konoha's interests. Today they will take 5 cities, tomorrow 10 cities. Eventually Konoha will fall without a fight. Yunyu then modified the high school text, The Six Nations, into the theory of Konoha, analyzing it in detail for Minato. Seeing Yunyu's attitude, Minato also solidified his thoughts. The next day, news indeed came from Yunin demanding an explanation from Konoha. The attitude of several members of the Konoha Elder Council was quite evident. The left-wing representative of Konoha, Shimura Danzo, let's fight, let's fight. The right-wing representative, Sarutobi Hizashi, let's try to avoid war. The conservative representative, Uchiha Koharu and Mito Gadian, both of the above are correct. The decisive vote was in Minato's hands. Rarely the 5th generation stood on the same side as the 4th generation. In the end, Minato convinced the 3rd generation with Yunyu's theory. The 3rd generation was stunned by Minato's persuasion. He returned home, took out his long-sealed battle uniform, and gently caressed the cracks on it. The old eyes of the 3rd generation were filled with determination as his deep, hoarse voice echoed, "Don't underestimate the strength of the 3rd Hokage Yun ninja." After receiving the news that Konoha refused to compensate, A from Yunin flew into a rage in his office. Bakayaru, how could those guys in Konoha be so tough? It infuriates me. Saying this, A smashed the table in front of him and threw it out the window. He angrily said to the nearby Mabu, "You send my orders. Let Durui lead the army of stone ninjas and Yun ninja to pressure the Konoha border." Mabu-I was sweating profusely. Rikage-sama, please calm down a bit. Calm down. What do you want me to calm down for? Those kids in Konoha dare to ride on my neck and urinate. Mabu-I knew Rikage's temperament. This battle was inevitable. After a while, when Rikage calmed down a bit, Mabu-I spoke again. Rikage-sama, will you promise me one condition? I hope you won't start a war directly this time. Our goal is to show our strength. As long as Konoha agrees, we will withdraw our troops. I finally agreed to Mabu-I's suggestion. Konoha also came to the border with this mindset. As a result, an awkward situation appeared on the battlefield. Konoha ninja, you go first. Yun ninja, no after you. Konoha ninja, I think the weather is a bit chilly today. How about we postpone? Yun ninja, that's a good point. Then let's agree on tomorrow for a decisive battle. Konoha ninja, then we'll see each other again. Yun ninja, yes, see you. Both sides of the ninjas were just slacking off. In the Konoha headquarters, the 3rd Hokage personally held the fort while Shursui and Yunyu served as the Umbu guards for the safety of the 3rd Hokage. The 3rd Hokage wore a black battle uniform exuding the aura of his former glory. He slowly addressed Yunyu. Yunyu, speaking of which, you are still Jiraiya's disciple, my grand disciple. Yes, indeed, 3rd Hokage. The 3rd Hokage reproached. Don't call me the 3rd anymore. From now on, call me Grandpa Hizashi. All right, 3rd Hokage. Ding. Sarutobi Hizashi's bond value reached 80. Hearing Yunyu's words, the 3rd Hokage burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, he had not misjudged her. She, like her old teammate Kagami, was a good seed possessing the will of fire. Yunyu truly did not expect the 3rd Hokage would voluntarily ask to take charge. She wondered who would prevail between the 3rd Hokage and Rikage. 2 images surfaced in Yunyu's mind. The first was the 3rd Hokage trapping Rikage with the monkey statue, then kindly giving Rikage a fiery massage. The other was Rikage clad in a full suit of lightning armor, fiercely gripping the 3rd Hokage's throat and smashing him into the ground. Phew. Yunyu couldn't help but laugh. The 3rd Hokage looked at her with a puzzled expression. What's wrong, Yunyu? It's nothing, I just thought of something funny. The 3rd Hokage often found himself puzzled as Yunyu would frequently burst into uncontrollable laughter. Truly an optimistic child. The 3rd Hokage silently evaluated Yunyu in his heart. Meanwhile, in the back of Yunin, the pot shadow disguised as a rock ninja successfully ignited the food supplies of the Yun ninja. Reikage, who was still drinking tea in the tent, instantly smelled smoke. Mabu-e, are our troops burning something? Mabu-e shook his head in confusion. There shouldn't be any. The next moment, a Yun ninja Jounin hurriedly ran towards Reikage. No, it's not good. The rock ninja has set our food supplies on fire in the rear. As face instantly turned ashen like a bromothymol blue solution reacting with carbon dioxide. Damn rock ninja daring to pull such tricks while Konoha and Yunin are at war. He'll deal with them. Saying this, Reikage's lightning armor suddenly appeared, and he dashed towards the location of the food supplies like lightning. At this moment, Danzo had transformed into a rock ninja, and the surrounding roots were also wearing rock ninja headbands. Danzo squinted his eyes thinking it was about time. Let's retreat, he commanded the nearby roots. The surrounding roots instantly vanished. Just as Danzo reached the entrance of Konoha's position, he heard the voice of the furious Reikage behind him. Come and fight me. Danzo suddenly sensed something was wrong, and when he turned around, he saw a brimming with muscles lunging at him. Danzo hurriedly redirected his chakra, wind release, vacuum, great sphere. Reikage surprisingly charged at Danzo, enduring the attack of the vacuum great sphere. Reikage grabbed Danzo by the collar and slammed him into the ground. A pit several meters deep appeared on the ground. That was close. Danzo had just dodged Reikage's attack using a substitution technique. The third Hokage, who was chatting with Yunyue, was also attracted by the noise outside. Is it an enemy attack? The third Hokage asked his guard, puzzled. Reporting to the 3RD, it's Danzo-sama fighting Reikage. Oh, as long as it's not an enemy attack. A second later, the third Hokage suddenly realized. Are you saying Danzo is fighting Reikage? At this moment, the third Hokage was sweating in his palms. He was well aware of his good friend's capabilities. Yunyue, come with me to assist Danzo. Assure Sue you stay here to hold down the fort. The third Hokage was very quick-witted, making a decision in an instant. Yunyu's Sharingan was the bane of tailed beasts, who as long as she was by his side, he could fight Reikage with peace of mind. Yes. X2 Yunyu and Shursui replied in unison. Outside the Konoha camp, Danzo's roots and Konoha's ninjas were intercepted by the Yun ninja. Danzo was engaged in a desperate struggle against Reikage. Come on, duck neck. Reikage leaped again and slashed towards Danzo. You reckless fool. Is it never ending? Danzo cursed loudly. Old thief, why so much nonsense? Come and die quickly. Reikage shot back. The two fought fiercely. It was evident that Danzo's attacks were ineffective against Reikage, while each of Reikage's strikes left Danzo bruised and battered. Reikage charged again, and Danzo was already unable to dodge this time. Izanagi, the Sharingan beneath Danzo's bandages, slowly stirred. Here it comes, Monkey King. At this time, Sarutobi's voice came from behind Danzo. Got it, Sarutobi. Then a golden rod rolled towards Reikage. Reikage decisively chose to evade the attack and dodged Sarutobi's staff. Is it the third Hokage? Here to ruin my plans again. Danzo, are you alright? Sarutobi stepped forward, reaching out to help Danzo up. Danzo coldly huffed and swatted Sarutobi's hand away. Inside, Yin, you thought you two can still flirt on the battlefield. Oh, I really admire you both. Sarutobi, I have already set fire to Yin Ninja's food supplies. They can't hold on for long. Danzo, you. Sarutobi was speechless. I just wanted to scare Yin Ninja, but you actually took it seriously. Yin, you covered her head. Great, now it's really going to turn into a battle. So it was you. Reikage gritted his teeth, glaring angrily at the group. Sarutobi straightened his bent back again, gripping his golden staff tightly behind him. Yunyue, leave the rest to Grandpa Hizashi. Sarutobi stepped in front of Danzo, and Yunyue, towering at 1.6 meters, looking particularly tall in the eyes of the Konoha ninjas. Danzo snorted coldly. Don't think you can be a hero alone. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood beside Sarutobi Hizashi. This scene was something Danzo had fantasized about countless times in his dreams, how he wished it was he who stood up back then. He hated his previous cowardice, but this time, he wouldn't allow Sarutobi to take the lead. You? Sarutobi couldn't continue persuading him, and simply said, be careful. You don't need to tell me, even if you die I want. Sarutobi. Danzo was not joking, he had several Sharingan on his arm. I will eventually annihilate the Uchiha clan and transplant all their Sharingan onto myself. Yunyue Achu. She sneezed and wiped her nose with her small hand. Strange, who was cursing me. Next to Reikage was a girl with chestnut hair. Raikage-sama, should I go and take care of that Uchiha? Go ahead, Yumo. Be careful, but she almost defeated me back in the day. Yuma's impatient voice rang out. I'm not the same as I was back then. Before she could finish, she was enveloped by a blue-tailed beast coat. The third Hokage was somewhat worried about Yunyue. Old man 3RD, where are you looking? Your opponent is me. Reikage shouted at the third Hokage. Damn reckless fool. Let me show you the power of a ninja instructor. The third Hokage swung his staff towards Reikage, who continuously defended with his arms, occasionally striking at the third Hokage's face. Sarutobi, be careful. Sexy sunbro. Danzo continuously snuck attacks at Reikage from the side, using the vacuum great sphere. Good chance. Reikage seized the opening exposed by the third Hokage and struck towards his body. At the moment of the strike, Reikage instantly sensed something was off because the third Hokage's body was as hard as an iron wall. The third Hokage's boisterous laughter echoed as Reikage's strike instantly transformed the third Hokage into a giant monkey. Old man is going to teach you a lesson, reckless fool. Monkey King transformed into the diamond wall. In an instant, the monkey caught Reikage's arm. Then the monkey transformed into a cage that bound Reikage. I can afford countless mistakes while you only have one chance to fail. The third Hokage smiled slightly at the caged Reikage. Old Inbai, if you have the guts, don't play such tricks. Fire release great fire dragon technique. Instantly, a gigantic fire dragon charged towards Reikage. Yu curiously observed the situation by the third Hokage. After a while she spoke to Yumu in front of her. Miss, aren't you going back to help Reikage? Yumu remained unmoved like an ice princess. Boom. A loud explosion echoed from the fire release. Yu shook her head and urged again. Miss, if you don't go back soon your Reikage will be beaten to death by a monkey. Yumu finally lost her patience, glaring at Yu with her beautiful eyes. What are you talking about? Then she turned around and saw. Reikage-sama. The blazing fire dragon erupted upon the body of the third Hokage. AI clad in his lightning armor felt it as every bone in his body trembled. His head felt slightly dazed from the explosion. The power of the third's ninjutsu was unexpectedly strong. AI warily fixed his gaze on the still formidable third. Seizing the opportunity, he recharged his lightning armor and burst forth from this dog cage. As the battle between both sides dragged on, the expressions of the few fighters turned grim. The third's stamina began to falter and Danzo was not doing much better. Previously, AI had engaged the third in close combat, exhausting a significant amount of his stamina. He calculated his next strategy in his mind. AI, having just endured a punishing round from the third, was clearly also in a state of mental and physical fatigue. Yet as the brash Jinchuriki, AI felt like a pumped-up Olaf attacking anyone he could with all his might. He glanced around the third and happened to spot Danzo, who was panting heavily. Very good, it's you. AI exerted all his strength, this time his muscles quivering uncontrollably due to the stimulation from the lightning armor. Lightning murder, thousand-year dance. His figure appeared in the air like a blue lightning bolt, then he lunged fiercely toward Danzo. The third's heart sank at this sudden turn of events. Rui Stick Gale. The third hurriedly positioned himself in front of Danzo, but the speed of the Reikage was simply too swift, leaving the third grasping at air. Then Danzo's anguished roar echoed like a beast's cry. Danzo, may you have a safe journey. The third silently prayed for his comrade. The punch from Reikage struck Danzo squarely in the chest. At that moment, Danzo's body was pierced through. Finally, I've taken one down. AI wiped the blood off his hands, and then turned his attention to the third. Anger was etched across the third's face. Only I can take down Danzo. The third's aura suddenly surged, and the monkey demon he summoned sensed it too. The monkey demon spoke with concern. Sarutobi, you are draining your life force. Just as the third was preparing to engage with Reikage again, Danzo's familiar voice suddenly came from behind Reikage. Wind release vacuum waved. Several waves of air with a strong cutting force struck Reikage's back. Mysteriously, several blood marks appeared on his back. What? Reikage turned in disbelief to look at Danzo. This guy was clearly killed by me just moments ago. How could he possibly be here again? The third was equally shocked. Danzo was still alive. He looked at Danzo's battered figure with excitement. Meanwhile, on Danzo's bandaged arm, a Sharingan was slowly closing. Internally, Danzo wiped the sweat off his brow. That was close, so luckily I reacted quickly and used a revival coin in advance. When that brash Jinchuriki caught sight of me, I knew something bad was about to happen. You two old geezers. Are you conspiring against me? Reikage roared in fury. On the side of Yuki, the wooden man knew that it would be quite challenging for Reikage to handle those two sly old foxes. Therefore, she aimed to quickly deal with the Yuki in front of her. The wooden man had his two claws pressed against the ground, resembling a licker from the survival horror game he played in his past life. Are you planning to stand still while I take your neck, or would you prefer to struggle a bit before I take your neck? The wooden man's magnetic voice echoed. Yuki sincerely replied, can we not sit down and have a calm conversation? The wooden man looked puzzled. We were in the middle of a battle. Is this guy's brain malfunctioning? The wooden man examined Yuki with a strange expression. Yuki helplessly waved his hand. I genuinely don't want to fight a woman, especially one as pretty as you. After saying that, Yuki made a face at the wooden man. Oh, so you're teasing me. The veins on the wooden man's head instantly bulged. You brat, you're simply asking for it. A torrent of blue fire mice burst forth from the wooden man's mouth, flying toward Yuki at breakneck speed. Is this how it begins? Strangely, Yuki did not dodge. As the fire mice were about to hit him, a smirk appeared on Yuki's lips. He spoke slowly. Perhaps you should first take a good look at yourself. Yuki's figure transformed into a crow and vanished, and the next moment countless shurikens appeared above the wooden man's head. The wooden man looked at the shurikens above his head, immediately breaking into a cold sweat. Was the one hit just now really his clone? He felt a hint of confusion. No, from the perception of the two tails, it indeed was his true body. The wooden man hurriedly dodged, but was still grazed by several shurikens. Yuki's figure reappeared before the wooden man like a ghost that wouldn't let go. What the hell are you trying to pull, eh? The wooden man swiped at Yuki again. The Yuki before him was struck by the wooden man's claws, and the exact same scene reappeared. Once again, shurikens flew toward the wooden man. This is ridiculous. The wooden man adeptly dodged the shurikens. How about you fight me heated like a proper battle? Her voice was tinged with anger. Inside, Yuki thought, just playing you. I love seeing you frustrated yet unable to do anything about it. Yuki's figure reappeared, still smiling at the wooden man. Did he cast an illusion on me? I possess the two tails within me. If that's true, how terrifying must his ocular power be? Thinking of this, the wooden man's body involuntarily shivered. So do you still want to continue fighting me? Yayuki grinned at the angry wooden man. Is the distance a bit far? Let me come a bit closer. After saying this, Yayuki's figure once again approached the wooden man. Bastard. Just as the wooden man's claws were about to hit Yayuki, they were instantly retracted. She reminded herself, wooden man, you must be cautious. Do not attack recklessly until you understand this guy's abilities. What's wrong? Are you too scared to hit me? I'll count to 3. If my neck is here, a little swipe from your claws, and my life is yours. The wooden man truly wanted to rush forward, but the outcome would always leave him injured. 3. In the next instant, Yayuki transformed into countless crows and flew in front of the wooden man. Their eyes met, silent and wordless. The wooden man's face turned red. She was astonished to find herself caught in the opponent's illusion. What on earth does this guy want to do? Ding. The wooden man's bond value reaches 10. Unexpectedly, Yayuki directly reached out and gently patted the wooden man's head. Listen, let's have a calm chat. Speaking of which, I still have the task of collecting Two Tails chakra, so I can't really harm the wooden man. The wooden man's face darkened instantly. No one had dared to tease her the Jinchuriki for many years. Yet today she was being toyed with like a fool. Ding. The wooden man's bond value reaches 0. The wooden man was gradually entering full-tailed beast transformation mode. A gigantic blue cat appeared before Yayuki. Wow, a super cool blue cat. The third and the others exclaimed, what's going on? The wooden man's voice now carried a hint of the two-tailed sharpness. I've had enough. You will die here today. It's over. The wooden man was already furious. System, do I have to gather bond value from the Jinchuriki to obtain the tailed beast? The system is about to undergo a major update, introducing the 5 Tails Moo King and adjusting various summoning beasts such as the panda and 2 Tails. The host can purchase them in the store. Then it's settled. I guess I won't be able to establish bond value from the wooden man anymore. By the way, if I directly use the Sharingan to control the 2 Tails, will it make the third and the others more wary of the Uchiha clan? Should I act like a bystander? That's what I'll do. Yayuki swiftly dodged the 2 Tails attack while pretending to be struggling. Super Shadow Bureau's Yayuki is on the scene. I didn't expect the 2 Tails to be this troublesome. I admit you are strong. 9 Tails. Cut. Yayuki's expression turned serious as he looked at the cat before him. The third sensed something was off. Perhaps it was because the 2 Tails was under the control of the Jinchuriki, making it difficult for Yayuki to use illusions on it. Indeed, saying nothing is the best explanation. At this moment, the third was at an advantage, while Raikage found it somewhat hard to cope with the sudden burst of power from the third. At that moment, a gigantic octopus tentacle lunged toward the third. Killer Bee appeared beside Raikage. Yo, big brother, I heard you led the team to the Leaf Village's border, so I hurried over from the Cloud Thunder Gorge to help you. B, didn't I tell you to focus on your training? Raikage noticed the multiple scars on Ace's body, and Killer Bee had certainly taken note of this. Big brother, let's show them the ultimate techniques of us brothers. Raikage smiled at Killer Bee. Alright, we'll settle this later. In an instant, the situation reversed, and the third found himself at a disadvantage. Who would have thought that Killer Bee would also show up? But it's perfect. I still need to collect some chakra from the 8 Tails true body to perfectly replicate it. Now it's practically delivered right to my door. Yayuki stopped playing with the blue cat and directly used Itachi's Mangekyo to calm it down. The wooden man's body gradually shed its tailed beast exterior and collapsed onto the ground. Old man, weren't you enjoying yourself earlier? Now it's my turn. 2 voices emerged on either side of Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's time to go, B. Alright, big brother. Lightning release absolute bull lightning blade. X2 the third tried to flee, but realized it was too late to dodge. In the blink of an eye, Yayuki arrived beside the third and instantly activated the third form of Susanoo. The defensive artifact, the Yata mirror, was placed in front of him, blocking the duo's attack. With a huge crash, Yayuki endured the combined technique. At the same time, blood and tears flowed from the corners of Yayuki's eyes. Thankfully, he didn't end up getting slapped like some guy while using Susanoo. Thinking about this, Yayuki's lips twitched. Killer Bee and Raikage immediately distanced themselves from the towering figure before them. Yayuki could clearly feel his ocular power and chakra continuously draining. What on earth is this monster? Raikage glared at the red Susanoo before him. Big brother, the wooden man has collapsed onto the ground. Killer Bee sensed the presence of the wooden man. AI glanced at the third, who was cowering inside Susanoo, and at the fallen wooden man. He finally made a decision. Killer Bee, we're retreating. Killer Bee used his partially tailed beast form tentacles to pick up the wooden man and followed behind Raikage as they left. Susanoo's massive form gradually dissipated, and Yayuki struggled to cover his eyes. Ding. Sarutobi Hiruzen's bond value reaches 90. Yayuki, are you alright? The third's voice carried urgency. I'm fine, Lord Third, I just feel a bit tired. Tired? How could that be? I'm still too excited. Inside Yayuki's little head, he was plotting how to snatch the 8 Tails chakra. Suddenly, a figure wearing a white mask appeared in his mind. Brother Tsuzi, you will forgive me, right? Tonight, I will wear the white mask and sneak into the Cloud Ninja camp to take Killer Bee's kidneys. Strangely, Killer Bee felt a chill running down his back as he left. Yayuki and the others returned to the Leaf's camp. Inside Sarutobi Hiruzen's tent, Danzo, with a bruised face, glared at Hiruzen. Today you saw the power of the Uchiha clan. What are your thoughts on Yayuki? Sarutobi lit his pipe and held it in his mouth. Speaking of that child, I am indeed quite proud. Jiraiya is fortunate to have such a disciple. Danzo snorted coldly. Don't forget she is an Uchiha. Have you forgotten the teachings of the second Hokage? Sarutobi's expression turned slightly awkward. But don't forget Uchiha Kagami was also a disciple of the second Hokage. Speaking of which, Konoha's Yuki is quite reminiscent of the past Miyu and Kagami. After saying this, the third laughed heartily. However, the pain in his waist suddenly made the third unable to laugh anymore. Danzo turned his head and said before leaving, "Is the arrival of the Uchiha clan on the battlefield also your arrangement?" It was Minato's arrangement. In the stillness of the night, Yuki left a shadow clone on his bed. Simultaneously, a whirlpool-like spatial fluctuation appeared in the Cloud Ninja camp, and Yuki, wearing a white mask, arrived here. Hee Killer Bee, I've come to play with you. The real Yuki thought, hee Killer Bee, I'm here to take your kidneys. The Killer Bee, tossing and turning in his bed, suddenly felt a chill at his neck. He saw a sharp iron rod pressed against his neck. Don't move. If you dare to move, I'll send you straight to Yama. Killer Bee swallowed hard. Yo, I wonder what brings you to me. Yuki's hand slowly inched toward Killer Bee's kidneys. Then Yuki forcefully yanked, pulling a surge of red Eight-Tails chakra into his hand. As Yuki moved closer to Killer Bee, he quietly transmitted information to his older brother. Suddenly, the area around the tent lit up. Darui and Raikage's team appeared around Yuki. When Raikage saw the white mask, he instantly became furious. Do you have a grudge against us Cloud Ninjas? He shouted angrily at Yuki. After receiving the signal from Killer Bee, Raikage rushed over with his men. He initially thought they were from Konoha, but instead encountered the very culprit who had once destroyed the Raikage building. Yuki lowered his voice and mimicked Obito's tone, starting to act emo. So what if I did? So what if I didn't? Killer Bee instantly became furious. Ignoring the pain in his kidneys, he picked up his sword and was ready to strike this man before him. Raikage punched Killer Bee on the head. Don't be impulsive. Killer Bee covered his head. The person before him was simply not someone he could communicate with normally. In the next instant, Yuki's figure slipped into the vortex. Raikage cursed in his heart. Who is this person? Quickly contact the black market and find someone to take out this masked man. I'll take care of it right away, Darui lazily yawned. Soon an image of the white mask was hung in the black market with a bounty of 80 million taels. While playing a nurturing game in the hidden mist village, Obito suddenly sensed that something was amiss. He controlled the expressionless water shadow Shikaku as he looked at the list handed over by his underlings from the hidden mist dark department. Bounty target: white mask, age unknown, nationality unknown, characteristics: causes enemies to attack through himself. Shikaku crushed the teacup in his hand, tearing the black market intelligence into shreds. The Freedom O Sharingan in his eyes slowly began to rotate. Good, Yunyue, destroy the Raikage building and attack the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. You even handed over the intelligence to the enemy with both hands. You really did me a great favor. Obito's expression under the mask was very grim because Yunyu's use of the Shinjutsu caused him to be implicated as well. At this moment, Yunyue, who was introducing himself at the ninja school, suddenly sneezed inexplicably. Along with Yunyue, Irika and Mizuki were also admitted. Yunyu stood at the podium, gently writing his name on the blackboard with chalk. Hello everyone, I am Uchiha Yunyue, and from today on, I will be your substitute teacher. A group of little kids whispered among themselves in their seats. It's a member of the Uchiha clan. Oh, instead of becoming a city manager, he came here. The upcoming days are going to be troublesome. A boy with a pineapple haircut said disdainfully. TCH, it's a member of the Uchiha. What a disgrace to come to teach at a ninja school. Sasuke interlocked his fingers and propped his arms on the desk. It's teacher Yunyu, my dad said. He's a very powerful ninja. A boy with 6 whiskers on his face said. Ah, Sasuke is so handsome, Sakura murmured, glancing toward Sasuke's position. Yes, it's teacher Yunyu. Hinata shyly looked at Yunyu. By the way, I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. The chubby boy sitting in the middle was munching on chips, deep in thought. Yunyu suppressed the anger in his heart and gently spoke. Here I am, your teacher. Feel free to ask me if you have any questions. I will kindly tell you all. Unexpectedly, I returned from training just in time for Naruto and the others' enrollment. Exactly 6 years, just enough time for me to complete the tasks assigned by the system. At this moment, a blue-haired boy suddenly spoke up. Teacher, I want to go to the bathroom. Yunyu. Go. Another child raised their hand. Teacher, I want to drink water. Yunyu. Go. Yet another child raised their hand. Yunyu. Finally, the melodious bell rang, and Yunyu's little ears could finally enjoy some peace. Teacher Yunyu. Mizuki was bringing 2 cups of hot water toward Yunyu. It's Tiger Brother, what does he want with me? Mizuki smiled at Yunyu. I really didn't expect you to choose to work here. I'm the homeroom teacher for class 3 on the 3rd floor, while Irika's class A is on the floor below you. Yunyu's expression was somewhat impatient. What did this guy want to express? The words that Yunyu just thought of were quite rude, and Mizuki happened to be testing the waters in Yunyu's sensitive area. What I mean is, as the homeroom teacher of class 1A, it will definitely communicate more with you, the homeroom teacher of class 2B, regarding teaching matters. I hope we can progress together. Yunyu's mouth twitched. Oh sure, no problem. Then Mizuki handed a cup of hot water to Yunyu. Mizuki was ecstatic. Yunyu was an important figure in the Hokage lineage, not only high in looks, but also strong in ability. But after all, she is just a 16-year-old girl. As long as I can win her over, promotion and wealth are not just dreams. In fact, Yunyu had already noted Mizuki's name in her little notebook. Better deal with him early to prevent him from causing trouble for Naruto later. Yunyu arrived at his desk flipping through the teaching documents in boredom. Basic knowledge of ninjas, the will of fire inheritance and transmission of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Selected quotes from Sarutobi Hiruzen on ninja techniques. What on earth is this? Except for the first book, the rest seems to be about Sarutobi Hiruzen's autobiography. At this moment, Yunyu's gaze fell on the publisher on the side of the textbook, Sarutobi Hiruzen Publishing House. As expected, it was indeed the strongest illusion, the will of fire, which even Shursui, with the Kodo Ametsukami, could not escape. I need to find a way to slack off at school. Teaching these things is worse than just letting me die. Asking these ninja school students to spend time learning this stuff would be better spent teaching them more ninjutsu. In the afternoon, Yunyu brought his class of students to the playground. How nostalgic, reminiscing about the time spent playing around on the playground with Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. Suddenly feeling a sense of loss. Teacher Yunyu, look over there, there's a guy with thick eyebrows running around the playground. Naruto tugged at Yunyu's clothes. It's Rock Lee. Starting strong, but ending with a seal is indeed quite tragic. Right, I have my youthful father I haven't utilized much. He could just teach our class physical techniques. The 8 gates are not to be shared, but other physical combat techniques are certainly no problem. Yunyu coughed lightly and organized his class into a line. From now on, I will no longer see you as children, I will regard you as ninjas. The first thing I'm going to teach you is the standing posture. Sasuke, take a step forward. Sasuke, with his hands in his pockets, wore a defiant expression. Oh, very impressive. No wonder it's ingrained in your bones. Naruto couldn't help but laugh out loud at this moment. Naruto, you step forward too. Naruto was caught off guard. The two are indeed well connected, the son of the Uchiha clan leader and the son of the Hokage. But I won't indulge you two here. You will do what I say, understood? Yunyu tried to imitate the tone of the instructor from his previous life. Uchiha Sasuke, humph. Naruto still wore a smile on his face. Truly the child of prophecy, he has been optimistic since he was little. Feet together and align, toes apart at about 60 degrees, slightly retract the abdomen. I can't take it anymore, my legs are numb. Sasuke's expression was somewhat grim. You can't handle it after just 10 minutes, Uchiha, second young master. Naruto was in a similar situation. Yunyu shook his head helplessly. It seems that the road to military training this class of kids is still long. As the afternoon dismissal time approached, Yunyu sent them to the entrance. He coincidentally saw Uchiha Itachi returning from the dark department to pick up little Sasuke. By the way, Itachi's face has looked quite haggard these days. Kushina personally came to the school to pick up Naruto after school, and seeing the figures of the mother and son playing in the sunlight, Yunyu felt very pleased. I haven't changed everything, at least I've given Naruto a happy childhood. In the evening, Yunyu arrived at his doorstep. Just as he was about to enter, he found a letter stuck in the door. Curious, Yunyu opened it and read the contents. Announcement: all Uchiha clan members are requested to gather at the Nanha Shrine tomorrow night. This plot feels so familiar. Wait. If I'm not mistaken, Shursui will be ambushed by Danzo that evening during the gathering and will lose his right eye. Realizing this, Yunyu suddenly understood why Itachi looked so worried. By the way, I seem to have seen Danzo's name on the black market bounty a few days ago, valued at 2 Asuma. After the system update, Yunyu also needed a huge amount of funds to obtain the materials for the tailed beast merge. I can't miss such a good opportunity. Oh, I need to take the initiative. Yunyu decided to stake out the back mountain early, waiting for Danzo to come to him. The next day, Yunyu used shadow clones to clock in at the ninja school, while his main body, wearing a mask made by the dark department, went to the back mountain to scout. I remember Danzo lured Shursui to a place with a statue. Let me see where that is. Following the woods, Yunyu arrived at the cliff and saw an abandoned temple here. There were 2 dilapidated statues of Buddha at the entrance of the temple. This is the spot. All that's left is to wait for Danzo and them to deliver their heads. Yunyu concealed his figure in the woods. As the sun began to set, Danzo led a dozen root members here. With away from Danzo, the dozen root members swiftly concealed themselves around. After about 10 minutes, Shursui appeared before Danzo. Danzo's gaze was cold and sinister, greedily fixated on Shizui's Sharingan. So if tonight Fugaku shows signs of inciting the Uchiha clan to rebel, do you have the confidence to change all this? Danzo spoke indifferently. If such a thing really happens, I will use my eye technique to stop the clan leader. Shursui was half kneeling on the ground, but still insisted on his opinion. Do you think I would give the opportunity to a Uchiha clan member to handle it? Then Danzo's hand reached for Shizui's eye. Shursui reacted swiftly, grabbing Danzo's arm and trapping him with an illusion. Just a small illusion, it will automatically release in a few minutes. After saying this, Shursui walked towards the Uchiha shrine. At this moment, Danzo's original figure vanished and reappeared behind Shursui in an instant. Danzo's right eye's bandage fell away, revealing a Sharingan that had just lost its luster. Your eye is mine. Just as Danzo reached for Shursui, he heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice. Danzo, what do you want to do to Shursui? Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure gradually emerged from the forest. Danzo halted his movements. Oh, what was Hiruzen doing here? Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke again. Shursui, you should return now. Oh, I still have things to discuss with Danzo. Shursui nodded and quickly left. Just as he reached the entrance of the Leaf Village, he spotted the 3rd Hokage sitting in a nearby tea house drinking tea. Who was that 3rd Hokage just now? At the entrance of the dilapidated temple, Danzo inquired with a puzzled expression. Sarutobi, you are no longer Hokage. After finishing this, Danzo felt an urge to spit out a refreshing word. Hiruzen had suppressed him for decades, and now he was finally free from that oppression. I know. Then why are you here today? Danzo was very confused. Clearly Hiruzen had previously said he would leave all tasks related to gathering intelligence on Uchiha gatherings to Shursui. So why did he follow Shursui here today? I was waiting for you. Danzo waiting for me. Sarutobi Hiruzen, yes. Sarutobi scanned Danzo with a predatory gaze. Thinking to himself, no wonder it's Danzo, just considering the difficulty of killing him, he was worth this money. The system update opened the purchase event for Tailed Beast Fusion materials. Looking at the materials for sale in the mall, there are the 5 Tails Mu King, the 4 Tails Sun Wukong, the 3 Tails Isabu, and the 2 Tails Yuru. In theory, as long as there are materials, one can awaken the 10 tails instead of a tailed beast. As for repairing the bug where the Super Brother would sweep the ninja world at once, it doesn't concern me since I don't have Super Brother. Another change is that you can use currency from Naruto to buy point cards. According to the latest adjusted ratio, about the cost of 1 Asuma can exchange for a piece of material. Once I take down Danzo, I can directly buy 2 pieces of tailed beast materials from the mall. Danzo was still in a daze when Sarutobi walked up to him. Actually, I know you've always had feelings for Konoha, but I have my own difficulties, and I hope you can forgive me. Sensing something was off with the monkey today, Danzo immediately retreated. Who are you? Wong shouting. Danzo's body flew towards Yun Yue, who had transformed into the 3rd Hokage, and a black stick knocked the elderly man down to the ground. I'm sorry for that bridge for Shursui, who was hurt by you, and for my materials. Yun Yu apologized while continuing to jab at the down Danzo. Around them, Root members stared wide-eyed, shocked that the 3rd Hokage actually took down Danzo. Tuan Zhang's figure on the ground disappeared, once more reappearing before a group of Root ninjas. Beneath the bandages wrapped around his arm, another Sharingan slowly closed. Tuan Zhang glared angrily at Yun Yue. Kill him. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. Wind release, Wind Cutter technique. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. The dense ninjutsu falling like rain instantly enveloped Yun Yu. He had already dispelled his transformation technique, and the Rinnegan beneath his white mask glimmered with a strange purple light. Io Hajimaru Go. Sharingan. The 3-Demo Sharingan in Yun Yu's right eye instantly transformed into a kaleidoscope. Those ninjutsu passed directly through Yun Yu's body, striking the ground behind him. Tuan Zhang's face turned pale. He recognized the white mask from the intelligence gathered by Root. Letting the enemy's attack pass through oneself is truly troublesome. Curious, huh? Why is this happening? Yun Yu tried his best to replicate the Obito version of Uchiha Madara. The members of Root surrounded Tuan Zhang tightly, preventing this strange figure from approaching. Who exactly are you? Tuan Zhang shouted at Yun Yu in front of him. I am Uchiha Madara. Tuan Zhang frowned his old face. What a joke. No matter who you are, I cannot let you leave Konoha today. In the next moment, Yun Yu's figure vanished from the spot and instantly appeared behind a member of Root. He placed his hand on the member's shoulder, and instantly the space around Yun Yu's right eye twisted and deformed. Got you well then. The Root member caught by Yun Yu was sucked into Yun Yu's Kemui space like water flowing into a sink. At this moment, Yun Yu was no longer confused. Since he had gained power, he would protect those who should be protected. Damn, it's actually a space-time ninjutsu. This white mask before me is indeed troublesome. Tuan Zhang deeply regretted setting up a sensory barrier around this area before coming. He originally planned to seize Shijui's Sharingan. Now great, the Sharingan is gone. Ding Jun has run away, and his own life may also be lost here. Tuan Zhang's entire face darkened. At this time, there were still 3 Sharingan left on his right arm. He estimated he could barely maintain them for about 3 minutes. 3 minutes is simply not enough to run from the back mountain to Konoha. Now the only option is to gather all of Root to fight this person for a chance of survival. Wind release, Vacuum Sphere. Tuan Zhang pouted, then puffed out several vacuum spheres towards Yun Yu. The Root ninjas continuously slashed at Yun Yu with their blades. Although they coordinated well, they still could not inflict any substantial damage on Yun Yu. You cannot possibly harm me. With every wave of his hand, a member of Root had their neck twisted. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Tuan Zhang pulled out a kunai to stab at Yun Yu's throat, while Yun Yu was solidifying to attack a member of Root. Do you want to exchange injury for life? A nice thought, but although Tuan Zhang observed that Yun Yu would solidify when attacking, he did not expect Yun Yu could achieve partial solidification. Thus the kunai fell short. You bastard. Before Tuan Zhang could finish, Yun Yu's hand grasped his throat. Crush. With a crunching sound, Tuan Zhang's figure vanished, reappearing far from Yun Yu. He knew that he only had 1 Sharingan left on his arm. Don't worry, the pain will end soon. At this moment, Tuan Zhang was thoroughly afraid of the person before him. The information about the masked man was still too scarce. You all hold him off. After instructing the Root members, Tuan Zhang turned to flee. Wanna run? Yun Yu's kaleidoscope flickered with red light as he rushed toward Tuan Zhang's direction. He passed through a group of Root ninjas and arrived behind Tuan Zhang. The game ends here. Yun Yu reached out and captured Tuan Zhang into the Kemui space. The surrounding Root ninjas were immediately dumbfounded. Lord Tuan Zhang had been captured. If anyone dares to step forward, I wouldn't mind sending you to bid farewell to this false world. The foremost Root ninja realized that he and his companions could do nothing against the person before them. So he made a wise decision. Let's retreat. However, some of Tuanzang's diehard fans chose to stay and fight against Yunyu. Fire release exploding wind dance. A massive fire serpent appeared, engulfing several root ninjas in front of it. In the Kamui space, Tuanzang saw the shell of the Ten Tails, the outer path golem. Tuanzang's pupils shrank sharply. Is this the monster summoned by the red-haired one in the Rain Village? He observed the space he was in, where there was not a trace of life, only despair and pain emanating from all around. The last Sharingan on Tuanzang's arm closed due to the time limit. At this moment, Yunyu's figure appeared within the Kamui space. What's wrong? Have you given up struggling? Yunyu stared at Tuanzang as if he were a toy. Tuanzang snorted coldly and spoke. May I ask you a question before I die? Yunyu nodded. Who exactly are you? Yunyu remained silent, slowly removing his mask. As Yunyu revealed his face, Tuanzang's pupils continuously contracted. I truly regret not erasing you sooner. It seems your Uchiha clan really intends to regain power. I'm not here to help the Uchiha seize power. Yunyu shook his head indifferently. Tuanzang felt a bit confused. Wasn't it instructed by Fugaku? He knew that having seen the true face of the white mask, he could not possibly return alive. Yunyu put the mask back on. I sympathize with you, and let me promise you one thing before I kill you. If the Uchiha truly intends to launch a coup, I will intervene to stop them. Tuanzang was slightly stunned, and after a long time he spoke calmly. Thank you. Yunyu teleported to the top of the outer path golem, slowly extending his hand towards Tuanzang. Your end shall fall here. Good luck on your journey, Hokage. It's a pity you couldn't become the fifth Hokage. A few days later, a person wearing a cat face mask arrived at the entrance of the exchange office. He pulled Tuanzang's corpse out of the Kamui space. After confirming there were no issues, Yunyu emerged carrying 2 large boxes. Killing intent, I must obtain the 10 tails. After the recharge, Yunyu's 2 boxes of currency were completely depleted. Host has successfully purchased 2 tails, 10 tails materials, and 4 tails Sun Wukong, 10 tails materials. The news of Tuanzang being captured spread throughout the village. Root is now leaderless, and Minato simply integrated Root into the Umbu. After Tuanzang's death, Shursui became one of Minato's direct Umbu. The biggest winner is still Namikaze's Minato. At night, Yunyu walked through the streets of Konoha. At this moment, a voice sounded behind him. Yunyu, I didn't expect to meet you here. Irika greeted Yunyu. What a coincidence. Yunyu smiled. Yunyu quite liked Irika's character. He was the 3rd character to appear in Naruto, and arguably the teacher with the most influence on Naruto. After chatting with Irika for a bit, he headed in the direction of home. As he reached the Uchiha clan's territory, a familiar aura came from the forest outside. This feels like Itachi. In the woods, Uchiha Itachi arrived before Obito, who was wearing a tiger mask. Itachi stared intently at the Sharingan beneath Obito's mask. I need you to help me with something. Obito slowly raised his head. So have you really made up your mind? Itachi nodded. A large portion of the clan had tendencies toward rebellion before. Adding to that, with Tuanzang's death, the radical faction's coup has become a foregone conclusion. The reason I help you eliminate them is not only for my revenge. Of course, just pretend you didn't see these matters. Itachi turned around his back to Obito. You don't want me to use my Sharingan to record your actions? Yes, I will go to the designated location to assassinate those who intend to rebel. Obito knew that Uchiha Sasuke was Itachi's soft spot, so he spoke again to appease Itachi. I'm not interested in children without Sharingan. If you are in a desperate situation, you can come to my organization. Itachi looked toward the distant clan area. Your organization. It's called Akatsuki. You might meet a few old acquaintances when you arrive. Itachi nodded and disappeared into the forest. After eavesdropping on our conversation for so long, you should come out now. Obito threw a shuriken at a big tree. The next moment, you jumped down from the tree. Are you planning to stop me again? No, this time I won't. Obito merely nodded slightly. What have you been doing during this time? You've done quite a lot of good deeds under the name of Uchiha Madara. Yunyu did not reply. He knew he could not sway Obito now. This version of Obito who had turned dark had a thought process far beyond ordinary people. He firmly believed the world was false, that Rin was also fake. Trying to counsel him would only label Yunyu as fake. Perhaps only after his plan fails completely can he truly return to the Obito he once was. A few days later at night, Fugaku summoned the radical faction of the Uchiha clan for a clan meeting. Upon arriving at the shrine, they noticed something was off. Everyone had already gathered, but the initiator Fugaku was nowhere to be seen. Moreover, he called us together just before the coup. Uchiha Tetsuharu quickly realized, we've been deceived. The clan leader has always been aligned with the Hokage faction. In the ninja school, all students returned to their classrooms under the pretext of remedial classes. Yunyu timed it, calculating that Itachi and Obito should also be taking action soon. Minato issued an emergency order to the Umbu. Kakashi put on his mask and strapped his long sword behind him. Shursui felt a bad premonition but chose to follow Kakashi. The surrounding Umbu disappeared in an instant. Outside the shrine, Obito, wearing a tiger mask, had been waiting for a long time. Uchiha Tetsuharu saw the incoming figure and shouted, "Who goes there?" Obito ignored him and charged straight at the group. Almost all were one-hit kills, but 3 lucky ones received special attention from Obito. Blood spread instantly among the crowd. Run! Inoharu sprinted towards the shrine. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi, dressed in Umbu uniform, blocked their path. Uchiha Itachi, what do you want? But the only response to Inaharu was the cold blade. In just a few minutes, the area outside the shrine became a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Are you going to join my organization now? Obito glanced at Itachi with admiration. No, I have something else to take care of. Itachi appeared on a power pole inside the clan area, then looked complexly at Sasuke, who was running home with a backpack. A few seconds later, screams from Naruto echoed through the street. After Obito left, the Umbu soon appeared at the entrance of the Uchiha shrine. The sight of the corpses and remains on the ground made Kakashi's scalp tingle. Meanwhile, Shisui carefully examined the dead. Upon seeing their wounds, Shizui's heart suddenly sank. It was done by Itachi. Not long after, an Umbu reported that Itachi had defected. Shisui grabbed the Umbu by the collar. What did you say? Shizui's heart felt as if it had been stabbed by a needle. A few days ago, Itachi told him he would handle the Uchiha clan's affairs properly, dealing with them as Uchiha Itachi. However, he never expected Itachi would choose such a complete method to eradicate them. At night, in a secret room beneath Konoha, Uchiha Itachi stood before Minato. Minato's face was ashen. Is this your father's intention, Itachi? No, it's my intention. As the Uchiha clan's junior leader and an Umbu of the Hokage, I absolutely cannot allow them to disrupt the peace of the village. Sacrificing a very small number of radicals who have always incited rebellion in order to reduce or even eliminate the reactions within the clan, I believe this is the best solution. But isn't this a bit? Minato didn't finish his sentence. He too was deeply troubled by the Uchiha clan's issues. He had previously collaborated with Fugaku to mediate between Konoha and Uchiha. However, there were always some troublemakers who obstructed the process, so Fugaku ultimately made the decision to eliminate them. In this way, it can indeed avoid civil war and maintain the peace of the village. Minato's hands trembled slightly. I'm sorry for putting you through such great distress. What are your plans after leaving Konoha? Itachi replied. I will join an organization called Akatsuki, and I will relay their intelligence to the village. Thank you, Itachi. A few nights later, on a small boat, Obito, wearing a vortex mask, said to Itachi beside him, in the organization, everyone calls me Akatsuki. Not a formal member, I can only say I'm a rather incompetent trainee. Why hide your identity? Itachi lowered his head and looked at the water surface. Because if people know that Uchiha Madara is still alive, it would be troublesome. At this point, a figure inexplicably appeared in Obito's mind. That figure wished that the entire ninja world knew about Uchiha Madara. Obito adjusted his breath and spoke again. Among the people coming next, only the leader knows my true identity. Saying this, Obito's tone became serious. Itachi closely followed Akatsuki's pace into the cave of the outer path golem. Oh, isn't this Itachi? Long time no see. Itachi was somewhat surprised. Orochimaru. Obito suddenly appeared beside Itachi and took his hand. Oh, after all, you two are still from the same village. What a touching reunion indeed. Then Obito's eyes concealed a killing intent towards Orochimaru. Itachi entered the cave and saw the Deva path with the Rinnegan. He began to impart his beliefs to Itachi. Ultimately, the Deva path handed a ring with the character Nan to Itachi. Welcome to Akatsuki, Itachi. As Itachi used a kunai to scratch the Konoha forehead protector, he heard the Deva Path's voice. You have a teammate named Tenju, but she is out on business. After a pause, the Deva Path's emotionless voice entered Itachi's ears. From now on, you two will form a team. Ever since Uchiha Itachi's defection, Juzi has been lying in the hospital. As a teacher, Yunyu naturally wanted to take this opportunity to comfort Sasuke's young heart. Yunyu carried a basket of fruit and knocked on Sasuke's hospital room door. Mikoto quietly opened the door for Yunyu, a touch of surprise on her face. You are Yunyu. Yunyu nodded slightly. Hello, I am now Sasuke's teacher. Sasuke hasn't attended school for many days. I heard he is ill, so I wanted to come see him. To be honest, Yunyu genuinely wanted to see if Sasuke had opened his eyes. Due to his interference, Sasuke no longer lost his parents as he did in the original story. He wondered if the stimulation from Itachi could help him awaken his Sharingan. Mikoto hurriedly invited Yunyu inside and took the fruit basket from his hands. Sasuke, your teacher has come to see you. Sasuke sat on the bed, gazing out at the world outside the window. He paid no attention to Mikoto's words. Yunyu was momentarily frozen in place. Was this the result of Itachi's actions causing him to question life? In these days, Sasuke had heard countless people cursing Itachi. My foolish younger brother. This phrase had been echoing in Sasuke's mind from every angle. Why did Itachi want to hurt him? Why would he say such things? Yunyu dismissed Mikoto, stating he wanted to talk to Sasuke alone. Sasuke? Yunyu tentatively called out Sasuke's name. Sasuke slowly withdrew his gaze and turned to Yunyu. Teacher, Sasuke didn't know how to start. He didn't want to and couldn't admit the truth of Itachi's defection. Yunyu took a deep breath and began to enlighten Sasuke. Do you believe Itachi is the kind of person they say he is? Sasuke's body stiffened and a trembling voice responded, I don't believe it, but the facts are right in front of me. Since Itachi's defection, his father had not mentioned anything about him. The people in the clan and the village had all condemned Uchiha Itachi as a madman. They all believed that Itachi had orchestrated this massacre due to conflicts with his clan. The more he thought about it, the more agitated Sasuke became, and eventually a Tomo Sharingan appeared in his eyes. Yunyu captured this moment. He silently rejoiced that Sasuke had awakened his eyes. Remembering how Sasuke behaved in the original story, Yunyu had feared that Sasuke wouldn't awaken at all. Did Itachi say anything to you before he left? Sasuke clenched his fists. He said that one day when I have eyes like his I should find him. Why doesn't Sasuke improve his strength, defeat him later, and have him tell you that himself? Yunyu thought to himself, although this is basically impossible for you. Sasuke looked at the gaze of Yunyu, and he resolved in his heart to defeat Itachi completely. Ding. Sasuke's bond value reached 20. Thank you, teacher Yunyu. Remember to come back to class soon. After patting Sasuke on the head, Yunyu chose to leave. In recent days, under Yunyu's guidance, the progress of their Class B had been quite evident. After all, except for Niji, who trained with Rock Lee every day, everyone else in Konoha's 12 young strong had to call Yunyu teacher when they saw him. Yunyu calculated that Itachi should be arriving at the Akatsuki soon. I remember there seems to be an invincible task that hasn't been completed yet. Suddenly a light bulb lit up in Yunyu's head. It was time to meet Nagato and Konan. New task: release the secret of the Mangekyo, change the outcome of Uchiha Itachi's death. Task reward: host exclusive Mangekyo. Ooh, let's go. Yunyu left a shadow clone at home, then put on his white mask. At the Akatsuki base in Amegakure, in the dim chamber where Nagato was, Yunyu's figure gradually emerged from the spatial vortex. Nagato's previously furrowed brows instantly relaxed. He revealed a smile to Yunyu. Yunyu, have you returned from training with Jiraiya Sensei? Yunyu nodded his small head and moved closer to Nagato. Nagato, you've lost weight. Nagato smiled, his heart warmed by Yunyu's concern. It's fine, it's fine. At this moment, although Nagato had not confined himself to a frame after injuring his legs as in the original story, his arms were still filled with black rods, leaving his body looking as pale as wax. Nagato genuinely did not want Yunyu to get hurt, so he had never mentioned the next step regarding the tailed beasts. At this moment, Yunyu suddenly spoke up. Nagato, it seems someone named Itachi from Konoha has joined the organization, right? I knew I couldn't hide it from Yunyu. I gave him Konan's ring, so he's considered one of us now. Yunyu noticed Nagato's somewhat conflicted expression and immediately understood that Nagato might not want him to get involved in the next plan. Yunyu frowned and looked at Nagato. No, I still need to extract the chakra from the other tailed beasts. I must participate in this. Who is the person I will be teaming up with? Yunyu asked with some confusion. Uchiha Itachi, Nagato replied. Half an hour later in the Akatsuki's hall, a white mask appeared behind Pain. Pain scanned the hall with his gaze, and the members in the hall instantly fell silent. He solemnly spoke. I have an announcement to make. From today onward, Tion, you will be Uchiha Itachi's teammate. The gazes of several people in Akatsuki turned towards Yunyu. Konan's eyes widened when she saw Yunyu. She really didn't expect him to return. Haiden's pupils constricted, excitedly looking at the person behind the leader, Pain. It was the number one on the black market bounty list, a full 80 million ryo. Orochimaru did not express much interest in the person in front of him. He remained focused on Uchiha Sharingan. Previously, Orochimaru had been captivated by Yunyu's powerful ocular prowess. Since he couldn't obtain Yunyu, then Uchiha Itachi might also be a good choice. The remaining scorpion paid no attention to Yunyu, while Tobi clapped his hands in approval. Orochimaru spoke to Pain. Leader, I want to change my teammate. After saying this, the snake's gaze fixated on Itachi's Sharingan. Scorpion beside Orochimaru also impatiently chimed in. As if I enjoy being with you, you stinky snake. Pain spoke. Shut up, Orochimaru. Instantly, Orochimaru calmed down. The pressure Pain had just released was no joke. Your performance has allowed Akatsuki's name to spread in the underworld, and the tasks we've received are becoming increasingly significant. Soon we will enter the second phase. Next up is the Tailed Beast plan. Upon hearing this, many people's faces showed astonishment. Tailed beasts? Scorpion asked, somewhat confused. Currently, most of the tailed beasts are in the hands of the 5 great ninja countries, but a few are missing. Pain directed his gaze towards Orochimaru. Those who are free should investigate the whereabouts of the tailed beasts. Akatsuki. Orochimaru merely sneered twice, flicking his snake tongue. Is just investigating enough now? Pain nodded. Once all the tailed beasts appear, we will collect all of them in the future. Then we can use them to intimidate the entire ninja world, thus achieving peace. Pain's Rinnegan always made people feel uneasy. Tailed beasts. There are many other methods as well, Orochimaru jokingly said. As soon as he finished, Pain, Tobi, Zetsu, and Yunyu all cast their murderous gazes at Orochimaru. The atmosphere became exceedingly tense. Orochimaru felt uncomfortable and quickly added, of course the leader's words are never wrong, ha. Then after Pain assigned tasks, he withdrew. Yunyu walked towards Itachi. Itachi remained expressionless the entire time. Hello, just call me Tianyu from now on. Yunyu extended his hand towards Itachi. Uchiha Itachi. He also extended his hand. Orochimaru suddenly stretched his neck and leaned close to Yunyu's face. His hoarse voice rang out. How about considering switching partners, Tianyu? Yunyu clenched his fist and then revealed a friendly smile towards Akatsuki's Orochimaru. I just arrived, and you're already trying to steal my partner. Seems like I need to give Orochimaru a good warning. After all, my invincible task progress is only at 110. Feeling that this new member was a bit angry, Orochimaru withdrew his head. Then he said to Itachi, Itachi, feel free to come find me anytime. Then he followed Scorpion out of the hall. Only then did Yunyu release his tightly clenched fist. By the way, you are from the land of fire. You should know Orochimaru, right? Itachi merely nodded gently. That guy defected long ago. I haven't had any contact with him. Are you interested in teaming up with me to give him a beating? Itachi was somewhat stunned. Do you have a grudge against Orochimaru? Yinyu shook his head. No, I just find that guy annoying. He keeps trying to steal my partner. Itachi said nothing. Just take that as your acquiescence. The corner of his mouth curled up beneath the mask. Itachi's understanding of the person in front of him was limited to black market intelligence. From his analysis, this masked person seemed to act a bit strangely. Yes, that's how it was. Forget it, it's better not to create conflict with him. That night, Orochimaru and Scorpion were on their way to the Land of Water. Suddenly Yunyu and Itachi's figures appeared ahead. What are you two doing here? The Land of Water is assigned to us by the leader. Scorpion's eyes glared at Yunyu and Itachi. Orochimaru, however, smiled as Itachi had come to him voluntarily. Yunyu's voice rang out. We are here to find Orochimaru. Oh, may I ask what you want with me? Orochimaru spoke with a hint of curiosity as he scrutinized the person before him. Nothing new, I just found you annoying today and wanted to give you a little lecture. Orochimaru sneered. He instantly realized the person before him was here to pick a fight. Tion Yu, your actions are making it hard for me to manage things. Yunyue, if it's hard to manage, then don't manage it. Let's fight. Fire-style fireball jutsu. A massive fireball was expelled from Itachi's mouth and flew directly towards Orochimaru. Scorpion did not intervene. He did not care about the stinking snake's life. If he died, he could just find a new partner. That damn stinking snake was always thinking about Itachi. Since that was the case, it was in line with my wishes. Itachi, your body is now mine. After saying this, Orochimaru entered a snake-like state and directly burrowed into the ground. The next moment, Orochimaru emerged from beneath Itachi's feet. His hands reached for Itachi's eyes. Wood-style wood spike jutsu. Yunyu's wooden spikes fiercely pierced into Orochimaru's body. Having been pierced, he began to take damage. Fire-style blazing wind dance. Fire-style phoenix fire jutsu. Two flames fiercely struck Orochimaru, and a massive explosion rang out instantly. A white phosphorus snake suddenly burst forth from the flames, and then transformed into a human form before the two. I am the immortal Orochimaru, you cannot harm me. After saying this, Orochimaru curled the corners of his mouth. Itachi, make sure to hit him quickly. Oh, it should take a considerable amount of time for him to use that technique again. Yunyu said to Itachi behind him. Orochimaru was shocked internally, his expression stiffening. He couldn't smile anymore. How could he know? This technique indeed required a time interval to activate. Moreover, it required a full 20 seconds. This infuriated me. Why, Orochimaru, one of the legendary three ninjas, can't possibly lose to the two in front of me. Minutes later, Orochimaru lay on the ground devoid of life. Invincible task progress 2. Yunyu smiled as he looked at Orochimaru. Listen carefully, please do not tell anyone about this. In the future, I will come to find you at irregular intervals. Orochimaru lamented inwardly. How everyone in the Akatsuki felt like they had some mental issues. No, I must leave this organization as soon as possible. A few days later, Orochimaru packed his bags and defected from the organization. Pain called everyone together again due to Orochimaru's defection. At this time, the progress bar for the invincible task had reached 910. Couldn't Orochimaru wait a few more days to run away? I only needed one more completion to unlock the character skin. Pain spoke slowly. Orochimaru has betrayed the organization and fled. Scorpion remained silent. At this moment, he could still understand the slippery snake. Although I don't want to let Orochimaru go, our numbers are too few right now. Toby suddenly shouted, can I join? Pain shot him a glare, go away. Toby instantly lowered his head and left obediently. Scorpion then spoke, leave Orochimaru to me, his subordinate Dozu is the spy I sent out. Pain shook his head, don't be hasty, I already have a lead on your partner. Let's wait until he joins before talking about it. It doesn't matter, I will take care of Orochimaru. A Buddhist temple at the edge of Yenin village. Pain arrives with all members of Akatsuki to recruit Deidara. Deidara looks at the few people in front of him with disdain. You guys are bothering me while I'm trying to appreciate art instead of doing business with me. At this moment, several clay spiders appeared in his hands. Hey, if you don't leave, I'll take action. Scorpion expressed some dissatisfaction with Pain's decision. Are you sure you want this little brat to be my partner? He looks quite spirited, but generally those of his type don't live long. The vision of the Deva path fell on Deidara. His abilities will be very useful for our future plans. Deidara was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. You know my abilities. Who are you guys anyway? Yunyu expressed concern about Deidara's intelligence. According to the intelligence provided by Ju, Deidara once served in the explosive unit of the Rock Ninja Village. Due to his outstanding skills, he was taken as a disciple by the third Tsuchikage Jinoki. Later, after learning the explosive release, he became obsessed with the art of explosions. He then chose to leave the village to take on explosive and targeted assassination activities outside the village, becoming a notorious terrorist in the area. The key point is that Deidara did not charge for orders, claiming it was for the sake of art. We are Akatsuki, an organization determined to achieve nuclear peace in the ninja world. What? I'm not interested in playing this boring game with you, just get lost. Yunyu answered. Pain nodded, very satisfied with Yunyu's summary of the organization's goals. Deidara showed no intention of joining. Itachi wanted to step forward to educate him, but was preempted by Pain. Pain of Hahu. Half a minute later, a bruised and battered Deidara stood obediently next to Scorpion, wearing Akatsuki's uniform. Deidara covered his neck with his hand, looking at the Deva Path warily. We agreed after I join you can't take action against me anymore. The Deva Path's expression remained emotionless. Since we are all part of the Akatsuki family, of course, I won't take action against you anymore. At this moment, the Deva Path shifted his gaze to Scorpion. You and Deidara will hunt down Orochimaru. Deidara put on the ring engraved with the word Ching. Is it finally starting? Scorpion walked up beside Deidara. According to the latest intelligence, Orochimaru is in the direction of the Land of Wind. Konan handed the specific intelligence about Orochimaru to Scorpion. Deidara asked Scorpion, Scorpion, who is Orochimaru? Scorpion's crimson flow began to move outward. He'll tell you on the way. Deidara hurried to catch up with Scorpion's pace. Itachi, I have a newcomer who will form a team with you. Itachi looked somewhat puzzled. What about Tianyu? Pain looked at Yunyue. I have other tasks to assign to her. At the temple's entrance, a honest man carrying the Sword of the Mist was slowly approaching Itachi. My name is Kisame Hoshigaki, a notorious rogue ninja, just like you guys. Your ring is still in the hands of the fugitive Orochimaru, but I believe it can be retrieved soon. The tailed beast plan has already begun, and Yunyu must leave Akatsuki. Otherwise, if his identity is exposed, it would be troublesome. Pain thought to himself. You and Itachi will be responsible for the Land of Grass. Now let's start our plan. Soon the group disbanded, leaving only Yunyu, Konan, and Pain at the spot. Yunyu looked at Pain with some dissatisfaction. Why do you have to drive me away? Am I not the first member of the organization? Konan understood Pain's intentions and also hoped that Yunyu would return. Let's wait until the day our ideals are successfully realized. You won't participate in the upcoming plans. The Deva Path replied. Konan walked over to Yunyu, placing a hand on his shoulder. She and Nagato had never considered Yunyu as a tool. It was precisely for this reason that they would not selfishly choose to keep Yunyu here. Yunyu said nothing. Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko. He wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye and then turned to leave. Nagato, have we been a bit too harsh? Konan felt a bit melancholic watching Yunyu leave. No, this is the best outcome. Even if our plan truly fails in the future, at least she won't be implicated because of us. On the road to the Land of Wind, Deidara and Scorpion were following the route provided by Tobi to Orochimaru's hideout. It's right ahead, the eastern sand dunes. By the way, Lord, is this information reliable? Deidara casually followed Scorpion into the vast desert with his hands behind his head. Don't worry, I placed a jutsu on Tobi. He cannot deceive me. Moreover, I've been raising Tobi since he was very young. I know everything about him. However, Deidara was somewhat skeptical. After all, is a spy raised by the Lord for several years really reliable? After leaving Pain, Yunyu headed towards the Land of Wind, and he had to defeat Orochimaru once more to obtain the reward. Previously, Yunyu left a flying thunder god mark on Deidara's clothes, so he estimated that it was about time to teleport directly. Why do all Akatsuki members have to walk? Whether it's Scorpion or Itachi, it seems they always appear while slowly making their way. How inefficient is that? I have to take the opportunity to reflect this to Pain. Even capitalists would weep. A sand snake hidden in the sand slowly approached Deidara. The crimson flow suddenly opened its mouth, shooting out a kunai that pierced the snake hidden in the sand. Looks like we are exposed. Come out, Orochimaru. Scorpion spoke to the empty desert ahead. A hoarse voice responded, so it's my old teammate Scorpion. Then Orochimaru's gaze scanned around Scorpion warily. He breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that that guy didn't come. Suddenly, Orochimaru's tone became tough. I thought that brat Tianyu would come find me. You two are the assassins sent by Akatsuki, right? Is Akatsuki now recruiting child labor? Orochimaru's snake-like eyes fell on Deidara. Deidara exploded in anger. What are you saying? Watch me send you to the heavens right now. He formed hand seals, and a giant clay bird appeared beside him. You go up in the sky, and keep an eye on him. Don't let him escape. Scorpion ordered Deidara. What do you want to deal with him yourself? Scorpion nodded in response. If you need support, just call me at any time. After saying that, Deidara jumped onto the giant bird, and then flew into the sky. Orochimaru locked his gaze on Scorpion, gritting his teeth. 5 days. 5 days. Do you know how I spent those 5 days? At this point, Orochimaru covered his face and burst into laughter. On average, I get beaten up by that guy twice a day. Scorpion fell silent. He couldn't answer Orochimaru's question. Then he took out a scroll marked with the character 3. White smoke appeared, and the third Kazekage's puppet instantly materialized in front of Scorpion. Deidara, hovering in the air, commented, Is this what Lord Scorpion calls art? It seems even worse than mine. A needle made of iron sand suddenly pierced through Deidara's ponytail. Lord Scorpion is so terrifying. Deidara felt a chill at the back of his head. You must know the strength of the third Kazekage, right? Orochimaru smiled at Scorpion. This was originally meant to deal with Tianyu, but now let's use you as a test subject. A coffin marked with the character 3 stood beside Orochimaru. The coffin slowly opened and a blue figure with an extremely high hairline emerged from the coffin. What? Scorpion's face was filled with surprise. Scorpion, how dare you bring me? Orochimaru's voice echoed. Kazekage, shut up. Before Kazekage could finish his words, a special kunai was stabbed into his brain. A large amount of steam emanated from Kazekage's body. In the blink of an eye, his originally pale complexion regained vitality, and similarly Kazekage's consciousness was completely controlled by Orochimaru. Which of your puppets and my forbidden techniques will prevail? The third Kazekage quickly formed hand seals, iron sand rain. Instantly, a dense barrage of iron sand needles flew towards Scorpion. Scorpion controlled the third Kazekage puppet to use an iron sand barrier to defend. Orochimaru wore a playful smile. If sand gets into your puppet, won't your puppet become useless? Scorpion retorted while dodging. I don't need you filthy snake to teach me puppet techniques. He seized the opportunity to control the puppet to fly towards the third Kazekage. Instantly, numerous blades appeared behind the puppet and sliced the third Kazekage into pieces. I can hide many things in my puppets. Next is you filthy snake. At this moment, Orochimaru wore a calm smile, showing no sign of panic. The shards of the Kazekage converged in front of Orochimaru, and finally the figure of the third Kazekage reappeared before Scorpion. This is also a form of eternity. It won't die even though it has already died. Scorpion glared angrily at Orochimaru. You're insulting the art of eternity. Instantly, the iron sand around the puppet stabbed at Kazekage. The iron sand that pierced into Kazekage's body was manipulated to form a huge cone aimed at Scorpion. This is troublesome. In an instant, the massive iron cone flew towards Scorpion's position. Crack! A giant bird collided with the iron sand, causing an explosion that scattered the iron cone. Deidara jumped down from the sky and landed in front of Scorpion. That Orochimaru, how do you like my art? Boring. After you die, I will also resurrect you in this manner. By the way, that damn Tion you as well. Although what I want the most is Yun Yu's body. A figure instantly appeared in front of Scorpion and Deidara. I believe someone just mentioned my name. A cold voice echoed. Orochimaru's body involuntarily shuddered. You, how dare you come seeking me? The trauma brought by that white mask was not just physical, but psychological as well. You'll stay here today. After saying that, Orochimaru formed hand seals, and two coffins instantly appeared in front of him. The doors of the coffins slowly opened, and the two figures that walked out caused the surrounding air to instantly freeze. Orochimaru stood before a white-haired figure proudly speaking. Who are these people? You can see for yourself. After that, he approached another man wearing layered armor. This one is even heavier. You guys have 3 people facing my 3 corpses. Scorpion's expression became serious. If I'm not mistaken, these two should be the god of ninjas Senju Hashirama and his brother Senju Tobirama. Deidara had also heard their rumors and instantly put away his playful expression. At this moment, the two Hokages slowly awakened, realizing the few people in front of them. Where's this place? Hashirama curiously asked. Tobirama placed his hands across his chest. By the way, big brother, didn't we all die? After glancing at his pale body, Tobirama instantly understood. Is this impure world reincarnation? You summoned us, right? Truly remarkable. Tobirama looked at Orochimaru and praised. Let's get started. After saying that, just like the third Kazekage, the back of the heads of the two Hokage were pierced by special kunai. A few seconds later, Hashirama and Tobirama regained vitality. As Orochimaru moved his fingers, the two Hokage quickly charged towards Yunyu. The first and second Hokage chose to engage in close combat with Yunyu, while the third Kazekage continued to attack Scorpion and Deidara. Yunyu instantly felt trouble brewing. Shikaku, who had been quietly residing in Yunyu's body, suddenly became active. Listen to me, using my desert layer grave sealing technique, can deal with these two monsters in front of you. Yunyu responded with a soft He had to seal them quietly, without Orochimaru noticing his actions. At this moment, Yunyu activated Obito's panel, and the Sharingan in his right eye emitted an eerie light. All attacks from the first and second Hokage passed through his body. Looks like you still have hidden cards. Orochimaru saw the Sharingan and Rinnegan in Yunyu's eyes, his eyes filled with excitement. I didn't expect you to have the same eyes as the leader. It's simply perfect. The second Hokage suddenly clasped his hands, water release water dragon bullet technique. Instantly, a water vortex shot up towards the sky around him, then exploded, sending a massive flow of water rushing towards Yunyu. The surrounding desert was covered by the second Hokage's water release, and the water did not spill down even though the ground was sandy. The second Hokage stood on the surface of the water, charging towards Yunyu once more. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fire serpent shot towards the second Hokage's direction. At this moment, the first Hokage appeared in front of the second Hokage, readying himself for battle. Block, block, block. I really can't believe I forgot that the first Hokage can block attacks. Once all the flames were blocked, the first Hokage joined his hands together, would release advent of the trees. Gigantic branches grew from the water surface beneath Yunyu's feet, wrapping around him. Yunyu immediately activated his intangibility to evade this sudden attack. At this moment, for some unknown reason, seeing that scene triggered a fear deep within Yunyu's bones. The second Hokage's figure vanished from the spot, and in the next moment a hand emerged from beneath the water beneath Yunyu, reaching for his ankle. Yunyu was momentarily caught off guard, being suddenly pulled underwater by a hand. I hope you can bring me some amusement. Orochimaru lightly pressed his lips together and mocked. Yunyu activated his intangibility the moment the second Hokage caught him quickly escaping from the water. Meanwhile, Deidara, who was continuously harassing Orochimaru from the sky, was suddenly struck by the third Kazekage's sand and iron. The large bird's wings were pierced by the sand and iron, causing Deidara to lose his balance instantly. Scorpion, save me. Deidara noticed Scorpion, who was moving in a straight line through the air and then through several puppet threads in his direction. Though Deidara was restrained by these puppet threads, he still fell headfirst into the water saying, "Damn you stinking snake. I will show you my ultimate art." Climbing out of the water, Deidara took out a chubby clay doll. He once again rode on a giant clay bird, preparing to unleash a barrage of indiscriminate bombings towards Orochimaru's position. "Scorpion, Deidara, hurry and leave this place." Yun Yu's voice interrupted Deidara, who was preparing to cast a technique. The ground was flooded, making it difficult to coordinate using the desert burial ceiling technique with Shikaku. It was better to choose to leave. Scorpion, who was also caught in a tough battle, agreed with Yun Yu's opinion. "Let's heed the advice of the two seniors and temporarily let this stinking snake go." Deidara rode the giant bird to Scorpion's head and then threw several small clay birds towards the third Kazekage. The third Kazekage quickly manipulated the sand and iron to defend against these explosive small birds. "Scorpion, come up here." Scorpion cast a grim look at Orochimaru before jumping onto the giant clay bird, retreating from the air with Deidara. Orochimaru's face was even more excited now. "Are you trying to run away? But it's too late to beg for mercy now." His fingers subtly curled, and then the first and second Hokages wobbled as they pursued Yun Yu. Genjutsu Dark Movement Technique. The second Hokage formed seals, attempting to disrupt Yun Yu's vision with an illusion. With his Rinnegan, Yun Yu would not be so easily caught. However, Yun Yu deliberately slowed his pace. The vast expanse of yellow sand around made it ideal for Shikaku's sealing techniques. "Have you given up struggling? Good, after you die, I will definitely let you resurrect in this form." Orochimaru kept following the two Hokages, controlling them. The first Hokage jumped and kicked at Yun Yu. The second Hokage instantaneously appeared behind Yun Yu, throwing a punch at him. "I don't believe your technique has no time limit." From the moment you were caught by the second Hokage, it was clear that your technique also requires a cooldown. Facing the two Hokage's pincer attack, Yun Yu did not dodge, but instead mocked Orochimaru. "Anyway, it's not as long as your phosphorus timer." Orochimaru's expression froze upon hearing this. His voice was filled with gritted teeth. "You." The moment Yun Yu was struck by the first and second Hokage, he instantly transformed into a cloud of sand. At that moment, the sand surrounding Yun Yu's clone seemed to come alive, crawling towards the two Hokages. The appearance of this sand was distinctly different from the surroundings, with layers of black runes covering its surface. "This is the sealing technique." Orochimaru recognized the abnormality of the sand before him and hastily formed hand seals, trying to control the two Hokages to break free. "Your opponent is me." As he spoke, Yun Yu's figure appeared from the whirlpool in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru expelled a sand snake from his mouth, and the sword within the snake lunged at Yun Yu with incredible speed. Intangibility activated once more, and Orochimaru could only see his attack miss again. He cast a pleading look towards the first and second Hokages. Before him, the first and second Hokages had now turned into two pyramids standing tall in the desert. This was utterly chilling. The two external aids were sealed. A wave of despair surged within Orochimaru. "What are you looking at?" Yun Yu strode towards Orochimaru with heavy footsteps. "Weren't you hoping for more entertainment from me? It seems we haven't communicated enough before. Stand still." Orochimaru involuntarily shrank back. "Today I will teach you a lesson. Challenging the gods is foolish." A few minutes later, Orochimaru lay expressionless on the ground. Mission: Unyielding Victory completed. System rewards: Rank Ninja Orochimaru and the outfit Unyielding Victory. Yun Yu looked happily at the gear that Orochimaru had dropped. A Kusanagi sword and Akatsuki ring, several forbidden technique scrolls. Meanwhile, the third Kazekage, who was chasing Scorpion and Deidara, ascended into the sky as the impure world reincarnation was dispelled. Deidara was a bit confused. "Did he die from chasing us?" Scorpion lightly shook his head. It should be that Orochimaru fell victim to Tianyu's hands again. "Oh, is that guy named Tianyu very strong?" Deidara's gaze carried a hint of excitement. "It's best not to easily become enemies with that guy, though he seems to have some issues with his brain." Recalling the time he partnered with Orochimaru, that guy bullied Orochimaru all the time. The reason for bullying the stinking snake was also rather absurd. "Orochimaru, I'm in a bad mood today, so I came to have a heart-to-heart with you." "Orochimaru, I choked on some water just now, so I wanted to come and talk with you." Just as the two artists were lost in thought, Yun Yu's figure appeared in front of them. "Here, Orochimaru's ring, one of your mission objectives." He casually tossed it to Scorpion. Scorpion caught it and spoke lightly. "What happened to that stinking snake?" Yun Yu shook his head and replied, "Orochimaru is not so easily killed. Ordinary people die, and they're really dead, but your snake brother is different. Your snake brother is the only man who truly possesses a resurrection coin. Perhaps he might not be able to defeat you, but he can definitely outlast you." After dealing with the Akatsuki issue, Yun Yu returned to Konoha. In the evening, the sun gradually sank to the west, and the sunset glow covered the entire sky. Yun Yu walked on the streets of Konoha. Suddenly, a fragrant aroma wafted into Yun Yu's nose. Turning his head, he saw a small ramen shop. Is this Ichiraku ramen? Having been in Konoha for so long, he realized he had yet to taste it. With a mindset of giving it a try, Yun Yu entered the ramen shop. "One more bowl." Naruto's loud voice reached Yun Yu's ears. Sitting next to Naruto was the recently off-duty Minato. "Minato-senpai." Minato flashed a brilliant smile at Yun Yu. "Yun Yu-sensai?" Naruto waved at Yun Yu hurriedly. "What a coincidence, I didn't expect you all to be here." After Yunyu ordered a bowl of miso chashu ramen, he sat down next to Naruto. Yunyu, thank you for taking care of Naruto during his time at school. Not at all. By the way, Kakashi has been transferred from the Umbu recently. He is now preparing to serve as a guiding jonin. Minato said to Yunyu. So who is the current Umbu captain? Yunyu asked, somewhat puzzled. It's Shursui. After chatting for a bit, Minato bid farewell to Naruto and Yunyu. The next day on the ninja school playground, Yunyu brought a group of children to test their learning outcomes from this period. Alright, everyone quiet down. In the following time you will take turns performing the shadow clone technique in front of me. Then Yunyu paused and spoke again. I need to confirm your ninjutsu levels. The results don't matter, it's just for reference for the upcoming teaching methods. The group of children all complained, their faces filled with reluctance. Yunyu glanced at the list in his hand and turned his gaze towards Sasuke, who had his head down with closed eyes. Let's start with Sasuke. Sasuke snorted disdainfully, then walked up to Yunyu with his hands in his pockets. He said somewhat dismissively, the shadow clone technique is just a trick for kids. Suddenly a group of girls in the class began to shout, Sasuke is so handsome. Naruto made a sour face and pointed at Sasuke. It's infuriating. Why do you always act so serious? Sasuke merely glanced at Naruto and replied, shut up, you super big idiot. Sakura had a symbol appear above her head, don't disturb my brother while he's focusing. Ino supplemented, exactly, you disturbed my brother. Yunyu looked at this group of children helplessly. 2 words popped into his mind. Then please begin your performance. A gentle breeze blew through Sasuke's bangs, causing them to flutter. Sasuke finished the 3 seals for the shadow clone technique at lightning speed, 1 seal per second. Shadow clone technique. In the next moment, 2 clouds of white smoke erupted and 2 Sasukes appeared in front of everyone. So impressive I can't tell which one is the real one. Sakura clasped her hands in front of her, displaying a look of surprise. Naruto immediately got angry. Hey, it's obvious. He then punched one of the Sasukes. The other Sasuke quickly retreated and spoke. Idiot, you guessed wrong. Sakura looked at Naruto with a hint of mockery. Idiot Naruto, it's obvious that the other Sasuke is the real one. In the next moment, she was slapped in the face. Yunyu picked up a small stone and threw it at Sasuke. What does the teacher want to do? The surrounding students were quite puzzled. The moment the stone hit Sasuke, he instantly transformed into white smoke, revealing yet another clone. As expected of Yunyu Sensei. Sasuke's praise came from atop a tree. Yunyu clenched his fists, veins popping on his forehead. It seemed like he needed to teach him a lesson. Just now Sasuke had split into 2 clones and moved his real body to the tree. If I can do the shadow clone technique too. After saying that, Naruto formed seals, and the next moment white smoke appeared. One of Naruto's clones directly lay on the playground. Was it the Ninetales interference? Yunyu analyzed Naruto. The surrounding children all laughed at Naruto. Is this guy an idiot? I didn't expect the 4th Hokage's son to be so weak. I don't know why you're upset, just don't provoke me again. Sasuke walked past Naruto. Being ridiculed by so many people, Naruto felt very dejected, his voice slightly choked. Yunyu Sensei, I'm sorry for disappointing you. Yunyu walked to Naruto's side and gently patted his yellow hair. The Ninetales, who was napping within Naruto, suddenly felt uncomfortable all over. Yunyu used his Rinnegan to enter the Ninetales' ceiling space. He arrived in front of a huge cage and saw the Ninetales locked inside. Who exactly are you? The Ninetales looked at Yunyu warily, baring its fangs. I am Naruto's teacher. I'm here to warn you to behave yourself while in Naruto's body and don't interfere with his studies. If he fails to graduate, can you bear the responsibility for that? The Ninetales looked at Yunyu with a grim expression. How dare you teach me how to do things? In the next moment, the Ninetales' pupils turned into Rinnegan. Be quiet, Ninetales. Then Yunyu left this space. Yunyu showed Naruto a gentle smile. It's okay, Naruto, can you try again? The teacher believes in you. Naruto looked at Yunyu in disbelief. But a child suddenly spoke up. Teacher, don't let this guy waste our time. After hesitating for a few seconds, Naruto began forming seals. Shadow clone technique. Instantly smoke filled the entire playground. Once the smoke cleared, dozens of Narutos appeared in front of everyone. Naruto looked at his hands in disbelief. How did I just do that? Naruto Uzumaki spawn value reached 50, Sasuke Uchiha spawn value reached 10. Not bad, not bad. Yunyu looked at Naruto with satisfaction. The surrounding children were stunned by Naruto's actions. At this moment, our classmate Sasuke felt a bit of pain on his cheek. Alright, next. After a morning of testing, the assessment results finally appeared in Yunyu's hands. As expected, the small class outperformed the other classes. In the afternoon, Yunyu began practicing shuriken throwing with his class. Alright, as usual, we need someone to demonstrate. Naruto, Uzumaki, you come up. I believe in you. Yunyu's eyes were filled with anticipation. Alright, watch me. Naruto walked straight to the wooden stake in front. He held 3 shurikens in each hand. I refuse to believe I can't hit. Then Naruto began his erratic shuriken throwing technique. One of the shurikens flew straight towards Yunyu's head, startling him and causing his Sharingan to activate. The remaining 5 curved towards Sasuke. Nanny! Sasuke's pupils constricted sharply. Fortunately, Yunyu swiftly redirected the shuriken away, with Wong shouting. Otherwise, Sasuke would have met an early demise. Senior Yunyu, the 4th Hokage, is looking for you. Shien, wearing an animal mask, appeared beside Yunyu. Yunyu waved his hand. Got it, I will go over shortly. The group of children in front of Yunyu instantly put on a dejected expression upon hearing that their teacher had to leave. While the teacher is leaving, we are so sad. Shikamaru sighed. Yeah, I still wanted to study hard. Inuzuka Kiba said helplessly, so you're saying I practiced for nothing? Yunyu smiled slightly. Hee, I will leave a shadow clone to continue supervising you all. The group of children instantly stopped smiling and began to wail. A few minutes later, Yunyu arrived at the Hokage's office. Is Master Minato looking for me? Yunyu was still fixated on the plants on Minato's desk. Minato's mouth twitched a few times before handing a report to Yunyu. What is this? Yunyu reached out to take it. Only after Yunyu's hand left his beloved plant did Minato let out a sigh of relief and speak. It's like this, our informants in the Mist Village have discovered Orochimaru's whereabouts. So I hope you can investigate, and if possible bring Orochimaru back. Yunyu put on a pitiful expression, but I am just an ordinary ninja academy teacher right now. Are you really going to send me to such a dangerous place as the Blood Mist? Minato looked at Yunyu and instantly felt speechless. Defeating the Nine Tails, taking down Orochimaru with ease, controlling the Two Tails. Do you see what kind of things these are? Minato scratched his head awkwardly. Besides you, I really can't think of anyone more suitable. Alright then, I have a request. Minato saw an opportunity and hurriedly asked, what do you want? You need to increase the pay. After some haggling, Minato finally agreed to Yunyu's request. Also, there's a problem. The Land of Water is currently closed off. How am I supposed to get there? Seeing Yunyu's confusion, Minato handed him 2 credentials. Tomorrow morning, I will arrange for a boat from the Land of Fire to the Land of Water. Once you board, you can sneak across the water. This time you will go as an ordinary person, not as a ninja. Yunyu glanced at the 2 credentials for the Land of Water. A photo of a white-haired person caught his eye. Is this Kakashi Hatake? Kakashi will be your teammate for this mission. After all, you two are old partners. Go notify him later. By the way, he seems to be at the training ground assessing his students right now. Okay. With that, Yunyu vanished from the spot. At the Konoha training ground, Kakashi was wearing 2 jingle bells at his waist. The person in front of him was one of the graduates assigned to his class this year. Kakashi wore a deadpan expression. I am your Jonin instructor, Hatake Kakashi. Before Kakashi could finish his sentence, a boy with bandages wrapped around his neck interrupted him. You're Kakashi-sensei, right? Let's skip the pleasantries and get started. Kakashi furrowed his brow, slightly looking at the troublesome child in front of him. I only have 2 bells, which means one of you must return to the academy. The next moment, Kakashi's face was filled with coldness. All right, let's begin. The 3 children rushed toward Kakashi, their eyes fixated on the bells at his waist. Kakashi stood there with his hands in his pockets, kicking them away one by one. After being knocked down repeatedly, a few of the children actually began to fight amongst themselves. The bandaged boy suddenly spoke to the other 2. I have a good idea. The other 2 were unconvinced and replied. What a coincidence, I have one too. Me too. The few began to fight due to their disagreements. Kakashi's expression turned dark as he realized that they lacked any spirit of teamwork. You little brats. Kakashi instantly appeared in the middle of them. None of you pass. He spoke calmly. What did you say, white-haired guy? One of the children angrily retorted. In an instant, Kakashi's cold gaze fell upon them, causing several children to flee the training ground in a hurry. Applause erupted from behind Kakashi, and he turned sharply to find Yunyu, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. As expected of Kakashi, the teacher of Team 7, with a passing rate of 0%. Kakashi was momentarily stunned and hurriedly retracted the cold aura around him. Yunyu, what brings you here? Yunyu tossed a document to Kakashi, then detailed the mission to him. Entering the Land of Water as ordinary people, Kakashi thought for a long time before accepting the mission. At this moment, Yunyu mischievously looked at Kakashi. I think we should disguise ourselves as a couple to enter the Land of Water. Kakashi's heart was greatly shocked, and he hurriedly adjusted his excited emotions. Wouldn't that be unfair to you, Yunyu? Yunyu just smiled mischievously. How could it be? I feel like it will be you who gets the short end of the stick. With that, Yunyu tossed a handbag to Kakashi. Remember to change into the clothes I prepared for you, and put on colored contact lenses to hide your Sharingan. With that, Yunyu's figure vanished before Kakashi. The next day at the Konoha dock, a beautiful woman, wearing a white dress and a black mask, appeared at the dock. At this moment, Yunyu had changed into a deep black long robe and pants with a light black cloak draped over it. He resembled Sasuke from Boruto. Finally back in boy's clothes, refreshing. Miss Kazi, it's an honor to travel to the Land of Water with you. After saying this, Yunyu bowed politely to Kakashi. Kakashi's expression was stiff, but his handsome features still made him stand out in the crowd. There's such a beautiful lady here. Indeed, even with a mask, her charm remains undiminished. People around were murmuring. Kakashi thought to himself, even if I die, I won't get involved with this again. Is it amusing? Kakashi's voice was extremely cold, a chill emanating from him. Yunyu feigned an innocent expression. You promised me yesterday, so there's no backing out now. Kakashi thought this is a disaster. The small boat wasn't large. Besides Yunyu and Kakashi, there was only a boatman aboard. Miss Kazi, how much do you know about the current Mist Village? Kakashi forcibly suppressed his inner anger and explained, Mist Village is currently under the governance of the 4th Mizuka Jigura, who is enforcing the Blood Mist policy. They are closed off to the outside and use a method of mutual slaughter among students to select victors, while also suppressing major bloodline clans. Yagura is probably being controlled by Obito. Now Yunyu thought hard about the storyline of Mist Village. Soon the boat gradually approached the shore. We've arrived. Be careful in the village, things are currently unstable inside and outside the land of water. Yunyu and Kakashi disembarked. Thank you for the reminder, Yunyu thanked the boatman. At this moment, the major bloodline clans in Mist Village were in a state of revolution, and the air was thick with the scent of war. Unaware of this, Yunyu and Kakashi slowly walked toward Mist Village. Suddenly, a white-haired little boy blocked their path. The boy had 2 small red dots on his eyebrows and a charmingly handsome face. Suddenly, the boy grew a long bone blade from his arm and asked the 2 in front of him, "Are you 2 ninjas from Mist Village?" Kakashi's expression became serious, his Sharingan under the colored contacts fixed intently on the boy's movements. Yunyu smirked, "Isn't this little Jinmaru? It seems he hasn't been taken away by that human trafficker Orochimaru. Such a good child cannot join Orochimaru's cult." Thinking this, Yunyu gently replied, "No, we are just here as tourists." Upon hearing this, Jinmaru lowered his little head and apologized. "I'm sorry." With that, he ran toward the village. Kakashi recognized the boy's bloodline limit and turned his gaze to Yunyu. Yunyu nodded at Kakashi. "That's right, it's the Kagaya clan's Shikatsu Miyaku." Kakashi sensed that the journey had been eerily quiet. "Yunyu, it seems something big is happening in Mist Village." "Yes, that seems to be the case." Yunyu looked in the direction Jinmaru had disappeared and said to Kakashi, "I know how to find Orochimaru now." Kakashi looked puzzled. "Wasn't that just a lure for the snake trafficker? I have a feeling that following him will surely lead us to Orochimaru." In the end, Kakashi chose to heed Yunyu's advice and followed the little boy in front of him. While tracking Jinmaru, Yunyu also spotted another trafficker, Zabuza, and a kidnapped child Haku. Yunyu complained along the way about how many traffickers there were. The 2 arrived at a large tree in Mist Village. At this moment, the air was thick with smoke. The stench of blood mixed with mist was overwhelmingly strong. Jinmaru was fighting a group of Mist Umbu alone. Surprisingly, Jinmaru single-handedly took down the surrounding 10 Umbu. Kakashi's gaze was fixed on this child. He hadn't received professional training, yet his instinctive killing skills and physical techniques were so strong, he was analyzing this child seriously. "Hurry, catch him." All of the Kagaya clan except Jinmaru had been cleared out. Jinmaru knew that their clan's uprising had completely failed, so he chose to flee the village. By a swamp outside the village, Jinmaru stared blankly at the dense smoke coming from the village. He didn't know that 2 traffickers were secretly observing him. Jinmaru saw a flower growing in the swamp and angrily questioned, "Why do you grow here when no one will pay attention to you?" A pale-faced man slowly approached Jinmaru. Yunyu's pupils constricted. This was just the bait. Orochimaru's hoarse voice began to entice Jinmaru. "Living doesn't necessarily have meaning, but surviving might lead you to discover something meaningful." At this moment, Jinmaru focused his gaze on Orochimaru. Seeing that Jinmaru was hooked, Orochimaru continued to entice him. "Just like how you found the flower I found." Before Orochimaru could finish his sweet talk, Yunyu's voice interrupted him. "Trafficking children is a crime. Come back to Konoha and surrender with me." Upon hearing this familiar voice, Orochimaru instinctively recoiled. How could I run into her even in the land of water? Orochimaru's furious gaze locked onto Yunyu. What a stroke of bad luck. I was hiding out in the land of rice, and now these 2 have found me. I finally managed to lay low for a few years, and now there's a guy named Tenju from Akatsuki constantly causing me trouble. After defecting from Akatsuki, I came to the land of wind to secretly practice forbidden techniques, but my hideout was discovered by Tenju in just a few days. This time I crossed the sea to the land of water hoping to find the corpse of the little guy, and now I run into Yun Yue, who has disappeared for so long. At this moment, Orochimaru's mentality underwent a slight change. Jinmaru looked at Yunyu and Kakashi, who appeared before him. "It's you." Yunyu gently nodded. "I, Yunyu, hereby strongly criticize the trafficker Orochimaru. Please stop trafficking children and focus on your..." Orochimaru glared at Yunyu, baring his teeth. Yunyu shot Orochimaru a look. The implication was clear: "Come at me if you dare." Orochimaru felt speechless. "Never mind, I still want to keep my life." Just as he intended to leave, he heard Yunyu's voice. "Did I let you go? Stand still." Orochimaru thought this sounded very familiar. In the next moment, Orochimaru found himself frozen in place. "Kakashi, go hit him." "I didn't say you couldn't fight back," Orochimaru thought. Kakashi, dressed in a skirt, stepped closer to Orochimaru, who found himself unable to move. "Why is it that I, a fellow Genjutsu user, am easily restrained by this person before me?" "Lord Orochimaru, be careful." A white-haired man with glasses appeared and threw several shuriken with explosive tags at Kakashi. Kakashi noticed and immediately dodged the sudden attack. After the explosion, Orochimaru and Kabuto vanished from sight. Damn it, Orochimaru got away again. Kakashi felt a bit guilty seeing Orochimaru's disappearing figure. It's fine, after all we can't catch Orochimaru." "You see, even Jiraiya-sensei knows after catching him for so many years have we ever succeeded. We don't have that capability at all." At this moment, Jiraiya, who had been misled by Orochimaru's false information to the land of earth, suddenly sneezed. "Is Tsunade thinking of me?" The scene returned to Mist Village. Yunyu squatted down in front of Jinmaru and spoke gently. "Just like how you found the flower, I have found you." Yunyu completed the unfinished words of Orochimaru. "Can I follow you from now on, Lord?" Jinmaru's eyes were filled with anticipation and hope. "Of course, just don't call me Lord, you can call me Yunyu." Okay, Yin-Yu-sama. I feel like I'm starting to experience that monkey feeling. Yin-Yu reached out his hand to Jinmaru and pulled him up. At this moment, Orochimaru, who was fleeing unfortunately, ran into a weasel and a shark. Orochimaru. Itachi immediately recognized the person in front of him. Kisame was also very excited to see Orochimaru. I didn't expect to find one of the legendary Sannin Orochimaru here. Orochimaru thought, what a day of bad luck. So it's you, Itachi, what a coincidence. Orochimaru smiled as he looked at Itachi. Kisame then drew the Samehada from his back, aiming it at Orochimaru. Are we going to make a move? Kisame awaited Itachi's command. Itachi turned his back, saying, there's no need to stir up more trouble. Don't forget we still have the missed A and BU to deal with behind us. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Kisame retracted the Samehada. At that moment, Orochimaru suddenly spoke. Indeed, my interest in Yun-Yue and you, Itachi, has diminished considerably. Then he licked his lips, perhaps Sasuke. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball roared towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru quickly formed hand seals, earth release, earth wall. A colossal earthen wall stood before Orochimaru and Tobi. Orochimaru felt speechless. Oh, I already said I wouldn't entertain the idea of fighting Itachi again, so why can't they leave me alone? Mr. Itachi. Kisame's shark-like face was filled with questions. Kisame, I believe it is our duty to eliminate the cancer within the organization. After saying that, Itachi transformed into countless crows and vanished, reappearing above the earth wall, looking down at Orochimaru. Upon seeing Itachi make a move, Kisame wasted no time and charged at Tobi with Samehada. Lord Orochimaru, what should we do? Tobi pushed his glasses and asked Orochimaru. Orochimaru's hoarse voice replied, Tobi, you should leave first. The situation below is not suitable for you to witness. True to Orochimaru's prowess, one person is enough to deal with 2 Akatsuki members. I might as well not be a burden to Lord Orochimaru here. Tobi thought to himself, then activated the body flicker technique and vanished from the spot. After seeing Tobi flee, Kisame said to Itachi, Mr. Itachi, may I test Orochimaru's strength alone? Itachi said nothing, merely nodding to Kisame. Itachi's inner thoughts, it doesn't matter, I will intervene anyway. At this moment, Kisame revealed his sharp teeth and smiled slightly at Orochimaru. He clasped his hands together and took a deep breath. Water release, exploding water shockwave. A torrential stream of water erupted from Kisame's mouth, instantly flooding the surrounding lowlying woods. Orochimaru hastily jumped onto a large tree, surprised as he looked at Kisame. Such a massive chakra, one could say he is a Jinchuriki. Kisame stood atop the massive waterfall he created with Samehada. I'm coming. He slid down the waterfall towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru quickly leaped from the tree into the air to evade Kisame's attack. The next moment, the sound of rushing water thundered behind Orochimaru. How about this? Orochimaru swiftly turned around, unleashing countless venomous snakes from his sleeves, all lunging towards Kisame. Shadow Snake Hand. Kisame swung Samehada, scattering the snakes, then continued to swing at Orochimaru. Orochimaru skillfully dodged Kisame's attacks. Too slow, too slow. At that moment, Orochimaru seized the opportunity, releasing a gust of wind from his mouth that knocked Samehada from Kisame's grip. You're still too inexperienced. Orochimaru's slightly smug voice echoed. Is that so? Kisame leapt into the water, instantly vanishing from sight. Standing on the water's surface, Orochimaru sensed the movements beneath. Right here. Wind release, great breakthrough. A fierce wind swept across the water's surface, and Kisame finally resurfaced. The white-scaled snake that Orochimaru transformed into lunged at Kisame's body. Kisame hurriedly retreated, but the edge of his Akatsuki cloak was still torn by Orochimaru's bite. To detect my position and even tear my clothes, your perception and speed are worthy of you, Orochimaru, Kisame praised. At that moment, countless sharks appeared beneath Orochimaru's feet, rushing to bite him. With the bites of the sharks, Orochimaru turned into white smoke. I'm sorry. The one you were playing with just now was merely my shadow clone. Orochimaru's hoarse voice sounded from behind Kisame, with a kunai pressed against Kisame's neck. I'm sorry too, what you caught was just my water clone. At this moment, Kisame, holding Samehada, appeared behind Orochimaru. Haha, as expected of an Akatsuki member, you almost caught me there. Another Orochimaru laughed as he surfaced from the water behind Kisame. Both of them fell into an infinite cycle of deception, unable to outmaneuver each other. Meanwhile, Itachi, watching from the earth wall, also felt weary as he glanced at a nearby large tree. Suddenly, a scream from Orochimaru came from the direction of the tree. Let's go, Kisame. Itachi jumped down from the wall, lightly stepping onto the rushing water. Orochimaru has already fled, but I used a Jinjutsu. He should be feeling quite unpleasant now. Kisame re-wrapped the bandage around Samehada, and then followed Itachi's lead. After half a day, the two chose a remote inn to rest for the night, before leaving the land of water. People who stay in such secluded inns are usually not good folks, Kisame. You must remember to stay vigilant. Itachi said to Kisame behind him. You are right, Mr. Itachi. The two arrived at a guest room on the second floor of the inn. I have set up a barrier in the room that can block most perceptions, so we should be safe here for now. You should rest well. Tomorrow we will head to the base for a meeting. Itachi said to Kisame. All right, Mr. Itachi. Meanwhile, in the adjacent guest room, Yun-Yue was vigorously petting Kimamaro's head. You know, Kakashi, you actually look quite good in women's clothing. Even I feel a bit inferior. Kimimaro was enjoying himself, while Kakashi's dead fish eyes remained fixed on Kimimaro. You're such a good boy, Kimimaro. Once we return to Konoha, I will request the 4th Hokage to let you join my class. Kimimaro blushed and continuously nodded at Yunue. Kakashi felt quite displeased and reached out to pat Kimimaro's head. Instantly, countless bone spikes sprouted from Kimimaro's head. Kimimaro smiled innocently at Kakashi. Internally, Kimimaro thought, come on, didn't you like to pat heads? I'll let you pat as much as you want. Seeing Kimimaro like this made Kakashi even angrier. Yunue, is it really appropriate for us to take him back like this? What, who dares to oppose me? Yunue replied casually. Kakashi. Outside the inn, a woman with emerald green eyes and long wavy reddish-brown hair led a group of ANBU searching the area. The woman had her right eye covered by her hair, her lips were pink, and she had a voluptuous figure. Hurry up and search, the murderer of the elder must be hiding in here somewhere. Ao activated his Byakugan, conducting a search within the inn. Black lines crawled up his head. How could this be? Although it was unclear, those two massive chakras were undoubtedly Jinchuriki. Meitarumi noticed Ao's unusual expression and slowly asked, did you find anything, Ao? Ao incredulously replied, I'm wondering if it's possible that there are two-tailed beasts hidden in this inn. Meitarumi was baffled. Are you joking, Ao? But upon seeing Ao's serious expression, she instantly retracted her previous smile. Meitarumi waved her hand, and several ANBU immediately dispersed around the inn. This is a significant matter. Do not act rashly. You first inform Lord Mizukichi. Upon hearing her words, the ANBU instantly vanished from the spot. In the Mizukichi's office, Obito was leisurely reading the information above while controlling Zetsu. Two-tailed beasts, he slowly spoke. Yes, Lord Mizukichi. It was captured by Ao using his Byakugan. There is no mistake. Obito was also perplexed. One of the individuals they mentioned should be the rogue ninja Kisame. Could it be that another Jinchuriki is idly running around in the land of water? Due to his unease, Obito decided to control Zetsu to check the situation. Itachi and Yunue in the inn also sensed that they were surrounded. Thus, with a creak, two doors opened simultaneously. Yunue and Itachi locked eyes and both froze in their movements. Inside the room, Kisame and Kakashi were both stunned as they saw the two standing there. The two stepped out of their room. You are the rogue ninja from the Mist ANBU that day. You are the Leaf ANBU from that day. Kakashi and Kisame's killing intent began to clash in the air. Coincidentally, Zetsu also arrived outside the inn. Zetsu sensed that inside were Kakashi, Yunue, Kisame, and Itachi. For a moment, he was momentarily stunned. How could that guy Kakashi be here too? What a troublesome situation, Obito lamented in his heart. If I fight, I will lose my two prize tools. If I don't fight, I risk losing the village I've worked so hard to manage. Obito fell into a state of conflict. The Mist ANBU's morale surged upon seeing Mizukichi Zetsu appear. Helpless Obito calculated that he could only stage a fake battle to minimize losses. Zetsu, controlled by Obito, infused his voice with chakra and shouted loudly, listen, everyone inside. You have been surrounded by us from the mist. Give us a clear answer. Will you surrender or not? Yunue finally came to his senses and pointed a finger at Itachi. So it was you who brought the rogue. Zetsu here. Itachi said nothing, effectively acknowledging it. Kisame's shark-like eyes turned to Itachi. Do you know him? Itachi gently explained. Yunue is half my teacher in Konoha. So you are Mr. Itachi's teacher. As someone who can teach a person like Itachi must be quite formidable. Yunyu's gaze filled with murderous intent directed at Kisame. Kisame instantly felt as though he were in hell. I suggest we resolve our conflicts later. Our immediate concern is the Mist ninjas outside. Itachi spoke first. Alright, let's team up with you Akatsuki members this time. To think that such an exciting matter as defecting would happen without my knowledge, you should have told me earlier that we were teaming up with Akatsuki. I could have had Nagato and the others take good care of you. Kakashi and Kisame also ceased their contention, both letting out a cold snort. Then 4 men and 1 woman appeared at the entrance of the inn. Outside stood Mizukichi Zetsu and countless Mist ANBU. Obito's eyes nearly popped out. He immediately recognized the delicate woman before him as Kakashi. Well, I didn't expect Kakashi to have such a hobby. Zetsu cleared his throat twice, then addressed the group. Are you planning to surrender, or do you want to be taught a lesson before being taken back to the Mist village? Especially you, Kisame. As a rogue ninja from the Mist, how dare you come back? Leave Samahata behind, and I can go easy on you. Zetsu's pale pink pupils locked onto Kisame's fierce face. Kisame's shark-like eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. He was thoroughly disillusioned with this village. Once he too served the village like the ANBU before him. But the information he exchanged for killing his compatriots had been sold off by his superior, the watermelon mountain puffer fish, to a neighboring country. Thinking of this, Kisame tightened his grip on Samahata. Seeing that the few did not intend to surrender, Zetsu gestured to the surrounding ANBU. The next moment, several ANBU charged forward as the vanguard to attack Yunue and the others. There are too many of them. It seems we can only break through. Itachi and Kisame had already devised a strategy, so their cooperation was exceptionally clever. Lord, what about our plan? Kimimaro asked curiously. Yunyu's eyes darted around, then he spoke. No plan is the best plan. As expected, Kakashi had long guessed that Yunue would say this. Fire release, great fireball technique. The fireball in Yunyu's mouth surged instantly, then lunged toward the mist ANBU before them. They quickly formed hand seals. Water release water formation wall. Several walls of water blocked their path. The fireball collided with the water walls, instantly producing massive steam. Dance of the Willows. Kimimaro, leveraging his height advantage, bent down to pass through the water walls and slashed at several ANBU's throats with the bone spikes in his hands. 2 ANBU died with wide-open eyes, not knowing how. Meanwhile, Yunyue stepped forward to strike up a conversation with Terumi Mei. "What a handsome guy I wish you and I weren't enemies," Yunyue said with a slight smile. Thank you, Auntie, for the compliment." Terumi Mei's beautiful face instantly fell. "What did you just call me?" "Auntie, you are quite brave to dare call me that in the land of water. You are the first." Yunyue continued to dance on Terumi Mei's nerves. "If you're going to fight, do it quickly, Auntie. Oh, I've been waiting so long that the flowers have wilted." Instantly, acidic liquid shot from Terumi Mei's mouth towards Yunyue. In the distance, Kakashi, who was battling Ao, also noticed something special about Terumi Mei. "Is that a bloodline limit?" Kakashi was holding kunai to defend against Ao and the Yanbyu's attacks. Ao disdainfully remarked to Kakashi, "Terumi Mei is a genius with 2 bloodline limits. You should be more worried about your companions." "I could say the same to you," Kakashi retorted, unleashing Raikiri at several Yanbyu surrounding him. "You are the Sharingan Kakashi." Ao recognized Kakashi's signature technique. "So can you let us go?" Ao frowned. "Sorry, we're not planning to let you leave alive this time." He activated his Byakugan and aimed for Kakashi's chakra points. "Let me show you the power of the Byakugan." It turned out they were well matched, with both sides exchanging blows. One had the Sharingan, the other the Byakugan. However, it was evident that Kakashi had the upper hand in skills. He kicked Ao away. Zetsu, who was watching the battle, thought to himself that not acting was not a good look either. So he focused his attention on Kakashi. Wind release, wind blade slash. Kakashi's gaze fixed intently on the wind blade rushing toward him, and he quickly formed hand seals with both hands. A massive earthen wall adorned with a dog's head suddenly appeared in front of him. He needed to eliminate the water shadow Izong in front of him to have any chance of escaping. Kakashi analyzed Yizang's combat style with his Sharingan. Obito saw Kakashi closing in on him and did his best to suppress Yizang's strength. What was Kakashi trying to accomplish? Engaging in close combat with the Jinchuriki was not a clear choice. Though unsure of his success, he decided to give it a try. Kakashi's left Sharingan began to connect the 3 tomo together slowly. Finally, a shuriken pattern appeared in his eye. Obito's surprise flickered in his pupils. It was still too early for Kakashi to use the Mangekyo Sharingan with his current strength. The Umbu surrounding Izong quickly shielded him, and the jutsu they unleashed hurtled toward the approaching Kakashi. Raikiri. Kakashi extended his hand, raising Raikiri to fend off several weaker jutsu. A tremendous explosion erupted before him. An Umbu wielding a great sword leaped directly from the explosion, swinging the blade toward Kakashi. Kakashi was knocked back repeatedly by the Umbu's strikes and darted behind a large tree. In the next instant, the tree was abruptly severed in half by the Umbu. "You have nowhere to escape now," came the voice of the Umbu. Ignoring the threat, Kakashi seized the moment and charged once more in Yizang's direction. Earth release heart decapitation technique. A hand suddenly emerged from the ground beneath Kakashi, reaching for him. Not good. Kakashi instantly leaped into the air to evade. "You've fallen for it." Fire release Phoenix fire technique. Several small fireballs soared toward Kakashi in midair, and before he could dodge, he was hit by the fireballs. His form plummeted from the air to the ground. The Umbu wielding the great sword approached Kakashi and raised the blade to strike at his neck. Obito's real body was ready to phase, and Koyuki activated her phasing at the same moment Kakashi landed. Kakashi, who fell to the ground, instantly transformed into a puff of white smoke. Meanwhile, Kakashi's voice echoed from a nearby tree not far from Izong. "Kamui." The space around Yizang's arm distorted but quickly returned to calm. Koyuki and Obito breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that while Kakashi was hiding behind the tree, he had created a shadow clone to interfere with their line of sight. In the end, the real body waited for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Truly, Kakashi was impressive, Obito praised internally. Was it a failure? Kakashi felt a bit reluctant, but a massive wave of dizziness washed over him. He pushed through the exhaustion and got back on his feet. At that moment, Izong picked up his coral staff and swung it at Kakashi. Kakashi engaged Izong in battle with his kunai. However, Kakashi's own intangible state combined with the recent use of Kamui proved insufficient against Izong, who knocked him down from the tree. Koyuki noticed the impending danger and instantly caught Kakashi with a swift movement. Obito was confident in Koyuki's strength, thus he commanded Izong to seize his previous playful manner. If Izong didn't show his true abilities, his life could very well be forfeit here. Slowly, the blood-red-tailed beast chakra crawled up Yizang's body. 3 tails sprouted from his back, and then Izong transformed into a small crimson 3 tails. "You killed Elder Yuan, unforgivable." Yizang's angry voice resounded. In fact, this assassination was originally ordered by Obito, instructing Itachi and the others to carry it out. The reason was that the Grand Elder had recently begun to suspect Yizang's actions and to consolidate his rule over Izong in the mist. Therefore, Obito hired Akatsuki to eliminate him. The small 3 tails launched a punch toward Koyuki's body. To counter this 3-tailed attack, Koyuki simply tossed Kakashi onto the ground. Go hide far away, don't disturb me. Kakashi felt a crushing blow to his self-esteem. To be honest, Kakashi's previous maneuvers were indeed quite impressive. His formidable combat experience and control over the battlefield were notable. If Koyuki were to operate Kakashi, he certainly could not achieve the same. It was hard to believe that Kakashi not only toyed with the mist Umbu, but also nearly inflicted serious damage on Izan. Had it not been for Obito's interference, the battle might have ended by now. Well, perhaps he would compliment him after the fight concludes. Koyuki blocked the small three-tails claw with her kunai, and instantly coral began to sprout from the kunai. This is the coral palm technique, capable of turning anything it touches into coral. Yizang's voice emanated from the mouth of the three-tails. Susanoo. A red skeletal frame enveloped Koyuki, and skeletal arms reached toward the small three-tails. Upon contact with the three-tails, coral also sprouted on the arms of the first form of Susanoo. What a hassle! Without hesitation, Koyuki activated the third stage of Susanoo. Red muscle lines rapidly grew on Susanoo's skeletal frame, ultimately covering Susanoo completely in armor. At this point, the coral on Susanoo's arms had already been shattered by the explosive power of Susanoo. The senior Daiku next door had forcibly broken free from petrification using the happy form of Diga. Indeed, great strength yields miracles. It was about time to conclude this battle. The massive Susanoo grasped the three tails firmly, and under Obito's tacit approval, Izan retracted his tailed beast transformation. Koyuki, who had hurried, oversaw the tragic state of her water shadow and intended to help. Aoi quickly stopped her. Do you think you have a chance against that kind of monster? Koyuki was also filled with uncertainty. In fact, Koyuki's Doton was quite strong. Just look at how Sasuke nearly got dissolved by Koyuki's Doton during the 5 Kage summit. We have lost. Aoi gestured to the surrounding Umbu, and a group of Umbu made way for Koyuki and the others. Itachi remained expressionless. He had just seen Koyuki's Susanoo, the ultimate power of the Mangekyo. I didn't expect Koyuki to reach this stage. Uncertain of how much Koyuki's vision had deteriorated, Itachi glanced at her direction as he departed. I didn't expect Itachi Sensei's teacher to be this strong, commented Kisame. Meanwhile, Kakashi had exhausted himself to the point of being unable to stand. He looked at Koyuki with pitiful eyes. Koyuki helplessly shook her head. How about I carry you for a while? Kakashi's eyes lit up. He had been waiting for this statement. On the road to the water country's dock, Koyuki walked leisurely at the front. Behind her was Jinmaru, who was carrying Kakashi. Kakashi shot Jinmaru a resentful glance, but he dared not move. Koyuki worried that the burden of the Mangekyo was too great for Kakashi, so she instructed Jinmaru to ensure he didn't jostle him around. Consequently, several bone spikes grew from Jinmaru's shoulders, securely fastening Kakashi in place. A few days later, the three finally arrived at the entrance of Konoha. A man with half his eye covered by hair stopped them. Halt, who goes there? The newcomer was Kamizuki Izumo, and beside him was a man with a bandage running across his nose and face, Gozai Tetsu. After all, they had never seen Kakashi in women's clothing or Koyuki in men's clothing, so it was normal they didn't recognize them. At that moment, their eyes fell on Miss Kazi. The two exchanged smiles. I didn't expect such a beautiful lady to come to Konoha, Kamizuki Izumo expressed in surprise. Indeed, aside from Koyuki and Honwai, I've hardly seen anyone as delicate as the person in front of me. They could never have imagined that the lady before them was the cold-blooded Kakashi of the Umbu. Hey, you lot. Kakashi's icy voice rang out. Upon hearing it, Gozai Tetsu felt a hint of familiarity, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Kamizuki Izumo also sensed something was amiss. It sounds like Kakashi's voice. The two once again focused their gazes on Kaz's face. Suddenly, the scar on the left eye came into view. Oh my, it really is Kakashi. Their first reaction was shock, followed by uncontrollable laughter. The sizzling sound of Raikiri echoed, and the two quickly silenced themselves, allowing Koyuki and the others to pass. Tetsu, that white-haired kid, just now, doesn't he resemble Kakashi a lot? Kamizuki Izumo voiced his confusion. Now that you mention it, he really does, Gozai Tetsu replied, while scratching his face. Could it be that kid? Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Kakashi was reporting to Minato about the mission. Koyuki, as usual, was searching for the plants cared for by Minato. She noticed that the plant on Minato's desk had been replaced with a cactus. Koyuki looked at Minato with a face full of black lines, while Minato simply smiled faintly at her. Inside, Minato thought, Koyuki, don't you like to pinch leaves? This time with a cactus, let's see how you pinch. At that moment, Koyuki walked over to the cactus and began to pull out its thorns. 1-2. Minato felt his heart bleed. After listening to Kakashi's report, Minato began to ponder how to arrange for Jinmaru. At this moment, Jinmaru, who had been looking down, suddenly spoke. Hokage-sama, may I accompany Koikudono? Before Minato could respond, Kakashi immediately put on a cold expression. Koyuki is a girl, isn't what you're doing a bit. Before Kakashi could finish, Koyuki directly interrupted him. Sure, no problem. My house is quite spacious. Kakashi angrily bumped his head against the wall of the office. Minato helplessly looked at both Koyuki and Kakashi. Speaking of which, can this child Koyuki really not see Kakashi's intentions? Minato felt perplexed. Koyuki wasn't foolish, who of course she could see, but as a man in disguise, she would eventually have to remove her female attire to save the world. It would be better to find a reason to refuse Kakashi. Then Jinmaru will be placed in your B class. Minato handed Jinmaru's enrollment certificate to Koyuki. Speaking of which, Jinmaru's current strength should be at the Jonin level, or even higher, so isn't him entering the ninja school a bit? About the matter of my strength surpassing Jonin, yet still not graduating, Koyuki's lips twitched slightly, yet another hanging wall. By the way, Jinmaru seems to have a bloodline disease which also leads to his early demise. I have to think of a way to resolve this. That night, Koyuki brought Jinmaru back home. She spread out the bedding she had just purchased in the living room, and fetched a pillow and blanket for Jinmaru. Jinmaru's heart was instantly filled with warmth. Previously, he had lived in a dungeon sleeping on the ground every day. The food he received was often spoiled. However, ever since he followed Koyuki, it felt as if everything was a dream. Jinmaru looked at Koyuki with even more determination in his eyes, resolved to dedicate everything, even his life, to her. Koyuki noticed the slight blush on Jinmaru's face. So cute, let me pet you. While patting his head, Koyuki also consulted the system to see if there were any methods to treat Jinmaru. At that moment, a green rune appeared in Koyuki's vision. Cleansing Rune Ninja exclusive can cleanse negative attributes of ninjas and turn them into new random attributes. Price 1 Asuma. Yunyu furrowed her brows looking at the system interface. A cleansing talisman is priced at 35 million taels. You really dare to ask for that much? The key question is, where am I supposed to get that 35 million taels? There are only a few valuable items in the black market, and the members of the Shao organization occupy half of them. As for the remaining rogue ninjas, or others, they have long hidden away. Basically, anyone who could be killed has been exchanged for money by the corners. I won't get a share at all. The only remaining option is to extract money from within Konoha. It seems that those elders live quite comfortably. Oh, I can't believe they have been in power for so many years without any dirty money. It's settled then. Tomorrow, I will go to Minato to file a report and request an investigation. Junmaru observed Yunyue, who was grinning foolishly with some confusion. Did Lord Yunyu come up with something delightful? At this moment, Sarutobi Hizashi, who was smoking at home, suddenly felt a chill run down his back. Strange, why does it feel like I'm being washed by something unclean? I must be overthinking it. After saying this, he turned his gaze to the round moon outside the window, continuing to puff smoke in the room. The next morning, Yunyu arrived at Minato's office. He conveyed his thoughts to Minato. Minato looked somewhat surprised, and then recalled that there were indeed significant gaps in Konoha's accounts from a few years ago that had not been filled. Especially after the third Hokage took office, several elder families rapidly expanded. Thinking about it this way, it does seem suspicious. The Elder Council, huh? Now only the third Hokage, Elder Korin, and Elder Munin remain. And also Elder Danzo. Yunyu added Danzo, whom Minato had overlooked. Minato initially wanted to brush it off, letting the past be the past. However, memories from the past suddenly began to attack Minato's mind. Danzo, Minato, you just became Hokage, some matters are better handled by me. Sarutobi Munin, look at the ridiculous decisions you are making. I really don't understand why the third Hokage would recommend you. Tsunade, you are too indecisive, your personality isn't suitable for being Hokage. Minato grew increasingly furious as he thought about it, and then spoke up. So does Yunyu have any good ideas? Yunyu smiled slightly. I need senior brother Minato to help me find a few teammates to form a professional Konoha investigation team. Minato looked at Yunyu with great interest. You can name anyone you need. Yunyu slowly mentioned several names. Half an hour later, the door to the Hokage's office was knocked on again. Sarutobi, Kafu, Shimizu Riang, and Hatake Kakashi walked in. Seeing Kafu also present, Riang immediately put on a cold expression. Kafu, noticing how Riang was pretending to be aloof, instantly became angry. Oh Riang, you always looked down on me back when we were in the same class. Now that we've graduated and entered the workforce, you still dare to put on airs. Riang remained silent, looking at Kafu as if watching a child play. Kakashi, as usual, wore a lackluster expression. The atmosphere in the office was charged with tension. Minato deliberately cleared his throat twice to interrupt their actions. Minato assigned the investigation tasks to several individuals according to Yunyu's previous plan. Riang would secretly investigate Danzo's hideouts, while Sarutobi Kafu would investigate Sarutobi Hizashi. The remaining investigation regarding those two mascots would be handed over to Kakashi. After receiving the task, Kakashi felt a sense of unease that he couldn't quite articulate. Speaking of the warm-hearted Minato, would he really take the initiative to issue tasks for us to do such things? At the Ninja Academy, Yunyu brought Junmaru into his class. Junmaru was on the podium, introducing himself. Hello everyone, my name is Junmaru, I am 10 years old, and I live in the northeast area of Konoha. Meanwhile, the children seated below were somewhat astonished. He is actually 3 years older than us. Could he be a repeat student? I don't know, it seems that guy knows Lord Yunyu. Shikamaru said lazily. Choji continued munching on chips from his bag while speaking. I have no idea, it looks like that guy is familiar with Lord Yunyu. Ino gazed dreamily at Junmaru. Don't you think he is quite handsome? Some girls around began to stir excitedly. Yes, he seems even more handsome than Sasuke-kun. I agree. Then Naruto laughed, pointing at Sasuke. Did you hear that? You are still pretending here. Sasuke merely glanced at Junmaru and then returned to crossing his arms on the desk. Sakura was furious, shouting at Naruto. Idiot Naruto, what are you talking about? Yunyu felt speechless. Be quiet. Starting today, Junmaru will be in your class. Yunyu gestured to Junmaru. Sasuke-kun is the top student in the class and is recognized as a genius at our ninja academy. Junmaru should definitely learn from him. Junmaru's icy gaze swept over Sasuke. Internally, Junmaru thought, got it, this is Sasuke, hearing Yunyu praise him, couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth upwards. Uchiha Sasuke's bond value June 20th Maru sat right next to Sasuke, showing him a brilliant smile. Sasuke suddenly felt an overwhelming chill enveloping him. Just as June Maru sat next to him, his Sharingan activated uncontrollably. He looked at the white-haired boy in front of him, thinking, damn it, this guy is totally on a different level than me. Seeing how harmoniously June Maru and Sasuke interacted, Yunyu was quite satisfied and nodded at June Maru. Then Yunyu began a day of teaching. After school, Mizuki appeared at the door of his classroom, waving hurriedly at Yunyu. Yunyu-sensei, tonight is my birthday. I would like to invite you and Irika and other friends to come. Yunyu replied, oh, I'm sorry. Do I have other matters this evening? I can't find time right now. Mizuki's face stiffened upon hearing this. How about I change it to tomorrow instead? Can you come to participate? Tomorrow I won't be free either. June Maru noticed the entangled Mizuki and shot him a glare filled with killing intent. Who is Mizuki? He is a small tiger, once a T0 in the Crank Ninjas. How could he be threatened by June Maru? After seeing Yunyu leave, Mizuki intercepted June Maru at the school gate. Hey, were you just threatening me? Mizuki looked at June Maru disdainfully. June Maru remained expressionless, but bone spikes gradually grew from his arms. Mizuki was merely surprised by the child in front of him. He thought to himself, how could a Chunin let a student who hasn't even graduated from Ninja Academy bully him? Dance of the Willows. June Maru's tone was extremely cold, his eyes filled with chilling, killing intent. Mizuki was startled. Oh no, this guy actually has a bloodline limit. But thinking about it, he is just a child, and then he picked up a kunai to teach June Maru a lesson. In less than a minute, Mizuki was rolling on the ground like a dragon rolling in the ground. June Maru walked step by step towards Mizuki, who was rolling on the ground. Stay away from Lord Yunyu in the future, otherwise next time it will be your life that you lose. Mizuki nodded hurriedly and then ran far away. A few days later, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi, Kafu, and Kakashi each carried a thick stack of documents and handed them to Minato. Minato gently opened the documents and slowly began to read the contents. His expression gradually turned grim. As expected, during the third Hokage's tenure, he indeed used a considerable number of Hokage's privileges. Minato murmured, illegally misappropriating public funds and distributing resources unequally among the various clans. The document clearly stated the location of the third Hokage's pension. Minato shook his head helplessly, considering that the third Hokage contributed significantly to Konoha. Let's forego punishment. Kafu, you take the umbu to confiscate the third Hokage's private funds. However, I was quite surprised by the information regarding Danzo. Minato glanced at the intel concerning Danzo. Danzo's residence was barren. The legs of the table in the living room had long since broken, but Danzo was reluctant to replace it. He folded newspapers and placed them under the table's legs to maintain its balance. The dishes in the kitchen were of styles from decades ago. Liu Yushi would shed tears seeing it, and Minato sighed. At this moment, the third Hokage, who was having dinner at home, was unexpectedly interrupted by a knock on the door. His good nephew Sarutobi Kafu arrived with a few umbu to search the premises. The third Hokage looked somewhat bewildered. Why were the umbu knocking on his door for no reason? Kafu grinned at Sarutobi Hizashi. Uncle, you had quite a bit of power during your tenure as the third Hokage, didn't you? The third Hokage maintained a kindly smile on his face. He calmly took a puff from his pipe, and then said, the size of power is all for the service of Konoha. Kafu walked behind the third Hokage. Uncle, this painting hanging on your wall is quite nice. The third Hokage's smile froze. Uncle, the floor here seems a bit loose. Uncle, this. The third Hokage sighed. He knew he was being targeted. Damn, Minato, I worked my fingers to the bone for Konoha. Can I enjoy my retirement in peace? Sarutobi Kafu followed Minato's instructions and said, Uncle, the Ninja Academy needs funding for expansion. Won't you make a contribution? The third Hokage, feeling helpless, ultimately had to agree to Kafu's request. Half of the pension would be submitted to Konoha, keeping the remaining for himself, and the past matters would be left unexamined. The third Hokage felt some pain. That money was entirely from his 4 sons. In the end, according to the agreement with Yunyu, the recovered funds would be divided 3-1, with Yunyu receiving 1 part and Minato 3. After returning home, Yunyu purchased the cleansing talisman and was about to use it on June Maru. At that moment, he noticed a line of small text under the cleansing talisman indicating a 50 chance of failure. One could purchase a protection talisman, and with the purchase of a protection talisman, the cleansing would be successful 100. Truly the style of a goose factory. There was no other choice but to borrow a little money from Sandai. The next morning, Yuanfei Richin blinked awake, still hazy from sleep. He felt a dull ache at the base of his skull. Strange, I was sleeping on the floor. Sandai suddenly sensed something amiss and hastily pushed aside the painting that lay in the parlor. He froze in place. A large stack had been taken from his pension. But fearing trouble, he dared not report it, so Sandai swallowed his grievances in silence. Thanks to Sandai's sponsorship, June Mailu's bloodline affliction was successfully purified. The marrow in June Mailu's bones, due to that purification, experienced a tremendous enhancement. His osteogenic cells' regenerative capacity was strengthened. Simply put, they reached a state of ordered expansion, no longer risking excessive cellular differentiation. At last, the day of graduation for Ming Ruin and his cohort arrived. Mai's 60th year. It is worth noting that without the interference of the Nine Tails, events unfolded differently. Ming Rin had always been among the top students at the academy. Shuei however, had been coaxed by Da Shiwane after taking drugs and transforming into a raging incarnation. He planned to sneak into the Hokage's office to steal the sealing archive. But as soon as he reached the building's entrance, he was apprehended by a few Umbu and thrown into the cell. On the eve of team assignments, Yunyu, Kakashi, and Asima were summoned to the Hokage's office. Shuei looked at the three before him with grave composure. I called you here to appoint you as squad lead Jonin. Saying this, he handed several profile cards to them. Yunyu took the 4 cards Shuei offered. They contained the dossiers for Risyang, Chu Tian, Yunuji, Nua, Chuanzhongya, and Junmailu. This is not the 7th team at all. There is an extra member, Junmailu. Could Shuei be asking me to serve as lead Jonin for the 8th team? Come to think of it, I was once a member of the 8th team myself, together with Ding's Sensei, Shimura Rang, and Yuan Fei Tongfeng. Time has flown, now I stand as the lead Jonin of the very 8th team I once belonged to. Shuei finally spoke. What you hold are the members assigned to your team. Kakashi nodded thoughtfully. He reflected inwardly that he had once been a 7th team member, whereas Yunyu had been from the 8th. Could this be Shuei intention? Yunyu raised a hand. I have a question. Why are there 4 people in our team? Shuei had expected him to ask precisely that. He answered plainly. You know Junmailu's strength. If he were assigned to another team, he would dominate and lead the others so. Of course, the 8th team is the tracking squad and is clearly weaker than the others. The Junmailu can fill that shortfall for the rest. Yunyu nodded in agreement with Shuei assignment. The next day, the Ninja Academy held the team assignment ceremony. As homeroom teacher, Yunyu naturally stepped forward to announce the teams. In the classroom, Mingren lay face down on his desk, while Chu Tian flushed as she watched him. Xiaoying and Jingyi burst into the room at the same time. The moment Xiaoying entered, she gazed intoxicatedly at Zhuizhu, who feigned indifference. Mingren, drawn by her voice, called out to her. Xiaoying strode toward Mingren. Mingren, overflowing with excitement, was promptly struck in the head by a punch from Xiaoying. Move aside. You're blocking my view of my precious pigeon. Xiaoying's target was never Mingren, but the Zhuizhu seated beside him. Good morning, Zhuizhu-kun. Xiaoying greeted Zhuizhu shyly. He barely glanced at her, maintaining his composed facade. The stunned Mingren suddenly leapt up, stood atop Zhuizhu's desk, and the two locked eyes. Sparks seemed to flicker between them. At that moment, Yunyu pushed open the classroom door. The children hurried back to their seats, but one of them knocked into Mingren during the scramble, and in that awkward tumble, Zhuizhu and Mingren ended up pressed together. Yunyu happened to see it. Carry on, he said, and turned to leave the classroom. Realizing what had happened, the two quickly separated and began to retch in embarrassment. Soon Yunyu stood upon the podium, offering the children a satisfied smile. Congratulations. From today, you are ninjas entrusted with responsibilities of your own. Though you are still low-rank, Jin, and your ninja careers are only beginning. He paused, then continued. I now announce the team assignments. Generally, teams are formed in trios. Zhuizhu scoffed at Yunyu. 3 to a team. They only end up being unnecessary weights on each other's backs, he muttered. Team 1. Team 7, the side team, Buofing Mingren, Chunai, Xiaoying, and Uchiha Zhuizhu. No sooner had Yunyu announced than Mingren leapt up with excitement. Zhuizhu cast them a look of disdain. Chu Tian felt disappointed that she was not placed with Mingren. The next moment, Yunyu called out her name. Team 8, the tracking team, which I will lead, Risyang, Chu Tian, Xuanzhong, Yunuji, Nua, and Junmailu. Chu Tian looked to Yunyu with eyes full of delight. Yunyu had been her savior. His power seemed almost absurdly great. A minor extra in the crowd sneered. Can Yunyu really do a good job as lead Jonin? In most people's impressions, academy teachers were mediocre at best. Moreover, Yunyu had kept a low profile at school, so few truly knew him. Forgive me. This is my first time as a lead Jonin, but I shall do my utmost, he said. Yunyu thought inwardly, what a joke. Worried about my strength. As if I'd scare you to death with a display. Asked the Nine Tails whether one glance from me couldn't make it meow like a cat. Next is Team 10, Shan Zhongjing, Yi Nila Lu Man, Chiu Dao Ding Ci. After the assignments, the lead Jonin of each team appeared and took their students away. Yunyu led Chu Tian and the others to the training ground. You've all trained together for 6 years. I won't bother with an introduction. He then handed 3 bells to Junmailu. From now on, you are the lead Jonin of Team 8. Junmailu. Yunyu explained, your task is to guard the bells and prevent the others from taking them. Then Yunyu patted Junmailu's shoulder and murmured, take it easy, don't hurt them too badly. Junmailu was terrifyingly strong. Yunyu genuinely feared he might accidentally take the lives of his teammates, hence the earnest warning. Yunyu turned to Chu Tian and the others. If any of you touches a bell, you pass. Understood. Conversely, if none of you touch one, you will all return to the academy to relearn. Xuanzhongya frowned and looked at Chu Tian. 2 against 1. Isn't that a little unfair? Chu Tian only nodded faintly. Ji Nua was largely ignored by the two. Then begin. An hour later, the 3 were collapsed and exhausted on the ground, while Junmailu still stood upright. Yunyu approached them and spoke slowly. I'm sorry, none of you passed. Xuanzhongya glared at Junmailu in discontent. This guy isn't in our league. Yunyu mimicked Ya's earlier complaint. It's 2 against 1. Instantly, you fell silent. By the rules I set, none of you passed. Chu Tian looked at Yunyu in surprise. Surely Yunyu was joking, she thought. She cast her gaze toward him, searching for a hint of levity. But Yunyu's demeanor, so unlike before, told Chu Tian that he truly meant to send them back. However, consider that our squad consists of 4 members. If you select one person to return to the Ninja Academy, I will consider the remaining 2 as passing. Yun Yu watched their subtle expressions with grave intent. Chu Tian trembled as she raised her hand. It's me. I will hold everyone back. I am willing to go back. Yu glared at her angrily. What are you saying? If anyone goes back, it's me. Jinhua looked between them. Let it be me then. Only then did Ya and Chu Tian remember they had another teammate. Jinhua thought as expected I am the redundant one. The 3 began to quarrel. Yun Yu released a faint aura of killing intent, and they fell silent at once. Have you decided, Oi? Yun Yu asked again. If you are too embarrassed to say it aloud, write the name of the person you wish to eliminate on paper. Friendly reminder, you may choose not to write. But if someone is written down, they will be eliminated. You tried to be clever thinking, what if none of us write anyone? Yun Yu saw through Ya's thoughts. If all 3 of you refuse to write, then I'm sorry. You will all return. He handed them 3 slips of paper. A minute later, Yun Yu looked at the 3 papers in his hand. Each bore a different name. You lot. All of you pass. Yu stared in disbelief at Yun Yu, though he had written a name himself. Chu Tian and Jinhua wore the same astonished expressions. Junmailu remained serenely composed. He did not know why Yun Yu had acted as he did, but assumed the lead Jonin must have his reasons. Junmailu's thoughts wandered. I hereby declare Team 8 officially formed. Meanwhile, on the neighboring training fields was Zhu, sneered at Ming Rin and Xiaoying. Don't slow me down. With that, he dashed toward Kakashi. Ming Rin, furious, produced a dozen shadow clones and joins with Zhu in besieging Kakashi. Xiaoying cheered on Zhu from the side. Go pigeon. Unexpectedly, Kakashi executed a lightning-fast bell-snatching maneuver. In the blink of an eye, Zhu, Ming Rin, and Xiaoying were all buried up to their necks. Only their heads peeked from the earth. Yun Yu had previously complained that Zhu was a headache for the class. Now, as Zhu's led Jonin, he felt he ought to take greater care of this troublesome child. Ming Rin complained indignantly. Is Kakashi in that much of a hurry? No, it's that you are too weak. Kakashi thought to himself, at their age he had already reached Jonin. His friend Yun Yu at the same age must have nearly touched the shadow rank threshold. These kids before him could not even best the village gate guards, yet they still boast. How could he fail to make them aware of the gap in strength? Kakashi worried they might one day overestimate themselves and be severely taught a lesson in the outside world, perhaps beaten nearly to death. It must be said Kakashi's suspicions were often correct. Better they endure hardship here than suffer worse beyond. Shui Min watched the children from his office, a line of rue on his brow as he regarded Kakashi. Was Kakashi still haunted by that old bell-snatching memory? Kakashi said again, I'll give you one last chance. This afternoon, there will be a more brutal bell-snatching contest. Those who wish to challenge should finish their lunches now. A murderous aura hummed around Kakashi, but none of the rice balls are for Zhu. Zhu snorted coldly. Ming Rin and Xiaoying were pulled from the earth by Kakashi while Zhu remained buried, much as the original 7th team's trajectory once foretold. Only now it was Zhu who was injured instead of Ming Rin. In the end, Ming Rin and Xiaoying still fed the stubborn Zhu with rice balls. Thus Kakashi announced the 7th team officially formed. In the forest outside of my village, Team 8 is undertaking a high-difficulty tracking mission rated D. Don't let him escape. Chuan, let's go. With a command from Yuchiwan leaps towards a large tree. A shadow jumps down from the tree and continues running deeper into the forest. Byakugan activate, Hinata said as the veins around her eyes bulged. Zeno, the target has reached the designated location. Zeno adjusted his sunglasses and replied, leave it to me. Countless insects flew out from Zeno's clothing, forming a square wall of insects that trapped the target. The figure of Junmaru appeared beside the insect wall, directly lifting the white cat. Finally caught you, Two Tails. Yun Yu's voice came from the tree. He stretched lazily before jumping down. Soon Hinata and the others arrived to meet Yun Yu. Yu sneezed and complained, can't we do a more challenging mission? Chuan, who was perched on Ya's head, nodded in agreement. Hinata comforted Yu, saying, let's listen to the teacher's arrangement. Zeno remained silent as always. Yun Yu looked at his disciples with a sense of helplessness. Their team had either been finding cats or on the way to find cats for days. It was indeed a bit boring. Finally, Yun Yu spoke up. All right, let's go check the mission assembly hall. In the assembly hall, Kakashi was taking missions with his Team 7. At this moment, wearing the Hokage hat, Bo Feng Shuimin was going over the tasks for Team 7. Kakashi's team, the next mission is to help Lord 3rd clear weeds, or run errands, and help dig sweet potatoes in the neighboring village. Naruto exclaimed loudly, I don't want to do this kind of mission anymore. I want to take on something more impressive. Sasuke, with his hands in his pockets, nodded slightly. Sakura internally expressed her disdain for Naruto, the troublesome guy. Kakashi looked lazily at his 3 disciples. Shuimin scratched his head, explaining to Naruto, you are just beginners and still need to accumulate experience. Naruto interrupted Shuimin, saying, but we've been doing these boring tasks for a while now. Naruto. Shuimin shouted, you always say that, but I've grown up. I'm not the little kid you think I am. Seeing Naruto like this, Shuimin smiled with a hint of relief. How about this'll give you a crank mission? At that moment, Yun Yu's team also arrived at the assembly hall. Kakashi instantly perked up. Naruto hurriedly waved at Yun Yu. Yun Yu sensei, Yun Yu sensei. Yun Yu greeted them. After Team 8 submitted their task, Yunyu walked over to Shuemin and started selecting a mission. Naruto pointed at Kakashi saying, "Why can Team 8's teacher choose a mission, but Kakashi Sensei can't?" Yunyu couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. Kakashi immediately shot an ominous look at Naruto. However, due to Shuemin's presence, Kakashi refrained from taking action against Naruto, but he noted this grudge. Yunyu saw two crank escort missions that were quite suitable for his team. One was an escort mission to the Land of Waves, and the other was to the Land of Rice. In the end, Yunyu chose to take the task to the Land of Rice, leaving Kakashi's team with the mission to the Land of Waves. After all, the battle in the Land of Waves was significant for Naruto's growth. It seemed that Sasuke had also evolved his Sharingan to the Tutomo because of this mission. Although it was unclear how Sasuke achieved this, he only activated one eye at a time, but in a way that could be considered genius. Soon Kakashi led Naruto and the others to follow Dazuna to the Land of Waves. On Yunyu's side, he also met the person they needed to protect, a middle-aged man about 30 years old. He wore a gray long robe on top and black trousers below. "Can you kids and this not-sold guy really protect me?" the man asked. He was quite displeased to hear this and rolled up his sleeves. "Damn it, let me show you what a ninja really is." Hinata quickly stopped you, fearing he would actually make a move. "Let me introduce myself. I am a noble from the Land of Rice, Tanakarichiro. Your mission this time is to ensure my safe arrival at the capital of the Land of Rice." Yunyu, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Doesn't the Land of Rice have its own sound ninja village?" The man looked impatiently at the few people before him. "Are you talking about that unreliable bunch? If all goes well, Orochimaru should be the founder of the sound ninja village," Yunyu recalled in his mind. However, it seemed that Orochimaru had indeed had a tough time. He had run all over the 5 great nations in these years of betrayal. It seemed that Orochimaru had offended all the forces in the shinobi world. On the surface, there are bounties from the 5 great nations, and in the underworld, there are the Akatsuki and bounty hunters hunting him down. Even under such conditions, Uncle Snake is still living well and even has the capability to build his own village. This shows that Orochimaru's vitality is extraordinarily strong. While napping in the Land of Rice, Orochimaru suddenly dreamed of Yunyu, Itachi, and Jiraiya. The three stood side by side like a gang, with Yunyu in the middle, suddenly pointing at him. "Orochimaru, didn't you say you were in the Land of Rice? I've just received a mission and am here in the Land of Rice now. He'll come to catch you right away, wait for me." Orochimaru instantly woke up. "Fortunately, it was just a dream. Once I perfect that technique, I will." Orochimaru's face was filled with fervor. In order to capture Yunyu, he had dug up the graves of the 5 great nations. On the way to the Land of Rice, Hinata suddenly asked, "Yunyu-sensei, have you been to the Land of Rice before?" "Yeah," and Zeno leaned in closer. Jumuru walked at the front, keeping a lookout for the surroundings for the others. Yunyu placed his hand on his chin, thinking for a moment before speaking. "When I was your age, I once came to the Land of Rice to execute a mission." Yakurius asked, "Was it also an escort mission?" Yunyu shook his head. "I think it was to catch someone, but I forgot who it was." Soon they stepped into the territory of the Land of Rice. "Yunyu-sensei, for ninjas have been following us," Zeno said as he approached Yunyu. Yunyu nodded slightly, saying, "Team 8 full alert." Suddenly, several sandballs flew towards Tanakarichiro. 10-finger piercing bullet. Jumura's fingertip bones shot out, scattering the sand. What a troublesome guy. A red-haired boy with dark circles under his eyes jumped down from a nearby tree. Along with him were Maki, Kanjuro, and Temari. Gaara's gaze was fixed on Yunyu. The person before him gave him a sense of familiarity. Is it an enemy attack? He placed his hands on the ground, protecting the client behind him. Hinata and Zeno stood on either side of the client, shielding him. "Hey, you are from Konoha, right?" Maki's gaze narrowed on Yunyu. "You guys are?" Yunyu was curious as to why this sand sibling group had come. "We are ninjas from Sunagakure, and the person behind you is our target for this mission." Yunyu glanced at the client behind him. What a coincidence, he is also our target to protect. Maki frowned, instinctively feeling that the person before him was strong. Seeing Maki hesitating, Gaara immediately took action. Countless sands surged from Gaara's gourd, quickly wrapping around Yunyu's position. Jumuru appeared in front of Yun. He was shooting his fingertip bones towards Gaara again. Gaara had no choice but to change the direction of the sand to defend against these bones. "You're so annoying." Gaara's tone was filled with killing intent. Jumuru ignored him and pulled out a bone blade from his arm, attacking Gaara. The guy in front was a long-range ninja controlling sand. Jumuru observed Gaara's information. Kanjuro took out a crow he had on his back and manipulated it to attack Jumuru. "Your opponent is me." Kanjuro heard the voice and stopped his actions. "Strange, I clearly heard a voice just now. I was ignored again." Zeno looked at Kanjuro's direction. A hexagram appeared over his head. "Let me show you the power of the parasitic bugs." A swarm of bugs flew towards Kanjuro, and only then did Kanjuro notice a guy wearing sunglasses not far away. He launched an attack towards Temari. Temari pulled out the fan from her back, unleashing a massive gust of wind towards Ya. "Ya, unleash your technique." Inuzuka, Ya jumped up, creating a whirlwind from his high-speed rotation to clash with Temari's wind. "Here it comes." Yunyu looked at Ya's big move. It took a full 720 episodes to build up to this moment. "Hinata, protect the client well. I'm going to engage this sand ninja in front of me." Hinata nodded. Yunyu threw a few shurikens which swiftly approached Maki. Maki slightly tilted his head to dodge the shuriken. However, the next moment the shuriken changed direction, attacking Maki's back. Maki heard the wind behind him, and sensed something was wrong, quickly dodging. The shuriken narrowly missed Maki's face. As expected of a Konoha Jonin, Maki praised Yunyu in front of him. On Gaara's side, Junmaru had successfully closed in on him. However, the sand surrounding Gaara continuously blocked Junmaru's attacks. Gaara's face revealed an excited expression. No unnecessary movements. You are a master of taijutsu. Killing you will definitely be interesting. Saying this, the sand around Gaara surged towards Junmaru. Gaara's sand was both offensive and defensive. It could serve as an attack method and provide seamless defense, making it very tricky for taijutsu ninjas. Junmaru maintained a certain distance from Gaara, continuously testing Gaara's abilities. Gaara pointed his hand at Junmaru's head, sand shower. A rain of sand enveloped Junmaru. He tried to evade, but his legs were trapped by the sand. Gradually, Junmaru's entire body was covered in sand. Gaara clenched his outstretched hand, speaking slowly. Sandstorm burial. After a loud bang, there was no blood as expected from the sand. Where are you looking? Junmaru's voice came from behind Gaara. Gaara's pupils constricted. Was that a shadow clone just now? In these years at the ninja school, I haven't been learning for nothing. Junmaru learned many cunning tactics while being beside Yunyu. The first lesson was to avoid blindly exposing your true self. First use shadow clones to probe. Then Junmaru turned his gaze to Yunyu, thinking that the one fighting evenly with Maki over there must also be a shadow clone. At this moment, Maki still thought he was facing an elite Jonin from Konoha, putting in full effort, almost 9/10 of his energy against Yunyu. Maki used a kunai to slash at Yunyu's throat, but Yunyu leaned back to evade. Oh dear, a fatal empty knife. Yunyu taunted. Maki's veins bulged on his forehead as he charged again. Oh dear, another empty strike. Yunyu still looked at Maki with a smile. Maki felt that the person opposite was messing with his mindset, but there was nothing he could do to complain, which made him very angry. Next, I will get serious. Junmaru's voice sounded. The ground around Gaara trembled continuously, and Kanjuro and the others also noticed the anomaly. Let me show you the youth that Yunyu Dono taught me. Dance of the early fern. Countless bone spikes emerged from the ground, stabbing towards Gaara. Confronted by countless bone spikes surging from the ground, Gaara hurriedly summoned sand back to his side for defense. He maneuvered the sand beneath his feet, allowing him to float into the air and narrowly escape disaster. The ground where Gaara had just stood was now completely pierced by bone spikes. With lingering fear, he spoke. What a terrifying foe. At this moment, Kimimaro seized the opportunity, brandishing a bone blade as he leaped towards Gaara in midair. The sand on the ground was now covered by the forest of bones, rendering Gaara unable to control it for the time being. For safety, Sake Gaara had no choice but to leave the bone forest on the ground. He manipulated the sand to transfer himself to another patch of grass. That powerful technique just now must have taken a heavy toll on your body, right? Gaara's eyes were filled with murderous intent towards Kimimaro. In his heart, Gaara wondered, what's that commotion? You managed to evade my first wave of attack. I acknowledge your strength. But how will you face my second wave? Hearing this, Gaara felt a sense of foreboding. Countless bone spikes surged up from beneath his feet once more. Shield of the Shikaku. Suddenly, a smaller version of Shikaku appeared before Gaara, tightly wrapping him within. Aside from Gaara, the ground around him, for dozens of meters, was completely covered in bone spikes. The Shield of the Shikaku is one of Gaara's trump cards. This sand is not ordinary sand. It is mixed with high-density minerals from underground, forming a unique sand. At the start of the battle, Gaara had infused some of the sand from his gourd into the ground, shattering the stones beneath. Unfortunately, the technique used by the white-haired boy before him happened to counter his own. If it were anyone else, Gaara would have already controlled the underground sand to create a desert. But alas, he was up against a Kimimaro in his teenage years whose dance of the fern could cover the entire ground. At this moment, the shield of the Shikaku also began to show cracks, causing Gaara to feel uneasy. It's not over yet. Dance of the fern, blooming flowers. Kimimaro's right hand gathered the bones, forming a gigantic bone drill. He raised his right hand, and the bone drill relentlessly burrowed into Gaara's shield of the Shikaku. Gaara redirected all the surrounding sand to fill the gap in the shield of the Shikaku. The shield was slowly being drilled through, and with a loud crash, Gaara was sent flying. Gaara. Maki saw Gaara's dire state, and quickly moved to his side. Maki noticed that the sand armor on Gaara's face was continuously falling off. Gaara stared bloodthirstily at Kimimaro before him. I will kill you. His frenzied voice echoed. Gaara calmed down. Maki shouted at Gaara, who was about to lose control. Upon hearing the voice, the murderous intent in Gaara's eyes faded slightly. The sand that had fallen to the ground earlier crawled back onto Gaara's face. Kanjuro, who was fighting Shino, also heard Gaara's shout. We need to end this quickly. After saying this, Kanjuro manipulated the crow to fly towards Shino. The crow's hand suddenly opened, revealing a blade stained with poison. Shino quickly got up to evade. You want to escape? Kanjuro commanded the crow to continuously slash at Shino. Shino threw a few shuriken at the crow. As the shuriken struck the crow, it turned into a piece of wood. It's a substitution technique. Shino realized, and the crow appeared above him, its blade aimed at Shino's head. The Shino that was hit immediately transformed into a swarm of insects, scattering in all directions. Kanjuro's expression froze and beads of sweat rolled down his face. At that moment, Shino appeared before Kanjuro, swinging a kunai towards him. Kanjuro turned his head to dodge, and then controlled the distant crow to shoot a few projectiles at Shino. Shino raised his hand, and countless insects flew out from his sleeves. They formed a wall of insects blocking the projectiles. Kanjiro quickly distanced himself from Shino, a slight smile on his lips. The projectiles that had just been fired unexpectedly exploded, and toxic mist rapidly spread toward Shino. The poison mist has already spread, it's time to end this, Kanjiro said to Shino before him. At this moment Shino was kneeling on one knee, gasping heavily. The blade in the crow's hand effortlessly pierced Shino's body. Shino instantly transformed into countless insects. Just as Kanjiro was controlling the crow, a cold kunai pressed against his neck. Sorry, but you lost, Shino said calmly. To deceive the enemy, one must first deceive oneself. This is what teacher Yunyu taught him. Yunyu felt very confident in Shino. The original Shino had never been defeated except during the Boruto era. Therefore, while teaching Shino, Yunyu specifically arranged tactics for him. First, use insect clones to confuse the enemy, then hide his real body and constantly harass with insect balls. In contrast, Yu was in a much more difficult position. The Shizun before him kept pulling and tugging. Whenever Yu approached with a heavy attack, Shizun would evade with a substitution, then pull again. You could only keep dodging Shizun's attacks. Enough. Let's retreat. Maki's voice suddenly reached their ears. Gaara had already been defeated, and if they continued fighting, he might go berserk. After some deliberation, Maki ultimately chose to give up on this mission. What is your name? Gaara asked Kimimaro. Kimimaro. Good, I'll remember you. After saying this, Gaara stored the surrounding sand back into his gourd. Soon after, Maki and the others left the area. Who exactly are you, and why are there Suna ninja chasing you? Yunyu looked at the timid Ichiro hiding behind. Ichiro sighed and explained, they should be assassins hired by my brother. Why would your brother want to kill you? Yunyu's expression turned serious. A few days ago my father suddenly passed away. I returned this time to divide the inheritance with him. Kimimaro stepped forward, placing the bone blade against Ichiro's neck, and asked, why didn't you say so earlier? His tone was cold, his expression grim as he stared at the person before him. Ichiro unconsciously swallowed hard, and then explained, I had spent most of my money to avoid being hunted, which is why I posted a crank mission. But don't worry, as long as you escort me safely to the land of rice, I will pay you the reward for a rank mission, and a rank mission reward. Ichiro had noticed the exceptional strength of the group, especially the youth named Kimimaro. You should know if you falsely report a mission, we have the right to cancel it. Yunyu said sternly. Upon hearing this, Ichiro's face instantly froze. You all. Yunyu feigned a distressed expression. You should know that just now my student and I almost lost our lives. So what do you want? Ichiro's gaze was fixed on Yunyu's face. If you provide us with the amount I mentioned, we might continue with this task. After saying this, Yunyu held up 3 fingers. 300,000 ryo. Ichiro questioned in disbelief. Yunyu shook his head. 3 million. Are you trying to rob me? Ichiro shouted angrily. Then I'm sorry, mister. Ichiro, if you don't transfer 3 million to us, we'll have to abandon this mission. Beside them, Ya and Hinata also felt a few black lines creeping across their foreheads. And a rank mission's reward is only about 1 million, right? By the way, teacher Yunyu, are you asking for a bit too much? Hinata asked somewhat embarrassedly. I think so too, you replied. Kimimaro still held the bone blade against Ichiro's neck. He looked at Yunyu with admiration in his tone. Lord Yunyu's pricing must have his reasons. Shino remained in a concealed state. After a struggle, Ichiro ultimately agreed to Yunyu's request. Here's the IOU, please sign it first. After Yunyu said this, he handed the IOU to Ichiro. Ichiro inwardly lamented. In the land of rice, in the Hidden Sound village, Ichiro's brother Koji Ichiro was issuing assassination missions. The bounty for the tasks he posted reached as high as 7 million, catching Orochimaru's attention. At this moment, Orochimaru was still troubled by the funding for the leaf collapse plan and happened to hear this news. Isn't this sending me coal in the snow? I just need the final funding, and once I have it, I can start the next phase of the plan. At this moment, Kabuto spoke up beside Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, why not let me handle this task? I just happen to want to take the Sound 4 out for some training for the upcoming leaf collapse plan. Orochimaru directly interrupted Kabuto. No, I'll go personally this time. By the way, I haven't stretched my muscles in a long time. Mainly, Orochimaru had been having nightmares lately, especially dreams where Yunyu, Itachi, and Jiraiya were coming to catch him. He probably just needed to reassure himself after staying too long in the underground base. It was just right to go out and breathe some fresh air. In the capital streets of the land of rice, 2 individuals dressed in red Akatsuki cloaks were sitting in a dumpling shop. One of them, a man with a shark face, spoke up. Mr. Itachi, do you think Orochimaru will really hide here? The two were initially gathering intel on the tailed beasts in the Hidden Rain village, but they suddenly received news of Orochimaru on the way. Thus they hurried here. Itachi slowly removed his straw hat and began to answer. In recent years, the land of rice has suddenly established a ninja village, and the timing is quite strange. So, Mr. Itachi, do you suspect that Orochimaru might be involved? Kisame's face was filled with confusion, and ever since their last meeting with Orochimaru, Itachi's demeanor had been a bit strange. This is just a speculation. Coincidentally, the land of rice borders the land of fire. I plan to return to the leaf in a few days, see my foolish little brother, and then... Itachi's eternal Manjikyu Sharingan flickered briefly. Soon after, the two left the dumpling shop. Not far from the dumpling shop, a middle-aged lecherous man was peeping at a bathhouse. Haha, I finally have some material. This is just perfect. Jiraiya had come to the land of rice while tracking the Akatsuki, but upon reaching the capital, he was captivated by the beautiful scenery before him. Just a little longer, and then he'll continue gathering intel on the Akatsuki. Jiraiya said, holding a telescope, laughing so hard, he couldn't close his mouth. We've arrived at the capital of the country of rice. Isn't it time for my task reward? Saying this, Yunyu extended her hand towards Tansuo Ichiro. Tansuo Ichiro had an expression of despair on his face. Ninja Master, we haven't even reached my home, yet my family estate is just ahead. Jun Malu's bone blade was pressed against Tansuo Ichiro's back, and the killing intent from Jun Malu caused Tansuo Ichiro's body to tremble involuntarily. That's right, Jun Malu, put away your weapon. Yunyu looked at Jun Malu and said, we are proper ninjas, not kidnappers. Upon hearing this, Jun Malu retracted the bone blade, saying, yes, Lady Yunyu. Yeah, and Hinata closely followed behind Yunyu. Yunyu spoke again, how can you be so sure that you will inherit the estate? After taking a deep breath, Tansuo Ichiro replied, my father left a will before he passed. This will has been with the daimyo of the country of rice, and is protected by law. Yunyu nodded, so your family is quite wealthy then. Tansuo Ichiro lifted his chin and proudly declared, of course our family handles the foreign trade business for the country of rice. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized he had let something slip. He hurriedly covered his mouth. Yunyu's eyes brightened instantly. It seemed this was a big fat sheep. Tansuo Ichiro noticed the gaze from Yunyu and quickly adjusted his demeanor. It's getting late. How about we go to my family estate tomorrow? That's true. Let's stay at an inn tonight. Soon they arrived at an inn in the country of rice. Given that the country of rice borders the other three countries, trade is quite prosperous. Even at night, the streets outside the inn were illuminated by the lights of the night market. Yunyu booked a room for each of them. Due to Tansuo Ichiro's special circumstances, Yunyu arranged for Jun Malu to stay in his room for close protection. This was for both safety and to prevent him from running away. Yunyu walked alone to the street outside the inn, observing the bustling night market. At that moment, Jiraiya happened to be walking towards the inn. His face was bruised and scratched, marked by several blood trails. Who would have thought that while gathering material, I would get discovered by the cat kept by the hot spring owner? How could this sage possibly attack a group of ordinary people? Thus, Jiraiya was beaten up by a crowd. Jiraiya Sensei. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Jiraiya turned around and immediately saw Yunyu. He hurriedly tidied up his disheveled clothes. I didn't expect to run into you here, Yunyu. After saying this, Jiraiya let out a hearty laugh. Yunyu noticed the injuries on Jiraiya's face and spoke up. Did you go peeping again, Jiraiya Sensei? Jiraiya's laughter abruptly stopped. What are you talking about? I just had a match with a group of Akatsuki's elite. Little did I know they played dirty. Oh, I was careless and didn't dodge, which is why I got hurt. Yunyu internally complained that if it were truly Akatsuki members ganging up on Jiraiya, Jiraiya Sensei would probably not be left with even bones. By the way, why are you here? At this moment, Jiraiya walked over to Yunyu looking puzzled. Yunyu then told Jiraiya the purpose of her trip, omitting the part about her extortion. Jiraiya's face was filled with relief as he rubbed Yunyu's small head. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye you've become a teacher. Yunyu thought, why is he still patting my head? Doesn't he know that only my boss can do that? So Jiraiya Sensei, why are you here? Yunyu asked. Jiraiya coughed twice before replying. I came here because I was tracking Akatsuki members. Then Jiraiya put on a mask of boasting and began to brag about his recent achievements. At that moment, Itachi and Kisame wearing hats walked past Jiraiya from behind. Jiraiya was still immersed in his own world. Yunyu felt a few dark lines appear on her forehead. Now I finally understand why Jiraiya Sensei can't catch Akatsuki. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's expression immediately darkened. Do you know that interrupting others while they are speaking is very impolite? Jiraiya looked at Yunyu with some complaint. Did you notice anyone passing behind you just now? Jiraiya's face was filled with confusion as he turned around and asked who. Soon his gaze locked onto a beautiful woman. He said with a somewhat lewd smile, Yunyu, your eyesight is quite good. I didn't even notice such a beauty passing by me. Yunyu didn't want to say anything more as she and Jiraiya were completely on different wavelengths. You should get some rest, Jiraiya Sensei. Upon hearing Yunyu's words, Jiraiya bid farewell to her and started walking towards the beautiful woman. At that moment, Jiraiya still didn't know that the woman was a bait sent by Orochimaru to distract him. At this time, Orochimaru was disguising himself as a sound ninja, observing Yunyu's movements from a nearby hillside. Who would have thought Yunyu actually came to me? Originally, he had planned the destruction of Konoha to severely damage the village. The biggest obstacles were Yunyu and Namake's Minato. Now it seems that one of his targets has come right to him. Orochimaru licked his lips with his long tongue. Behind him stood 4 upright coffins. The next day, Yunyu and the others escorted Tansuo Ichiro to his estate. He also willingly handed over the 3 million ryo. Now they were on their way out of the country of rice. It's really hard to make money through legitimate means. If only I could switch to a summa. Yunyu pondered about faster ways to earn. On the road, a child dressed in white suddenly ran in front of Yunyu and her companions. Hinata, seeing the child blocking their path, prepared to ask what was up. Yunyu observed the child, finding him increasingly familiar. Suddenly, he recognized this child. Wasn't this the little bearded kid's exploding skill? The child in front of him flashed a warm core smile at Yunyu, then his body began to rapidly inflate. It's going to blow up, Yunyu thought, feeling uneasy. His left eye's Sharingan transformed into the Mangekyo. Kamui. In the next moment, the child was twisted and sucked into the Kamui space. Sorry, my body is out of control. A bearded man walked out from the woods. Accompanying him was a mummy wrapped in bandages. The mummy spoke. This is the impure world reincarnation technique. It was summoned by that despicable guy from the second Hokage. He tentatively moved his hands. The second Mizukage ghost lantern moonlight and the second Tsuchikage Mu seemed to have been brought back through impure world reincarnation. Jun Malu and the others had also reacted and took up a fighting stance. You all step back. These two are not something you can handle. Yunyu now became serious. They are. You stared gravely at the two and asked the second Mizukage and the second Tsuchikage. Hearing this, Ya and the others showed expressions of shock. But weren't they already dead? It's the forbidden technique in pure world reincarnation, Yunyu explained to them. Orochimaru's voice came from Yu's direction as expected of Yunyu. You even know this technique. Yunyu's pupils turned the Sharingan into the Mangekyo. Your target is me. It has nothing to do with my students. Yunyu couldn't guarantee that he could protect those behind him while fighting. Orochimaru's voice was filled with excitement. This was a rare opportunity. As long as he utilized Yunyu's students well, Yunyu would definitely be distracted, leading to his defeat at Orochimaru's hands. Orochimaru considered his plan. His main body was hidden, and he was only controlling the Tsuchikage and Mizukage in front of Yunyu. Yunyu's mind quickly thought about how to safely protect everyone. Solution 1, send them into the Kamui space, but then his white mask identity would be exposed. Solution 2, use Flying Thunder God to transfer them. So far it seemed feasible. Ultimately, Yunyu chose the second method. Yunyu approached the others, grabbed my hand. Ya and the others were momentarily taken aback, unsure of what Yunyu intended to do. Hurry, Yunyu urged them again. They quickly complied. Orochimaru was also somewhat puzzled. What was Yunyu trying to do? Did he intend to give up the fight and take his disciples to their deaths? At that moment, the Tsuchikage Mu flew into the air, spreading his arms as a transparent square appeared in his hands. Mummy, what are you trying to do? The little bearded kid realized this was a dust release technique and hurriedly warned Yunyu. Quick dodge. That technique will disintegrate you into atoms. Mu's consciousness had been completely taken over by Orochimaru. Dust release, original world separation jutsu. After saying this, a beam of white light shot towards Yunyu and the others. In the next moment, the figures of the group vanished from the spot, leaving behind a deep pit in the ground. Orochimaru's pupil shrank. Is Yunyu dead? It can't be. Oh, absolutely impossible. Orochimaru thought. Even if he died, Yunyu might not necessarily die. In Konoha, in Yunyu's room, a flying thunder god Kanai hung on the balcony. Yunyu and the others instantly arrived here. Ya and the others looked around in surprise. What just happened? Ya asked in confusion. It's Master Yunyu's space ninjutsu, Jun Malu replied. You all stay here. I'm going to find that slippery snake and settle the score. After saying this, Yunyu's figure disappeared from the room. Hinata's little face was filled with surprise as she slowly said, Master Yunyu is so strong. Shino nodded in agreement. Ya, on the other hand, was so excited he could barely speak. After a long while, he finally said, I've decided on my goal is to surpass Master Yunyu. Jun Malu looked at Ya with the gaze of a small fool. Outside the country of rice, Yunyu flew around searching for Orochimaru's whereabouts. Orochimaru, hiding in the trees, suddenly felt a chill down his back. Who is it? He quickly turned around and saw the Rinnegan beneath the white mask. In an instant, Orochimaru felt his mind start to blur. No, he couldn't let the person in front of him control him. Orochimaru's sleeves suddenly revealed several snakes that bit into him, bringing him back to some semblance of clarity. How did this guy come here too? It seems we haven't seen each other in a long time. Did you miss me? That familiar voice echoed in Orochimaru's ears. I wish you dead. Orochimaru unleashed a gust of wind towards Yunyu. Unfortunately, it couldn't inflict any damage on Yunyu, who had activated his intangibility. Let me show you my perfected technique. To refine this technique, I have worked day and night. Since the last battle, Orochimaru realized the shortcomings of the impure world reincarnation technique and dedicated himself to perfecting it. Today, finally. The more Orochimaru thought about it, the more excited he became. His hand seals hastened involuntarily, for coffins began to slowly materialize from the ground. However, in the next second, Yunyu used a fan to swat them back one by one. Orochimaru was left dumbfounded, unable to believe what he was seeing. Did you think I was as foolish as the third Hokage, waiting for you to complete your summoning before attacking? I simply interrupted your casting directly. Orochimaru, unwilling, once again formed hand seals for summoning. However, the coffins were still swatted back by Yunyu. Orochimaru rubbed his temples, trying hard to calm down. I'm so sick of the impure world reincarnation. Can't you stop with these useless tricks? Orochimaru angrily exclaimed, what do you want me to do? Yunyu smiled slightly and replied, if you really have nothing to do, then just bite a lighter for me to see. Orochimaru's face turned ashen with anger, wondering why he had to encounter such shameless people as Yunyu and Tianyu in his lifetime. One has a Mangekyo Sharingan, and the other has a Rinnegan, and both are more shameless than the other. How can I live like this as a snake? The formation of 10,000 serpents. Orochimaru spread his arms and lay on the ground as countless brown snakes surged from his mouth, wrapping towards Yunyu. Yunyu quickly retreated, distancing himself from Orochimaru. Whether horizontally or vertically, death was inevitable. Orochimaru decided to take a gamble. If he didn't push himself, he would never know where his limits lay. This technique can cover several miles. How will you respond? A smirk gradually appeared at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth. The Rinnegan beneath Yun Yu's mask flickered with a purple light as he observed Orochimaru with great interest. Get lost. Yun Yu lifted both hands, his entire being floating in the air. A tremendous repulsion flattened the surrounding forest for miles. The group of snakes that Orochimaru had summoned earlier dissipated into smoke under the impact of the great divine. A clever idea, but too bad you met me. Yun Yu activated his intangibility and pressed forward toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock as he quickly retreated, trying to distance himself from Yun Yu. During his retreat, he quickly formed hand seals. This is the true plan of Orochimaru, you fell for it. For coffins were successfully summoned by Orochimaru. A triumphant smile reappeared on his face. This will be your burial ground. The doors of the 4 coffins slowly opened and the figures of the first Hokage, the second Hokage, the second Mizukage, and the second Tsuchikage emerged. Now this technique has been perfected. I can control several people without the need for special kunai, and each will exhibit nearly 50% of their pre-death strength. Orochimaru's fervent voice echoed. After killing you, I will resurrect you in this form, and together with the other Kage, we will utterly destroy Konoha. And Yun Yu and the other Uchiha clan members ha. Yun Yu's lips twitched. Was Orochimaru a fool? The creator of this technique, Senju Tobirama, was right in front of him, and he dared to adjust their strengths without fearing a backlash. Just after Yun Yu mocked him, Senju Tobirama turned his head, focusing his gaze on Orochimaru. The cold aura emanating from Senju Tobirama gradually approached Orochimaru. Are you the one who summoned us again? You just said you wanted to destroy Konoha. At that moment, one of Tobirama's fingers began to twitch, and a tremendous killing intent surged towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru was actually pushed back a few steps by this killing intent, and he began to channel chakra to stabilize his form. As a tool, you shouldn't talk so much. Orochimaru addressed Tobirama. Yun Yu couldn't help but laugh as Orochimaru and the second Hokage began to quarrel internally. Thus Yun Yu decided to add fuel to the fire. Lord Second Hokage, he is Uchiha Orochimaru, a traitor of Konoha who constantly seeks to destroy it. The second Hokage's expression darkened even further. Indeed, the Uchiha clan was evil. Orochimaru's murderous gaze turned towards Yun Yu. In that moment, the priority was to deal with the person in front of him, so Orochimaru ultimately decided to take action. Go and kill that masked man. After saying this, Orochimaru formed hand seals and began to control several people. The second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage, who had just been arguing, instantly lost their brilliance and became tools. The second Hokage continued to fold his arms, glaring at Orochimaru with a face full of killing intent. The first Hokage looked at Orochimaru in confusion. Tobirama, what's happening? Orochimaru looked incredulously at the first and second Hokage in front of him. How could you not be under my control? The second Hokage spoke disdainfully. The reanimation jutsu carries significant risks. If the summoned know the sequence of seals, they can break free from the caster's control. Cold sweat broke out on Orochimaru's back. Why didn't you break free last time? The second Hokage replied, last time the technique was incomplete, so I chose not to let you know its weaknesses. Now it's different, you evil little Uchiha. I will personally. The reanimated first Hokage, being too powerful, had already broken free from Orochimaru's control. Orochimaru was indeed too hasty. Originally, the perfected reanimation jutsu was supposed to appear after more than 500 episodes, but Uncle Snake had developed it prematurely due to Yun Yu's appearance. Now it was getting entertaining. He had flipped the script. Yun Yu chose to sit back and watch the show. Water release, hard vortex water blade. The reanimated second Hokage glided toward Orochimaru on the waves of water, his water vortex continuously pressing towards him. At that moment, the second Tsuchikage flew into the air, spreading his arms as a transparent cube appeared in his hands. Tobirama knew this was dust release. He disappeared from the spot before the dust release's disintegration technique could activate. Orochimaru's heartbeat quickened. He truly hadn't expected that his first time using the perfected reanimation jutsu would result in a failure. However, it was fortunate that Orochimaru had taken precautions against unexpected events tampering with the bodies of several reanimated shinobi. The cells within them would deactivate after 1 hour, as long as he could withstand that time. The reanimation jutsu would naturally be lifted. Got you, you evil little Uchiha. The reanimated second Hokage lunged at Orochimaru from behind and chopped off his arm. Orochimaru's substitute technique. From the mouth of the severed Orochimaru, a brand new Orochimaru was spat out. Tobirama felt a wave of nausea upon witnessing this. I think there must be some misunderstanding between us. Orochimaru spoke to the second Hokage before him. Tobirama, upon just hearing Uchiha Orochimaru, triggered his exclusive buff. He directly declared, there's no misunderstanding, I'll send you down right away. With that, the figure of the second Hokage vanished again, and Orochimaru's pupils were fixed on the surrounding environment. Orochimaru controlled the second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage to shield himself. The second Mizukage slapped the ground, summoning his summoning beast, a giant clam, to the battlefield. Senju Hashirama stood still, watching his brother engage in battle with Orochimaru. Tobirama, can't you calmly discuss matters with this Uchiha Orochimaru? Hashirama's words reached Tobirama's ears. Shut up, brother. Hearing his brother's response, the first Hokage instantly slumped to the ground. Jiraiya, who was on his way, heard the huge commotion coming from Yun Yu's direction. Sensing something was wrong, he hurried towards that way. Coincidentally, he spotted Yunyu in the trees. It was the masked man from Akatsuki. Jiraiya recognized the figure before him at a glance and spoke up. "You're one of Akatsuki. What conspiracy are you plotting in the land of rice?" Yunyu jumped down from the tree and slowly spoke. "If you want to live a little longer, then stay away from our investigation." Since Jiraiya's mission had never indicated completion, it suggested that he was still at risk of dying at the hands of Akatsuki. Thus, Yunyu planned to use his white mask identity to provide Jiraiya Sensei with some intelligence. He believed that Jiraiya would not easily fall to the likes of Obito and Nagato in the future. Far away in Amegakure, Obito and Nagato both sneezed at the same time. Yunyu threw a black rod towards Jiraiya. Fire release fireball. Jiraiya instantly reacted, his cheeks puffing up as a massive flame shot out from his mouth. Yunyu did not evade, walking slowly out of the flames. Curious, why do attacks have no effect on me? Jiraiya, based on the earlier information from Minato, was now even more certain that the person before him was the true culprit behind the Nine Tails incident. His brows furrowed as he observed every move of the masked man with a serious expression. Frog oil bomb. Thick frog oil fell near Yunyu. It seemed that his body had achieved a true defense with no blind spots. Jiraiya noticed that none of the frog oil had touched Yunyu. At that moment, the frog oil surrounding Yunyu was suddenly ignited by Jiraiya's fire release, resulting in a massive explosion. Yunyu stepped out of the explosion, slowly approaching Jiraiya. Yunyu threw another black rod at Jiraiya. This was a great opportunity. Jiraiya seized the moment of Yunyu's physical manifestation to activate the lion's main technique. Jiraiya's hair behind him seemed to come alive as it surged towards Yunyu from all directions. Yunyu, believing that Jiraiya Sensei had grasped Obito's characteristics, began his next teaching, targeting Sasi. Shinra Tensei. All approaching hair was repelled. Jiraiya's pupils constricted. Oh, what kind of ninjutsu was this? It could actually repel my attacks without any blind spots. I told you you cannot harm me. Now I will get serious. Saying this, Yunyu extended one hand towards Jiraiya, holding a black rod tightly in the other. Suddenly, Jiraiya charged towards Yunyu. Finding the right moment, he spewed a ball of fire at Yunyu. With no choice, Yunyu could only repel Jiraiya once more. After being sent flying, Jiraiya's head collided with a large tree. He leaned against the bump on his head, glaring angrily at Yunyu. The abilities of the person before him were exceedingly strange ones he had never heard of. He had no choice but to resort to that technique. Jiraiya analyzed the information about the masked man in his mind. Thinking this, Jiraiya formed hand seals and slammed his hands to the ground. Summoning technique. He spread his hands in an L shape, displaying his signature move. Let me show you the power of the legendary Sannin. This is the sage Jiraiya. As the thick smoke cleared, he appeared atop a gigantic toad. The toad was massive, holding a shield in its left hand and a huge stone fork in its right. Jiraiya, why did you summon me? The toad's voice was small, as if it hadn't fully woken up. Hey Toad Sage, I need you to buy me some time. I'm going to use that technique. At that moment, Jiraiya clasped his hands together, his eyes filled with determination. Is it time to show your true abilities? Yunyu looked at Jiraiya on the toad's head, his tone somewhat arrogant. Jiraiya snorted coldly. You'll have your time to cry later. Yunyu reminded, your pre-technique movements are too large. I suggest you activate it earlier in battle next time. Pausing for a moment, Yunyu added, otherwise you might not even activate that technique before dying at the hands of the enemy. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya felt as if he was being treated like a child by his opponent. His pride was somewhat bruised. I don't need you to teach me, I know. Jiraiya, you need to hurry. I feel like I can't hold on much longer. After saying this, the toad sage swung the stone fork toward Yunyu. Yunyu jumped up in the air to evade it, then his gaze fell upon the numerous giant pits on the ground. As expected of Toad Sage, he talks the most cowardly, but fights the hardest. The Toad Sage lifted a giant rock from the ground and hurled it at Yunyu in midair. Shinra Tensei. The giant rock was instantly repelled. On the battlefield with Orochimaru, he relied on his tenacious vitality and ultimately managed to outlast the second Hokage and others. He wiped the sweat from his face, contemplating that he needed to carefully control the two Hokage in his future plans. Suddenly, a giant rock flew towards Orochimaru from the sky, and Orochimaru's pupils widened as he stared at the rock. Oh! Orochimaru was accurately struck by the giant rock lying in the giant pit. Kabuto hurried over, attempting to pull Orochimaru out from beneath the rock. Lord Orochimaru, are you alright? Orochimaru remained indifferent, indicating he was already used to it. I'll be out in 10 seconds. Earlier, Orochimaru had cast the substitute technique, which required 30 seconds to adapt to the new body. However, after encountering Tenyu, he was forced to speed up the process. Ultimately, the time for the substitute technique was compressed to 10 seconds. Let me show you the might of my sage mode. At that moment, Shinzo and Shima, the two sages, had already appeared on either side of Jiraiya's shoulders. Seriously, I was busy making dinner. Sage Shima turned her head away and complained. Shinzo hurriedly comforted, Mother of the child, let's not worry about trivial matters right now. We need to focus on the masked man in front of us. Jiraiya's eyes had turned into those of a toad, with red markings covering his entire face. It's about time for me to make my entrance. Oh, let's switch from ninjutsu to sage arts. He laughed loudly. The sky is vast and lofty. Heroes come forth. Instantly, the fists of the two sages struck Jiraiya's face as they declared in unison. Stop chattering in my ear. Yunyu was left speechless by the scene. Have you all had enough noise? Yunyu's tone showed no emotion. Shima's expression became serious. That eye is. It must be the legendary Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths. Jiraiya nodded towards Sage Shima on his shoulder. Both sages do not let your guard down. That is the strongest ocular technique. Sage Art 5 right guards. Jiraiya and the two sages coordinated to instantly unleash the Sage Art. The toad oil Jiraiya expelled enhanced by Shinzo's wind, and Shima's fire transformed into a sea of flames rushing towards Yunyue. Yunyue extended a hand, and the overwhelming fire was reduced to a tiny flame in front of her. Jiraiya's expression grew serious as he distanced himself from Yunyue. The oil has disappeared. Jiraiya stared in disbelief at the empty ground before him. To provide Jiraiya with more convenient information, his good disciple, Yunyue, directly reminded him. This is one of the abilities of the Rinnegan capable of absorbing all your attacks. Although Jiraiya was somewhat surprised, he still did not believe the words of the person before him. To think you could trick me, Jiraiya. He thought that this masked man must need some conditions to perform this technique, so he was deliberately exaggerating to disturb him. Let me, Jiraiya, personally test your strength. After saying this, Jiraiya leaped into the air, and a giant sphere, nearly 10 meters in diameter, appeared in his hand, crashing down toward Yunyue. Super large Rasen Shuriken. A blue shield appeared around Yunyue, and as the giant sphere made contact with the shield, it visibly shrank at a remarkable speed. Did this guy really absorb all my techniques? It seems what he said earlier was true. Yunyue thought about reaching out to grab Jiraiya's neck, but Shinzo unexpectedly shot a high-pressure water gun at her. With no choice, Yunyue had to become intangible again. How strong! Jiraiya and the others marveled at the power of the masked man. Sage Art 1000 Needles of Death. Jiraiya bent down, grasping the ground with both hands, and the white-haired strands behind him suddenly lunged at Yunyue. Let me show you something new. Yunyue said. Panda. A panda with several black sticks on its body appeared before Yunyue and blocked all of Jiraiya's 1000 needles. This is also one of the abilities of the Rinnegan, summoning a special summoning beast. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Jiraiya's face. Even if he didn't use that technique to make attacks pass through, he still couldn't harm the opponent. Just as Jiraiya was catching his breath, Yunyue swiftly appeared behind him, one hand reaching for Jiraiya. What? Jiraiya did not react in time. He wanted to escape quickly, but was rooted in place by Yunyue's universal pull. Yunyue began to extract Jiraiya's soul little by little, and Jiraiya's face showed intense pain. Shinzo and Shima saw Jiraiya's soul slowly leaving his body and immediately exchanged glances. Instantly, a deafening noise erupted from the mouths of the two sages, while Yunyue returned Jiraiya's soul that had not yet been extracted. Jiraiya regained his senses, clutching his neck and gasping for air. That feeling was like being in a vacuum. He never wanted to experience it again in his life. At this moment, Jiraiya's sage mode had already been lifted and his condition began to decline gradually. Yunyue figured it was enough and spoke up. If you want to live in the future, keep your distance from Akatsuki. Then the pressure in Yunyue's eyes surged toward Jiraiya. Let me tell you, not everyone in the organization has a temper as good as mine. After saying this, Yunyue used her divine power to disappear from the spot. Jiraiya's frown relaxed at this moment. Has he left? It seems he harbors no killing intent toward me. Shinzo punched Jiraiya in the face. You idiot, you almost died at his hands, do you know that? Shima also scolded Jiraiya from the side. Jiraiya lowered his head, folded his arms, and repeatedly apologized to the two sages. However, this time was not without gains. We have learned quite a bit about the Rinnegan's abilities. It seems I need to have a good talk with Minato about Akatsuki. Just as Yunyue returned home, she saw her anxious disciples waiting for her. After seeing Yunyue return, Hinata slowly relaxed her clenched hands. Yunyue-sensei, I am so glad you're okay. Hinata's tone carried a hint of urgency. What about those shadows from earlier, Yunyue-sensei? Kiba, still haunted by the technique that Kima had unleashed, asked Yunyue. Well, remembering how Orochimaru was taught a lesson by the second Hokage, Yunyue couldn't help but suppress a laugh. Seeing Yunyue not responding, Kimaru added. They must have been dealt with by Lord Yunyue. Yunyue nodded at this. As expected, Yunyue-sensei is the strongest. I will definitely become a man who surpasses Yunyue-sensei. Kiba decided to train hard on his Fong passing Fong technique, believing he would achieve it one day. A knock sounded at the door of Yunyue's house, and Kimaru personally went to open it. Standing at the door was Kakashi, wearing a smile. Bang! Kimaru slammed the door shut. Kakashi's smile froze, and he knocked on the door again, unwilling to back down. Yunyue inside felt something was off and asked, "Who is it outside?" Kimaru casually replied, "It's that white-haired guy from before." Kakashi, "Forget it, I'll go open the door myself." Yunyue knew that Kimaru and Kakashi were naturally at odds. For some reason, they would always fall into a cold war upon meeting. As soon as the door opened, Yunyue heard Kakashi's angry voice. You. Upon seeing the visitor, Kakashi swallowed the rest of his words. I'm sorry, Yunyue, I didn't mean you. Before he could finish speaking, Yunyue closed the door. Kakashi's nose, which was leaning and bumped against the door. A few seconds later, Yunyue opened the door again. It's not okay to mention Kimaru either. You're over 20 years old and still arguing with a teenager. Kakashi scratched his head, apologizing to Kimaru next to Yunyue. In his heart, Kakashi thought, that little brat relying on his cute appearance to deceive Yunyue. You have to know, I was much cuter than you back in the day. By the way, Yunyue, Lord Minato is looking for you for a meeting. Kakashi got to the point and clarified his purpose for coming to find Yunyue. I understand, he'll go right away. Yunue walked over to her disciples and sent them back. She approached the door and saw Kakashi waiting for her. Let's go, don't be late. After saying this, Yunue disappeared at the door. Kakashi also put away the book titled The Tale of Strong Will and followed in Yunyue's footsteps. In the Hokage office, apart from Yunue and Kakashi, there were also Kurinai Asuma and others present. Minato smiled and spoke to everyone. Seeing everyone here, I believe you have already guessed my intention. His gaze swept over the crowd, finally resting on Kakashi. At this moment, old Maru was biting a cigarette and said, I saw foreign ninjas arriving in the Leaf Village. It must be the regular Chunin exams. Minato nodded to Asuma. When exactly is it? Yunue asked, somewhat puzzled. After all, if Orochimaru had come to the Leaf, his target was none other than herself or Sasuke and the Uchiha clan. If it were about herself, it would be fine, but if he wanted to target Sasuke, it will be in a week. Minato answered. Kakashi looked at Minato listlessly. This teacher of his had come to find him repeatedly. It was merely to inquire about Naruto's situation, but how could he tell his teacher that Naruto was far from meeting the standards? So, Kakashi told Minato a little lie. Kakashi held one hand over his head, thinking that he knew all too well whether Naruto could pass. Now it would be exposed. Then it settled. Starting from today, 7 days later on July 1 SD, the Chunin selection exam will officially commence. Now as the Chunin selection exam begins, please have the Jonin responsible for the new teams step forward. After Minato spoke, over a dozen ninjas took a step forward. So, is there anyone willing to self-recommend? Although as long as they complete more than 8 missions in formality, the Genin can sign up to participate. Yunue raised her hand. In the name of Uchiha Yunue, I recommend my disciples Kimaru, Hinata Kiba, and Shino to participate in the Chunin selection exam. Shino, tears welled up in her eyes as she was unexpectedly named. Asuma also raised his hand to recommend his disciples for this exam. Minato looked at Kakashi with anticipation. Finally, Kakashi reluctantly raised his hand. In the name of Hitaki Kakashi, I recommend my disciples Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura to participate in the Chunin selection exam. Minato smiled in satisfaction at Kakashi. Is there anyone else who wants to recommend this year's newcomers? The remaining Jonin remained silent. Alright, this year these 10 newcomers will participate. After saying this, Minato turned his gaze to Yunue. Yunue, you were the teacher of these children before, right? I have a special task for you. Minato had recently received intelligence about Orochimaru and felt that something bad might happen. So he thought of the snake-catching expert, Yunue. You all can leave now. Oh, I need to talk to Jonin Yunue. After saying this, Kakashi and the others left the office. Yunue stepped forward, searching for the plants in the office. Grass, there are no plants left. It's really frustrating. Minato spoke apologetically. Yunue, I called you here to have you disguise yourself as a Genin to participate in the Chunin exam. Yunue looked at Minato with some confusion. Moi. Hey, Race, the thing, I want you to act as a special supervisor and oversee and protect your students throughout the exam to prevent any accidents. Then Minato handed a special examiner's token to Yunue. Jiraiya-sensei, I just returned to the village. As soon as he came back, he found me and revealed some information about Orochimaru and Akatsuki. I have a feeling something bad might happen, so I'm asking you to help my senior brother share some of the pressure. Yunue twitched her mouth. It seems they are treating me as a tool again. However, as long as Orochimaru dares to come, I can turn Konoha's collapse plan into Orochimaru's collapse plan. At this moment, at the entrance of Konoha village, Tors, Sakurai, and Jinchutsu were following behind the disguised sound ninja Orochimaru. Tors wore a disdainful expression. Is this Konoha village? It feels worse than the sound village. Orochimaru's eyes revealed an excitement that was nearly overwhelming. Yunue, Sasuke, I'm coming. You fool, how dare you hit my big brother? Little Moki Amaru shouted angrily at Sakura in front of him, clenching his fists. Beside them, Udon and Menghuang rushed to Naruto's side to help him up. Moki Amaru pointed his hand at Sakura's forehead. You ugly freak with a wide forehead, violent girl. Sakura's hair stood on end in an instant, and she walked toward Moki Amaru, rubbing her fists. Seeing Sakura like this, Moki Amaru was terrified and broke out in a cold sweat, retreating repeatedly. All he could think about was to run. He sprinted down the main street of Konoha, trying to evade the rampaging Sakura behind him. With a loud smack, Moki Amaru stepped on a man's shoe. The person he stepped on was none other than Kanjuro, and the light-haired girl standing beside him was Temari. Kanjuro's gaze instantly fell on Moki Amaru's face. The sand ninja can endure humiliation, but you cannot step on mine, he said, lifting Moki Amaru up with one hand. Temari sympathetically addressed Naruto and the others. Is this kid with you guys? I wasn't being careful while walking. Sakura's face was anxious as she hurriedly apologized to Temari and Kanjuro. Sorry, we were just messing around. Naruto shouted angrily at them. Let him go right now, or he'll make you pay. Kanjuro yawned, looking disdainfully at Naruto. Is this the lower ninja from Konoha? I thought they would be like those I encountered before. He tightened his grip on Moki Amaru's hand. He'll make you remember this today. Moki Amaru was drenched in cold sweat from struggling to breathe, desperately writhing. Let go of me. Kanjuro gritted his teeth. Oh, quite spirited, huh? Seeing his little brother Moki Amaru being bullied, Naruto ran forward, wanting to teach Kanjuro a lesson. He saw Kanjuro's finger move slightly, and then Naruto tripped and fell to the ground. Naruto was a bit dazed. What just attacked me? He looked confusedly at his feet. Kanjuro slowly spoke. Come on, the lower ninja of Konoha are weak. At this moment, Sakura also recognized the forehead protectors of the group and realized they were ninjas from another country. How did they end up in Konoha? Sakura felt a bit puzzled. Naruto got up again. If you keep this up, I will report you. Kanjiro looked at Naruto with even more disdain. You guys are really infuriating. Who do you think you are? Are you the Hokage's son? He then tightened his other fist ready to strike Mokiamaru in the face. Temari turned her head away feeling helpless as she said to Naruto and the others, I really don't care. Just as Kanjiro's fist was about to hit Mokiamaru's face, a melodious voice rang out. Watch me a Chidori sharp spear. The mini Yunyu appeared, and the Chidori sharp spear in his left hand struck Kanjiro's hand. Unable to bear the intense pain in his hand, Kanjiro dropped Mokiamaru. Several gazes turned toward Yunyu, all shocked by the cold-faced girl before them. If you have no skills, don't bark in Konoha. Your strength can't even beat the gatekeepers. Naruto and Mokiamaru were captivated by Yunyu's beauty. Naruto felt that Sakura behind him didn't even compare to the person before him in terms of looks. Both Sakura and Temari were also drawn in by Yunyu's technique. They both recognized that this ninjutsu required precise control over chakra. Moreover, the person before them was surprisingly around their age. Kanjiro, leaning on his tingling hand, felt utterly humiliated. You brat are really annoying. After saying this, he took out the crow that was on his back, preparing to unwrap the bandages. Temari's face instantly paled at the sight. Kanjiro, are you going to use that? Just then a cold voice came from the tree. Kanjiro, stop. You disgraceful guy. Kanjiro's expression froze and sweat began to trickle down his face. I love Ro. Let me explain. No, let me clarify that they stepped on me first. Gaara's icy gaze turned toward Kanjiro, causing him to swallow his words. Shut up. At this moment, Gaara turned to Yunyu's direction. I'm truly sorry about that. Gaara became interested in Yunyu, who could hit Kanjiro with lightning from such a distance. This girl in front of him was definitely not simple. Gaara analyzed Yunyu's information. The next moment, Gaara transformed into sand and appeared on the ground. Let's go, we are not here to play around. Sasuke, who had been watching all this from the tree, jumped directly to the ground. Sasuke cast a scrutinizing look toward Yunyu. What is your name? Yunyu recalled the fake identity arranged by Minato and began to speak. Uchiha Eagle Sasuke. Upon hearing the answer, Sasuke was taken aback. He didn't expect her to be a member of the Uchiha clan, but he hadn't heard of this name before. Gaara suddenly paused his steps and turned to look at Yunyu. Then he spoke. I am Gaara of the Sand. Uchiha Sakura, I find you quite interesting now. He then glanced over Sasuke and prepared to leave. What about me? What about me? Naruto shouted loudly. Not asking means I have no interest in you. After Gaara spoke, Sasuke's expression stiffened. Does this guy look down on me, Uchiha Sasuke? At this moment, Mokiamaru hurriedly ran up. Thank you, big sister. Then Minghuang and Udon also came over to express their gratitude. Naruto squatted on the ground with a black line on his forehead, feeling quite embarrassed. Hey, are you also from the Uchiha clan? Yunyu ignored the oblivious Sasuke and brushed her disheveled long hair. Sasuke suppressed his inner rage and slowly spoke. Thank you for helping out just now. Naruto and Sakura also came forward. Yes, thank you. Yunyu smiled at Naruto. It's nothing, we are all from the same village, no big deal. Naruto felt as if he had seen Yunyu's smiling face somewhere before. Sakura saw Naruto staring at Yunyu and immediately punched him on the head. Hey, it's very rude to keep staring at someone. At this moment, Naruto realized his rudeness and hurriedly apologized to Yunyu. Yunyu smiled slightly. You all are here for the Chunin exam, right? I can consider myself your senior. If you encounter difficulties in the exam, feel free to find me. They'll look out for you guys. Although Sasuke felt a bit dissatisfied, he had to admit that the person before him was indeed stronger than him. Naruto sheepishly scratched his head. Hee, thank you, Sakura-senpai. Yunyu noticed the adoring gazes of Mokiamaru and the others and waved at them. How about we change our leader? Mokiamaru whispered to his two companions. I agree. Me too. Hearing this, Naruto was shocked. Actually, I am quite powerful as well. When Naruto turned around again, Yunyu had already disappeared. Sasuke clenched his fists tightly. That guy was really strong, disappearing faster than even Kakashi-sensei. Sakura also sighed in relief. The sense of oppression from that guy was too strong. A few days later, Minato prepared a preliminary round for the Chunin exam. It was to eliminate some contestants through a simple illusion. Yunyu also chose to follow Naruto and the others to the door of this classroom. As soon as they arrived at the door, they saw Lee being thrown out. Shinue Chushi and Gongzi Tai were disguised as lower ninjas, intercepting everyone at the door of 303. Are you really going to participate in the Chunin exam like this? It would be better not to participate. Lee stepped forward again, but was once again sent flying by the lower ninja, disguised as Gongzi Tai. Gongzi Tai continued to discourage Lee. The Chunin exam is a major challenge. On the other side, Shinue Chushi also spoke. There's no need to risk your life for an exam. Sasuke walked toward the two guards with his hands in his pockets. Stop playing childish tricks, don't embarrass yourselves with such illusions. Gongzi Tai instantly became furious upon hearing this. Does this kid not know what the Konoha underworld is? He then delivered a roundhouse kick toward Sasuke. Sasuke met the attack head-on with a left kick. Just as the two were about to collide, Lee appeared between them, catching both of their attacks with his hands. Sasuke looked at Lee in surprise. This guy was completely different from how he looked when he was just beaten. Neji and Tenten also stepped forward and blocked Lee. Neji complained, Didn't we agree on keeping a low profile? Li's face flushed slightly, and he revealed a determined gaze. Yin recalled that Li would probably confess to Sakura at this time, so she curiously looked in Sakura's direction. She saw Li standing straight and walking toward her. My name is Rock Lee. May I ask what your name is? Oh, this seems to be a script error. Yin scratched her head and replied with some confusion. Hello, my name is Eagle Sasuke. Then Li gave a thumbs up, revealing a healthy smile reminiscent of Guy. Please go out with me. Yin was choked on her own saliva. No, shouldn't you take a look at Sakura beside you? Li completely ignored Sakura and continued to wait for Yun's answer. Yun directly rejected him. No. Li was filled with countless black lines on his forehead. Why? Do I need a reason to refuse? Niji's gaze also fell on Yun. You are strong. Yun politely replied, so are you. Let's go, Naruto. Yun and Naruto prepared to head to the third floor. As they were leaving, Li noticed the Uchiha clan emblem on Sasuke. That must be this year's genius Uchiha Sasuke. Niji nodded at Li. Then he spoke seriously to Li. The girl named Sakura just now is very strong. I feel she is the most troublesome person this year. Soon the group arrived at the door of the written exam classroom. Now all the candidates were gathered at the door. At the same time, Kimimaro and his group were also at the door, coincidentally bumping into Yun. Kimimaro, relying on his perception, had guessed almost everything. But the next moment he saw Yun signaling him not to act rashly. At this moment, the ninja world shadow emperor Orochimaru approached Sasuke and the others. You are all newcomers, right? As he spoke, he pushed up his glasses. Who are you? Sasuke spoke first. My name is Orochimaru. I am a senior 7 years older than you. Shikamaru caught the information from his words, 7 years. I didn't expect the Chunin exam to be this difficult. Orochimaru spoke apologetically. Actually, I can provide you with some information. As he spoke, he pulled out a stack of cards from his ninja tool pouch. Let me give you some great benefits. This is the mind card. Naruto and the others focused their gaze on the card in Do's hand. In simple terms, it is a card that transforms information into a mark using chakra and then burns it onto the card. Do spread out a stack of blank cards on the ground. Yun noticed Do's gaze as he occasionally glanced in this direction. To prepare for the exam, I have been gathering intelligence for the past 4 years, preparing over 200 cards. Yun gave Do a thumbs up, internally admiring him. A Do was like a cheat sheet for the Chunin exam. At this moment, Do brought his finger close to the card, and instantly, the previously etched content appeared on the blank card. Sasuke stepped forward and asked Do a question. Are there cards that detail personal information? Do's lips curled slightly. Of course, is there someone in particular you are concerned about? Sasuke turned his gaze towards Yun. Yes. Do took out a portion of the cards. The information of this exam's candidates is not entirely complete, but it is almost all included. He adjusted his glasses and smiled. Including you guys. Just provide me with relevant information, and no matter who it is, I can help you find them. Sasuke's voice turned slightly cold. Uchiha Sakura from Konohagara from Sunagakure. Do paused his hand, rummaging through the materials. Sasuke's accuracy was impressive. The girl named Uchiha Sakura was also someone Lord Orochimaru wanted to take this time.